Chapter 10:14 The difference is too great. His voice resounded in all their ears, and blood dripped down his sword drop by drop, causing everyone to smell the scent of death. This tall, skinny man was too terrifying. Even someone as strong as Yan Mochen was unable to receive a single blow from him. If he had wanted to kill him, his head would already be rolling on the ground. It had happened so suddenly that it felt like it was over before it started. The four regions' disciples all felt a chill. The difference in power was too great. The Central Plains disciples just indifferently watched, as if they had long since expected such a thing. There was faint derision in many of their eyes. Su Mo didn't say a word. Everything was within his expectations. How powerful! What kind of footwork was that? Tang Wan was also shocked. She had exchanged blows with Yan Mochen, and so she knew how strong he was. Last time, she had been able to fight evenly with him, even slightly winning. But she had been taking advantage of his minimal battle experience and using the openings between his moves. Even so, she had been unable to defeat him, but this person was able to defeat Yan Mochen in one move. Although they were both rank 5 celestials, the difference was immense. In truth, this is normal. This is the power a rank 5 celestial should possess. Yan Mochen and the others are truly marvels. You can't learn a rank 5 celestial's power by fighting them, said Long Chen. He felt his blood quicken, and he sensed excitement in his bones. That was a desire to fight against real experts. It was just an accident. I wasn't properly prepared and didn't agree to fight you yet before you started. Yan Mochen was sweating, but he still put on a strong act. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Yan Mochen's quibbling, the Central Plains disciples laughed. He actually wanted to find such reasons for his loss. Did he think this was a game for children? Long Chen was also speechless. Even he was being laughed at indirectly. The Central Plains disciples weren't just laughing at Yan Mochen, but also at all the four regions' disciples. Laughably childish. On the battlefield, will your enemies tell you that they're going to kill you before doing so? Sneered the tall, skinny man. Furthermore, I warned you, but you were unable to block. I didn't even use my heavenly Tao energy or activate my spirit blood. You're too weak. Your cultivation base might be high, but you don't know how to use it. A sheep with no claws is still prey no matter how big it grows. Since you aren't convinced, I'll give you another chance. The three of you can join hands. If you can receive 3 exchanges from me, you can go ahead and form your own faction. He put away his sword and looked at Yan Mochen, Han Yunshan, and Wei Changhai. His tone was flat without a hint of derision, but it was completely unacceptable to them. Fine, then we'll attack. Yan Mochen refused to give up like this. Although he had to admit he wasn't his match, he didn't believe that they wouldn't even be able to last 3 exchanges once they joined hands. Earthen suction, Yan Mochen shouted, and the ground began to shake. People felt a powerful force pull them down into the earth. It was like their bodies suddenly became thousands of tons heavier and they were unable to move. This was an incredibly rare gravitational move. The Central Plains disciples' derision faded, replaced with shock. This earth energy was extremely powerful. Even the aftershocks already possessed such power, not to mention the force that the tall man was enduring. It had to be at least 100 times stronger. Your earth energy isn't bad, not bad at all. The tall man's eyes brightened. Although it sounded like praise, it wasn't the praise of someone acknowledging his equal, and so it was no different than a slap in the face. Yan Mochen was enraged. Earth Spirit Fist. Yan Mochen roared and countless runes lit up on the ground. The instant Yan Mochen attacked, the earth erupted and a huge arm shot out at the tall man. This was Yan Mochen's strongest attack. He hadn't used it against Tang Wan. But at that time, it wasn't that he hadn't wanted to use it, but that he hadn't had the chance. This move had a long cast time, and Tang Wan never gave him the chance to use it. But now it was different. This tall man was allowing Yan Mochen to absorb as much energy as he wanted so he could unleash his strongest move. Seeing this move, Han Yunshan and Wei Changhai, who had been brewing their own attacks, stopped. They were afraid they would kill their opponent, and that would be troublesome. Suddenly, heaven and earth trembled and everyone staggered, almost falling. Yan Mochen's fist had smashed into a runic barrier, shaking it slightly. All of the spectators could clearly see Yan Mochen's runic energy being broken down by the barrier. The tall man stood within the barrier, indifferently looking at Yan Mochen. "Bastard! Break!" roared Yan Mochen. The earth around him trembled even more intensely than before. Endless earth energy surged toward him. What an idiot. It's like he's trying to make a bag explode by pouring in water, but the bag has holes in it. No matter how much water he pours in, it's useless. Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, don't learn from him, said Long Chen. Don't worry boss, we have brains, said the two of them, expressing the greatest difference between them and Yan Mochen. Chilling ice slash, water dragon attack. Han Yunshan and Wei Chenghai saw that their expectations were off, and they also unleashed their strongest attacks. The two of their attacks were incredibly powerful. A huge water dragon and ice blade mercilessly crashed down on the barrier. Be repelled. The tall man extended a single hand. A terrifying force suddenly erupted, and runes filled the sky. Boom. 3 figures flew back, wildly vomiting blood. Yan Mochen, Wei Chenghai, and Han Yunshan were blown back with a single attack. As for the tall man, he was still in his original posture with his arm outstretched. His body hadn't moved at all. How could he be so terrifying? He can send the 3 of them flying without the slightest effort. Asked Guo Ran. Everyone was shocked. Was the difference really this great? 3 peak experts joined hands but were unable to even shake their opponent. That blow to their confidence was a bit too strong. What he used was technique. His runes are very special, and he absorbed Yan Mochen's runic energy without him even noticing. He's very powerful to be able to absorb his opponent's energy and transform it into his own power secretly. By the time they sense it, it's too late. It's like they just beat themselves. It saves energy, it's effective, and it's simple. In battle, each little bit of energy you can save gives you a greater chance of survival. So this person is definitely an expert, said Long Chen. This person was powerful and had plenty of battle experience. Compared to Yan Mochen and the other greenhouse flowers, he was probably over 10 times stronger. With just great power but no way to use it, you'll just throw away your lives to your enemies. Now that we've exchanged blows, I can say that you might be able to protect yourself in the upcoming trial, but protecting others would be a joke. You'd just cause them to die. If you join my faction, I can make you my assistants and teach you what I've learned through my years of life and death battles. You'll be able to become true experts in the shortest time possible, said the tall man. What a routine. First, he gave them a slap, then he brought out the candy to entice them. Long Chen couldn't help being moved. That slap in the face even had benefits for those 3, erasing the arrogance in them. Now through his condescending kindness, it truly was difficult for them to refuse. Hu Guoshan, your appetite's a bit too big. Aren't you worried you'll get fat if you eat all 3? Suddenly, a cold shout rang out, and a large man like an iron pagoda walked out. As soon as he walked out, everyone jumped in shock, even Long Chen. This person was huge, only a bit shorter than Wild. But his body was incredibly wide, making him not seem so tall. His exposed arms were as thick as a person's waist. The blood vessels on his arms were like crawling serpents. His muscles bulged intensely, and it was basically impossible to see his neck since it was covered up by muscles. His blood chi was incredibly powerful. Overall, his body was like a volcano about to explode. There were faint runes circulating over his bronze skin. With each step he took, the ground shuddered, and his footsteps were like the ringing of a bell. He practically didn't look human. He was more like a human-shaped magical beast, appearing frighteningly fierce. What a powerful physical body. He's probably a body cultivator, said Long Chen. Body cultivators were extremely powerful, but cultivating the body was one of the most painful and bitter methods to cultivate. Furthermore, it required an extremely powerful constitution that few people possessed. They focused all their cultivation base on strengthening their physical bodies. Their bodies would be even harder than a treasure item, and all their moves would be backed by immense power. This was the most domineering cultivation method. That earth brat, you should follow me. Your physical body is not bad, you should be a power type. If you follow him, you won't learn shit, said that large man. For another terrifying figure to appear stunned the 3 of them. Furthermore, just at this time, a refined voice rang out. Stinky men, go and fight all you want. All the women can come to my side. Chapter 10-15 First Encounter with a Flame Cultivator. A beautiful woman walked out gracefully with enchanting charm. But her gem-like eyes contained a repelling iciness, and her voice was haughty. Following her was a group of women, and all of them were beautiful as well. Another person difficult to deal with. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. Why would you have to deal with her? Tang Wan glared at him. Long Chen rolled his eyes. She really didn't know how to have a proper conversation. Her heavenly Tao energy fluctuates around her, and not the slightest bit of her aura is leaking. That means her control has reached an extremely terrifying realm. Furthermore, that natural light in her eyes, it's clearly a sign of dense spirit blood. She is extremely powerful, said Long Chen. Whether it was the tall Hu Guoshan or the iron pagoda-like man, they didn't say anything further. They were clearly familiar with her, and it seemed that they were afraid of her. Any woman with talent and looks can become one of my subordinates, she said. The women amongst the 4 regions' disciples were delighted to hear that and rushed over to her side. Compared to the men, the women were truly a bit weaker. Now that someone specifically wanted them, they rushed over. Brother Long, what do you think? Should I go rely on this big sister? Zhao Ziyan walked over and quietly whispered to him. Zhao Ziyan was clearly probing his attitude toward her again. Long Chen could only thicken his face and say, this woman is a phoenix amongst mortals. If you follow her, you'll definitely learn many things that will be of great value to your future. Choosing her would be the wisest decision for you. He said it with a smile, but he felt that his smile was very fake. Oh, many thanks for your pointers, Brother Long. That's what I was thinking too. Take care. Zhao Ziyan smiled slightly, but a trace of disappointment could be seen in her eyes. Watching Zhao Ziyan's departing figure, Long Chen felt a few complicated emotions. Tang Wan'er lightly pushed him, saying, fool, this sister is a good person, and she's talented with a high cultivation base. She clearly wants to join the Dragonblood Legion, so why would you refuse her? It's naturally because I love you too much and worry about you being jealous. Dislikable. I refuse to believe you. However, she still blushed. She was very satisfied with this reply. Long Chen, although I'm a bit petty, I'm not someone who can't see the big picture, nor am I a violent shrew who gets jealous and complains, said Tang Wan'er warmly, holding Long Chen's hand. Really, how come I can't tell that? Said Long Chen. Bastard, do you believe me when I say I'll bite you to death? Tang Wan'er's warmth instantly vanished without a trace. She glared at him, looking like she might pounce and take a bite out of him. Yes, this I definitely believe. Long Chen nodded obediently. You bastard, you refuse to listen when people talk to you normally. Instead, I have to beat you fiercely for you to behave. Fine, Lady Wan'er, if you have anything to say at all, this little one will carefully listen, said Long Chen, putting on a humble expression. Be serious, this is important. Tang Wan'er hit him lightly before saying, Sister Meng Qi said that I can't be petty with you over big matters, as that will influence your plans and affect the entire Dragonblood Legion. As the soul of the Dragonblood Legion, the burden on your shoulders is incredibly heavy, and each of your decisions could decide our lives and deaths. So Sister Meng Qi said I can scuffle and quarrel with you, but at critical times, I have to express my support, even if you're going around picking up girls. Long Chen was dumbfounded to hear this. But looking at her aggrieved expression, he felt a burst of emotion. She was the most jealous of girls, but for Long Chen, she would force herself not to be jealous. Sister Wan'er, are you encouraging Boss to pursue Zhao Ziyan? How magnanimous. Boss, what are you waiting for? The beauty is right there beckoning to you. Although whether or not you pursue her has nothing to do with us, it's easy on the eyes, said Guo Ran expectantly. I really will slap you if you spout more nonsense. Raged Long Chen. From morning to night, this brat didn't think about any proper things. He didn't even understand what heat control was. Long Chen, Zhao Ziyan is talented with unlimited potential. If she joins the Dragonblood Legion, it will strengthen the entire Legion. The danger to each one of us will lessen a bit. I don't want you to make the wrong decision because you're worried about me, said Tang Wan'er, her voice slightly choked with sobs. Long Chen held her hand, his heart filled with emotions. A person's character didn't change. For Tang Wan'er to be able to say such words meant she really wasn't an obstinate girl. Women naturally didn't like sharing the person they loved with others. And if the roles were reversed and Tang Wan'er wanted another man, Long Chen definitely wouldn't be able to accept that. His refusal of Zhao Ziyan made her grateful, but she was also worried. She was worried about whether the growth of the Dragonblood Legion would be held back because of her. If someone from the Dragonblood Legion fell, she would feel guilty, and she was worried Long Chen would hate her for that irreplaceable loss. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid Long Chen would hate her. That was the thing she was most terrified of. So although she clearly didn't like Long Chen accepting other women, she still expressed this attitude. Foolish girl, when did I ever need to seduce women to strengthen my group? The hot-blooded brothers I have are enough to dominate the Central Plains. Long Chen gently wiped away Tang Wan-er's tears. Exactly, Sister Wan-er, you're worried over nothing. With us brothers together, what can't we do? However, getting back to that point, if there really was a beautiful woman who wanted to join, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Guo Ran was kicked away by Long Chen. The only thing you remember is beatings, laughed Tang Wan-er. I'm talking seriously. That Zhao Zian's talent is so good, and she's not bad as a person. Why not pull her in? Demanded Guo Ran, unconvinced. Long Chen shook his head. People can't be too selfish. She isn't someone that walks the same path as us. Why pull her in and ruin her life? We walk a path of thorns and bones, and our hands are dyed in blood. Our path isn't suitable for just anyone. Whether it's Meng Qi, Wan Er, Ziqiu, or Chu Yao, they all don't like fighting. It's the opposite, they loathe it. But you all raise the butcher's blade because of me. I understand all your pain, and I owe you all too much. Why owe others as well? Long Chen, Tang Wan-er's eyes reddened. When you talk like a normal person, you make me happy. Long Chen rolled his eyes. She was getting less and less good at talking. The good atmosphere vanished with just a sentence. As they were talking, the disciples from the Central Plains split up, forming factions. There was a man with a mustache and light beard that startled Long Chen. A strange fluctuation came from him that caused Huo Long to grow restless. It was like the earth flame had been provoked. It began to automatically release its pressure. Long Chen looked at that man, and he looked back at him. He had also sensed Long Chen's existence. That man was a bit startled, but he quickly became calm. With a cold snort, a faint smile appeared on his face. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. Perhaps he had just gained a terrifying opponent. This man also had an earth flame within him, and one that was extremely powerful at that. He should be a flame cultivator. Long Chen was startled. This person's body contained a terrifying earth flame, one that was even stronger than Huo Long. Furthermore, he sensed that his flame energy possessed no trace of wood spiritual energy. In other words, he was no alchemist, but a pure flame cultivator. Alchemists didn't just need flame energy, but also a trace of wood spiritual energy. Only then could they refine pills. Without that trace of wood spiritual energy, there was no way for them to control a pill flame precisely enough to form pills. That was why a flame cultivator's flame wasn't called a pill flame. Their flames specialized in offense and destruction. They were berserk and powerful, and normally, flame cultivators were the ones hardest to get along with, as their tempers were too explosive. Long Chen also noticed that the earth flame in that person's body had sensed Huo Long and had formed a clear hostility toward it. This kind of hostility was only natural between earth flames, because they relied on devouring each other to increase their own power. Long Chen didn't know if the hostility he sensed was from the earth flame or the man himself. Other than that terrifying flame cultivator, the other person to draw his attention was a gloomy-faced man. There was no sign of his cultivation base or his heavenly Dao runes. He seemed like an ordinary person, but Long Chen sensed an extremely dangerous feeling from him. He's a soul cultivator. Long Chen finally decided that he was likely a soul cultivator. But according to reason, a soul cultivator shouldn't be able to give him such an intense feeling of danger. Just as Long Chen was sensing these terrifying figures, he suddenly noticed a shift behind him. Turning around, he saw that the beautiful, icy woman had walked over to him. Chapter 10:16 Ancient Art. That was the beautiful expert that had said she would accept all talented and beautiful women to her side. Now she was in front of Long Chen. More precisely, she was in front of Tang Wan-er and didn't even look at Long Chen. Junior sister, your strength is not bad. Join my faction. There's no need to rely on a pack of smelly men, said she. Long Chen was just a bit surprised at first, but her words made him frown slightly. The insults towards men that came out of her mouth were irritating. Her tone was icy, but her beauty gave off a feeling of innate haughtiness and grandeur. It made it so the Dragonblood warriors were unable to express their anger. It was like she was an arrogant peacock. Although she was arrogant, she had the qualifications to be, making people feel like her arrogance was simply natural. Long Chen frowned but didn't say anything. It seemed that this phrase did have a bit of reason behind it. Compared to women, men really did smell more. But if men had to wear perfume all over their body, it would be too annoying. Being a bit stinkier was better. Tang Wan-er was stunned. She hadn't expected this powerful woman to take the initiative to invite her. You don't need to have any misgivings. If anyone is threatening you, just tell me and I'll trash him. That woman glanced at Long Chen coldly, her meaning was clear. Seeing her dense hostility made Long Chen even more irritated. He had seen countless people now, and with his experience, he could basically see through a person's character with a glance. This was a powerful but conceited woman. Whether it was in terms of power or beauty, she truly had the right to be conceited. But he refused to be threatened by her. My temper's not good. Don't think that I won't beat you just because you're a woman. Let me tell you, when I get angry, I even beat myself, he said, glaring at her without yielding a step. After saying this, he clearly felt the Central Plains disciples become silent. They stared at him in shock. Quite a few people had worshipful looks, while even more had expressions delighting in his misfortune. There were also some who had been prepared to see a good play like this from the start and were full of expectations. This brat's definitely dead. The 100-flower fairy hates it when people discriminate against her for being a woman, muttered some people. This woman's temper was something all the Central Plains disciples were aware of. Brat, you dare look down on me, wuxia? Do you believe me when I say I'll twist your head off? As expected, she frowned and a cold aura began to rise. Suddenly, millions of flower petals appeared, revolving around her. Boundless pressure erupted. Each one of those flower petals had 5 colored runes moving within them. They surged into the sky, forming a huge phoenix. The phoenix was lifelike and even let out a beautiful phoenix cry that resounded throughout heaven and earth, causing countless people's expressions to change. That voice contained a terrifying spiritual suppression. It was like it truly came from an ancient god, making people have an urge to kneel in worship. Even the distant Su Mo's expression twitched. Closely staring at wuxia and the phoenix formed of flower petals, 2 words involuntarily escaped his mouth. Ancient art. Long Chen was startled by this power. Although he had known she was powerful, he hadn't expected it to have reached this level. That phoenix behind her was like a powerful 9th-rank magical beast. In front of this inviolable wuxia, Long Chen indifferently spat out, "I don't believe that." That made everyone from the Central Plains take in a cold gasp of air. Was Long Chen really looking to die? Wuxia's expression sank. Her phoenix's runes lit up, and its powerful aura locked onto Long Chen. In that instant, Long Chen jumped in shock. He suddenly felt like an ancient beast had set its gaze on him. What would follow would probably be a thunderous attack, and he was just about to release his own power to defend. That's enough. Do I need to explain that this is against the rules? Just at this moment, Su Mo's cold voice rang out. Wuxia glared at Long Chen, her aura not weakening at all because of Su Mo's words. Long Chen glared back at her. His spiritual yuan was already circulating within him, and he was ready to attack at any time. He knew these Central Plains geniuses were on a completely different level than Yan Mochen and the others. They were true experts, and once they fought, it would definitely be a heaven-shaking battle. But he was confident he wouldn't lose. This was the confidence built up from never experiencing a loss to anyone in the same realm. It hadn't happened in the past, and he was confident it wouldn't happen in the future. Long Chen glared at wuxia, and wuxia glared at him. Neither side took even half a step back. Wuxia's aura continued to rise. Long Chen was starting to be unable to endure it. If he didn't release his power, he would be forced into a disadvantageous position, and if wuxia attacked at that time, he would be instantly defeated. Just as he was preparing to summon his divine ring, wuxia retracted her aura, and her huge phoenix let out a cry as it decomposed into flower petals that then faded in the air. When those flower petals disappeared, Yan Mochen, Wei Changhai, and Han Yunshan were all startled. Now they understood the true terror of merging with heaven and earth. A portion of wuxia's heavenly Tao runes stayed within her body, while another portion was merging with the space around her, and they couldn't be sensed by others. In battle, she could release her full power in the shortest time possible. If her opponent wasn't ready, they would be instantly killed. This was also why Yan Mochen was suppressed from the start against his opponent. This was the power of merging with heaven and earth. Furthermore, when they weren't in battle, that portion of heavenly Tao runes in the space around them would give them a close connection to heaven and earth, making it easier for them to comprehend the heavenly Taos. HMPH, I'll let you off today. Don't provoke me again, or you won't be so lucky. Wuxia suddenly turned to look at Tang Wan. Junior sister, come, men are never reliable, and being powerful yourself is the correct path. Thank you for your kindness, but I'd prefer to stay here. Other than that, Long Chen really is a good person. I hope you won't make things hard on him, said Tang Wan-er. For some unknown reason, Tang Wan-er felt some worship for this female expert. She saw another kind of beauty from her. So a powerful and domineering woman was also so moving. Alright, if you have any troubles, just tell me. The Heaven Female Alliance's door will always be open to you. Hua Xiu nodded and left. But before leaving, she didn't forget to glare at Long Chen threateningly. Heaven Female Alliance, said Long Chen as he watched Hua Xiu leave. This big sister is very powerful. To tell the truth, I really am a bit moved by her proposal, said Tang Wan-er. Long Chen's face immediately turned dark. Girl, do you not have the slightest trust in me? No, not that, I was thinking of helping you form an alliance. Tang Wan-er stuck out her tongue at him. Guo Ran raised his hand. I agree with that plan. Ji Yu Yong, seconded. Song Ming Yuan, I second it +1. Li Qi, same. Shut up, Long Chen raged, all of you want to go against me. You want to play this voting game with me? Stop messing around. The upcoming trial is not going to be ordinary. Start getting tense and stop spouting nonsense. These brats had all been led astray by Guo Ran. Instead of learning other things, they had become experts in talking nonsense. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Just at this moment, a man hesitantly walked over. At this time, the 4 regions' disciples had all run over to the Central Plains side, wanting to find a good faction to rely on. Only this person came over to Long Chen's side. Qian Duoduo, come over. Stay with us. Long Chen smiled. This was the person who had been peddling those miraculous and divine seeds. Many thanks. Qian Duoduo was so delighted that his voice quivered slightly. Previously, he had already run over to the Central Plains side, but none of them had wanted him. And so he could only return and ask Long Chen. He hadn't expected Long Chen to agree without saying another word. The Dragonblood Legion had never admitted new people before. Guo Ran, you bring him along during the trial. Long Chen left Qian Duoduo with Guo Ran. Qian Duoduo's power truly wasn't that great. No problem, brother, stick with me and I'll carry your posing arts soaring over the horizon. Guo Ran patted Qian Duoduo's shoulder. Qian Duoduo didn't know how to reply to that. Long Chen laughed, don't look down on him just because he talks drivel. His power is definitely reliable, and as long as you stay with him, you'll be fine during the trial. Hearing that, Qian Duoduo was much more relieved. He didn't get the feeling that Guo Ran was extremely powerful. The Dragonblood Legion was an isolated faction now. But they weren't accepting others, so they didn't affect the other factions' recruiting. Naturally, no conflicts arose from that. Long Chen saw that the powerful Central Plains experts had accepted many elites into their camps. But there were over 30,000 disciples that had been excluded. These disciples decided to form their own factions since no one else had claimed them. They had the numbers, but not the power. However, there was no way around that. If they didn't band together, their chances of surviving the trial would be even lower. Seeing that the factions had been formed, the taciturn Sumo finally opened his mouth. The inner sect trial can start now. I wish you good luck in surviving to the end. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, and the world changed around them. Their vision darkened, and they appeared in a desolate valley without the slightest life. Brutal auras crashed upon them. Before they could even figure out what was happening, furious roars shook the heavens. Countless figures charged out from every direction. Chapter 10:17, each displaying their divine abilities. Before they could even look around, tyrannical and brutal roars rang out, shaking their eardrums. Countless figures charged toward them. Those figures were all 3 meters tall with arms and legs like apes. However, they had long fangs and sinister eyes. Sharp bone spurs grew out of their elbows and shoulders. Their numbers were endless as they charged toward them with brutal auras. This is the inner sect trial. You're currently in a sea of bone spur devil apes. To pass the trial, you must reach the end of the valley. This isn't a trial, but a true battle. You cannot retreat, so you either succeed, or you die. Good luck. Sumo's voice rang out in their ears, but they couldn't see him. Those countless bone spur devil apes had already rushed toward them, and they began to launch attacks right as Sumo's voice faded. As soon as the bone spur devil apes arrived, their huge claws stretched out. Their half-a-foot-long claws were sharper than treasure items, and in the first instant, quite a few disciples were killed. What startled everyone was that these bone spur devil apes were only at the sea expansion realm, but the sea expansion celestials were unable to block them. In the first collision, over 1,000 disciples died. They panicked. The bone spur devil apes were too brutal, and many disciples had never experienced such a terrifying battlefield. Quite a few of them were scared witless. HMPH, a group of cowards. Even without any power, you ran over here to give your lives away. Foolish to the max. Suddenly, a cold snort rang out. That large and muscular man charged out of the crowd and let out a single punch. Terrifying astral winds erupted. A powerful fist image smashed apart countless bone spur devil apes, forming a hurricane of blood in the air. Their blood wasn't red, but pitch black. A disgusting stench attacked people's noses as even the apes' blood was full of a brutal aura. That large man had introduced himself when recruiting disciples. His name was Fan Song. He was a rank 5 celestial, and this attack was nothing more than a simple punch to him. His power shocked everyone. The faction Fan Song had formed was called the Hegemon Hall. Yan Mochen had joined the Hegemon Hall because he was impressed by Fan Song's power. Following Fan Song, the tall and skinny Hu Guoshan who had defeated Yan Mochen's group of 3 also attacked. With a single slash of his sword, a huge wave of sword chi blew apart the bone spur devil apes. His destructive power was just as shocking. Hu Guoshan was also a rank 5 celestial. His faction was called the Divine Beast Mansion. As for why he chose such a name, no one knew. His previous display of defeating 3 rank 5 celestials had caused quite a few elites to flock to his side. Han Yunshan and Wei Changhai had both joined his faction. Not only that, but Hu Guoshan also had quite a few ancient race experts in his faction. They possessed a portion of a Zan beast's bloodline and were extremely powerful. Following Hu Guoshan and Fan Song, heaven and earth shook as a terrifying heat erupted. A furious roar shook the heavens. A huge flame beast had appeared. It was lizard-like and completely formed of flame runes. It was over 5 miles long, and as soon as it appeared, space wildly twisted around it. A man stood on the flame beast's head, icily looking around, his eyes full of arrogance. Earth Flame Beast. He's actually merged with his earth flame instead of devouring it. Damn, he really does have the qualifications to look down on others. Long Chen was shocked by the power of his earth flame. The huge flame beast opened its mouth, and a wave of flames roared out. Those bone spur devil apes turned into black clumps that crumbled. Not only that, even the earth was starting to melt, looking like it was becoming lava. The flame beast's 4 legs were like pillars. As it advanced, the land shook. It crushed any bone spur devil apes in its path. This huge flame beast was incredibly impressive. It blew so many bone spur devil apes apart that the pressure on everyone else lessened by a great deal. The man standing atop the flame beast's head was the flame cultivator that Long Chen had sensed hostility from. His name was Kei Xinyan. The faction he had established was called Flame Gate. He had also recruited quite a few experts, as he was truly powerful. Just this one earth flame beast was enough to suppress countless experts. HMPH, some insignificant bone spur devil apes are nothing more than fodder. Suddenly, an extremely thin man walked out. He didn't seem to have much flesh on his body, all skin and bones, appearing extremely odd. He extended a withered hand, and space trembled slightly. Countless insects suddenly appeared in the air. Those insects were the size of a fist and completely black. They had a pair of wings and huge pincers at the front that shone coldly. The flying insects directly flew at the bone spur devil apes. With just one bite, the apes let out miserable cries. Then their bodies stiffened and they didn't move again. Once they were immobilized, countless insects pounced on them and began to tear into their flesh. They were quickly turned into white skeletons. Seeing such powerful beasts be eaten in the blink of an eye, everyone felt a chill. These insects were too terrifying. The most shocking thing was that they were practically endless. More and more of them filled the air, and they eventually formed a sea that devoured any bone spur devil apes in their path. What? What are those things? Cried Guo Ran. He's an extremely rare insect cultivator. If you're stretching it, you can call him a beast tamer. But contrary to beast tamers, they walk an extreme path which makes them even more terrifying. If an insect cultivator wants to tame insects, they must use their own essence blood to feed them. Only then can they control the insects to fight for them, said Long Chen gravely. No wonder he looks like a corpse. All his essence blood was consumed by insects, said Guo Ran. Meng Qi has said that insect cultivators are exceptionally rare. They not only need powerful soul energy, but they also have to be ready for their insects to attack them at any time. It's an extremely crazy method of cultivation, no different from playing with fire. Most insect cultivators are unable to grow, because without enough money, the majority of them are eventually eaten by their own house pets, said Long Chen. Everyone's scalps turned numb. This was a completely abnormal method of cultivation. To use one's own body to raise insects, that was absolutely crazy. This insect cultivator's name was Wang Zhen. He was extremely icy and didn't talk much with others. Although he had also established a faction called the 10,000 Insect Guild, he hadn't spoken with anyone. He had left that to his subordinates to handle. Just as everyone was shocked by the insect cultivator, a brilliant light filled the air. Countless flower petals appeared as Hua Xiu also took action. The 5 colored petals were like a beautiful wave in the air. They were incredibly dazzling, but any bone spur devil apes that approached her were torn apart by the flower petals. It was beautiful and bloody. Even Long Chen had to sigh emotionally. When it came to beautiful techniques, Hua Xiu was definitely the highest level he had seen. Following Hua Xiu's attack, a burst of cheering filled the air. It came from the women Hua Xiu had recruited. The Heaven Female Alliance only accepted women, but otherwise, its requirements were low. Wang Zhen's 10,000 Insect Guild, Ke Xinyan's Flame Gate, Hu Guoshan's Divine Beast Mansion, Fan Song's Hegemon Hall, and Hua Xiu's Heaven Female Alliance. They were the 5 great factions in the trial. Of these 5 factions, the Heaven Female Alliance had the greatest numbers. Practically all the women had joined her side. Hua Xiu was incredibly powerful, and most of the women had preferred to join a faction led by a woman. The feeling of being looked down upon by men was irritating. The Heaven Female Alliance had 130,000 members. Following it was Hu Guoshan's Divine Beast Mansion at 90,000, and then Fan Song's Hegemon Hall. His charisma was a bit lower than Hu Guoshan's, but just his domineering display and appearance had drawn over many people. He had 70,000 people. Fourth in numbers was Ke Xinyan's Flame Gate at 50,000 members. As for Wang Zhen's 10,000 Insect Guild, it was unknown whether it was because he wasn't famous enough or if he was too icy, but he only had 20,000 people. Other than them, there were 30,000 disciples that hadn't been chosen for any faction. Those people's strengths and talents were too low. There was also the Dragonblood Legion, which numbers were pitifully few compared to the other 5 great factions. Their numbers had only increased by 1 thanks to Qian Duoduo. Originally, Long Chen had been thinking of bringing along the other disciples from the eastern wasteland, but the majority of them had failed the outer sect trial. The few that had passed through luck directly gave up on the inner sect trial. Long Chen, aren't you thinking of forming your own faction? Why don't you show off your strength as the commander? Do you only have this little ability? Just as Long Chen was about to call for everyone to change formations and charge, a beautiful and provoking voice rang out. It was Hua Xiu. Even while displaying such a huge-scale attack, she didn't forget to look at Long Chen. Long Chen was speechless. He asked himself how he had offended this woman. Why was she fixated on him? But being looked down upon and targeted like this, if Long Chen continued to endure, he wouldn't be Long Chen. Since Sister Hua Xiu wants to see, then I'll show you my power. Long Chen snorted. One of the tattoos on his arms lit up, and a dragon's cry shook heaven and earth. A 10-mile-long flame dragon appeared in the sky. Flame scales flickered on its body, and its high heat roasted the air. Even the flame cultivator Ke Xinyan's eyes narrowed. He was unable to recognize the origin of Long Chen's earth flame, and he had never seen a dragon-shaped earth flame beast. But after a moment of shock, a greedy light shone in his eyes. Long Chen stood atop the flame dragon's head, his robes billowing around him. His eyes were like stars, and now he seemed like a completely different person. He looked like an undefeatable war god. Brothers, charge, don't let these city people look down on us, shouted Long Chen. Huo Long roared and charged at the bone spur devil apes. Ke Xin Yan Ke equals common surname, Xin equals hot, Yan equals flame. Sounds like Ke Xin Yan, meaning stupid, dim-witted, uncomprehending of obvious things. Chapter 10:18 Extending a Helping Hand. Huo Long charged forward. Wherever it passed, the bone spur devil apes were burnt to crisps. With Huo Long leading the way, the Dragonblood warriors roared, their voices shaking the sky. Terrifying killing intent erupted, and in that instant, it felt like space had frozen. Behind Long Chen, Ji Yuyong, Guo Ran, Song Mingyuan, and Li Qi were attacking the bone spur devil apes that covered the land as far as one could see. Even the valley in front was packed full of them. Standing on Huo Long's head, Long Chen clasped his hands behind his back. There was no need for him to do anything as the bone spur devil apes were unable to stop the power of an earth flame. Seeing that Long Chen also had an earth flame startled everyone. Hua Xiu snorted and didn't say anything. Just based on the fact that he possessed an earth flame, Long Chen was qualified to form a faction like them. As for Long Chen's people, although they numbered less than 400-300, instead of using the most energy-saving wedge formation, they spread out in an arc as they pushed forward. They really overestimate themselves, said Kei Xinyan disdainfully. The 5 great powers were charging forward at the same time, pushing along with wedge formations, but Long Chen's side was clearly spreading out, so Kei Xinyan found it disdainful. Long Chen didn't even look at Kei Xinyan. He naturally had his own reasons. Many thanks, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. This formation was naturally for the 30,000 disciples that hadn't been chosen. If they still couldn't understand like this, then they really would be idiots. The Dragonblood Legion was cutting open a path for them. The other factions tightened their battle formations as much as possible, while Long Chen spread his formation to the greatest extent. Although these people were unrelated to him, Long Chen didn't want to just watch them die here. As long as there was still no threat to the Dragonblood Legion, he could open a path to survival for them. But this path was not so simple to go through. Although the Dragonblood warriors were spread out and killing the majority of the Bone Spur Devil apes coming from the front, there were still quite a few attacking from the sides. Those disciples were still being killed. Idiot, do you think you're their savior? They're just trash, or why would we toss them aside? What you're doing is absolutely futile. Sneered Han Yunshan from behind Hu Guoshan. If you keep talking, I'll slap you again. Long Chen glanced at him. Long Chen, pay attention to your tone. Han Yunshan is now one of my people. Hu Guoshan's sword continuously danced in the air, sweeping out sword chi that easily cut down his opponents. You mean if I want to beat a dog, I first have to check with its owner? Asked Long Chen. Youngster, this character of yours will make it easy for you to suffer losses, said Hu Guoshan coldly, his expression sinking. Long Chen was ignoring his threat. Thank you for your praise. It's been a long time since someone has called me a youngster. But there's one thing you're wrong about. I don't suffer losses. Everyone has their own way of living, and you can refuse to acknowledge other people's conduct and even spout your nonsense. But remember, it will be painful when you get slapped by others, so don't complain at that time, said Long Chen lightly. Long Chen. Tang Wan'er looked at him. Go ahead. Long Chen nodded. Only then did Tang Wan'er appear at the forefront of the battle, wind blades whirling around her. They rapidly spread, covering all the people behind the Dragonblood warriors. Within the wind blades, those people were temporarily safe. Fool. Seeing Tang Wan'er not hesitate to unleash such a powerful magical art to protect these disciples, Hu Guoshan sneered. The other experts also sneered disdainfully, thinking Long Chen and the others were fools for wasting their precious energy on these hopeless people. That wasted energy might be the factor that caused them to lose their own lives. Whether it was Hu Guoshan, Fan Kong, or Kei Xinyan, they all had a disdainful look on their faces. Wang Zhen's expression was icy like usual as he ignored them and focused on controlling his insects. On the contrary, Hua Xiu's expression softened slightly. She wondered whether Long Chen was just trying to show off or whether he really wanted to help these people. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Seeing the Dragonblood warriors spreading out their formation as wide as possible and Tang Wan'er spend her precious spiritual yuan to protect them, quite a few disciples were touched and even wept tears. Long Chen sent out Huo Long to attack while he turned back to face those disciples. You don't need to feel emotional. The reason I'm helping is because I was moved by you. Us, yes. Despite knowing there was no hope on the Xuantian staircase, you still bitterly endured and refused to give up all the way to the end. That made me very emotional. 2. Not give up under those circumstances doesn't just require willpower or courage. I see the determination in your eyes, the kind of determination to burn all the bridges behind you if have to. I trust that few of you have any status or background, so you came to the Central Plains with the will to change your fates. Looking at you, I think of myself when I was young. Each day I was powerless, mired in despair. At that time, I wished so much that someone would help me. I swore that if someone gave me that chance, I would definitely cherish it 1,000 times over and put in 10,000 times the work of others. Looking at you, I see that same resolve, and so I came to help you. But you have to be clear about one thing. On the cultivation path, a person can only help you once. If you can grasp that opportunity, then grasp it. If you can't, it will be very unlikely for a second chance to come. Right now, the trial has only just started and will become even more difficult toward the end. So listen closely. Long Chen's voice reverberated through the air. All the disciples behind the Dragonblood Legion listened with rapt attention. However, the others had long since begun looking down on this conduct of Long Chen's. Someone sneered, "Who wants to listen to your farts? Even if you have to fart, make it quieter." That person's head suddenly exploded as a golden arrow struck him. Guo Ran had killed him in an instant. "Long Chen, you're asking for it," roared Ke Xinyan. That person was one of the experts from his faction. "Idiot, you really are fucking stupid. If you keep talking, then let's stop the trial and I'll play around with you properly." Now Long Chen was also angry, and he glared at Ke Xinyan. "Since you want to die, I'll accompany you," raged Ke Xinyan. He hated it the most when people called him stupid like that. It was an insult to his name. "Ke Xinyan, if you want to fight, don't disturb my faction, or don't blame me for the consequences," warned Hua Xiu. That was because their 6 factions were charging forward side by side. Hua Xiu was between the Dragonblood Legion and Ke Xinyan, so if he were to attack, he would have to go through her faction. "Long Chen, just wait," snorted Ke Xinyan, but he continued forward. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. Ke Xinyan's fury was fake, and he was just using it to conceal his greed. This little scheme of his wasn't able to escape Long Chen's eyes. Ke Xinyan targeted him not because he wanted to seek revenge for his people, but because he coveted Long Chen's earth flame. Once he devoured it, his power would rapidly rise. Long Chen sneered. He dared to place his sights on him. "Good, very good." Long Chen continued speaking to the disciples. "You've also seen that the so-called experts are only at that level. As long as you are given an opportunity, you can also reach that height. In fact, you can reach even greater heights than them. I can only protect you for a moment, so listen closely. If you want to become an expert, it depends on your talent, the resources you're given, your origins, your master, etc. Of course, if you have a rich daddy, everything will go smoothly. However, you don't have such things, or you wouldn't be in your current straits. So if you want to become an expert, there's only one thing left to you, to put your lives on the line. Right now, that's the only trump card left for you. If you keep hesitating, that trump card will be lost as well. Think about those people beside you that were torn apart by the Bone Spur Devil Apes. They wanted to put their lives on the line, but they didn't have the power to even do so. If you continue to hesitate, you'll be thrown into the dust. Look at those idiots sneering at you. They're looking down on all of you. Are you willing to die just like this? If death is on your left and right, why not put everything on the line for once? Only if you are ready to lose everything can you one day trample those people who are looking down on you. Only by going all out, only by being willing to lose your lives, can you bring forth a glorious future for yourselves. Only then you can return to your hometowns decked in glory. Whether it's for yourself, your family, your friends, or whether it's for those idiots who are looking down on you, what reason do you have to not put everything on the line right now? What are you still hesitating for? Your opportunity is right in front of you. Each slain Bone Spur Devil Ape brings you one step further. Raise your weapons, release your power. Shed your hot blood to show that you're alive, that your fate is in your hands. Kill. Under Long Chen's emotional and impassioned speech, the cowardice and misgivings in those disciples' hearts were instantly stripped away. He was absolutely right. There was no way back any longer. If they still didn't put everything on the line, they would only die under other people's sneers. If they went all out, at least they would have more dignity. And they might even win a slight chance at survival. Why not go all out? Why not kill? Their roars rang out in waves, each higher than the last. Only now did Tang Wan slowly withdraw her sea of wind blades. The originally fearful and timid disciples raised their weapons with scarlet eyes, charging at the Bone Spur Devil Apes. Chapter 10-19 Core Disciple Spots. Those disciples finally saw the reality around them and made their determination to put everything on the line. In this instant, they forgot their terror. They only had one thought: to go all out killing. Long Chen's words were very clear. Others could help you for a moment, but they couldn't help you for a lifetime. If you wanted to get stronger, you had to rely on yourself. He could only give them a chance to take a breath. But this chance was exceptionally precious. He had helped them escape from the bindings of their terror and make their resolve. Yes, just like this. Go all out and show those bastards who look down on us just whose talent isn't high enough. What are geniuses there for? To be trampled upon. Use the weapons in your hands to give them vicious slaps in the face. Make sure those slaps are fierce enough to show your mettle. Encouraged Guo Ran. He finally had an opening to raise these disciples' fighting spirit. By saying, us, he drew them closer to the Dragonblood Legion. Seeing this group of disciples, Guo Ran and the others thought of themselves. Their talent had also been lacking, and the resources they had were mediocre. It was Long Chen who had pulled them to their current height. It aroused their sympathy to see these people being looked down upon and tossed aside. The entire Dragonblood Legion had been thinking about helping them from the start. Experts needed a chance to become experts. In the same way, if they hadn't encountered Long Chen back then let alone coming to the Central Plains, they would probably still be mediocre existences in the Eastern Wasteland. So Long Chen's conduct inspired them as well. Even after all this time, he hadn't forgotten his original heart. This boss of theirs was still the same boss who made decisions according to his original heart. Once 30,000 disciples went all out, it was an extremely powerful sight. Once a person chose to put their life on the line, they would be able to unleash several times their normal combat power. Long Chen charged with the Dragonblood warriors, and the Bone Spur Devil Apes were slaughtered easily. Huo Long was especially powerful. With each fire breath, it killed a wave of them. There was no need for Long Chen to do anything. Behind him, Ji Yu Yong and the others were slaughtering them as well. These Bone Spur Devil Apes were actually only at the level of ordinary sea expansion experts. The reason they had managed to kill so many people at the beginning was because those people had been too terrified to fight properly. They had never seen such terrifying beasts, nor had they ever seen a person by their side get torn apart. Even the ordinary disciples behind the Dragonblood Legion were dominating them now that they had shed their shackles of terror and were releasing their true power. Working together, there wasn't much threat to them. They started to get in a rhythm. By the time Tang Wan'er stopped offering them any further support with her wind blades, they were able to hold their own. Their original panic was gone, and within this slaughter, they gradually came to understand the feeling of a life-and-death battle. Seeing this, Long Chen nodded. He was a human, not a god. He could only do this much. As for how many of them could survive, that would be up to how hardy their lives were. Qian Duoduo was following Guo Ran. He suddenly realized that every single person in the Dragonblood Legion was incredibly powerful. They never needed a second move to kill a Bone Spur Devil Ape. Compared to the experts from the other factions, they were completely different. Their moves weren't flashy and grand, instead, they were sharp and ruthless. Each of their moves were unleashed with the intent to kill the Bone Spur Devil Apes in the fastest, most effortless manner. The valley was 1,000 miles wide, and Bone Spur Devil Apes crashed down upon them from every direction. They had no choice but to quicken their steps, because if they slowed down, it would become even more difficult. Each faction had sent their top experts to the front to open a path. Those elite disciples were all powerful. This was the only way for the whole faction to continue at the same speed. Within the Elder Hall, the Hall Master praised, "This Long Chen truly is incredible." With just a few words, he dispelled their terror and roused their courage. Just what level of charisma does that require? Once the trial is over, the disciples that live will definitely become his loyal followers. It's unknown if Long Chen has some plan for them or if he really is so gallant. If it's the former, then his scheming ability really runs deep. He's already so powerful, and he has such a group of loyal followers. If he uses them for good, it could benefit the whole world, but if he uses them for evil, he won't. Based on what I know about him, although he doesn't show any arrogance on the surface, he is actually extremely prideful and unyielding. He would disdain doing such things. Furthermore, he cares deeply about relationships and treats his people very well. In terms of moral quality, there is definitely no problem, said Li Changfang. Since you're so sure, I'm at ease. The Hall Master smiled. No, I don't dare to say anything for sure. Although there's no problem with his moral quality, he's too stubborn. Once he decides something, he won't change his mind even in death. He's a master at causing trouble. With my frail old bones, I don't dare to guarantee anything about him, said Li Changfeng with a bitter smile. We aren't lacking geniuses, but we are lacking good leaders. The 5 heavenly geniuses from the Central Plains have great talent and strength, and the Tao sect places high hopes on them. But now that Long Chen has arrived, the original plan has to be changed. The 4 regions' disciples used to just be green leaves led by the Central Plains disciples. But now a few new variables have entered the equation, said the Hall Master. In truth, the intersect trial was the playing field for the Central Plains disciples. The 4 regions' disciples were nothing more than extras. Then the amount of core disciple spots this time. There originally shouldn't have been a spot for Long Chen, but our competition must be fair. If Long Chen really can keep up with the other 5 until the end, bring out an extra one for him, said the Hall Master. But the number of the core disciple spots has already been set. In the Law Enforcement Hall, Li Changfeng hesitated. It's fine. Since we've chosen not to endure any longer, we have to be unyielding as well. We've restrained ourselves for so long that they think we're easy to bully. But still, it's too early to say anything. Long Chen's charisma might be strong and he has high leadership abilities, but in terms of power, he probably can't compare to the Central Plains heavenly geniuses. After all, their foundations are too far apart. Those heavenly geniuses are monsters, and the power they've displayed is just the tip of the iceberg, said the Hall Master. Thinking about it, the other elders agreed. Although Long Chen might be at the peak of the 4 regions' disciples, in front of the Central Plains heavenly geniuses, he was at too much of a disadvantage. But the Hall Master, Li Changfeng, and a few others thought of something else. Although right now, Long Chen hadn't shown enough power to stand on the same level as the Central Plains monsters, the Patriarch had been disturbed because of his existence. In other words, things definitely weren't as simple as they thought. In truth, both the Hall Master and Li Changfeng hoped for Long Chen to put on a powerful enough display for the Elder Hall to fight for an extra core disciple spot for him. Helping Long Chen was helping themselves. The Elder Hall couldn't directly clash against the Law Enforcement Hall, but they could use Long Chen to display their tough position and establish their own prestige. The Elder Hall had no choice but to be tough. Otherwise, the Law Enforcement Hall would become even more arrogant and suppress them even more fiercely. Long Chen was their best weapon against them. Long Chen didn't know there were so many people discussing him. Right now, he was leading the Dragonblood Legion forward. The Bone Spur Devil Apes were growing stronger and stronger. After 2 hours, the disciples had advanced 200 miles. Now the Bone Spur Devil Apes were so strong that people died with each passing moment. There were too many of them, and they were unafraid of death. No matter how many of them died, they continued charging. It was like the only thought in their heads was to kill. They had no sense of terror. They were natural slaughter weapons, merciless and brutal. The 6 factions continued to rush forward. But what startled people was the fact that Long Chen's faction had the lowest mortality rate. After 2 hours, only less than 800 of them had died. As for the other factions, at least 10,000 disciples had lost their lives in total. The Bone Spur Devil Apes are getting stronger and stronger, said Ji Yu Yong darkly. Even after all this time, the Bone Spur Devil Apes didn't drop in number. Instead, their bodies were growing larger and stronger. Even the Dragonblood warriors couldn't be careless any longer. Suddenly, countless huge figures covered the sky. Huge leopards with a pair of wings on their backs swooped down. They were incredibly fast, so fast that they seemed like phantoms. A rank 4 celestial sword was shattered with a single claw from these devil leopards. Along with his sword, half his body exploded as well. Everyone was taken by surprise. These devil leopards weren't just fast, they were incredibly powerful. Caught off guard, quite a few people were cut down in an instant, and panic struck the disciples. Several of them came toward Long Chen, quick as lightning. Long Chen smiled slightly and extended his hand. Chapter 1020 Genius, or Madman. These leopards were called Dark Devil Leopards. However, they were a bit different from normal magical beasts. These lifeforms were not from this world, but a devil world. The martial heaven continent had once gone through an unprecedented tribulation. There had been a battle of gods that had destroyed the world barrier and changed the terrain. The martial heaven sea ring had formed at that time. The destruction of the world barrier had allowed foreign lifeforms to invade the martial heaven continent. These Bone Spur Devil Apes and Dark Devil Leopards came from a devil world. It was rumored that they were the original ancestors of magical beasts, the result of interbreeding with the wild beasts from this world. However, the odds of that being true were very low. The lifeforms that came from devil worlds were tyrannical, berserk, and only thought of slaughter. It was impossible for them to breed with the continent's species. For example, these bone spur devil apes had no sense of fear despite having been cut down in droves. The only thing they had was a desire to kill. That wasn't something that should occur in lifeforms with intelligent minds. On the ground, the bone spur devil apes were growing stronger and still attacking, while in the sky, the huge dark devil leopards launched vicious attacks. Dozens of them came directly for Long Chen. Long Chen extended a hand, and dodging the claws of one of them, he grabbed the skin on the back of its neck and swung it around, using it as a weapon to knock back the other dark devil leopards. What startled him was that their claws were extremely sharp. The one caught in his hand was lacerated all over by them. Everyone, be careful. These leopards' offensive power far outstrips their defensive power, warned Long Chen. They were incredibly fast with sharp attacks. Even if their defense was weak, their speed made up for it. Whenever they swooped down from the sky and fell into their midst, shrieks of pain would erupt. All the factions were panicked. Tang Wan'er flew into the air, wind blades erupting. She cut down hordes of the dark devil leopards, but there were too many of them, and she couldn't kill them all. When Long Chen said that their defense was weaker than their offense, that was just in comparison. Their defensive power was by no means weaker than an ordinary 8th rank magical beast's. The number of deaths in each faction rapidly rose. With each passing second, disciples were being killed. Now the difference between the disciples was made even more apparent. The Central Plains disciples didn't stay panicked for long. Fighting all out, although there were some losses, the death rate of the 4 regions' disciples far outstripped theirs. The 4 regions' disciples were being cut down one by one. They had never experienced such a terrifying fight, and their mental realms crumbled. Fan Song, Hu Guoshan, Ke Xinyan, and Wang Zhen didn't bother with the people dying behind them. They continued charging forward. Only Hua Xiu extended the scope of her attack to protect the women behind her. But there were too many people, and she couldn't protect them all. Zhao Zian also unleashed her full power to protect them, showing the power of her water energy. But still, she wasn't able to protect all of them. People were constantly dying, filling her with pain. She felt profoundly helpless. She was a generation's genius, but in front of endless devil beasts, she could only watch as they killed these young women. Zian, just do your best. A person's power is limited. Don't feel bad, comforted Hua Xiu. She had clearly experienced much more than Zhao Zian and had endured the cruelness of reality. To protect everyone was impossible. They could only do their best. Fan Song and the others simply charged forward without care. This trial washed away the weak, leaving behind only the elite. What they wanted was the elite, not the trash. That was why they didn't bother with those people at the back. Their goal was merely to open the way forward, and those that lived would be the people worth raising. The dark devil leopards didn't slow them down at all. In fact, they advanced faster and faster. As for Long Chen's side, their speed began to slow down once the dark devil leopards appeared. Long Chen was entangled with several of the dark devil leopards, causing quite a few people to sneer. Once Long Chen's faction was thrown to the back, they would be alone and eventually exterminated by the Sea of Beasts. Long Chen was constantly swinging 2 dark devil leopards in his hands. Suddenly, he tossed them aside, and he let out a roar like spring thunder. With a single fist, astral winds blew apart dozens of dark devil leopards. This attack allowed the people following him to be filled with new confidence in him. Previously, he had been entangled with them and been unable to do anything, causing their hearts to sink. But now that he killed so many in one blow, their hearts lifted again. These devil leopards' attacks are strong, and they are fast. Don't get in a tangle with them. What you have to do is kill them in one blow. They have 2 vital points, one is their heads and the other is their underbellies. Their skulls are extremely strange. Other than their lower jaws, they are completely sealed and treasure items have difficulty injuring them. So don't bother attacking their heads. Focus on attacking their underbellies. There is a row of scales on the bottom of their underbellies. Counting backward from the front, their 7th scale is their fatal weak point. That scale is just a decoration to trick people. It has no defensive power, and as long as your weapon stabs through it, you'll shatter a bead inside them that's similar to a needle, and they'll die. Wan'er, give a demonstration. Alright, Tang Wan'er formed a hand seal, and small wind blades suddenly stabbed through the dark devil leopard's underbellies right where Long Chen had indicated it. What startled people was that as soon as these wind blades pierced their bodies, the dark devil leopards stiffened and died. It had to be known that even if they were cut in 2, their heads would still try to bite people, and their claws would continue to attack. But now, they were instantly killed. It was inconceivable. The disciples following the Dragonblood Legion only realized now why Long Chen had slowed down and been entangled with those dark devil leopards. He had been searching for their weak points. With Long Chen's power, there was absolutely no need for him to do such a thing. He had done it entirely for them, causing their eyes to turn red. However, don't get too excited. With your power, aiming for that place against a rapidly moving target is almost impossible. That's why you'll need to learn how to cooperate and trust your companions. You'll need to learn how to entrust your lives to the people by your side. 3 people block the Dark Devil Leopard's attack, and 1 person takes advantage of when it's blocked to launch a fatal blow. It'll be up to yourselves, shouted Long Chen. He had pointed out their weak point, but while it sounded simple, it was incredibly difficult. Furthermore, working together and entrusting their lives to others was not something anyone could do. Our lives were given to us by Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen. Why are we still hesitating? Brothers, charge! I leave my life in your hands. Suddenly, a large man with a hatchet roared furiously. He swung his huge hatchet at a dark devil leopard that was charging over. The dark devil leopard's claws slammed into the hatchet, causing sparks to fly. The large man was forced back dozens of meters, while the dark devil leopard was also knocked back. It was just about to use its wings to regain its balance. Just at that moment, a ray of sword chi pierced through one of the scales at its belly. The dark devil leopard stiffened and then collapsed limply. Ha ha ha, success, success. Brothers, kill, cried the disciple who had launched this attack. The success of this attack raised their morale. People immediately went out to block the dark devil leopards, creating an opening for others to launch the fatal blows. They formed small groups to handle each dark devil leopard. As for the ordinary bone spur devil apes, their threat wasn't of much concern any longer. With this method, they gradually began to test and learn what cooperation was, what it meant to help each other. Only by handing their lives to the people beside them would they have any chance at surviving. They had never dreamed that one day, they would be able to place their lives in someone else's hands. They had also never imagined that someone would be willing to place their lives in their hands. After establishing this absolute trust, their cooperation grew more and more skillful. Even without Tang Wan they were able to advance steadily. Although there were still some accidents, compared to the previous slaughter, it was 1,000 times better. It's just like us in the 108th monastery. When we fought against the corrupt path for the first time, boss taught us just like this, sighed one of the Dragonblood warriors emotionally. What a monster! Is he the reincarnation of a war god? In just a few hours, this weak group was transformed into a real army. That's ridiculous. Chaos raged in the Elder Hall. These old fellows who had lived for centuries and millennia were all deeply shaken by Long Chen's methods. His vision was sharp, and his methods were brilliant. He was able to probe the dark devil leopard's weaknesses, find a practical way to take advantage, and get these disciples to trust each other. He's definitely on the level of a war god, but it seems his temper and principles make him not suited for such an appellation, said the hall master. He had a special charisma that could make his subordinates loyal to death, vision to see the smallest details, and the flexibility to adapt according to the situation. These abilities to control the whole situation were definitely on the level of a war god. But then he would occasionally do unreliable, rash things. For a sea expansion disciple to cut off the head of a king, the disciple definitely must have lacked some brain cells. However, Long Chen hadn't hesitated to do so. Looking at that figure that seemed to have the entire situation under his control, they didn't know if he was a genius or a madman. Chapter 1021 Tit for Tat. Long Chen's actions startled everyone. Even after all this time fighting, the other disciples had been relying on brute force to charge through the ranks of the Dark Devil Leopards. But the Dark Devil Leopards were incredibly quick and powerful. Even rank 4 Celestials were in constant danger of falling. The disciples were all bunched together in their factions, competing in terms of luck to see who the Dark Devil Leopards would target. While the leopards were attacking their prey, the other disciples would attack them. But as for the unlucky ones to be targeted by the Dark Devil Leopards, only a few of them managed to survive. This was the method they were using to kill the Dark Devil Leopards. Now that Long Chen had explained their weaknesses and how to take advantage of them, they all followed his lead. And immediately, they felt like killing the Dark Devil Leopards became much easier. Furthermore, they also picked out some elite experts to handle the leopards. By using this method, it changed from a one-sided slaughter to an even battle. However, although they were powerful, they still didn't possess as much killing power as the disciples on Long Chen's side. In their case, after everyone had begun to cooperate, only a few casualties ever occurred again. As for the other factions, although this method reduced their casualties, their people were still constantly being killed. They were all heavenly geniuses, but unlike the disciples in Long Chen's faction, they were unable to entrust their lives to others. To simplify it, they only fought for themselves. They knew how to kill the dark devil leopards, however, cooperating with others to do it was something else entirely. For them, their comrades were nothing more than strangers. Not bad. Continue like this and cut them down together. The weapons in your hands don't exist just to kill. They are also used to protect. When people don't hesitate to give their lives to you, you'll feel moved and blessed. However, you'll also feel the burden on your shoulders grow heavier. Yes, this is what I was talking about before, the reason for getting stronger. Experts need to know why they want to get stronger. Everyone, keep up, I'm going to charge forward. How can we allow ourselves to fall behind others? Long Chen smiled. Huo Long suddenly roared. Its flame energy exploded in power, and a single swing of its tail killed all the devil beasts in front of it. Come, charge, let the world see that you are not weak. Long Chen roared and charged forward with Huo Long. He was a blazing streak of light that slaughtered all the dark devil leopards and bone spur devil apes in front of them. One man and one dragon, both possessing an unstoppable air. Standing atop Huo Long's head, Long Chen appeared indescribably domineering. Boss is finally getting serious. Each time I see this, I can't help but get excited, cried Guo Ran. Brothers, charge with boss. Long Chen was like a blade that viciously stabbed into the sea of devil beasts. The Dragonblood warriors followed close behind him, still maintaining a widened formation to reduce the pressure on the disciples behind them as much as possible. It had been a long time since they had seen Long Chen emitting this undefeatable aura on the battlefield. Seeing him like a battle god in the air, they felt their own blood boiling. Even the disciples behind the Dragonblood warriors were affected. The other heavenly geniuses looked down on them. The world had abandoned them. They had thought they would die in this trial, but Long Chen had extended a helping hand. Now seeing how mighty Long Chen appeared atop the flame dragon's head, they all felt their blood heating up. Roaring, they charged their way forward. Long Chen's group had originally fallen a dozen miles behind. But now it was like they were blowing through rotting wood. Nothing could stop them. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, they had caught up with the other 5 factions and were advancing side by side. Seeing them standing on the same level as the 5 great factions, those disciples felt a burst of pride and let out cheers. Shut up, a group of trash without the slightest standards will never be worth anything. There's still a long way until the trial ends, so what are you getting so excited about? Shouted Wei Changhai from Huguoshan's faction. They immediately felt embarrassed. This really was too early to be excited. Long Chen ignored him, but Guo Ran said, if you're a man, you should follow your heart's desire. Don't listen to an idiot's bullshit. He's just jealous, so he's trying to belittle and insult you. Your actions have caused certain people to feel uncomfortable inside. That's because your current battle power is even greater than those so-called elites that they picked. It's a slap in their faces, and a very vicious one at that. Your display has proven their blindness. What nonsense, why would I be jealous over trash? What a huge joke. Furthermore, how are they any stronger than the disciples we chose? Retorted Wei Changhai. Idiot, you still don't want to admit it. Isn't it obvious if you just look at the death ratio? How many people did you have before, and how many do you have now? Furthermore, are you blind? Do you not see how few people are even injured on our side? As for you, look, another one of your people died. Just as Guo Ran was speaking, another rank 4 celestial was mercilessly torn apart by a dark devil leopard. The disciples in Long Chen's faction were all shocked. Even rank 4 celestials were killed so easily, but they were still alive. It was all because of the protection of their companions. Although Long Chen had only been leading them for a short few hours, they had now comprehended things that others wouldn't be able to understand in a lifetime. In these short few hours, each one of them had gone through a heaven-toppling transformation. Now that they compared themselves to the other factions, their gratefulness toward Long Chen could no longer be described with words. In their hearts, Long Chen was like a god now, and they were unswervingly loyal to him. HMPH, it's just luck. Let's see just how long you will last. Sneered Wei Changhai. He clearly had no way to retort. There had been just over 34,000 people at Long Chen's side at the beginning. Now there were still 33,000 people, and only over 1,000 people had died. It was practically a miracle. As for the other factions, their losses were shockingly high. Even the 10,000 insect guild, which only had 20,000 disciples at the beginning, had lost 5,000 people now. As for the ones who had lost the most, it was the Heaven Female Alliance. Despite Hua Xiu and Zhao Ziyan doing their best to protect them, of their original 130,000 members, 30,000 had still died. This trial was too cruel. Zhao Ziyan had already wept several times, almost collapsing. Fortunately, Hua Xiu was there to support her. At this time, the Dragonblood Legion realized why Long Chen had refused to allow Zhao Ziyan to join twice. Her character was too kind and weak. The Dragonblood Legion truly wasn't suited to her. If she couldn't even handle something like this, there was no way she could handle what would come in the future. For the other factions, their deaths were in the tens of thousands. When it came to true combat power, Long Chen's people were the weakest, but they had the least casualties. This was an indisputable fact. Did your father not teach you that luck is also a kind of power? If your father didn't teach you that, then I'll teach it to you instead, said Guo Ran. The Dragonblood warriors were speechless. Guo Ran always liked to boast about stuff. But was being Wei Changhai's father very glorious? That Wei Changhai clearly didn't have any experience with this kind of thing. He hadn't understood what he had said and he sneered, "You just have some dogshit luck, and that kind of dogshit luck isn't power, just coincidence." At this time, the silent Long Chen suddenly opened his mouth. Correct, dogshit luck won't come very often. But ever since I ran into you, it's different. What are you talking about? Demanded Wei Changhai. Idiot, my boss means that you're a lump of dogshit, so every day he sees you, he gets dogshit luck, translated Guo Ran. You too, are you looking to die? Aren't you right here? Why would I still need to look for more shit? Sneered Guo Ran. Long Chen, control your subordinates. Interjected Hu Guoshan. I don't have subordinates. Each member of the Dragonblood Legion is my brother or sister. My brother's words represent my own thoughts, replied Long Chen coldly. Although Long Chen knew that powerful experts like Hu Guoshan and Kei Xinyan shouldn't be offended, his experience told him that if he conceded to them, they would definitely push him even further, suppressing him to the point that he was crushed. So Long Chen didn't bother conceding at all. Long Chen, you're too arrogant. Before being so arrogant, you should check whether you have the qualifications or not. Hu Guoshan's expression sank. As an unrivaled heavenly genius, he was able to detect that Long Chen wasn't ordinary. But he wasn't able to sense a feeling of mortal danger from him, so he didn't think Long Chen had the ability to challenge them. He had warned him several times, but Long Chen had remained unconcerned. That made him extremely irritated. Moreover, Wei Changhai and Han Yunshan were now his subordinates, and they would be capable helpers of his. He had to protect them. He looked favorably on their talent. Once their true combat power also increased to a high enough level, his Divine Beast Mansion would definitely dominate this new generation of disciples. Long Chen's attitude irked him, and if it weren't for the fact that he didn't have the time to handle him, he would have taught a lesson to this brat who didn't know how high the heavens were. Now that Long Chen was leading his group to travel along with the other 5 factions, Hu Guoshan considered it a kind of provocation. If the timing was right, he would have used him to show everyone his power. Arrogant, what a joke. This group of people was abandoned by all of you but has better results than you, so you insult them. Just who is being arrogant? You can act like gods looking down on ants, but you don't have the qualifications to sneer at others. If your ability at reincarnating wasn't better, you wouldn't necessarily be any stronger than them. Do you have to trample over others to prove your own existence? Well, I don't really care, but while trampling others, you should be prepared for the people you're trampling to turn the tables and trample you under their feet, said Long Chen indifferently. Hu Guoshan's expression became extremely ugly, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. He was just about to speak when terrifying auras appeared from the front. Chapter 1022 Bloodthirsty Devil Lizards. What are these monsters? The end of the valley was finally in sight. They could vaguely see some castle walls with countless lifeforms climbing over them. Those lifeforms had upper bodies like humans, but lower bodies like lizards. They were 3 meters tall with scales covering their entire bodies. They had human faces, but their mouths were strangely large, the tips almost reaching their ears. They had sharp teeth, and their pupils were vertical like an alligator's. A long horn could be seen growing out of their foreheads. Everyone's pupils shrank upon seeing those lizard monsters. They sensed a fatal threat from each one of them. Within the broken-down castle in front of them, they also saw several huge light barriers. They were round, each covering 100-mile space. Just as they were bewildered by this sight, Sumo's voice rang out in the air, "This is the final step of the trial. These are the strongest monsters from the devil world that you'll face in the trial, bloodthirsty devil lizards. Each one of them is extremely powerful, comparable to a late 8th rank magical beast. Furthermore, they have no obvious weak points. There's no trick you can use, and the majority of you will die here." Hearing his emotionless words, everyone felt a chill. They could practically smell the bloodthirsty air coming from those lizard monsters. At this time, Sumo's voice rang out once more, "However, this trial is not a path of absolute death. Within this abandoned castle, the Tao sect has set up several forbidden regions. Those forbidden regions are the balls of light you see. Each one of them contains an extremely powerful bloodthirsty devil lizard. They are the trials for the commanders. Each faction can choose their strongest expert to challenge the monster inside the light barrier, and if they can kill it within a set amount of time, they will become a core disciple. Furthermore, a few breaths after they kill the monster within, the light barrier will fade. Once it fades, all the disciples in their faction will count as past and be transported to safety. Let me warn you, as soon as you enter the light barrier, the countdown will start. During this time, you cannot retreat from the light barrier or it will be viewed as giving up on the trial and will signify failure. That's all I have to say. The rest is up to you. The bloodthirsty devil lizards have arrived." A fearful shout rang out. People activated their treasure items to attack the lizard monsters charging at them. But they were horrified to find that the lizard monsters' scales simply lit up, and their full-strength attacks were only able to knock them a few meters back. They weren't injured at all. "Ah!" A miserable scream rang out as a lizard monster charged its way into the hegemon hall, its claw knocking aside a disciple's weapon and its other claw grabbing him. In the blink of an eye, it ate half of the disciple's head, and his miserable scream had barely been released before it bit off the rest of his head. That lizard monster chewed, releasing the chilly sound of bones crunching. Looking at its bloody mouth and its sharp teeth, the disciples were terrified. "Everyone, listen, tighten the battle formation. Dragonblood warriors, spread out to guard the outside. I'll leave the flame dragon here to help you. These bloodthirsty devil lizards are too strong, and there's no time to study them. I will kill the monster inside as fast as possible. Just hang on." Long Chen shot straight toward the castle. He could already tell that these lizard monsters had some kind of special defensive ability. Their scales seemed to be able to automatically release something similar to a defensive magical art. He had personally seen that when others had activated the true forms of their treasure items to attack, the scales on the lizards' bodies had flashed for an instant, and the space around them had twisted. Those people's attacks had rebounded. That was the most difficult thing. Their offense and defense were both so powerful, and their movements were nimble. There really weren't any particular weak points to them. The only way to kill them was through absolute power. Even the Dragonblood warriors would be in danger facing them one-on-one. As for the others, they were pale. These opponents were not ones they could fight simply by putting their lives on the line. So Long Chen left behind Huo Long to help them while he rushed off. The others also shot over. Hua Xiu, Fan Song, Hu Guishan, Ke Xinyan, and Wang Zhen all moved at practically the exact same time as Long Chen. They could all see that they were in a race against time. Long Chen was surprised to see that Ke Xinyan had also left behind his flame beast to protect his people. But very quickly, his pupils shrank. Ke Xinyan had summoned another flame beast. This flame beast was a giant leopard, and its aura was even stronger than his other flame beast. Damn, he actually subdued 2 kinds of earth flames. No wonder he's such a poser, he really has the qualifications to do so. Although Long Chen looked down on Ke Xinyan as a person, he had no choice but to admit that he was powerful. In the eastern wasteland, he had never encountered anyone else in control of an earth flame. But here in the central plains, he immediately encountered someone with 2 earth flames, both of which were stronger than his earth flame. That made him sigh at the difference. Seeing Long Chen looking at his earth flame, Ke Xinyan sneered. A sinister glint appeared in his eyes. Long Chen's heart suddenly shook as he sensed some kind of danger. Ke Xinyan had definitely thought of some plot to use against him. Fuck. Did he really think he was so easy to bully? He knew Kei Xinyan was hostile to him, but he didn't care. If Kei Xinyan dared try anything, he would put him in his place. The 6 of them rushed over to the center of the large but broken-down castle. It was unknown how long ago it had been destroyed. It was in ruins, and an aura of rot filled the air. When Long Chen saw that there were 6 light barriers, he sighed with relief. Even the elders watching sighed with relief. Long Chen's appearance had been extremely unexpected. There had originally only been 5 core disciple spots, but because of Long Chen's power, they had sent in an application to the Xuantian Tower to prepare another spot for Long Chen. But there had been no reply the entire time, causing them to worry. However, the Hall Master, Li Changfeng, and a few others didn't find this the slightest bit odd. 1 for each person. Good, then I'll be fast. Those children won't be able to last much longer. Long Chen saw that the others had all chosen their own targets. He chose one of the light barriers at the edges. As soon as he entered, he saw that the space inside was far greater than what it appeared on the outside. An ear-piercing roar suddenly came from the center of this space. He saw a bloodthirsty devil lizard that was similar to the others outside, but its body was 3 times bigger, and its scales were silver white. It hissed at him, revealing a viper-like tongue. There's no time. Long Chen's divine ring appeared behind him, rapidly circulating. Split the heavens. A blood-colored saber image filled the air. It slashed down right on the silver bloodthirsty devil lizard. Long Chen was surprised to see the lizard send out a punch with one of its claws. Long Chen was blown back, his hand feeling numb. It's this powerful. Long Chen was shocked. Just now, although he had merely used the first form of Split the Heavens, after all the nourishment he had given the divine runes in his acupuncture points, its power was several times greater than when he had previously used the second form of Split the Heavens. But such a powerful move still ended with him being blown back. As for the silver lizard, its claw wasn't damaged at all, and it once more charged at him. The silver lizard was large, but its movements were still extremely nimble. A claw came crashing toward him, and Long Chen hastily dodged. The sharp claws narrowly passed by his face. At the same time as he dodged, Long Chen pointed out a finger. A bolt of lightning shot out at the lizard's eyes. Its reactions were fast, and it sent out a claw that broke apart the bolt of lightning. However, when it was struck, it clearly stiffened slightly. It works. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised to see this. He hadn't expected a little test to cause such a reaction. This armored monster was actually afraid of lightning. This was unexpected as lightning was most effective against creatures of the sea, and then furred magical beasts. But its effect sharply decreased against armored magical beasts. Some armored magical beasts were even immune to thunder force. But this little test exposed one of the silver lizard's weaknesses to Long Chen, delighting him. He was just about to take advantage of it when he sensed a strange stream of air behind him. He almost instinctively swung his saber behind. Long Chen shot off like a cannonball, tearing through the ground. Chapter 1023 Giving Up. Long Chen coughed up blood. He hadn't thought this silver lizard would be so crafty. At the same time as it had attacked him from the front, it had silently sent out its long tail to strike him from behind as well. If he had been struck directly, then even with his powerful physical body, he would probably have had all his bones broken. Anyone else would just explode instantly. Stabilizing himself, Long Chen wiped off some blood from the corner of his mouth. He was just about to check the other's situation when the silver lizard opened its mouth. A golden ray of light suddenly shot out. Long Chen's scalp turned numb. Without even thinking about it, he used the lightning body blink to dodge to the side. The ray of light shot right past him. It then pierced through the light barrier and struck the castle walls. A huge hole appeared in the wall. Not only that, it continued forward, killing any bloodthirsty devil lizards in its way. Through that hole in the wall, Long Chen saw many female faces. It was the Heaven Female Alliance. Countless shocked expressions could be seen there. They had been lucky just now, as this ray of light had shot past them. But if it had been angled just a bit to the side, it would have gone right through them. That would have been a calamity they didn't want to even imagine. Seeing the silver lizard once more open its mouth, Long Chen's heart turned cold. The direction it was facing was the army outside. If it once more attacked, who knew if those disciples would be so lucky again? But the silver lizard didn't give him much time to think. Its next attack was being prepared and would come out quickly. He couldn't dodge it again. Seeing it open its mouth, a sphere of light fully condensed inside, Long Chen quickly shot out a bolt of lightning that entered its mouth. That silver lizard hadn't expected Long Chen to take advantage of when it was unleashing its attack. Its attack had only just formed and it hadn't had time to release it when the lightning arrow struck it. Go ahead and explode. The ball of light exploded in the lizard's mouth. Its mouth shattered along with its lower head. Damn it, this monster's aura didn't drop at all. Long Chen had thought it was over now that its attack had exploded inside its head. But he suddenly realized that the heavily injured lizard's aura was as fierce as ever. That meant its vital point wasn't its head. It was very likely similar to a Neden magical beast. Unless its Neden was destroyed, its body wouldn't die. Long Chen suddenly launched an attack, slashing his saber at it. It was just an ordinary attack, because he had no time to charge up a magical art. He couldn't give it any breathing room. Long Chen's saber slashed toward its head. He wanted to completely destroy its head, but it instinctively blocked with its arms. If he could have destroyed its head with this move, then his victory would just be a matter of time. It would run out of energy eventually. But this silver lizard's power far exceeded Long Chen's expectations. If he hadn't been lucky and managed to use his thunder force to cause its attack to self-destruct, the consequences would have been too horrible to imagine. It was truly worthy of being the trial for core disciples. Although it had only revealed a portion of its power, it was enough to deeply shock Long Chen. It definitely had the power to push him to the brink, and maybe even into death. Having failed with this attack, Long Chen extended his left hand. A lightning sphere shot out. He couldn't give it any chance to recover. The lightning sphere exploded on the lizard's body. It let out a bizarre cry, and its body stiffened. Long Chen was already in the air, his saber raised. 27 of his acupuncture points had been activated, and a fierce aura soared into the sky. Only 18 of these acupuncture points had full-grown divine runes on them. He was able to unleash the second form of Split the Heavens perfectly, but the third form's divine runes were still in their initial states. They were still being nourished by his spiritual yuan. But despite that, they were strengthening with each passing day. The power of Split the Heavens also increased with them. Long Chen was accumulating his energy for the third form. He was confident that despite the silver lizard's power, once it was struck by this blow, it would at least be heavily injured. Then he could easily kill it. But just at this moment, his expression completely changed. He hastily looked at the distant battlefield. Panicked cries rang out along with loud cursing. A huge flame beast had charged the Dragonblood Legion and was attacking Huo Long. Ke Xinyan, you must want to die, roared Long Chen. That flame beast was Ke Xinyan's earth flame. For him to send it to attack Huo Long, he was too despicable. Ke Xinyan had already suppressed his silver bloodthirsty devil lizard with his other earth flame. Looking at the furious Long Chen, he sneered. Sorry, my flame beast suddenly stopped listening to orders. I'm trying to communicate with it right now, and I'm sure I'll regain control quickly. Just wait, said Ke Xinyan. Right now, his other earth flame beast was unleashing powerful attacks on his silver lizard. He also had a long flame chain in his hand that had bound it. That silver lizard was unable to escape no matter how hard it struggled. Ke Xinyan had taken the absolute advantage. Thus, killing his silver lizard was just a matter of time. As for trying to communicate with his earth flame, that was absolute nonsense. The earth flame beast he was controlling was facing the silver lizard head-on, while he provided assistance. After a few testing blows, he had gained control of the rhythm and laid down a trap that had cleanly caught the silver lizard. He had originally thought that he would be the fastest one to suppress a silver lizard. The others still hadn't gained an absolute advantage like him. But when he had looked over at Long Chen, he had been shocked. The silver lizard Long Chen was fighting already had half its head destroyed. Ke Xinyan had looked over just in time to see Long Chen use a lightning sphere to paralyze his own silver lizard and prepare an attack to kill it. Ke Xinyan was startled and infuriated, unable to accept that the person he looked down upon would kill a silver lizard before him. This core disciple trial was their first step to rallying their supporters. While everyone was in danger, they would save them all, and the disciples who lived would follow them unswervingly. But the person who killed their silver lizard first would raise the greatest morale. That related to their future rankings, and Ke Xinyan couldn't allow Long Chen to get a head start on him. As a result, just as Long Chen had taken the absolute advantage, Ke Xinyan ordered his other flame beast that was still outside to attack Long Chen's flame dragon. Long Chen's faction immediately panicked. Huo Long was their faction's greatest defensive shield. Now that it was attacked, their defensive line immediately collapsed, and the ordinary disciples were exposed to the bloodthirsty devil lizards. Most sinister of all, xianxia had his flame beast attack all out. It clamped down on Huo Long's neck and refused to let go. It was actually devouring Huo Long's energy. Huo Long had already spent a great deal of its energy on protecting the ordinary disciples behind it, as those had been Long Chen's orders. As a result, this sudden sneak attack put it at an immense disadvantage. Despite doing its best, it was unable to reverse the tide. This sudden turn of events also caught Guo Ran and the others by surprise. They wanted to help Huo Long, but now an unending tide of bloodthirsty devil lizards charged over. They had no choice but to go all out killing them, or the ordinary disciples would all be slaughtered. Even so, the ordinary disciples were falling one by one. With their defensive line in tatters, they were as weak as paper in front of these bloodthirsty devil lizards. Their blood dyed the ground, and seeing the people beside them falling, the ones still alive all turned scarlet-eyed. Those people were their brothers who they had entrusted their lives to. In the same manner, their lives had been entrusted to them. Seeing them dying one by one, they let out their bestial roars. Without a care for their lives, they charged at the bloodthirsty devil lizards, unleashing fatal attacks. Don't worry, Long Chen, I'll quickly regain control. Very quickly. Seeing Long Chen's eyes seeming to spit flames, xianxia reassured him. Long Chen glanced from the recovering silver lizard in front of him to the sneering xianxia. An icy emotion crept over his heart. In front of countless people's shocked gazes, Long Chen directly left his light barrier and rushed back to the Dragonblood Legion. He gave up. The countless people whose attention had been drawn over were all stunned. He had no choice but to give up. Huo Long was being suppressed, and the flame beast was in the midst of devouring its power. Huo Long was growing weaker and weaker. Furthermore, those disciples were dying too quickly. Although it would have only taken him a few breaths to kill his silver lizard, those few breaths represented thousands of lives that would be forever gone from this world. Furthermore, even after killing it, he would need some time to send everyone to safety. The number of people that would die during that time was unacceptable to Long Chen. Boss, Guo Ran and the others didn't know what to feel upon seeing Long Chen give up his core disciple spot. We can talk about other things later. First, save them. Long Chen waved his hand, and dragon roaring filled the air. A huge lightning dragon flew out at the endless bloodthirsty devil lizards. Chapter 1024 Devouring the Flame Beast. Lei Long charged out, lighting up the sky. It pounced on the bloodthirsty devil lizards, and its powerful thunder force caused them to explode one by one. Long Chen was unaware that the devil world's creatures were all restrained by thunder force. That was especially true since his thunder force came from the nine heavens tribulation lightning. It was the most supreme yang existence, and so its effect was even greater than the flame dragons. Lei Long's arrival immediately reversed the tides. Under Guo Ran's command, they tightened their battle formation and focused on defense. Lei Long had filled the void left by Huo Long. Now they were safe, but when they clearly saw how many of them were left, all their eyes turned red. From the moment Huo Long had been attacked, which caused their defensive line to be broken, until Long Chen returned, only a few breaths had passed. But during that time, half of them had died. Some of them couldn't help but let out bestial roars and weep tears as they looked at the corpses on the ground. Those people were their brothers. These fallen comrades had sacrificed their own lives to protect them. They had only just learned what it meant to entrust their lives to others, what it meant for them to protect each other. But in the blink of an eye, these people had thrown away their own lives to keep their promise. Seeing them lying there, never to move again, an unprecedented pain filled the survivors' hearts. They even wished the ones to die had been them. The Dragonblood warriors profoundly understood this feeling, as they had been life and death brothers for a long time. They knew how this kind of relationship felt, so they understood that pain very well. Long Chen's eyes were icy as he charged at the distant flame beast. That flame beast had its mouth clamped over Huo Long's neck, and it was rapidly absorbing its energy. Without a word, Long Chen slashed down with his saber. His fury had reached a peak. The flame beast was struck in the neck, and the immense power blew it away, allowing Huo Long to escape. With a furious roar, it charged at the flame beast. Huo Long was infuriated. Because of the sneak attack, it had been stuck in a disadvantage and unable to reverse the tide nor release any of its power. Now it had to get revenge. Get back. You're not its match right now. Work with me, said Long Chen hastily. The flame beast had already absorbed too much of Huolong's energy. The flame beast had originally just been a bit stronger, but now the difference was too great. The flame beast roared at Long Chen. That roar seemed to contain a trace of mocking. Long Chen knew that this flame beast was connected to Kei Xinyan's mind. Everything that had happened was at Kei Xinyan's will. Kei Xinyan had originally been thinking of devouring Long Chen's flame dragon while he fought for the core disciple spot. But he hadn't expected Long Chen would actually give up his core disciple spot and return to save these ordinary disciples. You think you can leave now? Keep dreaming. Seeing the flame beast turned around, Long Chen sneered and formed hand seals. Flame chains descended from the sky and stabbed into the ground. The flame beast was instantly bound within it. This was why Long Chen didn't let Huolong attack. It was to prevent the flame beast from escaping. Only when Huolong was cooperating with him could he capture the flame beast. Space constantly twisted. The flame beast crazily attacked the prison, but this prison was the combination of Long Chen and Huolong's power. Its own energy was unable to rattle it. The flame prison rapidly shrank. The flame beast was now being compressed into a ball and unable to move. Its struggling was of no avail. Die. The flame prison continued to shrink, and the flame beast had now gone from 5 miles long to 300 meters. And it was only continuing to shrink. A furious roar came from a distant light barrier. It was Kei Xinyan. Right now, he had completely suppressed his silver lizard and was about to kill it. But at the same time, Long Chen had bound his flame beast. At this time, he was unable to help his flame beast escape. Previously, he had forced Long Chen to make a difficult situation. Now Long Chen had placed him in a similar situation. If he wanted to save his flame beast, he would have to give up on killing the silver lizard before him. Just like Long Chen, he would have to give up his core disciple spot. But a core disciple spot was incredibly important. One reason was because of the rewards given out, while the other reason was that within the Xuantian Dao sect, only a core disciple had the qualifications to form their own faction. Long Chen seemed to not hear Kei Xinyan. His spiritual yuan erupted, and the flame prison condensed to its peak. The flame beast had completely deformed and was unable to even roar. Long Chen, if you dare to hurt my earth flame beast, I will definitely make you die without a grave. Roared Kei Xinyan. The flame beast had been compressed to the peak, and it suddenly exploded into flame runes. Huolong flew out and devoured all those runes. They were the essence of the flame beast, equivalent to its flesh and blood. They were treasures to Huolong. Ah, Long Chen, just wait. I will definitely kill you. Seeing his own flame beast being killed, Kei Xinyan almost exploded. It had to be known that he only had 2 earth flames, and those 2 earth flames had cost his family countless resources just to obtain. Furthermore, raising them had exhausted endless manpower and effort. Having one of his flame beasts killed was like having his arm severed. It filled him with pain, and he almost went insane. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook. The light barrier where Hua Xiu was exploded. It transformed into runes that flew toward the Heaven Female Alliance. Big Sister Xiu is the most amazing. She's the first to become a core disciple. Everyone, hang on. Victory is in sight, shouted Zhao Ziyan. The Heaven Female Alliance was heavily injured right now. They were down to 80,000 disciples from their original 130,000. But with these runes flying over, they had finally reached the end. The runes fell into their midst. When they landed on their bodies, they would instantly vanish. In just a few breaths, the 80,000 disciples of the Heaven Female Alliance disappeared from the battlefield. Hu Guishan, Fan Song, and Wang Zhen's light barriers exploded at almost the same time. The light barriers turned into runes that flew amongst their factions. Those disciples let out a burst of cheering, but those cheers had only just appeared when they became miserable again. By relaxing, they had left an opening for the bloodthirsty devil lizards. Quite a few people died instantly. The flying runes needed a few breaths to send them away. In their excitement, they had actually made such a fatal mistake. Fortunately, they managed to endure the last few breaths. Once they were transported away, there were over 1,000 more corpses on the ground. Once those people were killed, another explosion erupted. Kei Xinyan had defeated his silver lizard. Just as his light barrier exploded, Kei Xinyan roared and charged at Long Chen. But the light barrier's runes landed on him and he vanished. His faction also vanished in just a few breaths. Now, the only ones left on the battlefield were the Dragonblood warriors and the surviving ordinary disciples. After devouring the other earth flame's essence, Huolong had transformed once more. It had gone from faint blue to scarlet. When its runes circulated, powerful heat waves roasted the heavens. It had only just devoured the earth flame's essence and hadn't had time to digest it. It had no time for that, and it worked together with Lei Long to form a defensive perimeter that protected everyone. Even the sea of bloodthirsty devil lizards was unable to harm the people inside any longer. Sorry, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. We caused you to lose your core disciple spot. The disciples came before Long Chen, ashamed. For them, he had ordered the Dragonblood warriors to be their shield, which was why so many of them survived. Later, he had established their trust in each other, and he had found the devil monster's fatal weaknesses to help them. He had shown them how to get stronger, and they were endlessly grateful. Even if they died, they would still be eternally grateful. But now, he had sacrificed the most precious core disciple spot in the Xuantian Dao sect to help them. They had implicated him. Long Chen shook his head and didn't reply. He checked their numbers. The Dragonblood warriors were all fine, and so was Qian Duoduo. But now, the ordinary disciples had dropped from 30,000 to 13,000. That number made his eyes turn cold. This was not a mere number, but lives. Each one of them had been carrying their own aspirations. But now they would never be able to achieve those dreams. Long Chen's expression was frighteningly dark. No one dared to say anything. Guo Ran and the others who were familiar with him knew that he had reached the edge of exploding. After an incense stick's worth of time, runes fell from the sky. Long Chen felt his body lighten, and he vanished from the battlefield, appearing in a huge plaza. Long Chen, hand over your life. Long Chen and the others had only just appeared when a furious roar rang out. A large hand reached toward Long Chen's throat. Chapter 1025 Vicious Sparring. All the disciples had been transported to the huge plaza. They were jubilant, but one person was extremely gloomy. It was none other than Kei Xinyan. They had all been transported to the plaza, but no one here came to greet them. They were practically given the cold shoulder. In truth, this was the Xuantian Dao sect's rule. If a disciple failed the core disciple trial, they and their faction would have to endure for an incense stick's amount of time on their own. This was a very cruel punishment. The other factions would have already left, while the remaining ones would have to face a sea of devil monsters. Once Long Chen and the others arrived, they drew everyone's attention. Kei Xinyan immediately attacked. Kei Xinyan was filled with killing intent, and everyone here knew it. Long Chen had devoured his flame beast. Kei Xinyan attacked incredibly quickly. Long Chen had only just appeared and hadn't had a chance to look around. Meanwhile, Kei Xinyan's hand had almost reached his throat. Another large hand almost instinctively shot out in a profound arc, viciously slapping across Kei Xinyan's sinister face. "Fuck your mother, you're the one who needs to hand over your life," roared Long Chen. Everyone only saw a blur before Kei Xinyan staggered back. His hand missed Long Chen's throat. After slapping him, Long Chen struck like lightning. Before Kei Xinyan could react, he grabbed his hair and slammed his head with his knee. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Long Chen repeatedly slammed his knee into Kei Xinyan's face. The sound of bones breaking made people cringe. "Idiot, a person who can fight my boss at close range has yet to be born," sneered Guo Ran. Long Chen's close-range combat skills had been accumulated bit by bit through true battles. The amount of experience he had in that was enough to write a textbook. No one would dare to fight him barehanded. For Kei Xinyan to want to subdue Long Chen in one move to humiliate him, it could only be said that he was asking for it. He tried to retaliate several times, but his efforts were all ineffective. Long Chen slammed his kneecap into Kei Xinyan's head as hard as he could. He wanted to kill this bastard. He didn't care what reason Kei Xinyan had to order his flame beast to attack Huolong. All he knew was that this bastard's action had caused over 10,000 innocent lives to be lost forever. He wasn't holding back at all. But he was surprised to see that Kei Xinyan's head didn't explode. Even a treasure item would have exploded by now. "Bastard, fuck off." Kei Xinyan hadn't been able to get free with his hair caught. Now, with a furious roar, he suddenly escaped from Long Chen's grasp. 2 huge pieces of his scalp were now gone. Long Chen was carrying 2 pieces of skin with hair and blood on them. He actually severed his own skin. Startled cries rang out. Even Hua Xiu, Fan Song and the others had solemn expressions. For martial cultivators, doing such a thing was one of the most ominous things possible. Furthermore, injuries could be quickly healed, but the hair had to grow back naturally. Now he would be in a humiliating state for a long time. Seeing his dense head suddenly become a barren island, all of them thought it was startling as well as funny. But no one dared to laugh. Both Long Chen and Kei Xinyan were erupting with killing intent. This was no ordinary battle, but a battle to the death. Die! Kei Xinyan roared furiously. Flame runes formed a pair of wings around him. A majestic aura soared, and terrifying waves of heat rolled out. Everyone hastily retreated as even the air was being ignited. A sensation of mortal danger forced them to run. Only Hua Xiu, Hu Guoshan, Fan Song, and Wang Zhen were able to stay standing in their original locations, coldly staring at the two of them. "Let's charge too to get revenge for our fallen brothers," roared the disciples who had survived with the Dragonblood Legion. If it hadn't been for Kei Xinyan, their brothers wouldn't have died. A needle-like pain stabbed their hearts when they thought of those people who would forever rest in the trial. "Don't mess around. Do you think boss needs your help? Just watch." Guo Ran stopped them from charging forward. "But, no buts. In this world, no one in the same realm can match boss," said Guo Ran confidently. From the moment he had met Long Chen, he had personally seen Long Chen defeat countless powerful opponents. He had trampled over the corpses of his enemies, fighting across realms easily. Even against unrivaled heavenly geniuses, Long Chen had maintained an undefeated record. Long Chen has a death wish, but it'll be up to Kei Xinyan's guts. "I doubt he'd dare to kill Long Chen," said Hu Guoshan. Fan Song and Wang Zhen didn't say anything. They were all experts on the same level, and they were aware of each other's power. So they knew there was an uncrossable gap between Long Chen and them. A furious roar rang out as a huge flame leopard appeared in the plaza. Kei Xinyan had summoned his flame beast. He had only just summoned the flame beast when the tattoo on Long Chen's arm lit up. Without Long Chen having to do anything, Hu Oolong automatically flew out. It coiled in the air, glaring at the flame leopard. Earth flames were innate mortal enemies. As long as they saw another, they would want to devour them. It was instinct. The two earth flames caused quite a few people's expressions to drastically change. They sensed their hostility toward each other, as well as their immense power. Once they clashed, it would be a haven-shaking collision. Long Chen and Kei Xinyan both shouted at the same time and charged at each other. Kei Xinyan was wrapped in flames, and he held a huge flame blade. Long Chen's divine ring appeared, and boundless energy poured toward him. His killing intent filled the air as blood drinkers slashed onto Kei Xinyan's flame blade. Terrifying chi waves completely exploded. At the same time as Long Chen and Kei Xinyan clashed, Hu Oolong and the flame leopard crashed into each other. Heaven and earth shook, and flame runes released a blinding light. The two flame beasts released heaven-shaking roars, and their power shook everyone present. They felt like they were suffocating in their presence. As for Long Chen and Kei Xinyan, they had also unleashed their killing moves, and had exchanged 7 blows without either side being able to suppress the other. What startled Long Chen was that Kei Xinyan's flame blade was something he had never encountered before. It was like a true weapon, and when it clashed with Blooddrinker, it actually let out a metallic ringing. Furthermore, it contained some kind of indescribable energy. It was like it was alive. Blooddrinker and the flame blade once more clashed. Both sides tried to knock the other back, but neither got their wish. They deadlocked in the air. "Long Chen, I'll make you pay a price for devouring my earth flame." Killing intent raged in Kei Xinyan's eyes. "I'll make you pay a price for your idiocy. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to make it up to those fallen brothers." Long Chen glared coldly at Kei Xinyan, almost as if he was seeing a dead person. Hearing that, the disciples following Long Chen finally understood why the Dragonblood warriors followed and worshipped Long Chen so fervently. He used his conduct to prove that he was willing to use his life to protect the dignity of his brothers. They weren't even Dragonblood warriors and had only received Long Chen's care through their own luck. But now Long Chen had not only sacrificed his core disciple spot, but he was also making an enemy out of a heavenly genius with unlimited potential for them. "Haha, do you think you're the savior of the world? Who do you think you are? You want to act like some righteous hero? Within the trial, life and death are destined. The weak should be aware of their weaknesses. Without power, testing their luck is just courting death. Do you think the Xuantian Dao sect is a charity? By bringing in a group of trash, you're wasting the sect's resources. Their deaths will only benefit the Xuantian Dao sect. While Kei Xinyan energetically talked, he didn't expect Long Chen to suddenly tilt Blooddrinker. Caught off guard, their blades went to the side and Long Chen's hand viciously slapped across his face. I look down the most on people not in touch with reality. Is it so amazing to be born into a rich family? Does being born rich grant you the right to trample over others as you please? Does being born rich give you the power to treat other people's lives as blades of grass? Long Chen raised Blooddrinker into the sky. Blooddrinker began to unleash waves of saber images that forced back Cai Xinyan. Because of the previous face slap, Cai Xinyan was unable to recover in time and had no chance to strike back. He was forced back over and over. A light cracking sound came from within Cai Xinyan's body as if something had shattered. A strange energy began to surge. Just at this moment, a cold shout suddenly rang out. Chapter 1026 Zan Master. The person who had come was Li Changfeng. The strange fluctuation from Cai Xinyan's body was instantly covered up and disappeared without a trace as if it had never existed. However, it didn't escape Long Chen's spiritual perception. Although he didn't know what it was, he knew Cai Xinyan was still hiding his power. In truth, whether it was Cai Xinyan or Hua Xiu and the others, they were all hiding their true strength. The power they had displayed so far was nothing more than the tip of the iceberg. They were true experts, and unless they were forced, none of them were willing to expose their trump cards. Once a trump card was exposed, it would no longer be a trump card, and then it would be dangerous. Although their previous displays had all been shocking and impressive, Long Chen trusted that they all had misgivings and were holding back. Elder Li, Long Chen, said Cai Xinyan, we saw everything, and we know who's right and who's wrong. Return to your faction. The welcoming ceremony was about to start, so don't cause a fuss, warned Li Changfeng. Seeing that Li Changfeng didn't give him any chance to explain, anger flashed within Cai Xinyan's eyes, but he didn't dare to express it. Putting away his flame beast, he returned to his faction. Long Chen also put away Huo Long and returned to the Dragonblood Legion. Guo Ran and the others were just about to say something, but Long Chen shook his head. Now was not the time to talk. Everyone, keep your formations clean and tidy. I don't want any trouble, said Li Changfeng. As soon as he finished talking, the scene before them changed once more. They appeared in front of a huge tower. This tower was grand and majestic. It took up an area of 100 miles and soared high into the clouds. It was impossible to see the top. This was the Xuantian Dao sect's signature, the Xuantian Tower. It was said that it had existed from the day the Xuantian Dao sect was established. It was ancient and sacred. There was a crowd of people in front of the Xuantian Tower. Long Chen and the others were startled to see that these people numbered in the millions, and most of them were wearing the Xuantian Dao sect's disciple robes. Furthermore, those people were also curiously looking at them. They were young, and were clearly also newcomers. In truth, what Long Chen and the others didn't know was that these disciples were from the same generation as them. What was different was that most of them were not combat-oriented disciples. Their trials were completely different. Other than these millions of disciples, there were thousands of elders in front of the Xuantian Tower. They solemnly stood there, neither speaking nor smiling. These thousands of elders were all kings, and they were the elites of the various departments in the sect. There were many elders that didn't even have the qualifications to participate in this ceremony. This was the terrifying foundation of the Xuantian Dao sect. Behind the thousands of elders was a platform with 36 seats. Each of those seats had someone in violet gold robes sitting on it. Those were the positions of the experts on the level of Hall Masters. Behind the 36 Hall Masters, there was one larger seat with no one sitting on it. With millions of disciples, thousands of kings, and 36 Hall Master level experts all staring at them, even Long Chen felt a bit nervous. Some disciples could barely breathe from the pressure. This lineup was absolutely shocking. They had never dreamed they would see this many experts gathered together. Gulping sounds could be heard continuously. This huge space was so quiet that even the drop of a pin could be heard. The disciples could almost hear their own heartbeats. Suddenly, a ray of light shot down from the sky. A figure slowly descended onto the large seat. At first, that person had been half transparent as if he was just an illusion. But by the time he sat on the seat, he appeared completely solid. He was a middle-aged man with a faint halo of light surrounding him. That was no ordinary light. Long Chen could sense some faint immortal spiritual qi. This kind of immortal spiritual qi was something the Eastern Wasteland Bell had once told Long Chen about. In the same way that spiritual qi could be cultivated to spiritual yuan, at the peak of spiritual yuan was immortal yuan. In order to form a strand of immortal yuan, it required one to condense immortal spiritual qi first. Once a person's immortal spiritual qi filled their whole body, they would transcend and become an immortal. Sensing the immortal spiritual qi around this person, Long Chen wondered if this was a person who had already touched the barrier to immortality. Becoming an immortal was a very distant legend. It had become nothing more than a myth, but this person made him think of those legends. When this person appeared, it was like the entire world changed. The air was full of an immortal charm, and strange fluctuations caused people's pores to slowly open and greedily absorb his faint aura. Greetings, Zan Master. All the elders respectfully bowed, and all the disciples knelt on the ground. This wasn't a particular requirement, but this man possessed something that made them feel a profound sense of reverence. They felt like if they didn't bow, it would be as if they had blasphemed a god. Even Hua Xiu, Hu Guishan, and the others all involuntarily knelt. They didn't feel anything unnatural about bowing toward this person. Instead, they felt like it was only natural. With all the disciples kneeling on the ground, one person instantly became very conspicuous. Only Long Chen was not kneeling. Long Chen could sense that this middle-aged man was incredibly powerful, and he felt reverence for him. But it hadn't reached the point where he would prostrate himself toward him. As a result, he instantly became a crane amongst a flock of chickens. Where did this brat come from? Kneel when you see the Zan Master. This order came from none other than the Law Enforcement Hall Master. Seeing everyone kneel except for this one person, he directly let out a stern order. Following his shout, everyone's attention was drawn to Long Chen. He was too eye-catching now. The Zan Master also cast his gaze toward him. Long Chen's heart suddenly shook. In that instant, he almost lost consciousness, with all his secrets laid before him. The Zan Master smiled slightly, not revealing the slightest displeasure at Long Chen's lack of courtesy. No one noticed that when the Zan Master's gaze met Long Chen's gaze, the soft hair on the back of his neck instantly stood on end. Just how does the Elder Hall raise its disciples for them to not care about the rules at all? Don't you think someone should come out and apologize for this rudeness to the Zan Master? Demanded the Law Enforcement Hall Master. Everyone was aware of the conflict between the Elder Hall and the Law Enforcement Hall. But for the Law Enforcement Hall Master to criticize them in front of the new disciples and the Zan Master during this welcoming ceremony was going too far. The Hall Masters all frowned. The Elder Hall and the Law Enforcement Hall were the two departments with the greatest responsibility in the Xuantian Dao sect. The Elder Hall was in charge of raising the disciples. It was the foundation for the growth and prosperity of the sect. As for the Law Enforcement Hall, its duty was to purify the atmosphere of the sect, to keep it healthy and peaceful. For these two enormous powers to openly display their conflict in front of everyone, did they not care about the disciples' feelings? Wouldn't this cause all the disciples to question the sect's dignity? If the disciples felt no gratitude to the Elder Hall and no respect of the Law Enforcement Hall, wouldn't the entire sect become a mess? What startled the disciples was that despite the Zan Master being the person with the highest authority in the Xuantian Dao sect, he merely smiled amicably and didn't say a word. It's just an apology, isn't it? Then I apologize. Suddenly, Long Chen walked out, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Sorry, Zan Master. It isn't that disciple was trying to be rude, but that disciple's skeleton is different. My kneecaps grew backwards, making it so I can't kneel. What nonsense. You need to be punished, shouted the Law Enforcement Hall Master. The Elder Hall's Hall Master didn't say a word. He just had a faint smile and watched as if this had nothing to do with him. You're the one who needs to be punished. Respected Law Enforcement Hall Master, do you think your current conduct is respectful to the great Zan Master? The Zan Master has already said that it's fine, meaning this matter has ended and the ceremony can continue. But you continue to bring it up in order to insult the Elder Hall's elders. In front of the Zan Master and the disciples, you're intentionally causing trouble. Your conduct has already gravely harmed the Law Enforcement Hall and the Elder Hall's images. If you want to be a man of the law, you have to first act like one. As the person with the highest authority in the Law Enforcement Hall, you strike your colleagues and shake the Dao sect's foundation. Tell me, are you being respectful to the Zan Master? The Law Enforcement Hall Master was unable to retort to Long Chen's sharp questioning. His expression became exceedingly ugly, but on the contrary, the Elder Hall Master's expression was indifferent. He didn't seem pleased, nor did he try to mock him. Suddenly, a clapping sound rang in the air. The Zan Master himself smiled and said, Good, what a sharp rhetoric and moving speech. I haven't heard such an amazing argument in a long time. Zan Master. The law enforcement hall master's expression changed, and he hastily bowed toward him. When you go back, seal yourself in seclusion for 3 days. If you can't even defeat a child in an argument, you need more work in that regard, said the Zan Master lightly. Everyone's hearts shook. The Zan Master was essentially imprisoning the law enforcement hall master, and he had announced it in front of everyone. He didn't give him any face. Yes, disciple knows his wrongs. I will reflect upon myself. The law enforcement hall master lowered his head, a hint of anger appearing in his eyes. The Zan Master didn't look at him. Instead, he smiled at Long Chen. Little fellow, is there anything else? Long Chen hesitated, but he shook his head. He returned to his position, unable to comprehend this terrifying expert's thoughts. He'd need more information before saying anything more. Then let the welcoming ceremony begin. Only now did the Zan Master rise from his seat, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Chapter 1027 Deserving a Slap. Everyone was completely focused on the Zan Master. They saw him stand and walk to the front of the platform. First of all, congratulations to all of you for passing the inner sect trial. You will be raised as the Xuantian Dao sect's elites and become the future pillars of the sect. Regretfully, many disciples died in the trial and have left this world. But you also know that this isn't because the Dao sect is being vicious, but because this world is just that cruel. Being kind to you now is being cruel to you in the future. When reality strikes you, it will mercilessly reap your lives. You've been living 2 peaceful lives, and after growing under the wings of your families, you still aren't aware of just how cruel this world is. This is a world where countless people are falling so that you can live your peaceful lives. They have used their own lives to win you your lives, said the Zan Master. The Zan Master's voice was low and magnetic, making it very comfortable for these disciples to listen to. His voice was full of sincerity and reached their core. None of them could doubt his words, and as a result, they were deeply shocked by them. Long Chen's heart shook. As expected, only by reaching higher heights could you see things that you couldn't see before. Long Chen had always felt that there was something wrong with this world. It wasn't as peaceful as he had thought, and the Zan Master's words confirmed his suspicions. The Central Plains disciples weren't that shocked, but the disciples from the 4 regions all jumped in fright. The Zan Master continued, the creatures you encountered in the trial are devil monsters that come from the devil worlds. In places where the worlds' barriers are weak and in contact with devil worlds, there needs to be people guarding the channel. The Xuantian Dao sect guards one of those channels. Each year, we have to invest a huge amount of manpower and resources. Of course, there are constantly experts that end up being sacrificed in the battles against the devil world. As for your trial, what you faced was nothing more than the most commonly seen, most inferior creatures invading from the devil world. The disciples were practically unable to believe their ears. Such terrifying creatures were nothing more than the weakest devil monsters. Then just how terrifying did the high-level devil monsters have to be? That's why you have to be full of reverence and gratitude to this world. Everything you have right now was not won by you, but by countless experts who sacrificed their lives. Each one of you has reached the sea expansion realm, and you've started to come into contact with some of this world's secrets. Just like how children who grow up into adults need to know their responsibilities and duties, as the inner sect disciples, you have a duty. Although the sect will go all out to raise you, there's no free lunch in this world. The resources you enjoy were only obtained through the countless lives of heroes. So at the same time as you enjoy the privilege of using those resources, you have a responsibility. When the Dao sect needs you, you need to stand up and face your fierce opponents. Long Chen now finally understood why the Eastern Wastelands branch sect didn't engage in any business and merely relied on the Central Plains head sect. In the beginning, he hadn't understood why the sect would simply continuously take a loss by throwing resources at disciples for free. Even if the sect was built over a mountain of gold, it would eventually be used up like that. But now, Long Chen understood that it was an investment for now. If there are people who feel like the pressure is too great, or that it is too dangerous, you can give up your status as inner sect disciples and become outer sect disciples. The sect will definitely not mistreat you, and will still give you your due as outer sect disciples. If you choose to stay as inner sect disciples, then you have to understand your duty. You've all grown up now, and need to take up your responsibilities. So before the ceremony, make your decision. If anyone has any objections, you can raise them right now. After the ceremony, there won't be any time for objections, and violators will be harshly punished according to the sect's rules, said the Zan master. The disciples didn't know what to say. The Zan master's meaning was clear: being an inner sect disciple had its own conditions. Once you entered, it was like signing a contract. You couldn't selfishly leave the Xuantian Dao sect, or you would be viewed as a traitor of the sect. But now that everyone had just survived that deadly inner sect trial, they were unwilling to just give up the status they had won. Long Chen was indifferent. Having eaten the food of the Xuantian Dao sect, did these people want to just pat their butts and leave without working for it? There was no such thing in this world. The Xuantian Dao sect's rules were very fair. Better treatment required greater danger. And greater danger naturally resulted in higher rewards. Furthermore, the Zan master had stated it very clearly and openly. Oh, Long Chen suddenly saw a strange thing. The law enforcement hall master had cast a special look at a certain person. Just at this moment, Kei Xinyan took a step forward. Zan master, disciple has one thing he doesn't understand. The inner sect trial is a survival of the fittest, a trial so that the Dao sect can choose the best people to spend its resources on. But there's someone who broke the rules and pulled a group of trash in as well. Having them associated with elites like us is an insult, and a blasphemy to the Dao sect. Kei Xinyan's words immediately caused the disciples behind the Dragonblood Legion to become furious. Calling them trash was the greatest insult. Correct, it really is going too far. It has affected the impartiality of the trial. Some people, in order to seem like a hero, ignored the Dao sect's rules and need to be punished. Unexpectedly, Hu Guoshan also walked forward. They should be stripped of their right to be inner sect disciples, or it would be an insult to the other inner sect disciples. Fan Song also walked forward. Of the 5 great heavenly geniuses, other than Hua Xiu and Wang Zhen, the others had all walked forward to criticize Long Chen. Correct, Long Chen intentionally disturbed the impartiality of the Dao sect and should be heavily punished. Such a person shouldn't even be an inner sect disciple and should be expelled from the Dao sect, cried Han Yunshan, Wei Changhai, and Yan Mochen. Following them, the 3 factions experts all began to shout, demanding that Long Chen be punished. The millions of disciples looked oddly at these passionately shouting disciples, not knowing what was happening. The law enforcement hall master smiled faintly. He looked toward the elder hall master, but he was disappointed to see that his expression was still indifferent. As for the person with the highest authority in the Xuantian Dao sect, the Zan master, he didn't say a word. He just watched with interest, a slight smile on his lips. It was like he was just a spectator watching a show. Zan master, we are willing to give up our spots as inner sect disciples. But please don't make things hard on senior apprentice brother Long Chen, shouted one of the disciples behind the Dragonblood Legion. Yes, I also don't want my inner sect disciple position. All I ask is that the sect does not punish senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Following one person's lead, the others also began to shout. Over 13,000 disciples chose to give up their inner sect disciple positions. This action caused all the elders to be moved. In order to not implicate Long Chen, these people had all take the initiative to give up their spots. Don't you dare, raged Long Chen. Do you realize your current actions are a betrayal? Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. They were startled. If you give up your spots, what about your efforts? What about those brothers who died in the battle in order to protect you? Your lives are no longer your own, and you have to accomplish the dreams they weren't able to accomplish. You are a continuation of their lives and wills. Is this kind of little setback enough for you to give up on everything? Do you think your brothers' lives were sacrificed for this? Is this worthy of their sacrifice? But, what is there to argue about? It's just a bunch of hopping clowns. If you can be unafraid of death, why be afraid of a few idiots? Don't make me look down on you, said Long Chen. All right, we'll do as you say. Even if you want us to fight to the death against them, we won't hesitate, shouted the disciples. Some of them were already holding their weapons. How brazen, are you trying to rebel? Shouted the law enforcement hall master. Long Chen waved his hand, and only then did they quiet down. As for the law enforcement hall master's shout, they had treated it like a fart, ignoring it completely. Long Chen looked from the cold and sanctimonious law enforcement hall master to the Zan master who was watching with interest. He was unable to comprehend what this middle-aged man was doing. Was he really the leader of this sect? He had no arrogance or awe-inspiring aura to him. He didn't even seem to care the slightest about the law enforcement hall master's shouting. Long Chen didn't understand what the Zan master was thinking. He had no choice but to stand out, but he was comforted to see the Elder Hall master almost imperceptibly nod toward him. If Long Chen still didn't understand, then he wouldn't be Long Chen. The Elder Hall master's meaning was clear: go against them as brazenly as you want. The Elder Hall will be your solid support. As the leader of the Law Enforcement Hall, you label people criminals and rebels so easily. Is this the style of the Law Enforcement Hall? Is everyone you talk to a criminal? Said Long Chen. All the elders' expressions became odd. That was because his words were entirely correct. When the Law Enforcement Hall's elders spoke to others, they spoke as if they were interrogating them, irritating them. Long Chen, you're too brazen. You dare to contradict the master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Now that you've offended your superior, you need a slap, shouted Kei Xinyan. Kei Xinyan had only just spoken when a large hand immediately helped him out and viciously struck his face. Chapter 1028 Weapons raised, neither willing to back down. A crisp slapping sound caused everyone to go deathly silent. The disciples were dumbfounded and the elders were shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. No one had expected that Long Chen would attack someone in this kind of situation. The two of them hadn't been far, and as a result, Kei Xinyan was directly struck. Long Chen's divine face-slapping art had yet to miss. As for Kei Xinyan, he had never imagined that Long Chen would dare to attack him in front of the Zan master. With no defenses up, he almost fainted. This move's not bad. The Zan master had been watching with slight interest this entire time, but he finally had a reaction upon seeing Long Chen's face slap. He was clearly impressed with the move. Long Chen, you dare to strike me? It took a full 2 breaths before Kei Xinyan recovered from his shock. No, you misunderstand. I wasn't striking anyone, but acting according to what you said. You said that when someone offends their superior, they should be slapped. Well, look, I'm standing closer to the front than you, which is the superior position, while you interrupting me is an offense. You're the one who brought up that you should be slapped, so I helped you out. What, do you have an opinion about it? Asked Long Chen. You. Kei Xinyan's teeth creaked from being clenched so hard. His whole body was trembling in fury, but he didn't know how to retort. How brazen, Long Chen! You dare to disturb the welcoming ceremony. The punishment is the thorned whip, shouted the Law Enforcement Hall master. Can you let it rest already? This place is not the Law Enforcement Hall, and you are unable to hide the truth from the masses. You are unable to punish me. Someone called my brothers trash, and I'm taking their place to speak. However, some people want to thwart me in 100 ways, so why can't I slap those obstructions? Do you think your word is law, and that whatever you say must happen? If you say we're criminals, we're criminals. If you say we have to be killed, we'll be killed. Do you think you're a god? If you are, then please prove it to me. If you aren't, then what right do you have to prevent us from defending ourselves? Demanded Long Chen. It was all too clear to him that this Law Enforcement Hall master was a prejudicial egomaniac who was tyrannical and obstinate. He was clearly using him to embarrass the Elder Hall in front of the Zan master. Most likely, it was to win back the face lost by Looming Hand previously. Long Chen had always thought that experts should have an expert's mannerisms and an expert's self-restraint. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to reach that height. Now he realized he was wrong, and very wrong at that. Now that he had arrived in the Central Plains, he finally learned the truth. Idiots always exist regardless of location, and idiocy was not dependent on age. This Law Enforcement Hall master was clearly an expert even above a king, but he was so lacking in restraint and kept on using such low-level methods. Although he had kept his actions well hidden, Long Chen had seen such tricks countless times. Just looking at him sticking out his butt, it was clear he was crapping. Clearly, Kei Xinyan, Fan Song, and Hu Guoshan all had some kind of relationship with the Law Enforcement Hall. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to directly target Long Chen in front of the Zan master. This would definitely leave behind a bad impression on the Zan master. So for them to still act like this, it was all too obvious. And it wasn't just Long Chen who found it obvious. There were plenty of sharp-eyed elders who seemed to have expected such a situation. The only thing they didn't understand was how the Law Enforcement Hall had been so skillful as to draw in the new disciples. Quite a few people were waiting to see just how vicious the Law Enforcement Hall's slap would be in the Elder Hall's face. Because of Long Chen's matter, Li Changfeng had suppressed Looming Han, and that had caused quite a bit of trouble. The Elder Hall and Law Enforcement Hall had to have the situation mediated by the higher-ups, or a huge fight might have erupted. But that was just a stopgap. The Law Enforcement Hall was not about to just swallow their anger over the matter. Originally, the disciples should have been looked after by the Elder Hall. But the Law Enforcement Hall also had the authority to recruit disciples into joining the Law Enforcement Hall. If it was just ordinary inner disciples, it would have been one thing. But now, Ke Xinyan, Fan Song, and Hu Guoshan were all core disciples with their own factions. If they joined the Law Enforcement Hall, it would truly be a resounding slap in the Elder Hall's face. To put it frankly, they would be enjoying the resources provided by the Elder Hall so that they could work for the Law Enforcement Hall. As for the Zan Master, he seemed to be unconcerned. As long as they didn't violate the sect's rules, he would just watch. The harshest punishment he had let out so far was forcing the Law Enforcement Hall Master to go into seclusion for 3 days. Everyone had to feel reverence toward this Zan Master's cultivation base. But he also seemed lazy to the bone, giving them a headache. This was an excellent example. The Xuantian Dao sect was famed even within the Central Plains, and even in ordinary sects, no one would dare to so openly provoke others in front of the sect leader. But the Zan Master was just watching as if this was an interesting show. "Fine, then let's hear your quibbling," said the Law Enforcement Hall Master coldly. Long Chen looked at Ke Xinyan, Fan Song, and Hu Guoshan. "You said that the inner sect trial was a survival of the fittest. Then let me ask, who is the fittest? HMPH, do you even need to ask something like that? Are you an idiot? Of course the fittest people are those with the greatest talent and comprehension," sneered Ke Xinyan. Long Chen smiled and said, "Then according to what you said, why is there a need for a trial? Why not just directly pass or fail disciples based on their data? Numbers are just a reference. Without experiencing the true battle, how are they supposed to see a person's true potential?" Replied Ke Xinyan, "Aren't you just slapping yourself in the face? You just said that the fittest people are those with talent and comprehension skills. But now you say that without undergoing true battle, it's impossible to see who is fitter. They received the protection of the Dragonblood Legion, but the Dragonblood warriors were only able to give them some small opportunity to adjust themselves. Toward the end, they still needed to rely on themselves to survive. Their talent might not be high, but their unswerving determination supported them. For them to survive that cruel battlefield, do you know what price they have paid? Their talent was inferior, their cultivation base was lower, and their combat power was weaker. They had to put in 10 times the effort to win their current glory. Compared to you, they are the true warriors, but you call them trash. You're the biggest trash," sneered Long Chen. Long Chen's words caused countless people to look at those disciples behind the Dragonblood Legion. Even the strongest amongst them were only rank 3 Celestials, and there was even a small portion of rank 2 Celestials. For them to have survived such a cruel trial was truly worthy of praise. Thinking of how Ke Xinyan had repeatedly called them trash, quite a few people cast disdainful glances at him. Even some elders had to nod. Talent only gave people a better starting point for cultivation. But hard work was the most important factor. Ke Xinyan didn't know what to say. Looking at those distant disciples pointing at him and whispering, he had no way to retort. But no matter what, you've pulled in a group of unfit disciples into the inner sect, affecting the fairness of the trial, said the Law Enforcement Hall Master. Quite a few elders shook their heads inside. Had this Hall Master's head been jammed in a door when he was a child? How could he actually say such a thing? As expected, Long Chen said, "Fair? Are you joking with me? Was there ever anything fair in this world? Furthermore, what do you mean unfit? Just because they're less talented than others, they're unfit? If talent meant everything, what would be the point of cultivating? What would be the point of comprehension? Do you think if your talent was good, you could just sleep all day and still become a god? Each disciple is a seed, and before the seed germinates, you won't be able to tell what breed they are. You see some disciples who have bloomed already, so you feel they are talented and will have greater accomplishments. But are the disciples who haven't bloomed yet unfit? What idiot logic! Just because you don't bloom or bear fruit, why can't you be a sapling that grows into a heaven-reaching tree? Get back to your job and do it properly. When it comes to teaching and raising people, the Elder Hall are the professionals. Don't embarrass yourself here. What nonsense! Do you think I'm blind? You think they can grow into heaven-reaching trees? For them to only be rank 3 Celestials at the Sea Expansion Realm, the Foundation Forging Realm will be their limit. Not even 1 in 10,000 of them will condense a jade core. What sophistry to call such people heaven-reaching trees, raged the law enforcement hall master. The jade core he mentioned was the actual realm of the king level. In the eastern wasteland, those who had reached the jade core realm were called kings, because in desolate places like the 4 outer regions, those who could reach the jade core realm were truly kings of the heavens. But in the central plains, it was just called the jade core realm. Normally, only rank 4 celestials could condense a jade core. For others, the chances of them condensing a jade core was extremely low. For the law enforcement hall master to say that not 1 in 10,000 of these rank 3 celestials would be able to break through to the jade core realm, he was merely stating a fact. You're the one spouting nonsense. Are your eyes blind, or did water get in your head? Otherwise, I don't understand why you would spout such nonsense in front of the Zon master. There are countless marvels and miracles in this world. How can you claim that none of them will grow to such heights? Are you a god? Can your will subvert the will of the heavens? How can you be absolutely sure? Sneered Long Chen. Then what kind of proof do you have that they won't be a waste of the sect's resources? Retorted the law enforcement hall master. I'm the best proof, said Long Chen. You, what can you prove? Sneered the law enforcement hall master. When I was 15, I was just at the 3rd heaven stage of chi condensation. Is this proof enough? The only response to Long Chen's words was stunned silence. Chapter 1029 Xuantian Blessing. Everyone was filled with disbelief. That made Long Chen realize something. The Elder Hall had definitely hidden everything about him. He had thought that some information about him would already be circulating amongst a portion of these people, but now it seemed the Elder Hall master was also someone with profound scheming. He intentionally didn't release information about Long Chen to give him more opportunities to slap people's faces. Long Chen looked at him, and he saw the Elder Hall master looking back at him, a slight smile on his face. As expected, he was an old fox. Perhaps all his reactions were within his expectations. Old Ginger truly was hotter than young Ginger. Compared to how crafty the Elder Hall master was, the law enforcement hall master's little tricks should be nothing. According to reason, the Elder Hall should be toying with the law enforcement hall. But how was it that the law enforcement hall was still so overbearing? Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. He felt like he was still too inexperienced. The Elder Hall was already using him. Although he had known that beheading Lu Minghan would make him enemies with the law enforcement hall, he had never regretted it. Back then, Lu Minghan had gone too far. However, he didn't like this kind of obscure feeling of being used. He didn't mind being a weapon for the Elder Hall, but he hoped they would be tougher rather than being so veiled. This made him feel uncertain. Long Chen is telling the truth. The Elder Hall has investigated his past and were sure that what he is saying is the truth. The Elder Hall master seemed to see through Long Chen's thoughts and opened his mouth for the first time. Long Chen was a bit surprised, but he quickly realized that the Elder Hall master was expressing his position for him so that he could be at ease. Originally, his greatest worry was that he would be tossed aside once he was finished being used. That would infuriate him. From the Phoenix Cry Empire, the 108th Monastery, the 36th Supermonastery, and then the Eastern Wastelands branch sect, he had already seen through these kinds of unspoken rules. He was aware that before he stabilized his own footing, the most important thing was to find a reliable backer. The Elder Hall was his best option now. He needed the Elder Hall, and the Elder Hall needed him. Working together would only bring benefits to both of them. The law enforcement hall master's expression became ugly once the Elder Hall master spoke. He knew he had fallen for a trap. Just now, he had said that these rank 3 celestials wouldn't be able to reach the king realm in their lifetimes. But his words had been too overconfident. Long Chen had only been at chi condensation when he was 15 years old. According to the theory he had just stated, such a person shouldn't even be called a cultivator. They were just a cripple. But now, Long Chen had reached the central plains and was contending against the heavenly geniuses. His words were now a slap in the face, and a very resounding one at that. There are always some people who run into a lucky chance. But can you say that every person will have your kind of luck as well? Retorted the law enforcement hall master. When we first followed boss, we weren't even celestials, said Guo Ran. He is right, none of the Dragonblood Legion's people were innate celestials. We've investigated it, and we can confirm it, said the Elder Hall master. Now the law enforcement hall master was even more infuriated, as he was slapped in the face once more. There was no way to retort, and all his paths had been blocked by Long Chen. Long Chen was using himself to tell everyone that sometimes, hard work was even more important than talent. There were no absolutes in this world, and people shouldn't be looked down upon just because they were less talented. Luo Fan, do you have anything else to add? Finally, the Zan Master opened his mouth. Reporting to Zan Master, disciple simply feels. The Zan Master waved his hand to cut him off. Don't answer beside the point. If you have nothing else to add, begin the badge awarding ceremony. Yes, the Law Enforcement Hall Master had no choice but to helplessly retreat. The Zan Master's meaning was clear, he had no ground to stand on, so don't say any more. In other words, he had to accept that these people would be inner sect disciples. Although he was unwilling, he was unable to find any reason to go against this. All disciples who passed the inner sect trial, step forward. Take your inner sect robes and badges. Starting today, you are the glorious inner sect disciples. Li Changfeng walked forward and announced. Cheering erupted, the loudest cheering coming from the people following Long Chen. They had succeeded. The Elder Hall's elders distributed the disciple robes as well as individual status badges. With these badges, they could withdraw a certain amount of resources each month and enter the cultivation grounds. Once everything was distributed, Li Changfeng continued, now we will distribute the core disciple badges. Kei Xinyan sneered while looking toward Long Chen. Only Hua Xiu looked toward him with some sympathy. She felt some pity for him as he had the power to be a core disciple. The disciples behind Long Chen became dim. They were the ones who had held him back. Hua Xiu, Hu Guoshan, Fan Song, Wang Zhen, Kei Xinyan, and Long Chen, come forth and receive your new robes and badges. Li Changfeng paused for a moment before saying Long Chen's name. Long Chen couldn't believe his ears. What, didn't he fail? Han Yunshan was the first to cry out. What's going on? He clearly failed, so why does he get a core disciple spot? Liu Kang, what do you think you're doing? Roared the Law Enforcement Hall Master. The Liu Kang he spoke of was the Elder Hall Master. I'm not doing anything. Long Chen has met the criteria to be a core disciple, said Liu Kang lightly. The Law Enforcement Hall Master, Luo Fan, was infuriated. He bowed toward the Zan Master and said, Zan Master, Liu Kang's conduct is an abuse of his position. Liu Kang, give me your reason, said the Zan Master. Liu Kang also bowed and said, reporting to Zan Master, the trial is just a kind of formality. We can't lose a genius because we are stuck adhering to the convention. The main goal of the trial is not to test the core disciples' power or potential, but their leadership capabilities. The reason the Dao sect spends so much to raise its core disciples is because it wishes to raise a genius commander to lead the junior generation. Long Chen led the weakest faction with the lowest talent, but all the way to the end. His faction's mortality rate was the lowest. He has a sharp vision, powerful charisma, and great wisdom. Furthermore, even while he was in the core disciple trial, when his faction met with danger, he didn't hesitate to give up the enticement of a core disciple spot to help his faction. This all embodies the elements of a commander. What nonsense! Commanders should view accomplishing their missions as their goals. If they failed their mission because of soft-heartedness, what kind of commander would they be? That would just be a trash commander. Sneered Luo Fan. Liu Kang looked at Luo Fan and shook his head. If you use any means necessary to accomplish the mission, then it can't count as success in the end. A commander who fails the mission because he protected his people is trash, but a commander who sacrifices his companions' lives to accomplish the mission is worse than trash. Long Chen hadn't expected that the refined and wily Elder Hall Master would be able to say such bold words. He couldn't help but feel some praise. His last words were said with emotion, or else there was no way it would strike people so deeply in the heart. He was definitely speaking his true feelings. You're just forcibly twisting logic. Raged Luo Fan. Logic is constant and cannot be twisted. It is the right of the Elder Hall to award Long Chen with a core disciple spot. If the Law Enforcement Hall is dissatisfied, you can file a complaint, but you have no right to interfere. Hall Master, you go beyond your authority. Liu Kang shook his head. His words didn't contain any anger, but they were so persuasive that it totally convinced people. One was refined and graceful, while the other was flustered. When placed side by side, the difference was stark. Long Chen shook his head. This Law Enforcement Hall Master was an idiot. Just how had he cultivated to reach his current level? Were the heavens that blind? If Long Chen were the Zan Master, he'd have long since slapped this idiot to death. He couldn't understand what this impenetrable Zan master was thinking. Long Chen has met the requirements for a core disciple. There's no need to fight over this matter, said the Zan master in a tone which said his words were final. The law enforcement hall master's expression immediately became exceedingly ugly, but he didn't dare to say anything. He knew that while the Zan master didn't normally interfere, no one could change the decisions he made. If he dared to retort, he would definitely have to endure his thunderous fury. Hua Xiu, Hu Guoshan, Fan Song, Wang Zhen, Kei Xinyan, and Long Chen walked up to the platform and received a beautiful case. Inside were their core disciple badges and robes. Long Chen, just wait. I won't let you off, whispered Kei Xinyan as he glanced sideways at Long Chen. Long Chen looked at him and coldly said, "Idiot, did you think I would let you off?" But the two of them were only able to exchange a few words before they had to return to their factions. The welcoming ceremony starts now. Activate the Xuantian blessing. The Xuantian tower suddenly lit up, countless runes revolving around it. Immortal spiritual qi began to descend upon the disciples. Everyone immediately felt their bodies lighten and all their pores open, greedily absorbing that hallowed aura. My spirit root is upgrading, and my spirit blood is being purified. Heavens, what kind of energy is this? The disciples went wild with excitement. Baptized under that aura, they felt their bodies undergoing some kind of metamorphosis. The men grew more handsome, and the women grew even more beautiful. This is the blessing of the Xuantian Tower, and it will be extremely beneficial to your future cultivation. You'll understand in the future. That's all. The welcoming ceremony is over, announced Li Changfeng. Tisk. Suddenly, a blood-red saber appeared and lightly cut across a hand. Fresh blood flowed onto a badge. Seeing Long Chen's actions, everyone's expressions changed. Chapter 1030 Using blood to ring the bell. The disciples had just begun to scatter when they saw Long Chen take out Blooddrinker and open a cut on his hand. His blood dripped onto his badge. The elders' expressions all changed. They immediately realized Long Chen was about to do something extremely crazy. The sound of a bell reverberated throughout the air, freezing all the exiting elders in their tracks. Only the Zan master's figure was already gone, and nobody knew when he had left. Kei Xinyan, I, Long Chen, use my status as a core disciple to issue you a life and death battle. Using my blood to ring the bell, I ask everyone to bear witness. Long Chen's saber was propped on the ground, his blood completely covering his badge. He had activated the battle pact mechanism inside the badge. Before the trial, the disciples had all been introduced to the Xuantian Dao sect's rules. Within those countless rules, there was one that said if disciples had irreconcilable enmities, they could initiate challenges to each other. However, there would be no suppressing of the weak. Challenges had to be between people on the same level. Inner sect disciples could only challenge inner sect disciples. They couldn't challenge outer sect disciples. The first thing Long Chen did after obtaining his core disciple badge was to issue a challenge, and it was no ordinary challenge. By using his blood to ring the bell, he had issued a life and death challenge. Only core disciples were qualified to issue life and death challenges. This kind of challenge represented that their enmity had reached the point of either you die or I die. Core disciples were all important pillars of the Xuantian Dao sect, and so the bell had to be tolled for a life and death challenge between them. It signified that the entire sect's attention had to be focused at such a time. Long Chen, don't be foolish. Li Changfeng's expression changed. Ha 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 ha. Good. You have guts, Long Chen. I accept. However, before Li Changfeng could finish speaking, Kei Xinyan had already bit his thumb and allowed his blood to drip onto his badge. The sound of a bell once more rang out, but this time, two pillars of light descended from the sky, enveloping the two of them. In that instant, their bodies became illusory and isolated by the light pillars. This was all in accordance with the triggering of a life and death challenge. Once it was confirmed and approved, the two of them would be transported to the life and death stage. All the disciples present were stunned. This turn of events had happened too suddenly. Before they could understand what was happening, the two of them were enveloped by those light pillars. But the Dragonblood warriors understood Long Chen, and they knew he wasn't capable of accepting things as they were. He had to get revenge for those disciples. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. The other disciples who had followed him also understood. But they had never expected Long Chen to care so much. That matter was already over, and Long Chen had already done more than his share for them. Even if things were left like this, they would be eternally grateful to him. The matter was already over, and those people were already dead, but Long Chen was unable to put down the killing intent in his heart. He had to get revenge for those people, or he wouldn't be able to rest. Even Hua Xiu, Wang Zhen, and the others were startled. Long Chen was definitely a madman. Madmen were too frightening. He refused to wait even a single night for revenge. Hu Guoshan and Fan Song sneered. In their eyes, Long Chen was simply looking to be killed. He had no idea just how powerful they were. There was an uncrossable divide between them. Han Yunshan, Wei Changhai, and Yan Mochen were all delighted as they had enmity with him. Han Yunshan had even been tormented by Long Chen and wished to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Hall Master Liu Kang, 2 core disciples have initiated a life and death challenge. What are you still hesitating for? Sneered Luo Fan sinisterly. He hadn't expected there to be such a turnaround. This fortune had come too suddenly. With Long Chen taking the initiative to kill himself, he was already impatient. The two of them had already finished the formalities. All they needed was Liu Kang's approval and the life and death martial stage would be opened. Now seeing Liu Kang standing there silently, Luo Fan couldn't help but urge him. He longed to see the sight of Long Chen being killed. Liu Kang suddenly smiled. In the beginning, he had also been shocked by Long Chen's actions. He wasn't able to understand what Long Chen was thinking, and just as he had been wondering if he should permit them to fight or not, a voice rang out in his head, allowing him to relax. He took out a foot-long chessboard. Thousands of runes were revolving over that chessboard, making it a dazzling sight. This was a tool to control the Xuantian Dao sect's thousands of trial and cultivation regions. Seeing that, a trace of envy appeared in Luo Fan's eyes. The reason the Elder Hall possessed so much authority was because they controlled so many resources. As for the Law Enforcement Hall, they only had the authority to enforce the laws of the sect. Although they were an important department, their prestige was not as high as the Elder Halls. It is not permitted to initiate life and death challenges for the first 3 months after joining the sect. But since you have so much anger, I will permit you to fight. However, you may not kill your opponent. If you agree, the battle can advance. If you don't, then the challenge will be revoked. If you still fight in private, you will receive a heavy punishment, declared Liu Kang. In reality, these were not Liu Kang's words, but the words of someone above him. He was just following their instructions. Disciple accepts, shouted Kei Xinyan. Disciple also accepts, said Long Chen. The two of you better take note. Don't try to harbor any evil thoughts and accidentally kill your opponent. If you do, you will be expelled from the Xuantian Dao sect, warned Liu Kang. Don't worry, I won't kill him. Killing him would be letting him off too easily, said Kei Xinyan, a sinister expression on his face. Long Chen didn't say anything. Wasn't it just being expelled? Then it was fine. Seeing that two of them had no objections, Liu Kang activated the chessboard. The scene before everyone changed as they appeared in front of a huge martial stage, with Long Chen and Kei Xinyan standing in the middle of it. Within an underground palace at the core of the Xuantian Dao sect, the Zan master was sitting on a prayer mat, an ancient chessboard in front of him. The chessboard was covered in pieces, and the white and black pieces were in a deadlock. The Zan master looked at the chessboard, a white piece in his hand. Even after a long time, he was unable to place it. In the end, he placed the piece in his hand in an unremarkable corner. An aged voice rang out. A meaningless move. The voice had come from in front of the Zan master. It was like someone was sitting in front of him on the other side of the chessboard. But it was impossible to see anyone. I don't believe so. Whether it has meaning or not, what should be done should be done. Without taking a few steps, how will I clearly see the whole situation? Said the Zan master lazily. Are you saying you don't believe me? Said that ancient voice, a bit of dissatisfaction in its voice. This little one doesn't dare. For that little fellow, you pulled me out of seclusion. You know, I had just begun to grasp a bit, said the Zan master helplessly. If it wasn't something so important, why would I pull you out? The reincarnation mirror has already issued a warning that the person who caused it to crack back then has arrived. I already warned Liu Kang and them not to make things easy or hard for Long Chen. But that little fellow has a terrifying origin. The reincarnation mirror only saw the tip of the iceberg before it also broke apart. He's most likely a divergent. Now that he has come to the Xuantian Dao sect, it could be an immensely good thing, or it could cause the entire sect to be destroyed. So I need you to be serious, warned that ancient voice. If you're going to watch me so closely, why not just do it yourself? The Zan master bitterly smiled. What nonsense, I'm also at a critical juncture and need to go into seclusion. How do I have time to watch over him? Snorted the voice. Then since you've left this matter to me, just let me handle it. Don't stare at me like a hawk. I have my own style of handling things, and there's no need for you to worry, said the Zan master. Fine, I'll leave it to you. That ancient voice stopped speaking, leaving behind only the Zan master staring at the chessboard. It was unknown how many years this game had been going on. Things were in a complete deadlock, and no matter what move he made, it wouldn't change things. Once a deadlock is broken, I'll have to spend some time thinking of the next arrangement. Victory or defeat is unpredictable, sighed the Zan master after a long time. Atop the martial stage, Long Chen and Kei Xinyan glared at each other, their killing intent for the other not at all concealed. The air was taut. Can senior apprentice brother Long Chen win? Asked one disciple worriedly. Starting today, you'll have to remember not to call him senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Call him boss, because boss already treats you as brothers. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen doesn't sound mighty or domineering enough. Secondly, you'll have to remember that boss is an undefeatable battle god. At the very least, in the same realm, he won't lose to anyone, said Guo Ran. Guo Ran understood Long Chen the best. He knew that at the beginning, Long Chen had merely felt some pity for these disciples. He hadn't been thinking too much about it, and he had just been planning on helping them out a bit. But as they cooperated and formed bonds of trust, choosing to give their lives to their companions during the crisis, his feelings had changed. He had thought of the beginning of the Dragonblood Legion. People's emotions were strange things. It was unknown when his feelings had changed exactly, but Guo Ran knew that Long Chen was already planning on leading these hot-blooded men. Many thanks, Boss Guo Ran. I understand, said the disciple gratefully. What the fuck, there's only one boss. You can't call me that, or I'll be beaten. If you want to praise me, you can call me handsome god, said Guo Ran. Stop talking. Boss is about to attack. Ji Yu Yong cut the two of them off. They hastily looked toward the martial stage. Chapter 1031 Calamities provoked by a slutty mouth. The 30-mile martial stage was formed of cyan bricks, looking like one solid body. 4 pillars soared into the heavens from the 4 corners of the stage, and a bright light enveloped the martial stage, keeping everyone else outside. At the center, Long Chen and Kei Xinyan glared at each other. Kei Xinyan had launched a sneak attack against Long Chen's flame dragon so that he could devour it with his earth flame. But he had met with cataclysmic failure, his own flame beast being taken away from him. Now, seeing the culprit standing before him, he was full of hatred. Long Chen, rejoice that this place is the Xuantian Dao sect. Otherwise, I'd cut you into 1,000 pieces. However, just because I can't kill you doesn't mean I can't cripple you and make you pay the price. Long Chen looked back at Kei Xinyan and shook his head. You're just an idiot. Did you really think that this matter is so simple? You think the enmity between us is limited to an earth flame beast? You're wrong, very wrong. To stop me from getting a core disciple spot, you sneak attacked my flame dragon. Originally, that should have just been a private enmity between us. For those who walk on the path of cultivation, fierce competition and fighting is only natural. That's not wrong, but idiot, you should look at the situation. In that kind of critical moment, your actions caused the deaths of over 10,000 innocent disciples. Did you think this matter would end just like that? In this world, there's no one that can forever look down on others. Perhaps in your eyes, or perhaps in the eyes of the sect's rules, your actions weren't a mistake. You also have an excuse to avoid punishment. But there are always people that don't tread the usual paths. For example, me. I don't need to use the rules to punish you, nor do I need to gather something as senseless as proof. I prefer being straightforward and direct. To me, rules are all nonsense. Now that you've come onto the martial stage, of the two of us, only one can leave alive. Long Chen's voice was ice cold and full of unquestionable resolve. He had decided, no matter what the price was, he had to kill this idiot. Even if he had to be expelled from the Xuantian Dao sect. Other than the Dragonblood warriors, everyone else was startled. So Long Chen's previous agreement had been nothing more than a formality. His goal to kill Kei Xinyan hadn't changed. Ha 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 ha, you want to kill me? Good, what a grand desire. But trash who isn't even a celestial wouldn't be able to achieve such a dream in their lifetime. Laughed Kei Xinyan. As a peak heavenly genius, he had never encountered someone arrogant enough to say they would kill him. Hu Guoshan, Wang Zhen, and Fan Song sneered disdainfully. Even Hua Xiu shook her head. Big sister Xiu, can Long Chen win? Asked Zhao Ziyan worriedly. Although Long Chen's refusal to allow her to join the Dragonblood Legion twice made her feel bad, it didn't affect the image of Long Chen in her heart. In her eyes, Long Chen was an energetic and positive figure whose humorous way of speaking had warmed her heart. Now seeing Hu Guoshan and the others' expressions, her heart sank. His chances are very low. Well, to put it more bluntly, he has no chance at all, said Hua Xiu. Are you sure? Long Chen is extremely powerful, said Zhao Ziyan. Foolish girl, although you're also a rank 5 celestial, you haven't gone through the baptism of a spirit pool. Without reaching the point of merging with heaven and earth, there are many things you don't understand. Although Long Chen is one of those stinky men, at least he's a real man, unlike those arrogant and presumptuous men who think all the world's women should be theirs. However, he isn't a celestial, and even if he encountered some kind of miracle, the difference is clear. He cannot make up for it, said Hua Xiu. Despite not having a favorable opinion of his odds, for someone who disliked men so much like Hua Xiu to say such words clearly showed that Long Chen's display after their initial conflict had won him some admiration from her. However, admiration was just admiration. She didn't think highly of his hot-headedness or his lack of intelligence. Today, even if he doesn't die, he'll at least be crippled. That's the consequences of being such a slut, sneered Wei Chenghai suddenly. He had always been bitterly pursuing Zhao Ziyan, while Zhao Ziyan always hid from him, refusing to face him. Although he never encountered success, Wei Chenghai didn't give up. But ever since that day when he had seen Zhao Ziyan speaking with Long Chen, things had changed. She had never spoken to him like that, nor had she ever smiled like that around him. In his fury, he had attacked Long Chen only to get repeatedly slapped in return. His hatred for Long Chen had reached an extreme level, which was why he was delighted that Long Chen would send himself to his death by challenging Cai Xinyan. Hearing Zhao Ziyan voice her worry for Long Chen, his fury ignited again. He had lost a great deal of face because of Long Chen, and even his urge to pursue Zhao Ziyan had weakened because of him. Furthermore, Zhao Ziyan now seemed to hate him as well. As for calling him a slut, it was a play on words. He was cursing Long Chen, but he was also cursing Zhao Ziyan with the word slut was usually used to curse women. But Wei Chenghai didn't expect that this one word would bring a calamity onto him. He had forgotten that Hua Xiu was standing right there. Countless flower petals suddenly condensed into a spear and stabbed through Wei Chenghai's heart, leaving a large hole in his chest. Clean your filthy mouth. Next time you say something like that, I'll slaughter you, said Hua Xiu coldly. No one had expected Hua Xiu to attack suddenly. Furthermore, her attack was so vicious and had come with no warning at all. She didn't give Wei Chenghai any chance to dodge. That shocked everyone. Was the difference between rank 5 celestials truly so great? If Hua Xiu had wanted to kill Wei Chenghai, he would already be dead. Wei Chenghai was startled and infuriated, but he had only just opened his mouth when he coughed up blood. He was horrified to find that he was unable to heal his injury. With his heart destroyed and his blood pouring out, he was rapidly weakening. Hua Xiu's attack had contained a strange energy that rendered his heavenly Dao energy ineffective. If this continued, he really would run out of blood and die. Suddenly, a large hand patted Wei Chenghai's body, spreading a strange fluctuation that eliminated Hua Xiu's energy. Only then was Wei Chenghai able to use his heavenly Dao energy to heal. But even after healing the injury, he had lost a huge amount of blood and his face was as pale as paper. He stared at Hua Xiu in terror, finally realizing how terrifying this woman was. Hua Xiu, you went too far. Hu Guoshan frowned, pulling back his hand. If it hadn't been for him, Wei Chenghai would have been in trouble. As soon as Wei Chenghai had said the word slut, Hu Guoshan had had a bad feeling. He had been about to chide him, but it had been too late. Wei Chenghai's words might have been offensive, but no matter what, he was Hu Guoshan's subordinate. Even if you wanted to beat a dog, you had to see who the owner was first. Hua Xiu's attack was also a slap to Hu Guoshan's face. Do you see? This is the difference. Long Chen has no chance of victory, said Hua Xiu to Zhao Ziyan as if she hadn't heard Hu Guoshan. Hu Guoshan's expression sank. What, do you want to challenge me? Hua Xiu, never fear any stinky man. If you want to fight, let's fight. Hua Xiu's eyes turned cold. Hua Xiu had always appeared like an arrogant fairy, but she had the right to be full of herself. Not only was she as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, but she also had such terrifying combat strength. Amongst the core disciples, she had defeated her silver lizard the fastest. Although the others had been holding back, wuxia had also yet to reveal her true power. At least on the surface, it seemed like she was the strongest since she had obtained her core disciple spot first. HMPH, we'll have an opportunity for that later, snorted Hu Guishan before turning silent. He was extremely apprehensive of wuxia, but he wasn't afraid. It was just that now wasn't the time to make enemies. The elders frowned. How was it that the youngsters these days didn't have the slightest bit of respect anymore? Did they not see that they were right there? This scuffle drew quite a bit of attention, but their conflict didn't grow any further, so everyone's attention once more focused on the two people on the martial stage. Neither Long Chen nor Cai Xinyan had seen what was happening outside. The martial stage was special, and every one of their actions was projected so that the people outside could see it clearly. However, the ones inside were isolated from the outside world so that they could fight without any distractions. The two of them didn't know that before they started fighting, a rank 5 celestial had almost caused his own death because of one word. Long Chen, trying to anger me is useless. I'm not stupid enough to kill you, and I won't give up my future prospects because of trash like you. However, I'll crush you like the dog you are on this martial stage. Cai Xinyan suddenly clapped his hands together. Roaring rang out as a huge flame leopard appeared on the martial stage. Chapter 1032 Heavenly Net Earth Core Blaze. As soon as that flame leopard appeared, it let out a heaven-shaking roar. It was now no longer 5 miles long, but 8. The other thing different from before was the light circulating inside and outside the leopard's body. Powerful pressure caused the space around it to twist. He actually hid his flame beast's power. The Dragonblood warriors were startled. During the inner sect trial, the flame beast Cai Xinyan had summoned hadn't possessed this power. It wasn't just them, all the disciples who had participated in that trial were shocked. Originally, they had thought that the core disciples had been forced to use their full power in the core disciple trial. They hadn't thought that they had been holding back. It was clear that Cai Xinyan hadn't used his full power, or if he had shown this power back then, he probably would have been the one to obtain the first core disciple spot. Long Chen, it's too late to beg for mercy now. Today, I'll make you live a life worse than death. The flame leopard was glaring at Long Chen, and it was already beginning to store up energy. As long as Cai Xinyan gave the order, it would immediately launch an attack. Only once you were standing in front of such an enormous flame beast would you know how terrifying it was. Just its aura would make others unable to breathe. The martial stage's barrier prevented the outside world's auras from entering, but the auras inside could come out. However, due to the barrier, it didn't have any threat to the people outside. But even then, the level of its aura still made these disciples feel like there was a stone crushing their hearts. It made their hair stand on end. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? You think a single earth flame beast can make me kneel and beg? Are you sure you have a brain? Sneered Long Chen. You still can't see the reality now. This earth flame beast is my true trump card. The heart-rending salamander flame you devoured is only ranked 93 on the earth flame rankings. But my heavenly net earth core blaze is ranked 85. Its power is several times that of the heart-rending salamander flame, and if I wasn't unwilling, I'd have long since let it devour my other earth flame. You really overate yourself. Do you know how laughable you are? My things aren't so easy to devour. I will take back 10 times what you took from me. The flame leopard behind Cai Xinyan roared and suddenly launched a claw at Long Chen. That claw was like a small mountain. But what shocked everyone was that Long Chen didn't dodge. Instead, he sent out a punch. Boom! The entire martial stage shook. The flame leopard was forced back by Long Chen's punch. As for Long Chen, he was also knocked back a few hundred meters. Fool, do you think refusing to release your earth flame will save it from being devoured? Don't worry, as long as I defeat you, extracting your earth flame will be of no effort at all for me. Cai Xinyan stood with his hands clasped behind him. He had no intention of directly attacking, implying that just his flame leopard was enough to handle Long Chen. Long Chen didn't reply. He continued to fight with his fists against the flame leopard, but he was forced to repeatedly fall back. Will boss be alright? Asked a disciple beside Guo Ran. Are you joking? They're still just in the process of probing each other. Furthermore, boss's power surpasses your imagination. Just watch, replied Guo Ran. That flame leopard's power was absolutely shocking. Each one of its blows could shatter mountains. Watching this, the disciples all had to admire the power of a core disciple. Any of these attacks could easily kill them. But despite what Guo Ran said, they were worried to see Long Chen repeatedly being forced back. People all had sympathy for the weak, and in their eyes, they had long since labeled Long Chen the weak one. The women were especially sympathetic. Although Long Chen wasn't especially handsome, red flowers always needed green leaves to set themselves off. Compared to Xianxia, who arrogantly looked down upon everyone else, Long Chen appeared exceptionally handsome and moving. The majority of the disciples here hadn't participated in the inner sect trial and didn't know what had happened. But just from the words between the two of them, they knew Long Chen was getting revenge for people who had died because of Xianxia. That made them feel even more sympathetic. "You can do it, Long Chen," cried a woman in the crowd suddenly. "What the fuck? How am I supposed to live like this?" Guo Ran was dumbfounded. When did his boss's charisma grow to this level? When he was a poser, he had people worship him, and when he wasn't a poser, people sympathized with him. Why was it that he didn't have the same luck? With one person taking the lead, quite a few people began to cheer for Long Chen, with the majority of them being women. Tang Waner couldn't help but laugh. Did that scoundrel really possess this much charisma? Why was it that she had never managed to see such a thing? "Stop shouting, you're annoying. The ones inside can't hear the sounds from outside," roared Han Yunshan. Seeing so many people sympathizing with Long Chen, he was infuriated. Han Yunshan truly did lack brains. He didn't even understand the simple rule that he shouldn't roar at women, especially not a group of women. How could you be so coarse? If we want to cheer, we'll cheer. What does it have to do with you? Exactly, if you don't want to listen, then don't listen. By shouting even louder, aren't you just being more annoying? HMPH, I can tell you're a bad person with just a look. You're definitely jealous of him. Quite a few people hadn't even been cheering at first, but because of Han Yunshan's roar, they joined in just to irritate him. "You damn slew." Han Yunshan suddenly felt an icy killing intent lock onto him, and all his hair stood on end. Everyone looked at him oddly. Continue. Hua Xiu looked indifferently at Han Yunshan. A drop of sweat dripped off Han Yunshan's forehead and onto the ground. He felt like his back had been drenched in sweat in an instant. He had almost forgotten there was a terrifying fiend near him. Wei Changhai had almost lost his life because of his mouth. If he committed a second violation, he didn't know if there would even be a Han Yunshan in this world any longer. Han Yunshan shut his mouth, refusing to say a word. Even his lower mouth was clenched tight, as he was afraid the slightest fart might end his life. Seeing this, the flower petals around Hua Xiu slowly faded and she continued looking at the martial stage. At this time, Long Chen had been forced into a corner by the flame leopard. It roared and launched a claw at him. This time, there was nowhere to dodge. The huge claw landed on the martial stage. Quite a few people jumped, thinking Long Chen had been crushed. "What speed?" cried someone suddenly. At some unknown point, Long Chen had appeared in the air and launched a vicious kick at the flame leopard's head. The flame leopard smashed into the barrier and then rebounded back. It let out a furious roar and released a flame sphere that shot toward Long Chen. It was huge, and Long Chen didn't even have a chance to dodge before he was struck. Startled cries rang out from the disciples. This had happened too suddenly. Had Long Chen only just launched a counterattack before being killed? A dragon's cry rang out. A 10-mile flame dragon appeared and smashed apart the flame sphere with its tail. Long Chen was surrounded by flickering lightning as he floated in the air. The huge flame dragon circled around him, and a powerful aura began to rise. That was a kind of formless energy that caused the Dragonblood warriors to burst into cheers. Boss is finally getting serious. This aura was something the Dragonblood warriors were familiar with. It meant that Long Chen's warm-up was finished and the true battle was about to start. When this aura permeated through the barrier, the Hall Master's expressions changed. "This will." He walks the undefeatable Tao. This aura was too clear for them. It was incomparably arrogant and domineering. Only an expert who had never once tasted defeat could possess such a thing. The disciples didn't understand what this aura signified, but it made them tremble. "You're finally willing to bring out your rations to feed my earth flame beast," sneered Xianxia. "Yes, but I'm worried your earth flame beast doesn't have the stomach for it." Long Chen extended another hand. His arm shook and another dragon cry rang out. Another 10-mile dragon appeared, this one formed of lightning. Chapter 1033 The True Power of Being Merged with Heaven and Earth. The two dragons coiled around each other, their dragon cries shaking the sky. Blazing light came from them that dazzled the people outside. Long Chen was like a god as he stood in the midst of those two dragons. The disciples outside had seen countless experts, but they had never seen someone who appeared so domineering. Long Chen's domineeringness was not an external appearance, but something that came from his bones. It usually didn't reveal itself, but when he began to fight for real, it would unconsciously awaken. It wasn't even something that Long Chen did on purpose. It was a sign of the 9-star hegemon body art and impossible to hide. When Long Chen circulated the 9-star hegemon body art, that wild, domineering aura would spread. That was an aura that refused to be one with heaven and earth. The Central Plains disciples had never seen such a thing, but the Dragonblood warriors were familiar with the sight, and their blood began to boil. The sight of Long Chen, standing in the air with the two brilliant dragons around him, also possessed a special effect on the women who were still in the springtime of their youth. How handsome! One of the Heaven Female Alliance's maidens involuntarily clenched her hands in front of her, looking worshipfully at that figure on the martial stage. "What's so handsome about a stinky man? You're not allowed to worship him," ordered Hua Xiu coldly. But even as she said this, she had to admit that Long Chen's current appearance was worth a second look. "You think that summoning two little pieces of crap will allow you to fight against me? Your flame dragon will be my beast's food." Ke Xinyan had absolute confidence in his earth flame beast. "Show him just who is the food," ordered Long Chen. Huo Long and Lei Long both roared and charged at Ke Xinyan's flame beast. "Devour them." Ke Xinyan also gave his flame beast an order. The flame leopard roared and pounced. Originally, the flame and lightning dragons had been flying separately. But on the way, they suddenly coiled around each other, forming a flame and lightning twister. Flames and lightning erupted, instantly filling the entire barrier. The disciples outside were unable to see the situation inside any longer, as all they saw was chaos. But even standing outside, they could feel the ground constantly shaking. "What's going on inside?" cried some of the disciples. The Elder Hall Master muttered to himself and slowly extended his hands. Forming 3 hand seals, the martial stage and the barrier began to rapidly expand. The disciples cried out in shock and hastily fell back. In just a few breaths, the martial stage had grown by 10 times. As it expanded, the scene inside grew clearer. They saw a lightning and flame dragon fighting intensely against a flame leopard. Each time their huge bodies collided, it would cause the ground to shake. It was an incredibly crazy and fierce fight that shocked all of them. Ke Xinyan hadn't expected that Long Chen's flame and lightning dragons would be able to contend evenly with his earth flame beast. For the moment, there was no way to determine victory or defeat. That was completely different from the result he had imagined. He thought that Long Chen's flame dragon wouldn't have had time to completely refine his first earth flame yet. And even if it had, its power would only barely be able to match the heart-rending salamander flame. It definitely would not surpass it. That was because Long Chen's flame dragon's power had been weaker. Even after devouring it, its power would not surpass the heart-rending salamander flame. As for the current earth flame beast, it was ranked 85th, and it was much, much stronger than the heart-rending salamander flame. It would be able to easily devour it. He had always been hesitating about whether or not he should allow his heavenly net earth core blaze to devour his heart-rending salamander flame. That would strengthen the heavenly net earth core blaze, but he had never been willing to do so, as both these earth flames had cost him endless sweat and blood to raise. Of course, he had never imagined that one would be devoured by Long Chen. So now, Ke Xinyan wanted the heavenly net earth core blaze to devour Long Chen's flame dragon. That would be like devouring 2 earth flames for the price of 1. But then he was startled to find that the flame dragon was stronger than he had imagined. Although its actual power was at most a match for the heart-rending salamander flame, it actually possessed battle tactics and knew how to cooperate with the lightning dragon to attack. That was the thing that Ke Xinyan found most unbelievable. Although earth flames had spirits, their intelligence was extremely limited. Everything they did occurred instinctively, and being able to listen to a few simple orders was the limit. But Long Chen's lightning and flame dragons were extremely smart and knew how to cooperate. It was only through this cooperation that they managed to fight evenly against his flame leopard, whose power far surpassed theirs. What Ke Xinyan didn't know was that Long Chen's earth flame had been harvested while it had been extremely young and immature. There had been great room for growth and molding, and as a result of Long Chen's attention and care, it was extremely devoted to him. But Ke Xinyan's earth flames were different. They had been forcibly subdued with secret arts when they had already been fully mature. They didn't dare to refuse his orders, and as a result, there were many things that couldn't be communicated. Earth flames would normally slowly mature in well-hidden regions during their youth. They wouldn't be easily noticed, and when they dared to go out, they were mostly fully matured. So it was very difficult to find immature earth flames. Furthermore, Ke Xinyan was startled by the lightning dragon. Since it was formed of lightning, it wasn't afraid of the flame leopard tearing at it. Even if it bit off a piece of its body, all it got were some lightning runes. The flame leopard was unable to devour lightning runes, and those runes would return to the lightning dragon's body eventually. While the lightning dragon was the main fighter, the flame dragon would constantly nip and bite at the flame leopard, occasionally managing to get a bite. Although there was no way for it to immediately digest that energy and strengthen itself, a flame beast that lost its core runes would gradually weaken. 1 or 2 bites wasn't a big problem, but if it continued, his flame leopard would only grow weaker, and sooner or later, it would be completely devoured. So the reason you allowed yourself to be entangled with my earth flame beast was to figure out its attack patterns and weaknesses. Ke Xinyan clenched his teeth. He knew he had been schemed against. Seeing this situation, it was all too clear. The 2 dragons were cooperating perfectly, while his flame leopard was unable to strike them. Instead, it was constantly being bitten by the flame dragon, and when it went to attack the flame dragon, the lightning dragon would stop it. When the people outside heard this, they finally understood why Long Chen had been forced back repeatedly by the flame leopard. As for when he had kicked away the flame leopard, he must have already figured out all there was to figure out about the flame leopard and hadn't wanted to waste any more time. Don't you think saying that now is a bit meaningless? Bring out your full power. This isn't a game, nor is it the time to be a poser. This is revenge, said Long Chen. Ha 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 ha. Ke Xinyan raised his head and laughed. He was completely infuriated now. Long Chen kept saying he would get revenge on him, and now he was tired of hearing it. Just as he was about to speak, a large hand came from a strange angle and struck Ke Xinyan while he wasn't expecting it at all. The huge power behind it sent him flying. This face-slapping art is probably unrivaled beneath the heavens, sighed the elder Hall Master. All the Hall Masters, other than the Law Enforcement Hall Master, nodded inside. This move of Long Chen's had already touched upon the realm of a natural Tao. From the moment he launched it to the point it struck, it was flawless as if it had been created by the heavens. Even for them, this was the first time seeing such a face-slapping art. The disciples that were just watching for fun were startled, but they mostly found it comedic. A Grand Rank 5 Celestial was actually slapped in the face. Bastard, I'll kill you, roared Ke Xinyan. Probably, anyone on his level would be unable to bear being slapped in the face like this. This was the only time he had ever been slapped in the face. 5 colored runes erupted, forming chains in the air. The chains were constantly moving like thousands of tentacles. It looked like there was a huge, 5-colored spider web behind Ke Xinyan. But as soon as it appeared, all the disciples' expressions changed. They were horrified to find that in that instant, they were unable to sense any heavenly Tao energy. It was like the world's heavenly Tao energy had all been sucked away by Ke Xinyan. As for Ke Xinyan, it was practically possible to see heavenly Tao energy poured toward him like hundreds of streams. His aura was crazily climbing. Do you see it? This is the difference. That's why I said Long Chen has no chance. A celestial who has reached the realm of merging with heaven and earth can instantly absorb all the heavenly Tao energy around them for their own use. Unless others have also reached the realm of merging with heaven and earth, they'll find themselves without any energy. Just how are they supposed to fight? Sighed Hua Xiu. It wasn't just Zhao Ziyan she was talking to. All the disciples heard it. Over 99% of them hadn't known about this, as they didn't have the qualifications to know about such a thing. Seeing Ke Xinyan's aura rapidly climbing, they felt a profound sense of helplessness. Although they were also celestials, they were completely suppressed. As for Han Yunshan, Wei Changhai, and Yan Mochen, they finally understood just how great the difference was between them and these monsters. Long Chen, now do you understand the difference between us? A piece of trash like you isn't even fit to carry my shoes. Hurry up and die. Once Ke Xinyan's aura reached an unprecedented level, raging chi waves continuously poured out of him. All I know is that the difference between us is that one is a person, and the other is an idiot. Today, I'll let you see just how great the difference between a person and an idiot is. Divine Ring, Chapter 1034. Activating his spirit blood. That cry was like the cry of a god, shaking the world and penetrating people to their cores. The four chi seas below the Feng Fu star, Alioth star, Life Fate star, and Enlightenment Palace star fully activated, and boundless energy surged within him. A red, orange, yellow, and green ring appeared behind him. It caused the void to rumble, and even the barrier of the martial stage began to shake. The four-colored, 3,000-meter divine ring revolved. It seemed to contain the greatest principles of heaven and earth within it, as if it possessed the entire world's laws. It was sacred and divine. This was Long Chen's first time fully activating the divine ring since arriving in the Central Plains. What kind of technique is this? Even the barrier is being affected. The Elder Hall Master was shocked. Long Chen's divine ring was loosening the barrier. This barrier was not an ordinary one. Even foundation forging experts wouldn't necessarily be able to shake it, as it was extremely tough. Those below the Jade Core realm were normally unable to damage it. But Long Chen's divine ring seemed to possess some strange energy that was disturbing the barrier. The Elder Hall Master sank into thought for a moment, and then decided to secretly increase the power of the barrier to make sure it was secure. The divine ring was absolutely shocking and drew everyone's attention. But no one noticed a man standing in the air, calmly looking at the divine ring behind Long Chen. That person was the Zan Master. Even as he stood there, no one was capable of noticing him, not even the Hall Masters. Seeing this divine ring, the Zan Master's expression finally turned a bit grave, and he was lost in thought. The divine ring's manifestation had completely suppressed the manifestation of Kei Xinyan's cry of the heavenly Taos and his merging with heaven and earth. That shocked Kei Xinyan. Having activated the manifestation of merging with heaven and earth, he had sucked all the heavenly Tao energy dry. Theoretically, he could suppress any celestial in this space. However, he was unable to sense Long Chen's existence and use his heavenly Tao energy to lock onto him. It was like Long Chen was a fish, and Kei Xinyan's heavenly Tao energy was water. No matter how much water he used, he wouldn't be able to drown Long Chen. Kei Xinyan didn't realize that Long Chen's divine ring didn't draw heavenly Tao energy. As a result, his heavenly Tao manifestation had no effect on Long Chen. As for Long Chen himself, he had no dependence on heavenly Tao energy, and so Kei Xinyan's powerful cry of the heavenly Taos, which was fatal against other celestial, was useless against him. So what if you have a trump card? In front of absolute power, you're still just garbage, shouted Kei Xinyan. The spiderweb-like heavenly Tao runes suddenly shot toward Long Chen, and Kei Xinyan also slashed his flame blade at Long Chen's head. Long Chen slashed Blooddrinker out, clashing with Kei Xinyan's flame blade. A powerful explosion rocked the heavens. Long Chen was surprised. Even with his divine ring, he was unable to shatter Kei Xinyan's flame blade. Fool, do you think I condensed my flame blade with some ordinary magical art? This is a flame cultivator's core flame, the wellspring of my power. You thought you'd break it with one blow? Laughable, Kei Xinyan sneered. His flame blade suddenly transformed into a spear and stabbed toward Long Chen. This sudden change came without any warning. Long Chen hastily tilted Blooddrinker to block the flame spear. But just at this moment, a crafty light appeared in Kei Xinyan's eyes. A flame sword appeared in Kei Xinyan's other hand. He stabbed it at Long Chen's ribcage. This flame sword was extremely strange. It was not formed of flame runes and was just like a normal weapon that was incomparably sharp. Even before it arrived, Long Chen felt goosebumps. If he was struck, his body would be instantly pierced. Blooddrinker suddenly released a suction force that drew in Kei Xinyan's spear. Long Chen borrowed that power to dodge his sword. Did you think that would work? Kei Xinyan's spear vanished and now Long Chen had no way to borrow his power to dodge. The flame sword in Kei Xinyan's other hand suddenly explosively grew and stabbed toward Long Chen. Despite Long Chen doing his best to dodge, the flame sword still slashed across his waist. It left behind a long cut, and Long Chen's blood poured out. What startled people was that despite that flame sword looking like it was formed of condensed flames, there was no heat. It didn't cauterize his wound. What is going on? Asked Zhao Ziyan. When heat is compressed through special magical arts, it transforms into sharpness, and one's core energy can transform freely as they please, said Hua Xiu. Quite a few people jumped upon seeing Long Chen injured. The women supporting Long Chen all turned ashen. That had been too close, and he had almost been pierced through the heart. But as soon as Long Chen was injured and began bleeding, his body curved and he sent a kick straight at Kei Xinyan's nose. Crack! Kei Xinyan let out a pained groan and was sent flying. Everyone jumped in shock once more. Just as they had thought the trend of the battle had been decided, Long Chen struck back. Long Chen sensed some kind of energy that was constantly trying to break his body apart within his injury. However, as soon as he activated the primal chaos bead, its life energy instantly healed him. Long Chen was already charging at Kei Xinyan again. Kei Xinyan had only just used his heavenly Tao energy to heal, but tears still covered his face. Of course, that wasn't from being moved, but because Long Chen's kick had irritated his tear ducts. His injury had healed, but he had yet to wipe away those tears. With his turbid sight, all he managed to see was a red blur coming toward him. He was shocked. The surrounding heavenly Tao energy had been seized by him. Others were unable to use it to heal, but Long Chen healed even faster than he did. Long Chen fiercely slashed down with his saber. An incomparably heavy aura locked down Kei Xinyan. With Long Chen's fierce attack coming right at him, Kei Xinyan couldn't bother with how Long Chen had healed. All he could do was block. Astral winds erupted. Kei Xinyan was sent flying by Long Chen's attack, shocking everyone. This is the heaven-splitting battle sect's unique battle skill. How did he learn it? Cried some of the elders in shock. Split the heavens. Form and domineering aura were extremely easy to recognize. All the elders saw through the origin of this attack. Li Changfeng and Lu Minghan had learned about Long Chen's split the heavens back then. But upon returning, they had only reported it to the higher-ups. The others hadn't learned of it. The elders were unable to comprehend how Long Chen had learned the heaven-splitting battle sect's core B technique. The heaven-splitting battle sect was filled with only unreasonable fellows who definitely would not allow other sects, disciples to learn split the heavens. Meteor fire rain. Being sent flying twice, Kei Xinyan was infuriated. Forming hand seals in the air, countless flame spheres condensed high in the sky and shot down at Long Chen. Each one of them was like a powerful meteorite, and they completely hid the sun. When the meteorites landed on the ground, they exploded and raging flames covered the land. The place Long Chen was standing turned into a sea of flames. Suddenly, Long Chen charged out of the flames, lightning flickering around him. He arrived right in front of Kei Xinyan like a phantom, and he slashed with his saber. Long Chen had only just arrived beside Kei Xinyan when his expression suddenly changed. He shot backward as countless flame spears shot out of the ground. If it weren't for his sudden retreat, he would definitely have been struck. As it was, he only narrowly avoided this trap Kei Xinyan had set. Long Chen fell back 7 times, just enough to dodge this trap. But when he took his 8th step, his figure suddenly vanished. When he appeared once more, he was once again by Kei Xinyan's side and attacked him. Everyone was shocked. They suddenly realized why Long Chen's 7 steps had appeared odd. He had been accumulating energy through them. It was an incredibly outrageous tactic. However, Long Chen's saber missed. Kei Xinyan had dodged his attack and appeared in the air. The disciples were all startled. The two of them were incredibly fast with lightning reaction speeds. Their offensive and defensive moves all came without the slightest warning. This speed was something they could never hope to keep up with. Just trying to keep track of their bodies was very difficult. Long Chen's blood-colored saber was incredibly fierce, while Kei Xinyan's core flame continuously transformed into different weapons. Furthermore, he could unleash them from any part of his body, giving them great killing power. Their intense fight dazzled the disciples. As for the lightning dragon and flame dragon's fight against the flame leopard, victory or defeat had yet to be decided. They were still locked in an intense battle. He's not a celestial, but he can contend against a rank 5 celestial. This Long Chen is truly powerful. Seeing that Long Chen wasn't at the slightest disadvantage against Kei Xinyan caused people's hearts to pound. As for the women who had been worried for him, they were cheering loudly. To them, being able to fight evenly against Kei Xinyan was already Long Chen's victory. Han Yunshan's expression became exceedingly ugly. He hated Long Chen, and seeing so many people worried for him, he clenched his teeth. But he didn't dare to say a word in case he said a sensitive word and was attacked by Washiu. After fighting intensely for an incense stick's worth of time without being able to suppress Long Chen, Kei Xinyan finally snorted, "HMPH, you have a few tricks, but it's not enough. I suppose I'll let you see a rank 5 celestial's true power." Spirit blood rocks the heavens. Chapter 1035 4 stars rock the central plains. Following Kei Xinyan's sneer, the power of his blood qi explosively grew. He had activated his spirit blood. The instant he activated his spirit blood, the web of runic chains behind him exploded. Broken bits scattered throughout all of heaven and earth. However, they didn't truly disappear. With his spirit blood activated, they had fully merged with every inch of heaven and earth, and were now imperceptible with the naked eye. Kei Xinyan's aura once more rose, causing the void to shake. It was like space was unable to bear his power. I bet you never imagined this, Long Chen. All that was before was nothing more than insignificant playtime. Only when a rank 5 celestial fully activates their spirit blood can it count as truly fighting. Now I'll teach you what despair is, the despair an ant who can forever only look up at geniuses feels. This is absolute power, power that you couldn't hope to achieve even with 100 years of cultivation. The space around Kei Xinyan began to shine with blinding light. It was like a huge sun, and huge flame wings appeared on his back. He shot at Long Chen like a shooting star. Surprisingly, he had abandoned his flame blade and instead sent a punch at him. Fast, incomparably fast. Having activated his spirit blood, Kei Xinyan's speed and power had leapt immensely. There was no way for Long Chen to dodge. When Long Chen slashed Blooddrinker onto Kei Xinyan's fist, he saw concentrated blood-colored runes appear on his fist. They protected him, and in front of everyone's shocked gazes, Long Chen was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Ha ha ha, you're surprised, right? This is the Heavenly Dao armor formed from activating spirit blood with Heavenly Dao runes after merging with heaven and earth. Half my Heavenly Dao runes are merged with the world, absorbing energy from me, while the other half forms a set of armor around me. Not only can it block your attacks, but it even contains a rebound effect. Ha ha ha, tell me, what qualifications does garbage from the wilds have to fight against me, a genius being helped even by the heavens? Laughed Kei Xinyan. The disciples watching were shocked. Even the rank 4 celestials hadn't known there were so many secrets regarding rank 5 celestials. In fact, Han Yunshan, Wei Changhai, and the other rank 5 celestials were also shocked. Even amongst rank 5 celestials, the difference could be so immense. This was the difference in foundations. Only the Central Plains rank 5 celestials had the qualifications to receive such nurturing. Compared to the Central Plains disciples, they were too poor. This was the first time the Dragonblood warriors began to feel worried for Long Chen. The current Kei Xinyan was absolutely terrifying. His innate talent had already been high, then adding on the Central Plains foundation, he had been turned into a monster. By piling on the resources. As for Long Chen, he had been born destitute, and all his resources had to be gained through fighting with his life on the line. Furthermore, a great deal of the resources he obtained were given to the Dragonblood warriors. He not only needed to cultivate, but he also had to spend his time gathering resources. But Kei Xinyan was different. Whatever he wanted, he got. It was a completely unfair situation. Inferior trash, do you know why I'm not in a hurry to kill you? I want to see the expression of your helpless despair as you realize inferior ants should choose inferior ways of living. Suddenly, countless red chains flew out of Kei Xinyan's hand toward Long Chen. They whistled through the air, forming hurricanes as they flew. Long Chen hastily dodged. When the red chains struck the ground, their power directly broke the incredibly firm bricks. Damn, these bricks are even harder than treasure items when they're supported by the formation. But they were still broken. Startled cries rang out. Long Chen continuously dodged, but the red chains were like a rain of arrows continuously falling toward him. In truth, these red chains were Kei Xinyan's weaponized core flame after being merged with the power of his spirit blood. Countless chains pierced through the martial stage, and Kei Xinyan suddenly swung his arm. A torrent of bricks flew toward Long Chen. Long Chen slashed his saber out, breaking a few of them. But he had only just done that when a huge red hand formed in the air and wrapped around him. Long Chen was caught in its grasp. Startled cries rang out. The disciples all saw it clearly. The red chains first forced Long Chen to the defensive, then a heaven-encompassing attack blocked his vision. At that exact moment, the attack Kei Xinyan had been storing up was unleashed to capture Long Chen. The huge hand blocked their vision now, but they were sure Long Chen was caught inside. Quite a few maidens cried out, turning pale. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, what do you have to say now? Damnable trash, what qualifications do you have to fight against me? Kei Xinyan clenched the hand, smiling sinisterly. Everyone was deathly silent. Long Chen's life was in Kei Xinyan's hands. Boss has been captured. We have to think of some way to save him, whispered Ji Yuyong. Are you stupid, or joking? Do you think boss will be defeated so easily? Just watch quietly, said Guo Ran confidently. Tang Wan'er was also a bit pale, but seeing how confident Guo Ran was, she was slightly comforted. Will Long Chen die? Zhao Ziyan asked worriedly. At present, that still isn't a problem. Don't you see the two dragons still fighting the flame leopard? That means it hasn't reached that critical point yet. However, my guess is that he can't last much longer anyhow. To be able to force Ke Xinyan to activate his spirit blood is enough to be proud of, said Hua Xiu. Long Chen's display truly surprised her. He wasn't even a celestial, but by using some strange techniques and powerful combat skills, he was able to force a rank 5 celestial to activate their spirit blood. It truly was admirable. However, the conclusion was basically foregone. Right now, Long Chen could only make some final struggles. His efforts would only stall for time. Long Chen, I'll give you one chance. Kowtow to me 3 times, call me daddy, and call yourself trash. Then I can spare your life, said Ke Xinyan. Naturally, that was nonsense. He had no intention of killing Long Chen, as he didn't dare to. Once he killed Long Chen, he would have broken the sect's rules and would be expelled. That price was too high. Although he had expressed an urge to kill him at the start, all his attacks had been merciful to make sure he didn't take his life. If he killed Long Chen, it would be troublesome. From the start, he had already decided to torment and humiliate Long Chen as much as possible. As long as no one came to stop him, he would torment Long Chen to the point where he was half dead to vent his anger at being slapped in the face. Call you what? Long Chen's voice rang out from within the flame hand. That voice was calm, without the slightest panic. Daddy. Ke Xinyan truly lived up to his name. He thought Long Chen hadn't heard clearly and obediently said what Long Chen wanted him to say. I, Long Chen, do not have a son like you. Don't call me that. Long Chen's voice dumbfounded everyone. What kind of time was it for him to play a game of tongues? Was he worried he hadn't infuriated Ke Xinyan enough to have him kill him? Ke Xinyan was enraged, and he tightened his hand. He was fiercely crushing Long Chen. What bravado! You don't even have the courage to kill someone. You're trash with no guts at all. What happened to your determination when you killed all those innocent disciples? Now you say you want to kill me, but you don't dare to actually. All you are is a coward who can only bully the weak. You don't dare to kill me because you're afraid of being expelled from the Xuantian Dao sect and losing your future, your dreams. But when you sneak attacked my flame dragon, did you once think about other people's futures and dreams? Did you once think of their fathers and mothers who are praying for them, waiting for them to return in glory? Do you know why they still continued despite knowing they might lose their lives at any moment? They put everything on the line just to change their own fates. You're the one who killed them, and you didn't even blink an eye. Furthermore, you use your filthy words to humiliate other people's dreams. When it's your turn, you hesitate like a bitch. Your dreams are dreams, but other people's dreams aren't. Just because you chose a good fetus to reincarnate into, you can trample over other people's dignity, ignore their dreams, and reap their lives. As Long Chen spoke, his voice grew louder and more emotional. It was full of fury and killing intent, and toward the end, it was a heaven-shaking roar. What kind of garbage magical art is this? It wants to bind me, Long Chen. Break. Suddenly, in front of everyone's stupefied gazes, the huge flame hand exploded, revealing Long Chen. The space around Long Chen was twisted as a terrifying pressure soared out of him. From a distance, it was like a sea was soaring into the sky. His robes and hair danced in the wind, and a blood-colored saber rested upon his shoulder. 4 stars revolved in his eyes, along with boundless killing intent. It was like a devil from hell had appeared on earth. Recall how Ke Xinyan is a homophone for stupid. Chapter 1036 Blood Spirit 10,000 Beast Shield. Just his aura was able to break apart that flame hand. What kind of power is that? Countless disciples were filled with shock. That flame hand was condensed from Ke Xinyan's core flame, and the sharp attacks of his core flame previously had been incredibly powerful. Even Hua Xiu, Hu Guoshan, and the other rank 5 celestials were shocked. They were extremely clear on the strength of that flame hand, and that made them even more shocked than the other disciples. That flame hand was condensed through a magical art combining his core energy and his spirit blood. If Long Chen managed to break it by unleashing a full-strength attack, perhaps that would be understandable. But he hadn't done anything. Just his aura had caused the large hand to explode. The four-colored divine ring behind him began to revolve quicker. The faster it revolved, the stronger Long Chen's aura grew. In the end, the divine ring was circulating so fast that it appeared still. Long Chen's aura had reached an exceedingly terrifying level. The most terrifying thing about it was the will within it. That will was not targeted against anyone. It was a will to destroy the entire world. The Elder Hall Master smiled slightly upon seeing this incomparably fierce and powerful appearance. He stealthily glanced at the sky. There was nothing up there, but his smile grew wider. The Zan Master was currently hidden in the sky. Seeing the 4 stars circulating within Long Chen's eyes, his pupils shrank slightly. This is the aura possessed by cultivation techniques from before the immortal era. But in our current age, there's no way to be sure. An ancient voice rang out in the Zan Master's ears. An age from before the immortal era. That really is inconceivable. After that tribulation, the martial heaven continent was basically crippled, and its cultivation civilization was almost severed. Only a few smaller powers were lucky and managed to inherit a portion of the immortal era's arts. And the majority were incomplete. What terrifying luck Long Chen must have to be able to come into contact with something on that level. It seems this little fellow is hiding quite a few secrets, said the Zan Master. For something on that level, even if it's just an incomplete piece, or even just a decimal of a decimal, it would require great karmic luck to obtain. Otherwise, even if you obtained it, you would be implicated by that treasure and killed. This Long Chen was able to come into contact with a cultivation technique from before the immortal era, and he still hasn't died. Most likely, ever since he obtained it, his life was never very happy. All his karmic luck was sucked away by the treasure. And the greater the treasure, the more bad luck he'll have to suffer to pay the debt. Liu Kang investigated his past and found that his life took a sudden turn when he was 15 years old. He should have obtained the treasure at that time. But a chi condensation brat can't possibly possess so much karmic luck. So whatever he obtained, it was just an extremely small portion of the inheritance, or he'd have died, sighed the voice. Then that's regretful. I like this little fellow's disposition. But his fate has already been entwined with the treasure he obtained. I can't help him, unless he can one day make up for his overdrafted karmic luck. Then I could consider handing the Xuantian Dao sect to him, said the Zan Master. That's unrelated to me. I held the Zan Master position for over 8,000 years, and you finally arrived. The burden's yours now. As for who you pass the burden to, that's your matter. But I feel like you should consider it more if you want to hand it to Long Chen. He's not that dependable, warned the ancient voice. The Zan Master laughed. Master, you're already withdrawn from your post, so you don't need to worry about this. Since you've entrusted the Dao sect to me, you can just peacefully go into seclusion. I pulled you out of seclusion just to warn you about that little fellow. The reincarnation mirror also said that he is a double-edged blade. A mistake will cause great harm to the Xuantian Dao sect. So, I'm warning you, don't even think about running into seclusion because you're lazy. By the time we come out of seclusion, the Dao sect's doors will probably be permanently closed. Am I really that unreliable in your eyes? The Zan Master smiled bitterly. Youngsters aren't as reliable as their elders, was the reply. Fine, I'll keep a close eye on things. Go into seclusion, said the Zan Master helplessly. No one else heard the conversation between the Zan Master and the Patriarch. Everyone's attention was focused on the martial stage. Long Chen appeared like a devil from hell. He slowly walked toward a shocked Kei Xinyan. Die. Long Chen suddenly shot forward. Kei Xinyan's hair stood on end as he sensed a feeling of death. He was a true expert who had experienced life and death battles. Hence, his sense of danger was extremely sensitive. He knew that the current Long Chen had the power to kill him. That shocked him. He had never imagined that someone who wasn't even a celestial would possess the power to kill him. Blood Spirit Blaze Shield. Kei Xinyan suddenly took out a blood-colored shield. Countless runes revolved around it, and it released endless life force. Kei Xinyan is actually forced on the defensive. That Blood Spirit Blaze Shield is his strongest defensive art, said Hua Xiu. Seeing Kei Xinyan be forced onto the defensive, Hua Xiu, Hu Guoshan, and the others were all shocked. Was Long Chen truly so powerful? Boom! Long Chen's saber slashed onto Kei Xinyan's shield. What shocked everyone was that this random blow from Long Chen actually tore through Kei Xinyan's shield. Kei Xinyan was forced 7 steps back, and with each step, the martial stage cracked. It was clear how powerful the force he was under was. 7 steps blew him 300 meters back. There were 7 large spider web cracks on the martial stage now. Xianxia had only just stabilized when Long Chen appeared in the air, his saber slashing down. A mile-long saber image filled with an unstoppable air caused everyone's hearts to shake. As expected, it's the undefeatable Dao. Just his aura is able to steal away a person's will to resist, said an elder. Previously, they had been suspicious, but this attack confirmed those suspicions. Those who walk that path crumble far too easily. Practically, no one is able to raise such disciples, and even if they do, they need Dao protectors. But Long Chen doesn't meet any of those requirements, said another elder. Geniuses who chose the undefeatable Dao were all peerless heavenly geniuses. By maintaining a perfect record of never being defeated in the same realm, they cultured an undefeatable Dao heart. But it was too difficult to maintain a perfect record. Just one loss was enough to cause their Dao heart to crumble. They would be afflicted by a heart devil and would essentially be crippled. There were few geniuses who chose that path, and their sects found it extremely difficult to raise them. As a result, it was almost impossible to find a disciple who chose to cultivate the undefeatable Dao. And such people needed Dao protectors by their side to prevent enemies from sneak attacking them while they were still too weak. If they encountered others in the same realm who they weren't assured of defeating, the Dao protectors would prevent a battle from occurring. But Long Chen couldn't possibly meet such conditions. A disciple with no background couldn't possibly walk the undefeatable Dao. But this undefeatable will unleashed by Long Chen's attack was undoubtable. Even the disciples felt a great deal of pressure. Blood Spirit 10,000 Beast Shield. Seeing Long Chen's saber slashing at him as quick as lightning, Xianxia roared and clapped his hands together. A supreme shield formed before him. This shield had countless designs of beasts carved into it. It was like it was alive, and bestial roars came from it. Just looking at this shield gave people an urge to give up on fighting Xianxia. For them to attack this shield would be like an ant trying to shake a tree. This was Xianxia's greatest defensive skill. Even wuxia hadn't known about it, as Xianxia had been hoping to crush Long Chen while holding back as much as possible. That was because in his eyes, Long Chen wasn't worth anything. His opponents were his fellow heavenly geniuses like wuxia and Huguoshan, and his trump cards were supposed to be used to deal with them. But now, he couldn't hold back anymore. The blood-colored saber slashed into his huge shield, releasing surging chi waves. The saber image and shield exploded at the same time. Countless runes filled the martial stage. Eventually they faded, revealing the two of them. Countless people couldn't help letting out cold gasps. Chapter 1037 Flame Monster. When the runes finally faded, it revealed Long Chen with his saber resting on his shoulder, expressionlessly staring at the person in front of him. The stage in front of Long Chen was a complete mess. The bricks had all exploded, revealing a metallic foundation. The bricks were just ornamental. Now it revealed the true core of the platform, and it was incomparably sturdy. The martial stage looked like a mural that had been torn open. In front of Long Chen was Xianxia. He stood there motionless. Beads of blood descended from the space between Xianxia's forehead to his nose and then dripped onto the ground. Flowers of blood rapidly bloomed on the ground below him. The disciples outside all looked at the martial stage in shock. Long Chen's attack had actually broken Xianxia's shield and injured him. That was different from the previous face slap. This had been a true collision of power without the slightest technique. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, but unexpectedly, Xianxia suddenly raised his head and laughed. With his messed up hair, he looked like he had gone insane. Good, Long Chen, you really surprised me. I didn't think you were hiding so many trump cards, disguising yourself as a pig to eat the tiger. I admit I underestimated you, said Xianxia. The blood dripping down his face made him appear even more sinister. I, Long Chen, never disguise myself as a pig to eat the tiger. That's just a senseless game. Those who can eat tigers have no need to disguise themselves as pigs. The only one trying to disguise themselves as a pig is you. Are you planning on still holding back and being a pig? If you are, then I don't mind being a butcher, said Long Chen. The disciples were startled. According to Long Chen, it seemed Xianxia was still holding back. Furthermore, it seemed that even Long Chen was holding back. Then what had been the terrifying fight? A warm-up, ha ha ha, since you want to die, I'll let you die in peace. I'll show you my true power. The flame leopard fighting against the lightning and flame dragon suddenly vanished. When it once more appeared, it was behind Kei Xinyan. Flame Ancestor Heaven Merging Art. A golden rune suddenly lit up on Kei Xinyan's forehead. At the same time, an identical golden rune lit up on the flame leopard's head. Rumbling filled the air as the huge flame leopard was slowly absorbed by Kei Xinyan. Countless runes began to shine on Kei Xinyan's body, and he became like a blazing sun. A terrifying aura also surged into the sky. In that instant, intense heat waves suddenly erupted, and the disciples were caught off guard. A few of them who didn't flee fast enough had their clothes catch on fire. These heat waves completely ignored their heavenly Tao energy. With their defenses bypassed, quite a few people ended up butt naked. As Kei Xinyan merged with his earth flame beast, Long Chen hastily retreated. He also summoned Lei Long and Huo Long to his side. He had known Kei Xinyan was still hiding a trump card, but he hadn't thought he would be able to merge with his earth flame beast. His current aura was still rapidly growing, and it had already reached a terrifying level. Those heat waves were like erupting lava. Heavens, the martial stage's bricks are deforming, melting from the heat. Following one person's cry, everyone hastily looked and saw that, as expected, the bricks on the martial stage now appeared like lard. If I was on the martial stage, I'd probably be dead without a corpse, said a rank 4 celestial. Within that space, let alone fighting, he wouldn't even be able to exist. Long Chen's dead now. He actually made Kei Xinyan show off his final trump card. I wonder if he'll end up dying accidentally, said Hu Guoshan. Fan Song nodded. They were all holding back their strongest trump cards and wouldn't use them easily. Those were their killing moves against powerful opponents. Once such a move was exposed, others would be able to study their weak points and come up with counters. Then their killing blows would be ineffective. For Long Chen to force Kei Xinyan to reveal this precious move, it was clear that Kei Xinyan's hatred for Long Chen had reached a pinnacle. Even if he didn't kill Long Chen, he would definitely cripple him. Whether it was Hua Xiu, Hu Guoshan, Fan Song, or Wang Zhen, they had yet to reveal their true power, and their trump cards were still secret. Now, the four of them were prepared for Kei Xinyan's trump cards, and so he would end up at an immense disadvantage in their future competitions. Boom! Suddenly, a blinding light erupted. They had no choice but to turn away. When the light slowly faded and everyone looked back at the martial stage, they were shocked by what they saw. Kei Xinyan was covered in flames. His head had completely transformed. It was now a leopard's head with fangs protruding out of its mouth and scarlet eyes. As for his hands and feet, long claws had grown out of them. Most shocking of all, he now had a lengthy tail. He had turned into a flame monster. Long Chen, do you see this? This is my strongest state. As for before, I wasn't even using half my power. I like to see people with hopeful expressions right before I thrust them into despair. Now tell me, what are you going to use to fight me? The monstrous Kei Xinyan still managed to speak, but his voice had completely transformed. It sounded like metal clashing against metal and was painful to listen to. Everyone looked toward Long Chen, but the expression of shock and despair they had expected was nowhere to be found. You truly are powerful, said Long Chen indifferently. Are you afraid? It's too late. Kei Xinyan suddenly shot forward. The martial stage trembled intensely, and Kei Xinyan appeared in front of Long Chen in an instant, a fist smashing down. What speed? Long Chen narrowed his eyes. Kei Xinyan's speed had multiplied after entering this monstrous state. Long Chen was almost unable to track him with his eyes. Long Chen shot to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. But just as he was preparing to counterattack, Kei Xinyan seemed to teleport, appearing in front of him again. Boom! Long Chen barely managed to swing Blooddrinker halfway before Kei Xinyan's fist smashed into his chest. He wildly vomited blood and shot back like a shooting star, smashing into the barrier. Boss! Cried the Dragonblood warriors. The current Kei Xinyan was actually too strong for Long Chen. Long Chen, I said that I'd crush you like a dog. Kei Xinyan laughed sinisterly and shot after Long Chen once more. The disciples outside let out startled cries. If such a terrifying attack struck Long Chen again in his already injured state, it was very likely for a life to be lost. But what none of them expected was that the sight of Long Chen being smashed into pieces never appeared. Instead, a scale-covered hand caught the flame fist. No one could believe their eyes. Just now, Long Chen had been heavily injured and vomiting blood. But now he was standing, a hand tightly holding Kei Xinyan's fist. Long Chen's hand was covered in green scales. They rapidly spread down his arm. Kei Xinyan was shocked. He had never imagined Long Chen would possess the power to block his attack. He tried several times, but he was unable to pull back his hand. Xianxia reflexively swung out his other fist. As a result, Long Chen caught it with his other hand. Their arms were locked together. I wasn't finished speaking before. You truly are powerful. If I hadn't devoured one of your earth flame beasts, I really might not have been your match, said Long Chen. Dragon scales continued to spread over his whole body. That was an extremely strange sight that dumbfounded the disciples outside. They hadn't thought that even at this time, Long Chen had been holding back. Idiot, are you saying you're my match now? Xianxia's leopard mouth suddenly opened, and a blazing flame arrow shot at Long Chen's head. This attack formed so suddenly that it made everyone jump. If this arrow struck at such close range while boosted with his spirit blood, Long Chen really might die. But just as Xianxia's arrow formed, Long Chen fiercely pushed his arms to the side. He sent a kick straight up at Xianxia's jaw. As a result, the flame arrow shot upward, smashing into the barrier. The barrier trembled intensely, while Xianxia was sent flying. I dislike people who spout crap from their mouths. Since you've taken out your trump card, I won't hide mine any longer. Green Dragon Battle Armor. The green scales finally covered every inch of Long Chen's body. In that instant, a grand, domineering, noble aura erupted, one that looked down on all others. Chapter 1038A Full Strength Exchange. When Long Chen summoned the complete Green Dragon Battle Armor, a spiritual pressure erupted that caused everyone's expressions to change. Whether it was the disciples, the elders, or the hall masters, they felt a reverence that originated from the depths of their souls. This is true dragon pressure. Green Drake and White Drake were telling the truth. He truly possesses the essence blood of a true dragon. The hidden Zon master nodded to himself. The Green Drake and White Drake he was talking about were the two 10th ranked Zon beasts who had been standing at the top of the Xuantian staircase during the trial for outer sect disciples. Long Chen's body was covered in green dragon scales. Waves of spiritual pressure came out of the barrier, and some disciples actually began to kneel on the ground one by one. Over 1,000 disciples knelt on the ground. The other disciples didn't understand, but the elders knew. Those disciples were ancient race disciples. The blood of Zon beasts flowered in their bodies, and under the pressure of dragon blood, they involuntarily knelt. There was no way for them to resist that instinct. As for the humans, they merely felt some pressure and it was not so direct. So they were a bit better off. Suddenly, a light cracking sound rang out. People looked at the martial stage to see that the bricks had long since disappeared. Now, only the foundation remained, and that foundation was starting to crack right where Long Chen was standing. Heavens, how strong is he? Xianxia's flames after transforming into a flame monster had already melted the bricks with its abnormal power. But even those flames hadn't been able to damage the foundation. Are you prepared? I'm about to attack. Long Chen leaned forward slightly, and suddenly, a thunderous pitch rang out. He shot out like a bolt of lightning, his fist smashing toward Xianxia. There was no technique, no flowery appearance. It was a pure and simple punch, and yet it locked down heaven and earth, making it completely unavoidable. Arrogance. Do you think I, Xianxia, am afraid of the likes of you? Xianxia's flames roared out, following his own fist. When their two fists collided, the entire martial stage shook violently. Powerful chi waves surged out, striking against the barrier. The barrier swayed and suddenly, a slight wave exploded out of it, striking the disciples. The disciples closest to the barrier immediately vomited blood and were knocked back, causing chaos amongst the crowd. The barrier blocked 90% of the shockwaves' power, but it still managed to injure people. These two disciples are truly powerful, praised an elder. Those disciples climbed up in the distance, all of them pale from terror. Without the barrier, they would have been killed. Looking at the barrier, they saw that the two of them were still locked in combat. Both their fists were still striking at the other, and the space around them was twisting wildly. A sphere of light gradually formed around their fists. The two of them were clearly increasing their power rapidly. Suddenly, their other fists also collided together. The martial stage became covered in cracks, and those cracks rapidly grew. Finally, the martial stage could no longer bear their power, and it collapsed. A huge hole appeared where the two of them were, but they were still facing off in the same posture. It was a simple competition of power. A fiery expression appeared in Fan Song's eyes as he watched this exchange. He unconsciously clenched his fists. He specialized in power, and watching them compete like this, his own hands grew itchy. At this time, Kei Xinyan's expression was twisted and sinister like a wild beast. But what startled the disciples was that Long Chen's expression was still calm, as if this wasn't very taxing to him. In terms of power, you've already lost completely. Can you still not tell? Said Long Chen after a while. Bullshit, I have plenty of power left. Roared Kei Xinyan, you really are an idiot. If I had wanted to kill you from the start, I could have slain you in one shot at least 3 times already. You didn't even notice this. Long Chen shook his head. Long Chen's words caused all the disciples to feel shocked. Those words were too arrogant, weren't they? 3 times, killed in one shot, but Long Chen's current power didn't seem any weaker than a rank 5 celestial at this time. According to reason, he had no reason to say such easily exposed bragging. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? You want to use such a fake lie to shake my confidence? Sneered Kei Xinyan. Long Chen shook his head. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. The reason I didn't kill you and allowed you to show off, to increase your power bit by bit, well, the reason is actually quite similar to your own. You wanted to enjoy the sight of my pain, or my despair. But what I wanted was to give other people hope and confidence. I want to show everyone that even without talent, even without powerful backers, even without a rich daddy, as long as you work hard, you can still become strong. A person who calls himself a genius and likes to trample others will eventually be trampled on one day. Today, I let you properly put on your act just so I could trample you perfectly. And after trampling you, I'll be using your head as a sacrifice to those brothers whose dreams and aspirations were cut short by you. Long Chen's voice was extremely calm, almost as if he was recounting a story set in stone. But it was as shocking as thunder in other people's ears. So he really was serious. His agreement to the Hall Master had been nothing more than bait to get Kei Xinyan onto the martial stage. He was going to kill him regardless of the rules. Those disciples who had been protected by the Dragonblood warriors turned red-eyed. Such a chivalrous person made them incomparably moved. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, don't kill this bastard. It's not worth you being expelled from the sect, cried a disciple. There's no need to shout. They can't hear you inside anyways. Furthermore, no one can change the things that boss decides on. Just watch. Guo Ran waved his hand. Hee, Long Chen treats your words as nothing more than farts. It's all because of how your elder hall raises people. The law enforcement hall master didn't forget to insult to the elder hall master. As for the elder hall master, his expression didn't even twitch. It was like he hadn't even heard him. He was completely focused on the figure on the martial stage. Kei Xinyan was roaring furiously and unleashing his full power now, but he was unable to shake Long Chen in the slightest. Instead, Long Chen's power was growing faster than his own. Finally, Kei Xinyan was forced back a step, and as a result, the martial stage once more crumbled. Long Chen pressed forward like he was pushing a cart. Kei Xinyan was forced to fall back, and with each step he took, the ground shattered. Even the elders were no longer able to stay calm. Just how was Long Chen so powerful? They were unaware that as Long Chen's cultivation base increased, the power of the green dragon battle armor also increased. Even Long Chen didn't know how strong he was. At this time, Kei Xinyan was still trying to compete with Long Chen in brute power, the thing he specialized in the most. As a result, Kei Xinyan was repeatedly forced back. The disciples watching were unable to believe their eyes. Although Kei Xinyan was the one who appeared like a monster right now, it was Long Chen who they viewed as the more terrifying monster. Bastard, since you want to die, don't blame me. Kei Xinyan roared. The rune on his forehead suddenly spread and covered his whole body. That rune began to burn. In that instant, it was like a volcano that had been sealed for 10,000 years was finally erupting. The ground exploded. Long Chen was instantly sent flying back by Kei Xinyan's new power. Has he gone crazy? He ignited his spirit blood. Even the icy Wang Zhen was filled with disbelief. As peak experts who had reached the realm of merging with heaven and earth, he and the others naturally knew what Kei Xinyan was doing. This was no ordinary ignition of his spirit blood. In the state of merging with heaven and earth, igniting his spirit blood was also igniting his core runes. It was an extremely destructive technique. Now, not only would the purity of his spirit blood drop, but his core would also be injured. Both were as precious as one's life to celestials. Was it worth it for him to ignite his spirit blood for a moment of transcendent power? Die! Roared Kei Xinyan. He attacked Long Chen with a huge flame blade. Long Chen snorted and Blooddrinker once more appeared in his hand. Each time their weapons collided, the ground would explode. The martial stage had been turned into a completely unrecognizable state. Their two figures continued to clash within the barrier, appearing like two shooting stars repeatedly crashing against each other. Each collision shook heaven and earth. The disciples watching were all terrified. They had never seen such a fierce battle before. A battle on this intensity completely dazzled them, and it continued for a full hour. The stage within the barrier had vanished completely, but the two of them were still fighting. Bastard, hurry up and die. Xianxia's flame blade suddenly transformed. It grew explosively and took on a red shade like blood. With boundless killing intent, all the energy of heaven and earth was instantly sucked away by it. Blood blaze annihilation slash. The huge blade descended from the sky. This was Xianxia's most powerful attack. Once he used it, his aura clearly dropped a great deal. I don't have much spiritual yuan left. Then let's decide victory or defeat with this move. Long Chen clenched his teeth. He raised Blooddrinker, the energy within his 4 Cs pouring through 27 acupuncture points. A blood-red saber image rose into the sky. Chapter 1039 Paying the Price. Within that barrier, 2 huge blood-red saber images clashed with apocalyptic power. The barrier was instantly filled with red light, and it became impossible to see anything within. Only after a moment did the explosion ring out. That barrier inflated like a balloon, growing to several times its original size in an instant. The disciples jumped in fright and hastily fled. If the barrier exploded, they wouldn't even have a corpse left. Fortunately, after expanding violently, the barrier didn't explode. It slowly returned to its original size. 2 figures panted for breath within the barrier. Long Chen's saber was propped against the ground, his face pale. The third form of Split the Heavens was incomparably sharp, but its exhaustion was also terrifying. Long Chen's spiritual yuan had basically reached rock bottom, which startled him. Xianxia had such plentiful spiritual yuan that even 4 Qi Cs weren't enough to outspend him. But then thinking about it, he supposed that made sense. Xianxia was a celestial, and after merging with heaven and earth, he was able to constantly draw out the energy of the world to fight. Xianxia was crazily panting. The rune covering his body had dimmed, and his aura had dropped precipitously. Long Chen took a deep breath and raised his saber. After stabilizing his aura slightly, he began to walk toward Xianxia. Even now, he still wants to fight, cried the disciples. Xianxia also took a deep breath and straightened his waist. He took control of the last dregs of his spiritual yuan as the critical moment arrived. Long Chen and Xianxia roared at the same time. Long Chen's saber collided heavily with Xianxia's flame blade. Both sides were sent flying by each other's power, and their auras dropped once more. Heavenly net meteor fall. Xianxia formed hand seals, and the flames around him disappeared, replaced by a huge flame sphere that shot toward Long Chen. The flame sphere was originally just a couple dozen meters wide, but halfway, it suddenly grew by 10 times, releasing a raging rumbling sound as it flew through the air. Long Chen knew this was Xianxia's combination attack with his earth flame beast. Without even thinking about, he activated the 2 dragon tattoos on his arms. Lei Long and Huo Long flew out, crashing together with the flame sphere. Flames and lightning raged in the air. Long Chen and Xianxia were both sent flying once more, vomiting blood and their bodies almost collapsing. After that collision, people were startled to see that whether it was Xianxia's earth flame beast or Long Chen's lightning and flame dragons, they had all shrunk a great deal. The 2 dragons were only 300 meters long now, while Xianxia's flame leopard was only the size of an ordinary magical beast. Both sides had used up too much of their power, and in order to avoid their bodies dissipating, they had no choice but to condense their remaining energy into smaller forms. The 2 dragons tore at the flame leopard, while the flame leopard retaliated with its life on the line. But compared to their previous fight, it was now like 3 children scuffling. There was no power to speak of. That collision had heavily injured Long Chen and Xianxia. However, Long Chen was a bit better off since his physical body was his strong point. With his thick skin, his injuries weren't that bad. The primal, chaos space's trees had already withered. Thus, there was no way for him to extract more life energy from them to heal. Long Chen found that his body had already grown to a level where these trees were no longer able to keep up with his demands. Just healing a few smaller injuries completely exhausted their energy. As for Xianxia, he was worse off. He had already sent out his earth flame beast with that attack, so he hadn't been protected by it. He had needed to exhaust his little remaining spiritual yuan to protect himself. But because he had ignited his core runes already, the amount of energy he could absorb from heaven and earth had dropped greatly. As a result, this attack had almost shattered all his bones. Bite it! Long Chen struggled up and ordered Lei Long and Huo Long. The two dragons immediately ignored their opponent's attack and wrapped themselves around it as hard as they could. Following that, a strange thing occurred. The flame leopard disappeared along with the lightning and flame dragons. Kei Xinyan's expression instantly changed, because at that moment, he lost his spiritual connection with his earth flame beast. Long Chen, you really are looking to die, roared Kei Xinyan. He knew this was definitely done by Long Chen. He had taken away his earth flame beast. His guess was correct. Perhaps if his earth flame beast still had its energy, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to do anything to it, but now, it was weak, unable to bear another blow. With Lei Long and Huo Long's help, Long Chen had drawn it into the primal chaos space. As soon as the flame leopard entered the primal chaos space, it seemed to sense something and became motionless, not daring to move. Huo Long did not hesitate to go devour it, but it was stopped by Long Chen. He had Lei Long and Huo Long keep watch over it. Now wasn't the time to handle it yet, as he had more pressing things to do. Holding Blooddrinker, Long Chen slowly walked toward Kei Xinyan. Although his hair was messy, his robes were torn, and blood was all over his body, he didn't seem sloppy. Instead, he seemed to possess a wild domineering air as well as a wanton grandness. Seeing Long Chen walk over to Kei Xinyan, everyone's hearts rose into their throats. Looking at that wild and domineering figure, as well as that blood-red saber resting on his shoulder, it was like they were watching the advancement of a death god. Is he really going to kill him? That was the question resounding in people's minds. Looking at the current situation, Long Chen had taken an absolute advantage. They could all see a trace of fear within Kei Xinyan's enraged expression. Although his face was twisted like a monster, it gave people a feeling like he was trying to cover up his inner fear. When Long Chen reached Kei Xinyan, without a word, he slashed his saber down. Kei Xinyan used his final bit of energy to condense a flame shield. When struck, his shield exploded and he tumbled back miserably, vomiting blood. Long Chen also didn't have it that well off. The backlash caused Blooddrinker to fly out of his grasp. It clanked and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the wounds all over his body opened once more. Those wounds were from their previous exchange. He was no longer able to forcibly suppress them, and they began to bleed profusely. Long Chen picked up Blooddrinker with his left hand and rested it against his shoulder. His right hand was now numb and couldn't lift it. The same as last time, Long Chen began to walk over to Kei Xinyan with the exact same rhythm. The sound of his steps was like an overture of death. Kei Xinyan crawled up and immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. He was pale as paper. Having ignited a great deal of his essence blood and core energy, he was in a terrible situation. Now, he didn't have the slightest bit of energy left in his body. Looking at Long Chen walking over to him without a word, Kei Xinyan felt like Long Chen was an emotionless death god who had come to reap his life. Long Chen, I don't believe you dare to kill me. If you dare. Kei Xinyan's words were cut off by Long Chen's advancing saber. It was aimed at Kei Xinyan's neck, but in his exhausted state, Long Chen ended up deviating from his planned path, while Kei Xinyan also instinctively dodged. As a result, his saber struck Kei Xinyan's chest. If it was a normal time, Long Chen's saber could blow Kei Xinyan to pieces. But now, his attack had no power behind it, only leaving behind a deep cut. Long Chen's body wobbled slightly as he felt a wave of exhaustion washing over him. He took a deep breath and adjusted himself. Once more resting Blooddrinker on his shoulder, he pressed onward toward Kei Xinyan. But the people watching could all see that Long Chen had already reached his limit a while ago. At this time, his saber was constantly quivering in his grasp. However, Long Chen's expression was still calm. No one further questioned Long Chen's resolve to kill Kei Xinyan. Long Chen, you won't have a good ending if you kill me. You'll be expelled. Kei Xinyan was finally afraid. Now he understood that Long Chen's words at the beginning had been an oath to himself. Long Chen's goal wasn't to humiliate him or force him to surrender. It was purely to kill him. I know. Long Chen's indifferent voice was so calm that it was frightening. Then why do you still want to kill me? Roared Kei Xinyan. To give an explanation to those who died, said Long Chen. They weren't your relatives or your friends. Why do you have to do this? roared Ke Xinyan. Because they once trusted me with their lives, said Long Chen. The disciples beside the Dragonblood warriors were unable to make a sound anymore. They had never imagined that they would meet someone who would give up his core disciple spot and even give up his life to get revenge for some fallen brothers just because of this one moment of trust. They felt like even if they had to die immediately, their lives had been worthwhile now. At this moment, they understood the true reason why the Dragonblood warriors called him boss. It was because Long Chen truly viewed every one of the people who followed him as a brother. For hot-blooded men, crying was a weak display, and yet these displays couldn't help themselves. And no one laughed at them for it. Bastard, you're going to throw away your future just because of this. If you wanted to humiliate me, if you wanted to establish your name, you've already done it. Just what do you want? Shouted Ke Xinyan. To kill you, said Long Chen. As he got closer, he slowly raised Blooddrinker. No. You can't kill me. Ke Xinyan roared unwillingly. This is the price of trampling over other people's dreams and lives. Actions have consequences. Long Chen shook his head, and Blooddrinker flashed with a cold light. It thrust straight toward Ke Xinyan's head. The word for boss means, biggest brother. Chapter 1040 Son of Fate. Seeing Long Chen's saber stab toward Ke Xinyan's forehead, the disciples outside all let out startled cries. Ke Xinyan's spirit blood was exhausted. He had no way to circulate heavenly Tao energy, and he had no spiritual yuan. Once pierced, with no energy to protect his soul, he really would die. A rank 5 celestial was about to die just like this. No one had expected things to develop to this point. The Hall Master was already gripping the chessboard. He was just about to take action when the Zon Master's voice rang out in his head. No need. Just at this moment, Long Chen's saber reached Ke Xinyan's head. The sharp tip easily pierced Ke Xinyan's skin and continued forward. But just as his saber was about to pierce Ke Xinyan's brain, a light suddenly erupted from Ke Xinyan's head. He vanished. A life-protecting talisman, cried a few elders in shock. So it was still a failure. This goddamn luck. Long Chen was no longer able to keep hold of Blooddrinker. It fell to the ground. At the same time, he felt the world spinning around him. His vision darkened and he fainted. He had never felt so tired. Fainting felt like a blessing. Within the endless darkness, Long Chen felt a kind of peace. Within this darkness, there was nothing for him to worry or to think about. He felt completely relaxed. Long Chen, can you hear my call? Suddenly, a voice rang out within Long Chen's soul. That was a very familiar voice. There's no need to ask that question. All you need to know is that you are the son of fate. Millions of lives rest in your hands. Hurry and grow stronger, or it will be too late, pressed that voice. What will be too late? Can you not explain it clearly? Raged Long Chen. Even now, he didn't know what this voice was or what it was talking about. You're too weak right now. If you were noticed, you'd be immediately killed. Take advantage of while they still haven't noticed you to grow, or everything will be destroyed. That voice did not answer his question. Do you have something wrong with your brain? Don't just tell half the story. Roared Long Chen. Only getting little bits and pieces like this was driving him mad. Long Chen, what you need to do is... That voice suddenly vanished. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Roared Long Chen. What do you mean what am I doing? I'm healing you. A female voice rang out, one that contained some anger. The darkness had vanished. Long Chen was lying on a bed, with a green-robed woman glaring at him. Ah, sorry, where am I? Apologized Long Chen. He looked around and saw that he was in a simple room with all kinds of instruments that he didn't know the purpose of. Long Chen, you're awake. Suddenly, a burst of fragrance attacked him. Tang Wan'er rushed over to his side. I just checked him. He's basically fine. You can leave whenever, said that green-robed woman before taking her leave. Speak, pervert, did you exploit her? Tang Wan'er suspiciously stared at Long Chen. What are you talking about? She's not even 1,000th as pretty as you. Long Chen smiled. Dislikable. Tang Wan'er hit Long Chen, but she blushed with some rarely seen charm. Long Chen laughed mischievously inside. Hee hee, I can handle her with just a sentence now. It could be said that he was completely clear on Tang Wan'er's temperament now. Although she was fiery, she still had the thoughts of a woman. If he didn't get on her nerves so often, her temper wouldn't be so explosive. Wan'er, did that fellow die? Asked Long Chen. You're a fool. You almost provoked a calamity because you wanted to kill him. Can you not be more calm-headed? Tang Wan-er's eyes reddened slightly, as she was deeply worried about him. Cough, you can't blame that on me. Looking at how much of a show-off he was, if I didn't cut him down, it would have been unworthy of his display. So, what happened in the end? Asked Long Chen. Tang Wan-er rebuked, you scoundrel, you really infuriate me. Just as you were about to kill Xianxia, he activated a life-protecting talisman within his body. He was teleported away, and the Elder Hall Master had to use the Xuantian Jade Board to find him again. When he found him, he was unconscious, and just like you, he was sent to the healing hall. Senior apprentice sister Mu Qingshan personally came to heal you, so you have to properly thank her. She spent a great deal of time and energy to heal you. Long Chen nodded. His powerful physical body required an immense amount of life energy to heal once it was injured. Mu Qingshan had probably ended up using her core energy to allow him to heal so quickly. Long Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. Then is Xianxia right next door? What are you thinking? You better be more well-behaved for me, warned Tang Wan-er. Am I that kind of person? I just want to see if he's well, said Long Chen. Who would believe you? Let me tell you, this matter was personally suppressed by the Zan Master, so don't you dare cause it to erupt again. Even the Zan Master was disturbed. Of course, you ignored the sect's rules and tried to kill a fellow disciple. The Law Enforcement Hall Master declared that he had to heavily punish you using torture tools as an example for the other disciples. But a portion of the elders said that while you might have gone against the rules, you didn't succeed in the end and it wasn't a grave offense, so it should be forgivable. Well, the main thing was that those elders wanted to be lenient to a genius like you. The Law Enforcement Hall immediately turned hostile and said that you had to be handed to them, as this matter was their responsibility, and others couldn't interfere. The Zan Master had to personally send out orders to revoke your core disciple position and downgrade you to an inner sect disciple in order to get them to shut their mouths, said Tang Wan-er. That Law Enforcement Hall Master is just an idiot, cursed Long Chen viciously. No matter how he looked at that old bastard, he saw nothing good about him. Long Chen, you have to calm down. We still haven't established ourselves in the Dao sect. Thus, it's extremely unfavorable to make strong enemies now. Just leave the matter with Xianxia alone, persuaded Tang Wan-er. Long Chen shook his head. Wan-er, you know who I am. I always act according to my heart, and I definitely can't let Xianxia off after he killed so many innocent disciples. But don't worry, I wasn't able to fight him to the death this time, so next time, I'll play him to death within the rules. I guarantee I won't cause you any more worry. Seeing how solemnly Long Chen promised, Tang Wan-er could only helplessly nod along. Long Chen was conceding as much as he was willing to her. Following this, Long Chen asked about the Dragonblood Legion. Tang Wan-er told him that although he had been stripped of his core disciple position, he had still retained the right to establish his own faction due to the special circumstances. Those other disciples who he had led in the inner sect trial had all joined him, and so their faction had instantly exploded in size. Tang Wan-er still wasn't used to seeing so many faces. But the comforting thing was that those new disciples were all extremely obedient due to their gratitude toward Long Chen. So despite the leap in numbers, it was still easy to handle things. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. In the beginning, he had felt a burst of compassion and been unwilling to see that group of abandoned disciples be killed in the trial. He hadn't originally been thinking about expanding the Dragonblood Legion. But now, that probably wasn't something that he could decide. He couldn't refuse so many sincere faces. Although these disciples had lower talent and power, their loyalty was no problem at all. It was just that there were too many of them, and Long Chen felt the pressure increase. From Tang Wan-er, Long Chen learned he had been unconscious for 7 days. During this week, quite a few things had happened. Tang Wan-er had been in charge of the Dragonblood Legion. She had first gone to register their faction, and then there had been procedures to follow. Fortunately, this kind of structure was something Tang Wan-er had already experienced in the 108th monastery, and so she was able to handle things smoothly. During the procedures, she had met with some conflicts with the Divine Beast Mansion, Hegemon Hall, and Flame Gate's disciples, but in the end, she decided to endure and so no huge battles erupted. Fuck, I bet their faces are getting itchy again. They're just waiting for me to slap them, cursed Long Chen. His battle with Xianxia had given him a warning. His own foundation was much weaker than theirs. When it came to true combat power, he probably wouldn't have been Xianxia's match if he hadn't already handled one of his earth flame beasts before the fight. If Xianxia had merged with the power of 2 earth flames, then to defeat him would have required Long Chen to actually risk his life. He wouldn't have been able to win so reliably through pure power. However, the stronger the opponent, the more excited he felt. Only by fighting against experts could he find where he was still lacking and how he could improve. Only when there was pressure was there motivation. Tang Wan'er continued to tell him about what had happened, and what made Long Chen particularly moved was that the new 13,000 disciples didn't go exchange their points to get pills, weapons, or techniques. Instead, they gave them all to Tang Wan'er. At that time, Tang Wan'er had been stunned. The faction's job was to distribute benefits to its disciples to make the faction more cohesive. There had never been a faction that took in the disciples' points. Tang Wan'er hadn't accepted, and so those disciples had said that their lives were the Dragonblood Legions. Their everything was the Dragonblood Legions. They were simple words, but Long Chen could feel their sincerity and trust. He was extremely moved. Trust had to be mutual. These are good problems. Tomorrow, I'll go out and think of a way to get points, said Long Chen. His family had grown bigger, and he had more mouths to feed. Since they had chosen to follow him, he wouldn't let them suffer through hard times. You probably won't have time. You've missed several days of basic courses, so you'll have to go to class tomorrow, said Tang Wan'er. Long Chen couldn't believe his ears. Chapter 1041 A Python to a Dragon. Within a classroom in the Xuantian Dao sect, there was a strict-looking elder loudly reading off a scroll he was holding. There were tens of thousands of disciples sitting in front of the elder, all of them with solemn expressions as they seriously listened to his reading. In the past few days, whether it was the inner sect disciples or outer sect disciples, they had all been going to class. According to the Xuantian Dao sect's traditions, the disciples all had alternate lectures with over 100 teachers. Those lectures were extremely diverse, and they contained information about martial tactics, formations, forging arts, runes, alchemy, divining the future, healing, etc. There were over 100 all-encompassing topics. The most shocking thing was that there were even zither, chess, scholar, and painting cultivation methods, and there were even some cultivation professions they had never heard of. For example, singing, dancing, etc. They had never heard of cultivators doing such things for a living. During these days, they had been listening to the teachers presenting the arts that they were most proficient in. This was to allow the disciples to consider their own skills, interests, and aptitudes so that they could decide which direction their future cultivation would take. It went without saying that the Xuantian Dao sect's foundation was absolutely shocking. As long as you thought of something, you could find a teacher specialized in it. And even if you couldn't think of it, you would have a teacher for it. As for the current elder, he was a veteran beast tamer. First he discussed some foundational knowledge, as well as introducing the pros and cons of beast tamers, and then he introduced some overlord-level existences that were recorded in ancient history. Those were house pets that beast tamers would long to obtain even in their dreams. The tens of thousands of disciples were all listening with rapt attention. Only one person was absent-minded as his mind rapidly worked. Long Chen had long since grown tired of listening to this elder drone on and on. This rule of the Dao sect was extremely irritating. Even if you weren't a beast tamer and had no intention of choosing that profession, you had to listen to this class. The elder's voice went in through Long Chen's left ear and out through his right. The only thing he was thinking about was how to make money. Yesterday, Tang Wan'er had told him that in the Xuantian Dao sect, points were even harder to obtain than in the Eastern Wasteland's 108th monastery. Inner sect disciples only got 100 points a month. Outer sect disciples only got 10. Furthermore, 5 of those points could only be obtained through working and completing missions. If they failed their missions, the points would even be deducted. As for core disciples, they obtained the most points. Each month, they got 10,000. Regretfully, that had nothing to do with Long Chen now, as he could only get the pay of an inner sect disciple. 9,900 points had flown away with the hack of his saber. Just as Long Chen was thinking about how to make money to support his family, the elder on the stage had finished discussing the overlord magical beasts that transcendent beast tamers had once managed to subdue. He began to tell an extremely badass story, and also began discussing a badass existence. In the North Underworld, there was a fish known as the coon. When the coon grew, the elder began describing a terrifying existence, one that only existed in legends. The disciples were all listening with interest when the elder suddenly shouted, "You, what are you thinking about?" The disciples were startled and followed the elder's gaze to see Long Chen staring at the window with a lifeless expression. It was unknown what he was thinking, but it seemed he wasn't listening at all. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. A maiden beside Long Chen blushed slightly and pushed Long Chen lightly. Ah, is class over? Long Chen was delighted, but he quickly realized that the teacher was glaring blades at him, and he quickly shut his mouth. You, stand up, repeat what I just said, ordered the teacher. Long Chen helplessly stood up, grumbling inside. Thickening his face, he said, in the North Underworld, there was a fish known as the coon. When the coon grew. Long Chen hadn't even been listening, so he had no idea what he had said after this. Seeing everyone looking at him, he clenched his teeth and said, when the coon grew. Well, it didn't matter, because if it grew too big for the pot, it can still be grilled on a spit. A handful of pepper, a handful of sesame, cook it until the skin bursts, you get a bite, I get a bite, we can raise our cups and eat until the sun rises. Once Long Chen was finished, the classroom was deathly silent. Green veins were popping on the teacher's head. Pointing at Long Chen, even his finger quivered. Get out. Long Chen still wanted to quibble. Now his voice had become a roar, and Long Chen could only helplessly leave, disappearing from people's sights. Damn, so escaping the sea of bitterness is actually so simple. If I had known this earlier, why would I have to suffer? Once Long Chen had walked far away enough and knew the teacher couldn't see him, he stopped and stretched his waist, instantly feeling much more refreshed. Consecutively listening to lectures made him feel like he was going crazy. Being kicked out was a kind of blessing now. Once Long Chen left the lecture region, he was greeted by a certain person after crossing a bamboo forest. That person immediately knelt on the ground and grabbed Long Chen's leg, sniveling and wailing. What the fuck, who beat you like this? Raged Long Chen. This miserable person was precisely Guo Ran. Boss, you have to get justice for me. The Central Plains is cruel. I want to return to our village. Cried Guo Ran. Was it that idiot K Xinyan? Bring me over, I'll kill that bastard. Raged Long Chen. There was no way he could endure such open bullying. No, I was beaten by a group of women. Cried Guo Ran. Women? You offended Hua Xiu. Long Chen was shocked. That woman truly was not to be trifled with. She was very likely the most terrifying existence amongst the 5 great heavenly geniuses. No. Guo Ran shook his head once more. Then who? Long Chen suddenly glared at Guo Ran and said, Brat, don't tell me you only got beaten because you tried to take some liberties with them. Boss, I'm not that kind of person. Cried Guo Ran, aggrieved. Fine, then stop being so embarrassing here. Stand up and tell me what happened. If someone bullied you, your boss will definitely get revenge for you. Long Chen pulled Guo Ran up. His current state was too ugly. Guo Ran cried, there were 3 waves of people that beat me. That's overboard. It's not even noon, but you were already beaten 3 times. Long Chen was enraged. Exactly. It's completely overboard. If they weren't women, I'd have definitely attacked them. Said Guo Ran with rage as well. Long Chen really had been angry at the beginning. But now as he listened to Guo Ran, he felt like something was a bit off. This matter was not as simple as he had thought. What exactly happened? Start from the beginning, said Long Chen. Here's what happened. I didn't have class this morning, so I was just strolling through the public plaza. Then I saw a sharp-mouthed monkey man peddling a young lady with his divination skills. He said that as long as she gave him 1 point, he would give her a fated marriage talisman that would definitely let her find a companion she liked within a month. Don't you think that's just nonsense? What talisman has that effect? Furthermore, how could an outer sect disciple who only just joined the sect know anything about divination? He was clearly just tricking her. I was angry for her, and being so righteous, I couldn't just watch as she was tricked. So I went up to expose him, said Guo Ran with righteous indignation. That sounds off. You couldn't even beat an outer sect disciple? Asked Long Chen. He wasn't the one to beat me, it was the young lady I saved. Cried Guo Ran. What? How unreasonable. You should have let her be conned. Long Chen shook his head. Exactly. I told her, don't get duped, he's tricking you. Someone as ugly as you won't find others who like you. It would be better for you to keep your points and work on increasing your power. I painstakingly tried to advise her, but she immediately turned hostile and beat me. Boss, tell me, don't you think she's unreasonable? Cried Guo Ran. And then what? Long Chen didn't have any opinion. Then I left. I wasn't going to beat her, because that's not a manly thing to do. So I stifled my anger and found a place to calmly meditate. But then I saw a woman mournfully walking across the river. I was scared witless. That river absorbs people's spiritual yuan, and you can't use magical arts in it, nor can you swim. She was clearly committing suicide. Suicide, yes, I shouted at her from a distance, but she ignored me. In my panic, I quickly took off my pants and peed in the river. Once she saw that, she immediately ran to the shore, said Guo Ran. Brother, these smarts of yours really are shocking. That woman might not be afraid to die, but she would definitely be afraid of drowning from piss. Amazing, you saved a life by peeing. Praised Long Chen. This life-saving measure truly was something only a few others would be able to come up with. What about it was amazing? As soon as she came up to the shore, she began to beat me, saying her precious hairpin fell in the river and she was looking for it, said Guo Ran with an aggrieved expression. Guo Ran sighed, not only was I beaten twice, those two were too evil. They used their heavenly Tao energy so I was unable to heal in a short time. With my miserable state, I had no way to face others. So later, while I was squatting by the path, a group of red-robed big sisters passed. They were so beautiful my heart almost burst. Seeing that I was injured, they asked me what happened, and when I explained, they praised me for my good intentions. Furthermore, they recognized me, saying that I was very famous in the inner sect, and a heroic figure at that. At that time, I was delighted and hastily got up to set things straight. I said that the hero is my boss, and I'm like a python to a dragon. And then they immediately turned hostile and crazily attacked me. I would have been killed if I didn't run fast enough. Boss, don't you think those people have some mental illnesses? When I asked why they suddenly began to beat me, they didn't even say anything and just beat me harder. Long Chen carefully examined Guo Ran and sighed. Guo Ran, ah, Guo Ran. I really admire you. A group of beautiful women who wear red robes. My guess is that they're from an ancient race. They are people with the bloodline of the heavenly scale blood python. The ancient races are proudest of their bloodline, and with their ancestor being a python and you insulting the python. Guo Ran, well done, truly well done. Ah, I didn't know. Only now did Guo Ran understand why those women had immediately turned hostile. That's why I've long since told you to stop being such a show-off and study more. But you refuse to listen, so not even a god can save you, said Long Chen helplessly. Anyway, bring me over to Qian Duoduo. I want to handle a few things. Chapter 1042 Crouching Dragon Mountain. The number of new disciples in the Xuantian Dao sect numbered in the millions. However, the majority were not combat disciples. The inner sect trial Long Chen and the others had gone through was to become the main combat disciples. Their group was viewed as the most important group by the Xuantian Dao sect. Most of the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples could be split into combat disciples, support disciples, and inheritance disciples. There was no need to explain much about the combat disciples. They were the disciples that would form the core of the sect's battle strength. They were the elites of the sect. As for the support disciples, they were the disciples that would help the combat disciples in battle. There were a great deal of these disciples, and they included healers, formation masters, illusion masters, etc. When they worked together with the combat disciples, they would be like tigers with wings. They were also viewed importantly by the sect. However, since there were so many of them, they needed constant adjustment and training so they could cooperate properly with the combat disciples. If their teamwork was off, it would result in casualties rather than increasing their power. Other than these two categories of disciples, there were also inheritance disciples. These disciples included alchemists, talisman scribes, forging masters, essentially disciples with special and ancient inheritances. These disciples were important pillars for the Xuantian Dao sect's economy. The amount the Xuantian Dao sect invested in them was definitely no less than what they put into the combat disciples. Teaching them their arts exhausted endless resources. Their failure rate at the beginning was frighteningly high, but once they gradually reached a certain level of mastery, they would bring in a shocking amount of profit to the Xuantian Dao sect. There were many of these disciples, and they were also cared for deeply by the sect. However, support disciples and inheritance disciples were not allowed to form their own factions. They simply learned from their teachers and cultivated. Only the combat disciples had the qualifications to form their own factions and recruit members. In the future, the Xuantian Dao sect would distribute rewards based on the individual factions' accomplishments and displays. Long Chen's faction was simply called the Dragonblood Legion. They had their personal territory, which was a 300-mile mountain. This land belonged to the Dragonblood Legion, and others could not enter, not even the law enforcement hall. To intersect disciples, this was a token of their grand status. The 6 great factions all had their own territories, and there was no better or worse one. They were essentially the same. Intersect disciples also had access to cultivation regions. These cultivation resources needed to be activated in order to be used, and the requirement for activating them was the Xuantian Dao sect's hardest currency to obtain, points. Using a cultivation region for a few hours exhausted a frightening number of points. If all the disciples of the Dragonblood Legion pooled their points, they would only be able to train for a day in a high-grade training room. That was why those cultivation regions couldn't be randomly entered. Your time inside would normally be measured by the hour, and you couldn't waste a single second of that time. "Boss, are you not going to class? I thought you'd still be there for a few hours," said Guo Ran on the way. "Do you think I'm as ignorant as you? The teacher saw how erudite I was and let me leave," said Long Chen without turning red or unnatural in the slightest. Guo Ran immediately felt a burst of admiration. That worshipful expression on his face projected his pride at having such a badass boss. It seemed he had no idea that the teacher had told Long Chen to scram, not to leave. They quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain. The spiritual qi here was dense, and the trees were so huge they soared into the sky. There was a small stone path that led to the peak. According to the rules, the people who won this territory had the right to name it. Tang Waner had decided to call this place Crouching Dragon Mountain. This name had been approved by all the Dragonblood warriors. They couldn't think of a better, more appropriate name. At the top of Crouching Dragon Mountain was a grand and beautiful pavilion. This was Long Chen's residence. From there, it was possible to overlook all of Crouching Dragon Mountain. When Long Chen arrived, he saw that the majority of the disciples were out taking classes. Only a portion remained. The ones present had mostly already finished all their classes. During these days, they had been thinking about what kinds of cultivation goals they should set for themselves, and what direction they should take their cultivation. Guo Ran had only gone out to mess around because he had finished his classes. Now he was returning with a swollen and bruised face. Long Chen had missed the wave of courses for only inner sect disciples, and thus could only listen with the outer sect disciples. Being kicked out was perfect, as he had important matters to handle. "Boss, my investigation during these days revealed that everyone's points are very limited. Getting more points is difficult, especially since everyone is treating the points they have as treasures. They're busy investigating how to use their points in the best manner possible. For us to get more points will be very difficult," said Qian Duoduo upon seeing Long Chen. During the past few days, Qian Duoduo had constantly been investigating the use of points and everyone's thoughts about them. To get more was far too difficult. That's to be expected. People are probably assessing and weighing the value of their points, so no one is willing to use them yet in case they lose out. But in truth, this is the greatest opportunity for us. We're not going to buy points, we're going to sell points, said Long Chen. Sell? Qian Duoduo couldn't believe his ears. Others were doing all they could to get more points, some people even had the urge to snatch them away forcibly. But Long Chen wanted to sell them off. Yes, sell. Have you investigated how people sell points? Asked Long Chen. Qian Duoduo thought about it for a moment before saying, I have heard someone say that he was willing to offer 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones for 1 point. But that's just what he said. There's no one actually selling them at that price. It's not like people are stupid. The spiritual qi in the Xuantian Dao sect is so dense that middle-grade spirit stones are basically useless. No one would buy them. That person was sneered at when he shouted that price, and someone said he was willing to pay twice the price for his points. And that person declined. That's a good thing. In a bit, release word that we are releasing a limited number of points. As for the price, just make it 15,000 middle-grade spirit stones for 1 point. Furthermore, the points are only to be sold to outer sect disciples, and each disciple can only buy 1. They are not permitted to buy it again, said Long Chen. I don't get it, said Qian Duoduo. Just do it. Release 20,000 points for now. Let's see the results, said Long Chen. Qian Duoduo was lost, but he still did as Long Chen instructed. He went out in search of Wang Mang and the others. Wang Mang was an outer sect disciple from the senior generation. He had gone to the eastern wasteland to greet the new disciples, but as a result, the Dragonblood Legion had made him submit completely. Wang Mang was an old acquaintance, so it was best to go through him. Using his mouth to spread the news would have a better effect. Everyone had only just obtained their points and they weren't clear on the exact value of them. Long Chen wanted to take advantage of that to rake in a killing. In truth, Long Chen already had a certain idea about the value of a point. He had seen a catalog of what the points could be exchanged for in the sect. 1 point could be exchanged for 1 9-ring Heavenly Star Sea Merging Pill. The Heavenly Star Sea Merging Pill's main ingredient was the 9-yang Heavenly Star Grass. Its effect was even greater than the Sea Merging Pill Long Chen had used before with the 7-stamen Seaheart Fruit. However, the 9-yang Heavenly Star Grass was extremely expensive. Depending on its age, it sold for between 800 to 1,500 middle-grade spirit stones. Long Chen didn't have that medicinal ingredient, but he could buy one. Then he would have an unlimited supply of it with the Primal Chaos Bead. 1 9-yang Heavenly Star Grass plus over 100 supplementary ingredients would transform to become 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones through a successful refinement. However, the odds of a successful refinement were only 30%. And so the manufacturing cost was basically just under 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. It was no wonder that the person saying he would buy a point for 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones was cursed. He must have thought others were idiots. The investment to refine the pill 3 times was essentially 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. And ordinary alchemists wouldn't necessarily be able to refine a 9-ring pill no matter how hard they tried. Even if the top masters of the Xuantian Dao sect came out, a 9-ring pill would still be a very high-level existence to them. That was why Long Chen estimated 1 point to be worth around 15 to 18,000 middle-grade spirit stones. As for why he first released a limited 20,000 points into the market, it was bait. The first thing to do was to get the atmosphere ready. Then once the fish came, he would make the real killing. It had already been quite some time since he had arrived at the Xuantian Dao sect. According to their agreement, Zheng Wenlong should be sending him a message in the next few days after he had stabilized himself in the Central Plains. At that time, he would have plenty of middle-grade spirit stones to buy things from him. He would make a great deal of profit by doing things like this. These disciples, middle-grade spirit stones had essentially become trash now that they had come to the Xuantian Dao sect. The spirit stones were useless to the disciples, and rather than letting the Xuantian Dao sect benefit from people throwing them away, they could be used to help Long Chen. Long Chen felt a great deal of pressure. His family had grown much, much larger. These new disciples had no selfish motives, as was proven when they had handed all their points to Tang Wan. Perhaps only by going through blood and fire could people see the true meaning of cultivation instead of being blinded by greed. Originally, Long Chen hadn't been thinking of accepting new people. He had just wanted to lead the original members of the Dragonblood Legion to dominate the world, but now his plans were forced to change. That battle had completely changed his original thinking. These disciples had ordinary talent, just like the original Dragonblood warriors. But Long Chen was sure that as long as he had money, he could transform them into a powerful army. And this army would be completely loyal and devoted to him. At the same time, Long Chen felt his own power was lacking. His fight against Xianxia had shown him that he still wasn't strong enough. He had to work hard on upgrading himself as well as upgrading all the Dragonblood warriors. He couldn't bother with that voice or how it called him the Son of Fate. If things were to continue as they were, he would be crushed like a dog, so first things first. I almost forgot about Xianxia's Earth Flame Beast. Let's see if I can subdue it and have it refine pills for me. Long Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. He could refine the Heavenly Star Sea Merging Pill, but he didn't have the time. If he could subdue another Earth Flame and have it refine pills along with Huolong, wouldn't that be amazing? Thinking of that, Long Chen felt a burst of anticipation and joy. He hastily looked inside the primal chaos space, but when he saw the situation inside, he couldn't help but become dumbfounded. Chapter 1043 Alchemy Pavilion. Where is the Earth Flame? Long Chen only saw Lei Long and Huolong in the primal chaos space. The flame leopard was nowhere to be seen. Huolong let out a roar, and a foot-long flame dragon flew out and intimately coiled around Long Chen's arm. It rubbed against him like a child sucking up. You ate it. Looking at Huolong's guilty actions, Long Chen became speechless. He suddenly felt like he had done something foolish. If you had a cat watch over a fish, the results would be obvious to anyone. Fine, if you ate it, you ate it. I won't blame you. Seeing the flame dragon continuously rubbing against his arm like it was afraid he would curse it, Long Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Hearing that, Huo Long let out an excited roar. Its body suddenly lit up, and a powerful aura rose from it. What the fuck, you were conning me, shouted Long Chen. Huo Long had really only swallowed the earth flame beast into its stomach. It hadn't killed it, but once Long Chen said that he didn't blame it, it immediately devoured the earth flame. Those fierce fluctuations coming from it were the result of it merging with the flame leopard. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little fellow was too evil. If he had instead become furious upon hearing that it had devoured it, it would have handed over the flame leopard. But since he didn't blame it, it immediately devoured the flame leopard. He was speechless. Fine, fine, go ahead. But I don't have time for you to descend into slumber. You'll have to spend a longer amount of time digesting it this time. I need you to do work for me, said Long Chen. Since the flame leopard had already been devoured, the work he had been planning for it would have to be taken up by Huo Long. Eating things always came with a price. However, there was still some time, so Long Chen had Huo Long first devour a bit of its new energy and get accustomed to its power. After all, Huo Long had now devoured 2 new earth flames. The previous earth flame hadn't been fully digested yet, and now Huo Long had devoured an even stronger earth flame. To completely digest all that energy would take a long time, and if it didn't descend into slumber, it wouldn't be able to focus 100% on refining that energy, which would prolong the digestion time even more. Right now, it was too late to complain, so there was no point in being petty. But Long Chen was comforted to see that the little fellow's intelligence was so high. It actually knew how to play such a trick on him. That was a good thing. The higher its intelligence, the more it could help him. Furthermore, Huo Long would only get stronger after refining the 2 earth flames' essences. After settling this matter, Long Chen checked the time and his expression drastically changed. He had almost messed up. He said a hurried goodbye to Guo Ran and rushed off the mountain into a large palace at the front courtyard of the Xuantian Dao sect. The main hall was already completely full of sitting disciples. However, the teacher hadn't arrived yet, which allowed Long Chen to relax. This was his afternoon class and an important one to Long Chen, as it was one discussing the principles of the Pill Dao. With his Pill God memories, these principles were useless, nothing more than child's play to him. But his real goal was the alchemy pavilion. He needed the alchemy pavilion to provide him with resources. With that, he would be able to quickly strengthen the Dragonblood Legion. Due to Huo Long's matter, Long Chen was almost late. This was the final class on the Pill Dao, and if he missed it, he wouldn't have a chance to become a disciple of the alchemy pavilion. Within the Xuantian Dao sect, inner sect disciples had great authority and could freely join professions they enjoyed or were skilled in to do some side work. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, over here. There's space here. As soon as Long Chen arrived, a few women beckoned to him. Long Chen's battle with Kei Xinyan had deeply shaken everyone. Amongst the new disciples, there was no one who didn't recognize him. The fact that Long Chen had fought so bravely to get revenge for his fellow disciples had touched many people's hearts. Long Chen's wild and domineering aura felt especially fresh and dangerous to women in the springtime of their youth. Long Chen awkwardly smiled and said, "Thank you, but I'm fine here. My brothers are already here." Amongst these disciples, there were 3 disciples of the Dragonblood Legion. They were new members, and seeing Long Chen arrive, they quickly made space for him. Those women were a bit disappointed, but his polite refusal didn't draw any anger. Instead, they felt even more admiration. A true hero should be gentle and refined normally, and should only become a devil god once they encountered powerful enemies. His conduct was the complete opposite of certain people. Those people normally brandished their claws at others to appear domineering, but when the true life and death battle came, they would piss themselves. Quiet. Just as a disturbance was caused by Long Chen's arrival, a person walked into the room and shouted. This was an elder wearing embroidered robes. His sleeves and collar had designs made of golden threads, which were round like buttons, but they were actually the designs of medicinal ingredients. The elder's forehead was a bit narrow, while his mouth was a bit big. However, his lips were very thin. Seeing him, Long Chen grumbled inside. Although he liked to spout nonsense that he could read faces, the truth was that he was very sensitive to a person's nature through the 9-star hegemon body art. He could tell a person's general character with practically just a glance. This elder's face embodied the words sharp, cold, harsh, and sour. This was the hardest kind of person to form relations with. Long Chen would rather have dealings with a magical beast than such a person. How many times have you been told that as soon as you enter the main hall, you are attending class and are not here to make a ruckus? Reprimanded the elder. His gaze swept over everyone, but when he saw Long Chen, he paused slightly. Long Chen's heart dropped. He sensed extremely obvious hostility. What was going on? He had no enmity with him. Reporting to teacher, it was Long Chen's late arrival that caused the disturbance. It has nothing to do with us. A disciple with a pockmarked face stood and reported. The disciples beside Long Chen were all infuriated. This tattletale was intentionally framing Long Chen. This teacher was famed for his strictness, and this person was intentionally trying to humiliate Long Chen. The pockmarked disciple glanced at Long Chen deliberately before sitting back down. He came from the Flame Gate. In other words, he was one of Xianxia's subordinates. The Dragonblood Legion and the Flame Gate were like water and fire now, so he naturally wouldn't mind taking this opportunity to throw a stone at Long Chen. Is that true, Long Chen? Demanded the teacher. Reporting to teacher, senior apprentice brother Long Chen wasn't late. What happened was, a woman stood up to Long Chen's defense. Long Chen truly hadn't been late. He had managed to get in at the last second. Shut up. Who let you randomly open your mouth in the classroom? If it happens again, I'll kick you out. My alchemy pavilion doesn't need disciples that don't understand the rules, shouted the teacher. The female disciple's eyes reddened. She sat down, not daring to make another sound. I didn't arrive late. The truth is, Long Chen shook his head. Shameful. Did your family elders never teach you to stand when speaking to teachers? Shouted the elder. Long Chen was enraged. His greatest taboo was when people mentioned his family elders, as his only family elders were his father and mother. He forcibly suppressed his rage and slowly stood. I didn't arrive late. I got here just in time. In my alchemy classes, I stress that only arriving a quarter hour earlier counts as being on time. You arrived late, but you're still quibbling. Your family's upbringing really was lacking. For you to sneak your way into the Xuantian Dao sect is regretful for the sect, sneered the teacher. I was injured, so I wasn't able to attend the previous classes. And so, Long Chen took a deep breath and once more suppressed his fury. The alchemy pavilion was important to him. He had to get in, or it would greatly affect the cultivation speed of the Dragonblood Legion. Don't try and find excuses. I only care about the results. And right now, what I see is a coward trying to find excuses and trying to shirk his responsibility. It's no wonder you were stripped of your core disciple spot just a few hours after obtaining it. The fact that a person with no sense of discipline or responsibility could become an inner sect disciple is a humiliation to the Xuantian Dao sect. If you have any sense of shame, you'll leave now. I will not permit such an undisciplined person to attend my class, said the teacher as he walked right in front of Long Chen. Long Chen unconsciously clenched his fists so hard that they creaked. He was sure this teacher was intentionally making things hard on him. He saw a pleased expression in the teacher's eyes. This was clearly a trap. He was intentionally insulting him and kicking him out. Boss, let's go. We're not attending this garbage class. The Dragonblood Legion's new warriors stood up. Even they could see that this teacher was intentionally insulting Long Chen. It was completely overboard. For anyone to humiliate Long Chen, who was like a god to them, was completely unacceptable. Not even the Xuantian Dao sect's famed alchemy pavilion's teacher was an exception. Calling his class garbage was already expressing their rage. Although the alchemy pavilion was a sacred place, compared to the position Long Chen had in their hearts, there was no comparison. Undisciplined brats, all of you can scram, roared the teacher. Fuck the hell off. Long Chen finally couldn't bear it any longer, and in front of everyone's stunned gazes, his fist landed right in the middle of that teacher's cold face. Chapter 1044 Human Meat Shield. Long Chen's fist landed squarely on the teacher's face. The teacher had never dreamed that Long Chen would dare to strike him. As a result, his entire face caved in front this punch. He let out a miserable scream and flew back. He crashed against the wall and then rebounded, and before he could do anything, Long Chen had grabbed him. He raised his hand. Pow, 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 pow. In the blink of an eye, 36 slaps struck his face. The teacher's face immediately swelled like a pig. Brute, you dare. Only now did the teacher react. Flames erupted out of his body. As a result, Long Chen sent a punch to his abdomen. The teacher let out a pained groan and curled up like a shrimp. This punch had been extremely vicious. It had almost crippled his dantian. But even though Long Chen hadn't crippled him, he had heavily injured his dantian, making him incapable of circulating spiritual yuan for a short time. Looking at the teacher curled up on the ground, all the disciples were shocked. The teachers were all king-level experts. For Long Chen to dare to strike one, did he not want his life? Long Chen icily stared at the pained teacher, furious killing intent in his eyes. This bastard was intentionally targeting him, making sure he couldn't join the alchemy pavilion. At the beginning, Long Chen had been forced to endure, but after giving him an inch, he wanted a mile. He refused to allow Long Chen to join the alchemy pavilion. Although he didn't know for sure what his reasoning was, he knew that with this teacher present, there was no way for him to join the alchemy pavilion. Using his position, it will be all too easy to kick him out, so rather than enduring, it was better to vent his anger. At this moment, a figure tried to rush out. That person was the one who had tattled on him. You want to go report this? Get back here. Long Chen disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in front of that disciple. That disciple was appalled. Seeing Long Chen blocking him, his soul almost fled out of terror. He hastily turned around, but he was grabbed by Long Chen. He was thrown into a wall and smushed like a frog before collapsing on the ground. His body was completely deformed, with all his bones shattered. Loose-tongued ghost, let me help you out. Long Chen raised him and crushed his jaw with one blow, and then grabbing his tongue, he pulled. Ah, the one screaming with a few female disciples, because that disciple couldn't make a sound. His entire tongue was ripped out by Long Chen, and it was an incredibly bloody sight. At this time, the teacher slowly crawled up. Long Chen suddenly threw the disciple in his hand at him. Both of them tumbled back and struck the wall. The disciple fainted. Long Chen, the teacher had only just opened his mouth when he was sent flying by a kick. He smashed into another wall, appearing extremely miserable. Damn old ghost. As expected, you knew my name but were just acting like you didn't. Trash like you can become a teacher. Speak, what were you paid to make things hard on me? Just talking about it made Long Chen enraged, and he once more slapped the teacher in the face. The sound of the slapping echoed throughout the palace. Everyone was pale with fright. This was too crazy. Was Long Chen really so powerful that he was a match for kings? The truth was that the only reason Long Chen could beat this elder like beating a child was because he understood alchemists far too well. Alchemists possessed weak bodies, and without activating their pill flame to protect their bodies, their combat power was terrible. As for this teacher, he was clearly used to living like a prince and had no battle experience. If he really wanted to, he could instantly kill him. This was the difference between inheritance and fighting experts. He possessed an expert's cultivation base and foundation, but his combat power was essentially zero. Such people never entered the battlefield. Courting death. Brute. People's eyes almost popped out as Long Chen broke the teacher's arms and legs, causing him to spasm. When it came to which parts of the human body could bring about the most pain, no one had more knowledge than Long Chen. He icily said, "Speak, who told you to make things hard on me?" The teacher's body quivered with hatred and rancor. Your answer was beside the point. Long Chen stamped his foot down several times, eliciting pained screams. Who told you to do this? It's fine if you don't say. I have many ways to make a person tell the truth, and I can try them one by one. If 30 of them fail, I'll admit you're a real man, and I'll cut off my own head as an apology. So should we start? Said Long Chen with a sinister smile. I'll speak. It was the law enforcement hall. Cried the teacher. His face was scrumpled into a deformed state from the pain. He wasn't a fighting expert, so he had never experienced this kind of torment. His will quickly crumbled, and he begged for mercy. How brazen Long Chen. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in the palace. Coincidentally, these 2 were people Long Chen recognized. They were the 2 law enforcement elders who had appeared when Long Chen had viciously quelled the disciples who had failed and decided to charge up the Xuantian staircase. One of them was the one he had several interactions with, Looming Han. He was the one shouting, "I've always been brazen, or how could I have cut off your head?" Sneered Long Chen. Long Chen was now fully clear on this matter. The teacher's words had confirmed his initial suspicions that this matter had the law enforcement hall behind it. Startled cries rang out. What kind of monster? Not only did they personally witness him crushing a teacher like he was a dog, now it seemed he had truly cut off the head of a king. Lu Minghan's face was dark with anger. That was the greatest humiliation of his life, and Long Chen had once more ripped off his scab. Brazen Long Chen, you've caused chaos in a peaceful class and beat up a teacher. Your crimes are unforgivable, and if you don't kneel immediately, don't blame my law enforcement hall for being merciless and executing you," shouted Lu Minghan. He and the other king attacked at the same time, their chains whistling towards Long Chen. Two kings attacked at the same time. Their chains completely blocked any paths of retreat for Long Chen, and the great power behind them caused space to rumble. How were they trying to subdue Long Chen? They were clearly trying to kill him. Idiot, you were helpless to do anything to me in the Eastern Wasteland, and you're still helpless to do anything to me now. Let me show you my peerless skill, the living replacement human shield. Long Chen kicked the half-dead teacher into his waiting hand. Just like that he raised him towards the chains. Lu Minghan and his fellow king immediately felt their hair stand on end, and they hastily retracted their chains. The chain stopped just half an inch from the teacher's face. But the astral winds following them almost killed him. He coughed up bloody that contained his broken innards. Long Chen, you're courting death. Lu Minghan roared furiously, his face slightly pale. Fiercely attacking and then fiercely pulling back power was the greatest taboo for cultivators. It was equivalent to attacking oneself. Both of them almost coughed up blood. Long Chen waved his human shield and sneered, with two huge pieces of shit here, why would I need to find more shit? Since the situation had already reached this point, then he had to blow up this matter until it was huge. Otherwise, he would end up losing. Long Chen, release the teacher. Otherwise, we'll kill you right now, shouted the other king. Do you think I'd believe you? You want to kill me anyways, so why would I be so stupid as to put down my protective talisman? Sneered Long Chen. Don't be obstinate, release the teacher. That's the only way to lighten your sentence, allowing you to keep your life, shouted Lu Minghan. Fuck off. Do you think I'm a child? If you want to attack, then attack. Let's see if I'm afraid of you, sneered Long Chen. Just before this, Long Chen had stealthily signaled to the Dragonblood Legion's disciples to leave and announce this matter outside. There had been a few disciples who had begun to run out as the two law enforcement elders had come, as they had been worried about being implicated. The news would definitely rapidly spread. Of course, if someone was intentionally spreading it, it would spread even faster. Lu Minghan's expression was cold. He cast a glance at his fellow king, but that person shook his head. If Lu Minghan did go all out to kill Long Chen, he was confident he could kill him in just a few breaths. The higher-ups wouldn't be able to blame them, as Long Chen had refused to go peacefully. Long Chen was holding a hostage, and so they had no choice but to do everything they could to suppress him. But the other king didn't agree. If Long Chen died, it wouldn't be important. The main problem was that Long Chen would definitely drag down the teacher as well before dying, and then it wouldn't be so easy to quibble. The two of them were deadlocked for a while. Long Chen was holding a human meat shield, icily staring at the two of them. The other disciples all retreated out of the palace, leaving behind just them. Arrogant brat, you dare to use brute strength to resist your capture. Do you think the Xuantian Dao sect is your home? Suddenly, a new figure appeared in the palace. Seeing that figure, Long Chen's expression changed as he realized he was unable to move. Chapter 1045 Suppressing Through Power. Long Chen hadn't expected the law enforcement hall master to personally come. As soon as he arrived, Long Chen felt all his hair stand on end. It felt like a wild beast had set its gaze on him, and he found that he suddenly couldn't move. In front of the law enforcement hall master, Long Chen felt himself to be an ant looking at a dragon. He felt himself to be incredibly minuscule, as if the law enforcement hall master could kill him with just a thought. Sweat trickled down his back. That wasn't something Long Chen could control. Right now, he felt like he couldn't even form an urge to resist. The law enforcement hall master took a single step forward, and Long Chen felt the space around him tighten. It was like a mountain was crushing him. The law enforcement hall master took 3 more steps forward, and with each step, Long Chen felt the pressure on him increase, as if mountain after mountain was crashing on top of him. When he took his 7th step, Long Chen finally coughed up a mouthful of blood. When he took his 8th step, a crackling sound rang throughout Long Chen's body. His bones were unable to bear it, and faint cracks covered them. Long Chen's kneecaps were under the most pressure. His bones were starting to bend. Long Chen icily glared at the law enforcement hall master. He knew that he was intentionally humiliating him, trying to force him to kneel for mercy. But Long Chen went all out to resist. He refused to bend his knees. Endless fury ignited his killing intent. That was his most primal killing intent. This killing intent had been buried because of Meng Qi's words. But now, it was once more starting to grow. The law enforcement hall master coldly took another step forward. But when he saw a sharp light in Long Chen's eyes, he suddenly felt an indescribable sense of unease. However, he didn't hesitate. On this 9th step, Long Chen felt like he was under the weight of 100,000 mountains. He felt like his body was about to explode. Luo Fan, you're getting worse and worse. Is being so heavy-handed against a child suited to your status? Suddenly, a slightly mocking voice rang out, and another elder appeared by Long Chen's side. That was the elder hall master, Lu Kang. As soon as he appeared in front of Long Chen, the mountain-like pressure vanished. Long Chen almost collapsed on the ground when he felt his body lighten. Lu Kang placed a hand on Long Chen's body, and gentle energy spread within him. Long Chen felt all his bones instantly heal, and all his injuries were fixed. The elder hall master was a wood cultivator. Long Chen was startled. There was no other way to explain such terrifying healing abilities. You're the one getting worse. If I didn't do this, would you appear? Said the law enforcement hall master Luo Fan lightly. Long Chen was enraged. So he had done this to force Lu Kang to appear. That was definitely bullying. This was a naked disregard. Long Chen nodded. He would remember this. I've appeared, so let's continue, said Lu Kang. Long Chen disturbed the classroom and beat up a teacher. That is a grave offense to the Dao sect. Do you have any opinion if I want to bring him away right now? Said the law enforcement hall master with a smile. That smile was the smile of a victor overlooking his defeated opponent. In all their previous contests, the law enforcement hall had been at a disadvantage. Now, Long Chen had committed a grave mistake and was caught. The law enforcement hall had succeeded in winning this round. Lu Kang shook his head. Why bother? Just to force me to appear, you didn't hesitate to ignore a disciple's dignity. Don't you think that's a bit too far? Don't be such a hypocrite. Those who break the rules don't have the qualifications to maintain their dignity. That's their punishment. Lu Kang, since you've come, I've reached my goal. I will be bringing Long Chen away. Luo Fan smiled and walked toward Long Chen. Sorry, but I can't hand Long Chen to you, said Lu Kang. What do you think you're doing? Demanded Luo Fan coldly. I suspect there's something fishy about this matter, said Lu Kang. Luo Fan's expression sank. Are you saying I framed Long Chen? If you just opened your eyes, you would be able to see what happened. Sometimes eyes aren't able to see the truth. I need to investigate this matter to its roots. If Long Chen did commit an offense, I definitely won't protect him. But if he is faultless, I will definitely not allow anyone to abuse their public position to bully my disciples, said Lu Kang. You really want to go against me like this? Raged Luo Fan. Isn't that what you wanted? I will report this matter to the Xuantian Tower Supervising Department tomorrow. They are the most impartial group in the Xuantian Dao sect, and they have the power to go through people's memories. I trust they'll be able to give us the most just verdict, said Lu Kang. Old bastard, what are you winking for? Long Chen suddenly raised the teacher in his hand and slapped him. Long Chen had seen him casting a special look at the Luo Fan. Brute, you really must want to die. Luo Fan's expression sank. If an old bastard like you hasn't died, why would a young fellow like me die? Sneered Long Chen. In any case, he had already decided to hug the leg of the elder hall. Thus, he might as well be straightforward and go right up against the law enforcement hall. Long Chen wasn't worried about cursing the law enforcement hall master. He could at least vent a bit of fury and treat it as redeeming some interest. Luo Fan, let's leave this to the Xuantian Tower Supervising Department tomorrow. Long Chen, release him. With me present, no one is capable of injuring you, said Lu Kang. Long Chen hesitated and looked at the sharp-faced teacher in his hand. Seeing the rancor in his eyes, Long Chen slapped him twice more before tossing him to Luo Fan. Luo Fan caught him, but the teacher's bones had all been shattered by Long Chen, and there was no way for him to stand. Luo Fan didn't possess Lu Kang's healing abilities, so he handed him to Lu Minghan with orders to heal his wounds. Lu Kang was leading Long Chen to leave when Luo Fan suddenly blocked their path. Lu Kang icily asked, What? Today, I must bring Long Chen away, declared Luo Fan. You can try it. Lu Kang narrowed his eyes. After being old opponents for so long, he knew what Luo Fan was thinking. You want to fight? Good, good, then I'll be the referee. Should I open the martial stage for you right now? Suddenly, another figure appeared in the palace. Zan Master. Liu Kang and Luo Fan were both shocked and hastily bowed. They hadn't thought that this matter would disturb the Zan Master. What happened here? Asked the Zan Master. This is what happened. Long Chen directly went through what had happened. He didn't exaggerate anything. All he said was the truth. Luo Fan, I seem to recall that this teacher's name is Luo Qibo. He is related to you? Asked the Zan Master. We have a distant family relationship, but... Luo Fan began to sweat. There's no need to explain. I'll present you with two options. One is to go to the Xuantian Tower Supervising Department to investigate this matter clearly and make a verdict. That will require quite a bit of time. The other option is to punish Long Chen by stripping him of his inner sect disciple position and demoting him to an outer sect disciple, said the Zan Master. Then wouldn't I have lost out? Long Chen was against the second option. Little fellow, you have no qualifications to complain. Even if Luo Qibo was targeting you, you could have registered a complaint and gone through the regular channels. If you had received unjust treatment, the Dao sect would definitely write it for you. However, you didn't go through the regular channels, and instead, you directly disturbed a class and beat a teacher. You chose the most brutish way of handling this. Even if you were in the right, after what you did, you're no longer in the right. So when you do things, you should carefully consider your options and not act rashly. Well, that's all I have to say. You can choose one of these options, said the Zan Master. Disciple will listen to the Zan Master's orders. We can choose the second option and not trouble the supervising department, said Luo Fan. He had no choice but to choose the second option because Luo Qibo was truly related to him. He hadn't expected this matter to disturb the Zan Master. Now it wasn't so easy to handle. Although he hadn't ordered Luo Qibo to do anything, he had told all his relatives to not give Long Chen an easy time. His guess was that Luo Qibo had been trying to help him, but it had resulted in this current situation. Long Chen, what do you say? The Zan Master looked toward Long Chen. For some unknown reason, he had an urge to laugh upon looking at him. For a disciple to beat up a teacher during class was something that had never happened in the Xuantian Dao sect's history. Long Chen was truly a marvel. It was no wonder the Patriarch had given him a simple evaluation, unreliable. I still feel like I'm losing out. After all, if you look at the consequences, you should first look at the causes. Among the two, the factors that cause the consequences should definitely bear the most blame, at the very least, 80%. If you want to punish me to maintain the dignity of the Xuantian Dao sect, then I can accept a compromise. However, you have to guarantee that I keep the same privileges and can freely enter the inner sect, said Long Chen. Long Chen knew that there was no way to avoid punishment for beating up a teacher. But outer sect disciples were not allowed to enter the inner sect, and that would mean he would be isolated from the Dragonblood Legion. That was unacceptable. Are you haggling? The Zan Master's expression sank. Then how about we go to the supervising department and go through their procedure? Long Chen, always act openly and candidly. I'm not afraid of an investigation, said Long Chen. The Zan Master was speechless. Long Chen was truly crafty, and he refused to lose out because of this. Luo Fan, what do you say? The Zan Master directed the question to the Law Enforcement Hall Master. Luo Fan hastily said, I'll follow whatever your orders are. However, Disciple feels that Long Chen's conditions are acceptable. After all, he is the leader of his faction, and separating them is unreasonable. Seeing that Luo Fan would actually thicken his face and plead leniency for Long Chen, the Zan Master sighed inside. Long Chen had slyly taken advantage of Luo Fan's weakness, forcing him to submit. But how was such a sly and crafty fellow capable of doing such a foolish thing? It was incomprehensible. Since Luo Fan wasn't against it, the Zan Master disappeared from their sight. As soon as he left, Luo Fan's expression turned icy. Let me say it again, don't fall into my hands, he said before leaving. Chapter 1046 Tyrants. The only ones left in the palace were Long Chen and the Elder Hall Master, Liu Kang. Liu Kang just looked at Long Chen without saying anything, making Long Chen feel awkward. He didn't know what to say. This wasn't my fault. In the end, Long Chen shrugged and broke this awkward atmosphere. I know. Liu Kang nodded. Of course he knew. As his opponent of many years, he was profoundly aware of the Law Enforcement Hall Master's methods. I'm curious, if you had just used your brain slightly, you would have been able to resolve this problem in a more effective and self-protecting manner, so why did you choose this method? Asked Liu Kang curiously. The main thing is that it would be too troublesome. I don't have the time, said Long Chen helplessly. How did he have the time necessary to play this stupid game with this pack of idiots? Being direct was much more effective. Many thanks for helping, Elder Hall Master. Long Chen bowed toward him. In any case, Liu Kang had come out to help him. There's no need to thank me. Those under the jurisdiction of my Elder Hall are my disciples. As long as you stand within reason, I will always stand by your side, said Liu Kang. Long Chen knew that this was a warning. This time, the law enforcement hall had shed all pretenses of cordiality, making Long Chen a crucial target. As long as Long Chen didn't go too far, the Elder Hall would be able to protect him. However, if he did go too far, he would leave an opening for the law enforcement hall, and then it would be troublesome. This was a game of rules. As long as he acted within the rules, he would be safe. But if he went beyond, it would be dangerous. Liu Kang felt like Long Chen's guts were too big. Disciple understands. Next time, I will definitely take note, said Long Chen, knowing that Liu Kang was saying this for his own good. His meaning was obvious. He was a chess piece being used in the competition between the Elder Hall and the Law Enforcement Hall. Liu Kang's words just now were a kind of promise, allowing Long Chen to be at ease. Other than that, don't look down on the Zan Master. His intelligence is not something you can imagine, said Liu Kang. Long Chen was startled. In truth, although he felt respect for the Zan Master's cultivation base, he did scoff a bit at his attitude toward managing the Xuantian Dao sect. But now that Liu Kang was intentionally bringing this up, it seemed he had clearly seen through his thoughts. Disciple understands. Long Chen nodded. Now he felt that he was still too inexperienced. You can keep your inner sect disciple plate so you can enter the inner sect. But starting today, you'll have to wear outer sect disciples' robes. Liu Kang left, his final words being to take care of how far Long Chen went. When Long Chen left the palace, he saw a sea of people outside. Countless disciples had surrounded the palace. Boss, you're finally out. All the Dragonblood warriors rushed over. Seeing that he was safe and sound, they relaxed. The other disciples, especially the ones who had personally seen Long Chen beat up a teacher, found this inconceivable. After beating a teacher, this was all that happened. Sorry, but senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you are now an outer sect disciple and must complete the missions given by the outer sect. At this time, a group of disciples walked over, a new set of robes in their hands. What? That's unacceptable. They can't demote our boss to an outer sect disciple. Raged the Dragonblood warriors. Being demoted to the outer sect is already kind of the Dao sect. Such trash should be directly expelled. A disciple had been in the midst of sneering when a lightning arrow pierced his chest, forming a large hole. He was almost directly killed, causing everyone to jump. Keep farting. Long Chen icily stared at that person. You're the most useless trash. Other than spouting crap, you don't have the slightest ability. If you keep going, I'll make it so you can't spout anything for the rest of your life. Everyone was startled. Long Chen was too violent, attacking without saying a word. But then thinking about how he even dared to beat a teacher, it seemed there really was nothing he didn't dare to do. All of you should go back and do what you need to do. Just do what you normally do. What I'm doing is just a formality, and I'll be back quickly. Long Chen changed into outer sect robes and handed his old robes to a Dragonblood warrior. He had him bring a message back to everyone, telling them not to worry. Seeing Long Chen's figure disappearing from their sight, all the inner sect disciples were deeply shaken. This person was too coarse and wild. Long Chen followed the group of outer sect disciples to a small transportation formation. The Xuantian Dao sect was just that large. Outer sect disciples worked on the edges of the sect, so they needed to use transportation formations to get around. Otherwise, it would waste far too much time. Arriving at the outer regions, Long Chen clearly sensed the spiritual qi grow sparser. Furthermore, he saw many more people, male and female, young and old. It was like he had arrived at an ordinary city. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you might be unaware of this, but the outer sect is completely different from the inner sect. We are not the true backbone of the sect. In fact, we're like an army of hired workers. Outer sect disciples have to handle missions to get their cultivation resources, and the outer sect is practically not a sect, but a land of cities. The workers make up most of the numbers, and there are also descendants of generations of outer sect disciples and workers. So the outer sect is a very chaotic place, explained one of the disciples. You can marry and have children here. Long Chen was startled. Yes, the absolute majority of people here are from the 4 outer regions. Their talent is limited and they can't enter the inner sect. In fact, some are unable to even qualify as outer sect disciples. But they're also unwilling to leave, so they stay behind as workers. They pass their days by doing odd jobs or perhaps adventuring. As for the Dao sect, it gives them a few resources as a reward. In any case, they won't starve to death, but they won't eat enough to get full. I'm not afraid of senior apprentice brother Long Chen laughing at me, so I'll tell you that our ancestors were just workers, said one of them with a bitter smile. Long Chen shook his head. Those who work for their food are all worthy of respect. On the other hand, those people who reap without sowing, relying entirely on their reincarnation arts to live, but still look down on others, are the idiots that should be laughed at. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen is as amiable and easygoing as the stories say. You also know of me. Long Chen was surprised. In the entire Xuantian Dao sect, there are few people that don't know of you. You come from the wilds, you led a group of the least talented disciples through a life and death battle in the inner sect trial. You sacrificed your core disciple spot to save them, and you even risked your life to fight against a peak. Heavenly genius. In the outer sect, you are like a god. We, who are the descendants of people from the 4 outer regions, all view you as a model. You are our pride, said one of them emotionally. Long Chen hadn't expected to get such a welcome in the outer sect. These outer sect disciples worshipped him. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, the powers in the outer sect are complicated, so you have to be careful. There are too many people in the outer sect, and the outer sect disciples only take up 1 in 10,000 of them. There's another portion that are workers, and another portion that are just commoners. Workers only get 100 years of low rations. After 100 years, they become commoners and need to think of other ways to survive. The Xuantian Dao sect created many opportunities for the commoners to make a living, for example, planting medicinal ingredients, raising magical beasts, etc. The sect will allow them to survive. But as you know, wherever there is profit, there will be. Well, you understand, said a disciple. Long Chen understood. He felt like the outer sect was practically not even a place of cultivation. Outer sect disciples were the people with the highest income here, and from this disciple's tone, it seemed there were many complicated twists and turns for the people here. As they continued forward, Long Chen continued to ask many things about the outer sect. They explained everything they knew without holding anything back. They quickly arrived at a city hundreds of miles wide. The streets were extremely lively, and Long Chen felt like he had returned to the Phoenix Cry capital. He felt an extremely familiar feeling. The law enforcer squad's coming. Run! Long Chen and the outer sect disciples had only just walked onto a large street when they saw the street vendors hastily putting their things in their spatial rings and running in fright. From the front, a group of large people with short cudgels charging over. They were muscular, but they were also so fat that they looked like they might burst. Whenever they saw anyone, they would beat them. Those people didn't dare to fight back, and only miserably fled. Some who fled too slow were beaten black and blue, blood covering their heads. Long Chen looked and sensed that those people's cultivation bases weren't high. Some of these people had cultivation bases below the bone forging realm. As for the people beating them, they were all at the Xuantian realm. Although they weren't celestials, beating these peddlers was easy for them. They were extremely tyrannical. Once the peddlers were beaten to the ground by those people, the latter would reach for the spatial rings in their hands. Some people who refused to let go were once more beaten until they fell unconscious. What is this? Robbery? Long Chen was dumbfounded. No, this is the law enforcer squad's way of enforcing the law. Those disciples had seen this so many times that it was just a common occurrence. Why are they beating them? And to beat them so badly, is there some great enmity between them? Long Chen didn't understand. These people are all pitiful. They are unable to pay the expensive rent inside the city, and so they can only stealthily set up stalls on the streets and other places to make some money. But these law enforcers are tasked with handling them. To put it bluntly, without paying the protection fee, you have to be prepared to be beaten to death. The law enforcers don't usually come out. They'll only come when the merchants in the city report to them. The peddlers here infringe on the merchants' profit, and the merchants paid the fee. So the peddlers end up being violently kicked out, answered one of the disciples helplessly. How is this kicking them out? They're just taking their money. Are they going to hand it over to higher authorities? Asked Long Chen. Probably not. These peddlers are all poor, so what they have isn't worth much money. They'll probably keep it for themselves, said that disciple. Long Chen nodded. He had long since activated a photographic jade to record the scene of these heroic law enforcers. He had never seen such a heroic squad. Brat, are you looking to die? Seeing Long Chen recording them, one of the law enforcers suddenly roared and charged at Long Chen. Chapter 1047 Stuck Flatbread. One of the law enforcers charged over, stopping when he was right in front of Long Chen. Waving his cudgel at Long Chen's nose, he roared, "Are you looking to die?" "This person is," one of the disciples hastily tried to explain. "Shut up, you outer sect disciples, just properly eat your dog food. Meddlers are asking for it," cursed the law enforcer, not caring at all about their outer sect disciple robes. He directly moved to snatch Long Chen's photographic jade. As a result, Long Chen gave him a slap in the face that sent him flying into a distant wall. The immense power caused him to flatten like a painting. Blood flew everywhere. "Bastard, how dare you attack the law enforcement hall's disciples? You!" Long Chen's attack immediately drew the ire of the other law enforcers, and they all charged at him. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you can't. They have a powerful back." Pow, 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 pow. But Long Chen didn't care. He gave one slap for each of them. They all shot back like shooting stars and crashed against the wall. They looked like piles of dung that had been tossed into the wall. "Fuck, I hate people who point at my nose when they talk to me." Long Chen patted his hands. Looking at the human-shaped paintings on the wall, he spat on the ground. The outer sect disciples were all appalled. They knew that these law enforcers couldn't be provoked. "Arrogant brat, you dare to strike me? Just wait." One of the bricks embedded in the ground shot towards the speaker. It struck him dead on and he vomited blood. That brick almost smashed him in two. "Do you want to try saying that again?" said Long Chen coldly. These people were too arrogant. Some insignificant Shantian disciples dared to curse him in the face. Those guts really were heaven-defying. If Long Chen didn't put them in their place, he wouldn't be Long Chen. "It's fine. I want to see just how amazing they are to dare curse me in the nose." Long Chen waved his hand. The most irritating people were those who were even wilder than him. Originally, he hadn't been thinking about provoking trouble, but these fellows had gone too far. Long Chen intentionally took out a photographic jade as bait, and the result was to be expected. "Who dares to attack my law enforcement hall's disciples? Do you want your entire family to be kicked out of the Xuantian Dao sect?" At this time, another group of people rushed over. This group was stronger than the first group. Their cultivation bases had reached C expansion, but they were wearing ordinary robes instead of law enforcer robes. "Brat, are you looking for trouble?" shouted the large man at the front. He waved his cudgel at Long Chen. Long Chen didn't say a word. His reply was a slap in the face. Following the first group, that large man became a painting on the wall. After the first one, Long Chen didn't pause. The rest of the people following the large man were all slapped into the wall. They slammed in so hard that they couldn't be extracted. The few outer sect disciples beside Long Chen were all dumbfounded. This was too domineering. They were unaware that Long Chen had been demoted into an outer sect disciple because he had beaten up a teacher. All they had received were orders to welcome a disciple, and they hadn't expected that the disciple they were to welcome would be Long Chen. If they had known the reason for his demotion, they wouldn't be so shocked now. If he even dared to beat a teacher, then these little fellows were nothing. They were currently just past the city gates, and Long Chen was already using people to create graffiti on the wall. The uproar brought more and more spectators. When people heard that it was Long Chen, the entire city became chaotic as people surged over. It was just like what that outer sect disciple had said. There was basically no one that didn't know Long Chen in the outer sect. They had all heard his great name. That was because in previous generations, the four regions' disciples were just green leaves to set off the Central Plains' heavenly geniuses. For generations, the people living here had hoped for a supreme expert to appear amongst the four regions to fight against those people who looked down on them. So when Long Chen led over 10,000 of the four regions' weakest disciples to pass the inner sect trial and almost killed the Central Plains' peak genius Xianxia, his heroic name had shaken all their hearts. These people all hoped for him to vent their anger. Now in front of this sea of people, Long Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and there were several dozen people who had been slapped into the wall so hard that they looked like flatbread. They obediently lay there, their blood slowly dripping down the wall. Those people's bones had all been broken, and they were unable to move. This group of murderers also ended up with such a day. Retribution has finally come. Looking at the law enforcers' miserable state, not even one person felt the slightest pity. The only thing they felt was hatred. In their eyes, these people were fiends who didn't shrink from any crime. Just at this time, the crowd parted as if fleeing from demons as another group of people appeared. These people were wearing the law enforcement hall's robes. They wore square hats with blue lining on the edges. That was the specific color of the law enforcement hall. The person leading them was a rank 3 celestial whose cultivation base had reached late C expansion. As soon as he arrived he shouted, "Who was it that attacked people in my territory? You no longer want your life, is that it?" Long Chen frowned. He almost couldn't believe it. These swaggering people were from the law enforcement hall. Their robes were a mess, and their hats were askew. As for the person at the front, he was clearly drunk. His gaze was as unsteady as his steps. Even for someone as experienced as Long Chen, this was his first time seeing such a thing. "Brat, were you trying to cause trouble? You want to die," he shouted at Long Chen. The group behind him wasn't small, but it wasn't large either. They all seemed drunk. It was very likely they had been drinking when they had been drawn over by the disturbance. Everyone felt resentful that these were their supposed law enforcers. A mid-sea expansion law enforcer walked right in front of Long Chen and raised his hand. "Big brother, why waste so many words with him? Just kill him." Just as he was about to strike, Long Chen's hand struck like lightning on his face. With a resounding sound, that person smashed into the wall as well. "Brat," the fellow leading this group was just about to attack when Long Chen grabbed his hair. Pulling, Long Chen smashed his kneecap up. Long Chen's hard kneecap viciously smashed against the fellow's nose. This one attack caused him to faint. Long Chen gave him another kick, adding another human flatbread to the wall. This flatbread was different from the others. He covered a greater area. And other than blood, some shiny white stuff also came out of him. Many people didn't even know what it was. Fuck, he probably hasn't cultivated for many years. Even his lard was squeezed out. Long Chen was disgusted. He was finally amazed. Even amongst cultivators, there were people who could get astoundingly fat. It seemed the law enforcement hall was quite the cushy place. Without another word, Long Chen charged at the other stunned law enforcers. After giving them a kick each, they landed on the wall. More human flatbread appeared on the wall. Fortunately, the wall was supported by powerful runes and didn't collapse. However, this large wall now had a stunning and funny scene on it. Around 100 people were stuck on it, incapable of moving. Following one person, countless people began to cheer, and the cheering came in loud waves. Their voices were all emotional. "Are these people all so disliked?" asked Long Chen. "Of course. They have the insignia of the law enforcement hall, and so they're capable of committing all kinds of crimes. People have long since grown tired of their bullying. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you've helped us vent some pent-up frustration. These people also often bully us outer sect disciples, but we can't offend them, so we can only endure," explained a disciple. A comparatively more mature disciple said, "However, senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you might have vented some anger for us, but now it'll be troublesome for you." "It's fine, I'm not afraid of trouble." If it was people from the law enforcement hall, Long Chen didn't care about beating them to death. Within the Xuantian Dao sect's northwestern region, there was a small lake that was as flat as a mirror. The scenery was beautiful, and there was a person sitting by the lake, fishing. This person was the one with the highest authority in the Xuantian Dao sect, the Zan Master. Beside him, the Elder Hall Master bowed. "Zan Master, you called for me." The Zan Master nodded. "How do you feel about Long Chen?" Liu Kang was surprised. After thinking about it for a moment, he said, "He's a very contradictory person. Sometimes smart, sometimes foolish, sometimes crafty like a fox, sometimes fierce like a tiger. There's no way to explain him. But there is one thing that is certain. As long as this person doesn't fall, he will definitely become a supreme expert." What an appropriate evaluation. Truly worthy of my Dao sect's pillar, the Elder Hall Master. Your vision is as sharp as ever. Regretfully, the law enforcement hall master is blinded by greed and power. He lost his transcendent heart long ago, and sooner or later, He'll pay the consequences, said the Zan master. Are you thinking of beating him? Asked Liu Kang. Why would I beat him? The Zan master smiled slightly. Liu Kang was dumbfounded. He didn't know how to respond to that. If he was speaking to an ordinary person, he'd say that he was the Zan master, the rudder of the entire Xuantian Dao sect. If he didn't handle this matter, who would? But it was precisely because he was the leader that these words were thought-provoking. But Liu Kang was unable to comprehend his meaning in the end. Then let me ask you, how would you feel if I handed the Xuantian Dao sect to Long Chen? Asked the Zan master. Absolutely not. With his temperament, he'll flip the entire sect around. Liu Kang's expression drastically changed. The Zan master didn't find this reaction to be unexpected. He was just about to speak once more when he suddenly frowned. We'll talk about that later. That fellow's causing trouble again. Go send someone to handle it. Have him fall one more rank. Chapter 1048 Li Changfeng's Praise. Long Chen stood at the entrance of the ancient city with his hands clasped behind his back. In front of him was a graffitied wall with close to 100 people stuck on it. They were like large pieces of flatbread made of meat. It's you again, Long Chen. Lu Minghan appeared in front of the city gates. Yes, how coincidental. We meet again so soon. Are you still well? Long Chen smiled mischievously. He hadn't expected the first one to come would be Lu Minghan. They really had destiny together. Bastard, you attacked the law enforcers. Let's see how you slip out of your punishment this time. Lu Minghan smiled coldly. The chains in his hands were already lit up. Why would I need to slip out? Has your head rusted? Are you sure these are law enforcers? They're not wearing their robes or status badges. When they see people, they immediately beat them. When they see valuables, they immediately snatch them. I thought I had run into a group of bandits. So what if I want to teach bandits a lesson? That's called reasonable self-defense. I am wearing outer sect disciples' robes and my badge. They had no reason to attack me. By wearing these robes, I represent the Xuantian Dao sect. For them to attack me is to attack the Xuantian Dao sect. I beat them to protect the Xuantian Dao sect from attackers, so I'm clearly standing on the side of reason. Why don't you try and attack me? Sneered Long Chen. A king had arrived, terrifying everyone here. This was the outer sect, and it was unknown how many years had passed since a king had descended upon them. But then they saw Long Chen talking arrogantly to this king, and they all had an urge to prostrate themselves before him. What nonsense! Aren't some of them wearing law enforcers' robes? When the Xuantian Dao sect's law enforcers are enforcing the law, it is not permitted to resist. If they did something wrong, you can rebut the charge afterward. But you clearly knew they were law enforcers doing their work, and you still violently fought back. Even if your tongue can pull off a miracle, you can't escape your sins. Sneered Lu Minghan. Rather than wasting more words, he moved to directly capture Long Chen. Once he was captured, everything would be easy. Hold. Suddenly, another figure appeared in the air. It was Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng, you can't stop me from doing my job. Seeing Li Changfeng instantly infuriated Lu Minghan. He was unable to beat him. I have orders from the Elder Hall Master. Both sides are at fault. Long Chen did beat up law enforcers, which is admittedly in the wrong, but the law enforcers were also in the wrong, said Li Changfeng. What nonsense, how were the law enforcers in the wrong? Raged Lu Minghan. The first group of people weren't wearing their law enforcers' robes. They're your outer members, and I'm sure there's no need for me to go into detail about the violations they commit. As for these disciples wearing their robes, they were drinking on duty. Is that the teachings of your law enforcement hall? Before doing shameful deeds, they need to drink wine to strengthen their guts. Said Li Changfeng. Long Chen was the first to start clapping. That phrase was delightful, drinking wine to strengthen their guts. It was concise and comprehensive with profound, far-reaching meaning. It seemed he needed to work on his own eloquence. Li Changfeng was the true master. Following Long Chen's praise, the surrounding people also began to clap. Cheering began to erupt. The law enforcement hall was disliked everywhere, but it was especially disliked in the outer sect. Their outer members were especially tyrannical, practically acting as bandits to the commoners. Lu Minghan was ashen with rage. Those law enforcers that were wearing robes were also stuck in the wall, drenched in blood and lard. The smell of alcohol came from them, and there was no way to argue against that fault. He found himself unable to quibble. The Elder Hall Master has said that since both sides were at fault, we can each handle our own disciples. Long Chen rashly beat law enforcers, resulting in negative consequences. He is to be stripped of his status as an outer sect disciple and demoted into a worker. But because he is the leader of the Dragonblood Legion, he has to look after his faction's development. And so he is to keep all his privileges, said Li Changfeng. Hearing this, Long Chen was at ease. But Lu Minghan raged, how is that any different from not punishing him? There truly was no difference. The only thing was that Long Chen would lose his 10 points each month. But did Long Chen really need that? If you don't like it, you can go find your hall master. I trust he'll definitely accept, said Li Changfeng. Lu Minghan wanted to say something, but his expression suddenly changed and he unwillingly left. Once Lu Minghan left, Li Changfeng looked at Long Chen. He was silent for a long while before sighing, I, Li Changfeng, have not admired many people in my life. Amongst youngsters, you, Long Chen, are the first. Elder Li overpraises me. If you praise me like this, I'll get conceited, said Long Chen, humbly. He had a good feeling toward the Elder Hall's people. They were of exemplary character and people truly worthy of respect. According to what I know, in the Xuantian Dao sect's hundreds of thousands of years of history, there have been countless miracles and countless new records. I remember there was once a worker, who through hard work, managed to be promoted step by step to a core disciple in 10 months. That's already absolutely shocking, but compared to you, he's still lacking. In less than 10 days, you managed to go from a core disciple to a worker, praised Li Changfeng. Long Chen was speechless. Elder Li, why do I feel like you're not praising me? No, it's definitely praise. Last time, you took 8 hours to go from a core disciple to an inner disciple, and now it took you less than 6 hours to go down 2 ranks. Although I don't dare say there will be none to break your record in the future, there definitely is no precedent, said Li Changfeng. Even he was bitterly smiling in the end. He really did admire Long Chen. His ability to cause trouble was remarkable. He had only just left the inner sect and the sun hadn't even set, but he had already been turned into a worker. This was his first time encountering such a marvel in his life. Hee. Long Chen was a bit embarrassed. It seemed he really had gone a bit too far. But it wasn't like he had wanted to do it. He had been forced. All right, take off your robes. You can wear your own clothes now. You're already at the bottom, so you can even go barefoot if you want, laughed Li Changfeng. He was just about to leave when he suddenly said, also, the hall master wanted me to warn you not to always think of nonsense. The inner sect's bi-monthly competition is of utmost importance. The 6 factions will get points and rewards based on their performance, and that's the foundation of a faction's growth. Don't treat it lightly. Please thank the hall master for his concern. Disciple has already heard of it, said Long Chen. Only then did Li Changfeng leave. Long Chen put on a set of black robes. Returning to his original adornment after beating people twice felt refreshing. But having been demoted twice was a bit wearying. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, we can send you to the worker room to report. The outer sect disciples looked at each other before one of them opened his mouth. They weren't even able to keep up with these sudden changes. At first, they were supposed to bring Long Chen to the outer sect to register, but now there was no need for that. They could go directly to the worker room. Many thanks. As an insignificant worker, I should be the one calling you senior apprentice brother, laughed Long Chen. Senior apprentice brother, don't joke. You're the true hero. Considering you dared to beat up law enforcers and curse a king in the face, no one in the outer sect would dare to look down on you, said that disciple. Haha, let's go. Long Chen laughed, waving his hand at these grateful commoners before leaving. Once he left, a group of fiends charged over and drove these people away. What are you looking at? Are you forming a crowd to cause trouble? Hurry up and scram, or my cudgel won't be merciful. Law enforcers quickly forced the commoners away. Some of them went to peel people off the wall and bring them away to heal. Long Chen hadn't killed them. Long Chen was brought to a broken-down temple. There was a tent in front of the temple, and that was where the workers were to report. Long Chen had just entered when a mid-Shantian, middle-aged man who didn't even look up said, if you want a good job, first pay 5 middle-grade spirit stones. Long Chen almost laughed. This situation was truly everywhere. He said, I just came to register. Register. Then that's 1 middle-grade spirit stone. HMPH, you have no vision at all. Someone like you is fated to be a poor ghost for the rest of your life. The person finally glanced at Long Chen, but he couldn't sense his cultivation base. What if I don't have any spirit stones? Long Chen shook his head. He had never heard that registering required money. Then scram, shouted that person. The people outside the tent finally couldn't bear it. One of the outer sect disciples rushed in and slapped that person across the face. Are you blind? This is senior apprentice brother Long Chen, and he only came here as a formality, but you dare to make things hard on him. Do you now know how the word death is written? Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. This little one was not able to see Mount Tai. Due to your grand magnanimity, please forgive this little one. That person immediately knelt on the ground. It was unknown whether he was frightened by the outer sect disciple's status or Long Chen's name. First, register me and then let me see what kind of good work there is, said Long Chen. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, are you really a worker now? That's not suited to your status, said one of the outer sect disciples. Long Chen shook his head and had the person take out a book. There were all kinds of missions listed: feeding magical beasts, laying bricks, cleaning up crap, etc. There were thousands of options, but the rewards were only spirit stones. The normal ones gave 1 spirit stone, while the generous ones gave 2. Managing a medicinal field, this one, set me up for this one. Long Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. Chapter 1049 Getting Rich. In the surrounding region of the Xuantian Dao sect was a large mountain range. There were many formations here, and the spiritual qi was condensed to the peak. Mist and medicinal fragrance filled the air. There was a huge 1,000-mile medicinal field with countless medicinal ingredients here. Hundreds of people were in the midst of carefully going through them with instruments. Some were pulling out weeds, some were holding brushes to pollinate the flowers, and there were even some carrying extremely small pincers to pick insects off. While everyone else was busy, a black-robed man was leisurely walking through the medicinal field. There were a dozen overseers present, but these people didn't dare to say a word when they saw Long Chen, let alone order him to get to work. How orderly. There are 7th, 8th, and 9th tier medicinal ingredients. However, how evil. None of them are main ingredients, they're just supplementary medicinal ingredients. Well, I suppose that's normal. Main ingredients are always exceptionally precious and exceptionally delicate. They need specialized people to look after them. Well, at least I can get a few useful ones. Long Chen squatted down and excavated a precious ingredient. The overseers were horrified. If a medicinal ingredient died, they would be the ones scolded. Don't speak. If something happens, I'll take responsibility, said Long Chen before they could say anything. He inserted that medicinal ingredient into the primal chaos space. He urged on the primal chaos space to make it rapidly reproduce. Once he had a large area of it, he took out one and used it as a replacement. Seeing that medicinal ingredient was still flourishing, the overseers relaxed slightly. Then Long Chen began to do the same thing over and over again. Back in the Eastern Wasteland's Pill Tower, he had obtained quite a few precious medicinal ingredients that had helped to solve many of his problems. But as his cultivation base increased, he needed more. Seeing this many new ones here delighted Long Chen. Long Chen quickly went through the medicinal field. The overseers saw that Long Chen would always quickly put back any medicinal ingredients he excavated, and those ingredients wouldn't be damaged at all. In fact, they seemed to be more flourishing than ever. Long Chen worked bitterly and excitedly for 3 days. Finally, there were tens of thousands of new medicinal ingredients in the primal chaos space. Long Chen was delighted. He directly gathered all the workers and overseers, giving each of them 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones as a reward. Those people almost went crazy with joy. Long Chen was also almost crazy with joy. He left the medicinal field and returned to the outer sect. He then went to their headquarters to see Wang Mang and the others. They told him a piece of news that made Long Chen's expression sink. Because the ones to receive Long Chen from the Eastern Wasteland were Wang Mang and the others, they had been targeted upon returning to the Xuantian Dao sect. During this time, they had been forced to clean up the crap of magical beasts every day. That wasn't even a work that an outer sect disciple was supposed to do. At that time, Long Chen directly grabbed the person in charge of that and gave him 2 slaps in the face. You idiot, if you want to live, you'll be clear-eyed in the future. Don't think the law enforcement hall's backing makes you untouchable. I dared to beat a teacher and kill a core disciple. If you want to go against me, you had best consider the consequences. That supervisor quivered in terror. He felt Long Chen to be a devil from hell and that his life might dissipate at any moment like the dust being blown by the wind. He immediately arranged for Wang Mang and the others to get easy and comfortable posts. Sorry for troubling you, senior apprentice brother Long Chen, said Wang Mang and the others gratefully. Due to a bribe, Wang Mang had been supposed to make things hard for Long Chen. But as a result, Long Chen didn't hold it against him, and now he had become Long Chen's subordinate. That had caused the people above him to be irritated. Although Wang Mang was smart and exchanged the sea demon Nidans for quite a few things and sent them upwards, he still wasn't able to quell their rage. After taking those things, they sent him to clean up the crap of magical beasts. I'm the one who troubled you. Long Chen shook his head. I won't let you lose out. In the future, you can help me communicate with the outer sect disciples. Spread the word that the Dragonblood Legion is selling points, 20,000 spirit stones for 1 point. There are only 20,000 points available, and each person may only buy one, said Long Chen. He knew Qian Duoduo had yet to carry out that project, because he was unable to find Wang Mang. Now thanks to his 2 demotions, he had not only gathered a huge amount of medicinal ingredients, but he had also found Wang Mang. For so cheap, isn't that too little? Can we buy it ourselves? Asked Wang Mang, his heart thumping. Don't be so foolish. These are to be sold to others in order to raise popularity. Don't get red-eyed for something as small as this. Look further. I guarantee you all will quickly become inner sect disciples, said Long Chen confidently. Wang Mang and the others were delighted. A terrifying person like Long Chen was capable of anything. Thinking of how they could become inner sect disciples, they were indescribably grateful. He had Wang Mang go spread the news. Then Long Chen obediently took the transportation formation back to the inner sect. If an outer sect disciple wanted to go to the inner sect, they would have to undergo a strict investigation. But when those disciples saw Long Chen, they didn't even check his badge. They directly led him through. What kind of joke was that? His face was his signboard. It could be said that it was possible for someone in the Xuantian Dao sect to not recognize the Zan master, but there was basically no one who didn't recognize Long Chen. He ruthlessly launched a killing blow to a core disciple, wildly beat a teacher, and was still able to live happily in the Xuantian Dao sect. That in itself was a miracle. When Long Chen returned to the inner sect, he immediately caused an uproar. That was because he was too conspicuous. Inner sect disciples all had to wear inner sect disciple robes, which were white. But Long Chen was wearing his own black robes. Long Chen ignored the strange looks. He went directly to Crouching Dragon Mountain. Guo Ran and the others were in the midst of holding a meeting. Now that Long Chen had left, Crouching Dragon Mountain no longer had a leader. Long Chen's arrival delighted them. Long Chen said, Qian Duoduo, go to the outer sect and start the project. First, release 20,000 points. Then 5 days later, put out 50,000 points, and 1 month later, sell another 100,000 points. But the prices are not to be the same. Sell the first wave for 20,000 middle spirit stones each, 30,000 for the second wave, and 40,000 for the third wave. Then, stop selling them. My guess is that the other factions will not be able to sit still and will send people disguised as outer sect disciples to buy as many points as possible. At that time, directly raise the price to 100,000 middle grade spirit stones for one. I trust we'll definitely make a killing. But boss, then we won't have any points to exchange for resources. We'll be at a disadvantage in the first competition and lose even more points in the end, said Guo Ran. Then let me ask you, if we spent all these points on raising everyone's power, then according to the distribution of power, what ranking would we get? Asked Long Chen. Guo Ran was dumbfounded. He and the others looked at each other. In terms of power, they were the weakest. Even if they went all out, they would probably still be dead last. Just the core Dragonblood Legion on its own was unable to make up for the weakness of the new warriors. When it comes to our average power, we're the weakest, and there's no way to argue against that. Even if we went all out, the greatest possible result is that we might be able to suppress the 10,000 insect guild and go from last to second last. But the rewards still wouldn't be high. Furthermore, the competition is no ordinary game. It's the same as the inner sect trial and will be based on killing. There will be huge casualties, and throwing away so many lives for ranking isn't worth it. That's why I've decided to just obediently be in last place this time. What I want is for every person to survive this competition. That would be a victory for us. So, don't bother with anything else. Focus completely on drilling the new warriors. Teach them what a true battle is. They need to get accustomed to working in squads and rapidly changing formations. Furthermore, have each new member get a tattoo of a dragon on their arms. You are Dragonblood warriors, and in the future, they will be known as Dragonmark warriors. They'll slowly integrate with us, so guide them into becoming a collective whole, said Long Chen. Don't worry boss, I have experience in that regard. I'll definitely handle the Dragonblood Legion properly, promised Guo Ran. Good. Is there any news of Meng Qi and the others? Asked Long Chen. Even now, he hadn't gotten any news of them. If Meng Qi, Wild, and Yu Zifeng were present, the Dragonblood Legion definitely wouldn't need to fear any group battle. We've asked around, but they said that as special disciples, that have specialized teachers leading them through specific trials. Apparently, the treatment of a special disciple is equivalent to a core disciple, said Guo Ran. If that was true, the Dragonblood Legion would be incomparably powerful in the future. Who would be able to compare to them? Long Chen nodded. If that was the case, he was at ease. When they returned, the Dragonblood Legion's power would leap to a new height. After giving them their missions, Long Chen descended Crouching Dragon Mountain and went to Treasure Gem Island. That was where the Xuantian Dao sect had its treasures. It was also the place where the disciples spent their points the most. As long as you had enough points, you could buy anything there. Long Chen was bringing a large number of points. He wanted to see if there was anything he needed that he could buy. Treasure Gem Island was a couple 100 miles and was filled with buildings. The pedestrians were like ants, and it was very lively. However, whether it was inner sect disciples or outer sect disciples, they all had to wear their disciple robes. Long Chen's arrival drew countless gazes. Long Chen had only just stepped off the transportation formation when he saw a certain person. He felt the space around him suddenly begin to heat up. Seeing who it was, Long Chen's gaze turned ice cold. Chapter 1050. A specialist in beating people. That person was the one who had fought a life and death battle against Long Chen and had narrowly managed to escape the Yama King's clutches, Kei Xinyan. Seeing Long Chen, flames almost erupted from Kei Xinyan's eyes. That battle back then had not just almost taken his life, but it had also lost all his face, and even his strongest earth flame had been snatched away. His hatred for Long Chen had reached a level that could no longer be described with words. He directly walked over to him. Long Chen. Kei Xinyan clenched his teeth, not hiding his killing intent at all. Gate Master, it's not permitted to fight in here. Kei Xinyan's Flame Gate's members all panicked. It was forbidden to fight in Treasure Gem Island. Kei Xinyan hastily stopped. He had almost let his hatred get the better of him. If he caused trouble here, then regardless of his status, he would be imprisoned. Kei Xinyan might have stopped, but Long Chen didn't stop his hand. Because Kei Xinyan had come to a stop so suddenly, his face ended up leaning forward slightly for a moment. Long Chen reflexively gave him a slap in the face. Looking at that, it seemed as if Kei Xinyan had rushed over and intentionally stuck out his face for Long Chen to slap it. Kei Xinyan was sent flying. This was right in front of the transportation formation, an extremely lively place. But that resounding slapping sound caused everyone to go deathly silent. Everyone looked over in shock. Idiot, don't block the path, snorted Long Chen. As if nothing had happened, he continued on his way. Kei Xinyan stabilized himself in the air. He was almost insane now, and he was just about to release his aura to fight against Long Chen when a cold shout rang out. Who is causing a ruckus here? An elder appeared in the air, glaring at Long Chen and Kei Xinyan. He was a king. Ah, you misunderstand. I wasn't causing a ruckus. There were too many people, and we just carelessly bumped into each other, said Long Chen. Bumped into each other? That elder icily stared at him. Yes, he was in too big of a rush. He was walking too fast, and his face was too big, so he carelessly bumped into my hand. If you don't believe me, you can ask him, said Long Chen, completely relaxed. The handprint on Kei Xinyan's face was clearly visible. Long Chen's slap had been truly vicious. Anyone else might have been killed if they were struck by that blow. Kei Xinyan was almost unable to bear it. Even after circulating his heavenly Dao energy, the mark didn't fade for a long time. The most important thing was that the essence blood and core energy he had ignited last time still hadn't recovered. Compared to Long Chen's injuries, his own sequelae were too great. Today, he had come over to Treasure Gem Island to get some medicinal pills to heal himself. What do you say? Asked the elder frostily. Kei Xinyan's expression immediately looked like he had just swallowed a housefly. If he didn't admit to it, then he would also be at fault, and the two of them would be taken away. He is right, it was a misunderstanding. Kei Xinyan's words were spat out through the gaps between his teeth. He was about to go crazy from rage. See, I was right. Long Chen shrugged. Your enmities don't interest me. Treasure Gem Island is a special place with countless treasures. It is forbidden to fight, so I'd advise not causing trouble, warned the elder before leaving. Once he left, Long Chen also continued to walk nonchalantly, making Xianxia fume. Rancor flashed in his eyes. Long Chen, just you wait. Long Chen didn't even glance at Xianxia. He truly was an idiot. His blood qi was still so weak, meaning he still wasn't healed. If they were to fight, Long Chen could crush him. Long Chen still hadn't given up his thoughts of killing Xianxia. He would never be able to forget those people who had seen hope and had just been about to succeed when they lost their lives because of his idiotic actions. Although they weren't related to him, Long Chen still felt furious. No one could do foolish things without paying a price. However, now wasn't the time to handle him. Long Chen was simply waiting for his chance. As he continued forward, Long Chen was shocked by Treasure Gem Island's foundation. He saw countless treasures that made him have an urge to plunder everything. He saw weapons, sets of armor, talismans, medicinal ingredients, and king weapons. There were even 9th rank housepet eggs. 9th rank, in other words, an existence on the level of a king. However, when he saw the price, he had an urge to ransack all of Treasure Gem Island. 3 million points, how was that any different from robbery? Altogether, the Dragonblood Legion's points were only just over 1 million. Furthermore, incubating and raising a 9th rank magical beast would also require resources. That was money. Fine, I won't play with this stuff for now. Time to take a look at the more reasonable things. Walking through the path, Long Chen was completely dazzled by the treasures he saw. There were even people being sold. Well, being sold wasn't the best description. More accurately, they were being rented. Long Chen personally saw a group of young men and women sitting in a tea room, signboards beside them listing prices. Long Chen was curious and had been about to ask them what they were doing when he saw a young disciple go over to strike up a conversation with one of the beautiful women. As a result, he was cursed away by her. That disciple actually thought the price beside her was the fee for a night of special exchanges. Even Long Chen felt bad for that person. Fortunately, this was Treasure Gem Island. If he had made the same mistake anywhere else, he might already be on his way to reincarnating. These people were the senior generation's disciples. They were all foundation forging experts, and they had come to sell their abilities. They could act as a bodyguard, they could help accomplish missions, they could accompany you through an adventure, they could train you and help increase your cultivation base, and there were even some willing to be hired thugs that would teach a lesson to the people you wanted clobbered. Different professions offered different prices, but it seemed that the profession involving a night of pleasures hadn't opened up yet. Junior brother, have you run into any trouble? If you were bullied by someone, go ahead and tell your senior apprentice brother. I'm a fighter who helps people vent. My reputation has been built up over 10 years, and as long you dare to think of someone, I'll beat them up for you. How is it, junior brother? Think it over. I still haven't made my first sale today, so I'll give you a 20% discount, called out a large man toward Long Chen. You know, I really do have someone in mind. Fuck, he really is a bully. Can you really help me beat him? Long Chen's eyes brightened. Of course. However, junior brother, let me just say this clearly, I only teach people lessons, I don't take people's lives. No one would dare to break the sect's rules like that. Furthermore, there are levels to my beatings. There are light ones involving just a few slaps and kicks to get someone to be more obedient, and there are heavier ones where I beat them black and blue. Those are the kinds of beatings that require going to the healing hall. I can also heavily injure someone so they can't get up for the next half a month. How is it? Are you interested? I can give you a special package, 3 beatings that can happen at different times and different places for a low price. How does 500 points sound? Asked that large man. The money's not a problem, but do you really dare to beat him? Long Chen hesitated. After all, that person's status wasn't ordinary. Don't worry, my reputation is stellar. Speak, what's their name? He said confidently. Luo Fan. Luo Fan, why does that name sound so familiar? Muttered the large man. What the fuck, you're just duping me. Isn't that the law enforcement hall master? How am I duping you? I truly do have enmity with him. Didn't you brag about how you would beat up anyone? Cursed Long Chen. Brat. You. Wait, are you Long Chen? That large man came to a sudden comprehension. Of course, or why else would I be looking for trouble for that old ghost? Do you accept this mission or not? Let alone 500 points, I'll give you 50,000 points. And I also don't need you to slap him or anything. Just run over to the law enforcement hall and roar that Luo Fan is an old bastard and I'll immediately pay you, said Long Chen. 50,000. The large man was startled. This money-spending style was shocking, but he really didn't dare to accept. Who knew whether or not he would have his life after that? And even if he lived, he'd be expelled from the Xuantian Dao sect. Then those points would be useless. Fine, you're the bigger man. I admit my inferiority. Please go find someone more qualified than me. The large man shook his head. Let's discuss this, said Long Chen. No, I don't have your big guts. He bitterly smiled. He was from the senior generation, but even he was aware of how Long Chen had beat up a teacher, causing the elder hall master and law enforcement hall master to fight. In the senior generation's eyes, Long Chen was like a devil in human form. Even they wouldn't play with him. They avoided him like the plague. Long Chen wanted to see if he could worm his way into being friends with any of them and ask about the situation around, but as a result, when they learned he was Long Chen, they all fled. Long Chen was speechless and could only continue roaming. Asking around, he finally found the place he was looking for, the 10,000 pill hall. He needed to buy a few things to help the Dragonblood Legion grow. Chapter 1051 Making a Killing. May I ask what you're looking for? Long Chen had just entered when a maiden walked over and courteously spoke to him. She was an outer sect disciple who was working here for points, so her attitude was naturally very good. I want to buy a few precious medicinal ingredients, said Long Chen, getting straight to the point. The maiden directly handed Long Chen a thick book. All the precious medicinal ingredients, names, ages, prices, and identification numbers are here. You can go through it and then tell me the identification numbers. I'll get them from the storage room. Alright, many thanks. Long Chen opened the thick book. He skipped to the 7th tier medicinal ingredients and began browsing. 9 Yang Heavenly Star Grass, Qilin Blood Spirit Fungus, Flying Star Anise, Dragon Gall Bitter Fruit. Long Chen named off over 80 ingredients, requiring one of each, causing the maiden to jump. Senior Apprentice Brother, these are main ingredients for alchemy, and they're incredibly expensive. It will require a lot of points, she warned. Each one of these ingredients required thousands of points, and some over 10,000. It's fine. Can you calculate how many points it will take? Asked Long Chen. These points weren't important. As long as he could get these ingredients, everything else would be fine. In total, 278,500 points, she said. She had worked here for several years, and she had never seen someone pay so much. That's fine. Can you gather them for me? I still have plenty of points. Long Chen smiled, but inside, his heart was dripping blood. That amount was no joke. Alright, please wait a moment. She hurriedly left, leaving behind another attendant to look after Long Chen. After all, a rich customer like him had to be properly looked after. An incense stick's worth of time later, she returned with a tray. There was an elegant jade case resting on it. The jade case possessed its own space, and the medicinal ingredients were sealed within. She handed the medicinal ingredients over one by one to Long Chen for his inspection. Once Long Chen confirmed that all these medicinal ingredients were the right one and in good condition, Long Chen took out a crystal card. That was the Dragonblood Legion's crystal card, and the faction's points were all within it. Please get it over quickly. That way, the pain in my heart will go by faster. Long Chen bitterly smiled. Handing over the crystal card, he couldn't contain his distress. The maiden smiled and received it. After setting the number of points to be deducted, she was just about to activate it. Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked in. He icily stared at Long Chen, and then looking at the medicinal ingredients on the table, he frowned. These medicinal ingredients were already reserved by others. When are you going to learn not to be so negligent? The maiden was startled, hastily saying, I already checked everything carefully. No one, shut up, you've even learned to talk back. Go back to the storehouse and check the lists, he shouted coldly. She reddened and ran away. Only then did the middle-aged man put on a businessman-like expression. He turned to Long Chen and said, I'm very sorry, but these medicinal ingredients were reserved by others and can't be sold. But if you're really set on this, it's not impossible. How about this? As long as you can make up for that lost business, I'll still sell you these medicinal ingredients. As for the price, let's just set it as double. He smiled amicably at Long Chen, but his eyes were full of disdain and mocking. Do you know, an idiot like you would have long since died if this wasn't the Xuantian Dao sect. I suppose this 10,000 pill hall is the property of the Alchemy Pavilion, and you're from the Alchemy Pavilion. Are you intentionally making things hard on me? Demanded Long Chen. The middle-aged man looked around and saw there was no one else around before his mouth twisted into a cold smile. So what? I hear you have a few alchemy arts that make you so arrogant you look down on everyone else. You even dared to beat one of my Alchemy Pavilion's teachers. And I hear you're quite wild, to the point that you even dared to beat up law enforcers in the outer sect. Now I want to see how you act wild in front of me. Will you be cheated, or scram? Don't tell me those criminal bastards in the outer sect who exploit the poor are your stooges. Long Chen suddenly narrowed his eyes. Smart, but do you think it makes you very special? In reality, your brashness will be the end of you. You'll be unable to move an inch in the Xuantian Dao sect. For example, right now you are helpless to do anything. So either buy it, or scram. Up to you, said the middle-aged man indifferently. What, you want to get revenge? Ha ha ha, then I'll wait for you. Remember, my name is Luo Bo. If you have that ability, then come at me whenever you want, sneered Luo Bo. Long Chen smiled. Luo Bo, good, that's fine. I'll admit defeat today. I'll buy it, and I hope you don't regret today. Long Chen took those medicinal ingredients and directly paid twice the price for it. He had an urge to beat this bastard. In these early stages, points were at their most precious level. Having to pay so much was sending hail on top of snow for the Dragonblood Legion. In all his life, Long Chen hadn't felt this irritated. If it weren't for the fact that the Dragonblood Legion hadn't established itself in the Central Plains yet and needed the fertile lands of the Xuantian Dao sect to grow, Long Chen would definitely have killed this dolt. But he knew that it was precisely because of the protection of the rules that certain people were fearless and bullied others as they pleased. He furiously left the 10,000 pill hall. He prayed he wouldn't run into more idiots, or he really might kill someone. As soon as Long Chen left Treasure Gem Island and was thinking of returning to Crouching Dragon Mountain, he found his way blocked by people telling him that since he was no longer an inner sect disciple, he could not stay within the inner sect during the night. Thus, he would have to return to the outer sect. And so he returned to the outer sect. As he was looking for a clean hotel to stay in, he was blocked once more by law enforcers who were checking to see if anyone was running a brothel service there. As a result, they were all tossed out by Long Chen, once more stuck in a wall. Then on the hotel door, he installed a sign saying, "Law enforcers and dogs are not allowed to enter." That night passed very peacefully. No one dared to disturb Long Chen again, and the law enforcers avoided his hotel. Long Chen was stifling a belly full of anger. He almost beat those idiots to death, but he managed to hold himself back. After calming down, he began to plant his newly acquired medicinal ingredients. They had been preserved very well and were still living. They quickly began to flourish. After a bitter night's work, he had planted over 1,000 of each of them. His private medicinal field had grown a great deal. By the time the medicinal field was finished, the sky had brightened. Before Long Chen could even leave, Wang Mang and the others had come. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, we've already investigated. Those outer sect law enforcers are closely related to that Luo Bo you mentioned. One of them seems to have taken in some secret benefits, and the organization behind them is a bit complicated. It is related to the law enforcement hall in the Alchemy Pavilion. Those two departments are both very protective, and no one dares to investigate them. As for those law enforcers, they have a set amount of offerings that they have to send up each month. Although the outer sect is impoverished, there's an uncountable number of commoners, and so there's still considerable wealth that can be squeezed out of them. If you want to handle those disciples, you have to be cautious, said Wang Mang. Cautious my ass, let's just make a killing already. Has the first wave of points gone out yet? Asked Long Chen. They were sold out and gone in a flash. Quite a few people grumbled over not being able to get any, said Wang Mang. Good, tell them the second wave is coming soon, but the price will be different, said Long Chen. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, why not just directly raise the price to 50,000? Otherwise, you're losing too much money. Even if the price was 50,000 spirit stones for 1 point, countless people would still want to buy them, suggested Wang Mang. Long Chen shook his head. This is called throwing a brick to attract jade. I'm not looking for the outer sect disciples' money. After establishing a trustworthy platform, the next thing to do is establish comfortable bedding. They talked for a while. Long Chen had Wang Meng begin establishing more contacts. And to create his own power within the outer sect, Long Chen directly gave Wang Meng 10,000 points. Those 10,000 points weren't to be sold. They were to be used to encourage people to go beat up those law enforcers. Those law enforcers often went out bullying others when they weren't even on shift. They had no privileges at that time, but they still went out to patrol. It was time to end that practice. If true law enforcers on duty appeared, then they were to be ignored. But if any law enforcers went too far, then they were to be beaten. When the time came, Long Chen would be there to support them. As a result, the entire outer sect became chaotic. The outer sect was huge, and there were dozens of cities just as big as this one. Hearing that they had Long Chen's support, and there was even a reward, people almost went crazy with delight. There was a new sight commonly seen all across the city. The outer sect disciples were now constantly roving around, and seeing any law enforcers off duty, they would attack. The law enforcers were infuriated. Just as they were planning on settling the bill, Long Chen appeared and they didn't even dare to fart. The higher-ups had sent news not to provoke Long Chen. Long Chen had the support of the Elder Hall, and going against him would not be smart. The law enforcement hall had learned to be more obedient. They were waiting for a chance, but before that chance, they wouldn't easily take action. However, once that chance arrived, they would bring Long Chen his death. So the law enforcement hall was temporarily not doing anything to Long Chen. But that dumbfounded Luo Bo. He got a large monthly stream of money from the outer sect, but now that the law enforcement hall had turned coward, he was losing out on all of it. Moreover, he was part of the alchemy pavilion and had no authority to interfere in matters of the outer sect. He could only watch as his profits dwindled. The outer sect was now Long Chen's land, and more outer sect disciples were throwing themselves to his side. Luo Bo sounds like daikon, radish carrot. It would be the first thing that pops into your head if someone said it. Chapter 1052 Bitter Earth Mortal Molting Pill. The outer sect contained the greatest number of people within the entire Xuantian Dao sect. Thus, the total number of points spread amongst all outer sect disciples and workers was enormous. Many of those points were the wealth parents had left to their children in hopes of them one day soaring. Long Chen was focused on them right now. He was establishing a marketing platform within the outer sect. After 3 batches of points, despite the fact that their price was now 50,000 middle-grade spirit stones for one, the supply did not meet the demand. Countless people were doing their best to buy them, but it was hard to get even a single one. What shocked Qian Duoduo was that it was just as Long Chen had said. There really were people who went to find him, looking to buy points in bulk. They had come after the second batch. The price back then had been 30,000 middle-grade spirit stones, and they had offered to pay 50,000. Qian Duoduo had acted according to Long Chen's instructions and ignored them. After the third batch, they came again, offering a price of 80,000 spirit stones. Qian Duoduo had offered a price of 100,000, and if they were able to pay the price, they could buy out all the 600,000 points they still had. That person had mysteriously returned 2 days later, taking in all of those 600,000 points in one gulp. Other than a tiny reserve, the Dragonblood Legion had sold off all their points. Long Chen had obtained a total of 60 billion middle-grade spirit stones. They were packed into a mountain in his spatial ring. Once those points were bought, the person behind the scenes finally appeared. It was the Divine Beast Mansion's Hu Guoshan. However, just Hu Guoshan on his own was unable to afford such a thing. He had taken all his disciples' middle-grade spirit stones, and it still hadn't been enough. That was because their dependence on middle-grade spirit stones after advancing to sea expansion was too high. Normally, middle-grade spirit stones were all used as currency. Not that many people would store up huge stockpiles of them. Without enough middle-grade spirit stones, they had used high-grade spirit stones to make up for the difference. But it still hadn't been enough. 60 billion middle-grade spirit stones was 10 times the amount of what Long Chen had paid to reconstruct the Eastern Wastelands branch sect. Furthermore, the actual reconstruction only took 3 billion. The rest had been for savings and extras. In other words, 60 billion was enough to build 20 of those branch sects. From this, it could be seen how much money the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples had. Hu Guoshan wasn't able to eat it all by himself, so he had worked together with Fan Song's Hegemon Hall and Kei Xinyan's Flame Gate. Only all together did they have enough spirit stones. Once they were bought, Hu Guoshan and the others immediately released the news, mocking Long Chen for selling his incredibly precious points for some useless spirit stones. It was foolish to the peak. The news that Long Chen had sold all his points quickly spread throughout the Xuantian Dao sect. Countless people mocked him for his stupidity. Only Long Chen was sneering inside at them. He told the Dragonblood warriors to ignore them and just properly drill their formations and accumulate battle experience. Right now, Long Chen was the hegemon of the outer sect. The law enforcers didn't dare to touch him. Without anyone to bully them, the peddlers returned. Long Chen had the outer sect disciples form a region outside the city for the peddlers to sell their wares. He gave them a way to live that didn't disturb the order of the city. If you wanted high-quality things, you could go inside the city, and if you just wanted street stall goods, you could go outside the city. Those peddlers were incomparably grateful and took the initiative to pay a protection fee. Long Chen had the outer sect disciples take a small fee and send a few disciples to look after their safety, so no one would cause trouble for them again. The outer sect quickly began to thrive under Long Chen's rule. It was more flourishing than ever. In the outer sect's members' eyes, Long Chen was like a god, and they prostrated themselves before him. Even the law enforcers had to be obedient and didn't dare to leave their doors. At this time, everyone complied with the rules very properly, and there was basically no need for law enforcers. Everything was peaceful and harmonious. Long Chen essentially handed those matters to Wang Mang and Qian Duoduo to handle. Using his few remaining points, he spent 5,000 on a treasure class, 7th tier medicinal furnace. That made Long Chen's heart bleed, but there was no way around it. He hadn't refined pills in a long time, and his pill furnace was unable to keep up with his requirements. He had no choice but to spend a great deal of money on buying one. This pill furnace could only count as middle grade. High grade ones cost tens of thousands of points, while peak grade pill furnaces cost hundreds of thousands of points, or even millions. Long Chen didn't even dare to look at those. He had realized that in the Xuantian Dao sect, no matter how many points you had, it wouldn't be enough. That was because there were far too many good things to buy. In a private room within the city, Long Chen had a few outer sect disciples guard the door so that no one would disturb him. Because he was a worker, it was more convenient for him to stay in the outer sect. He still retained his privileges and could enter the inner sect, but he couldn't live there. A flame leapt into existence over his hand. The earth flame was much stronger now, delighting him. Huo Long had devoured 2 new earth flames and was still in the process of digesting all their energy. But even now, there was an extremely obvious leap in its power. Once all that energy was digested, Huo Long would reach a terrifying level. It's been a long time since I've done any alchemy. Will I have gotten rusty? Long Chen heated the furnace and took out a few medicinal ingredients from the primal chaos space. Right now, he was refining a 7th tier medicinal pill known as the Bitter Earth Mortal Molting Pill. This pill's effect was the same as the peak-grade Divine Mortal Molting Elixir he had obtained in the Immemorial Path. But it definitely wasn't on the same level in terms of effect. That was because the Divine Mortal Molting Elixir increased a person's talent and cleansed their bone marrow without the person feeling the slightest pain. In fact, it was incredibly comfortable. But the Bitter Earth Mortal Molting Pill was unable to do the same. Its main ingredient was the Bitter Earth Dragon Bone Root, and that thing was both bitter and spicy. When it was ground into powder, it would automatically ignite. In any case, once the Bitter Earth Mortal Molting Pill was consumed, even a man of steel would soften. There was no way around this. Although the Xuantian Dao sect also had Divine Mortal Molting Elixir that could be bought, it would cost 800 for each person. That was 8 months of rations for an inner sect disciple, and there was no way for them to afford it. Nice, what a strong flame. Long Chen had just started refining some of the ingredients when he saw that the refinement was completed in just a breath. That delighted him. This was the result of being connected spiritually with his earth flame. What he wanted, it would immediately do. It was incredibly easy. If he had subdued another earth flame, it definitely wouldn't be this easy. Long Chen praised himself for making the right decision in not listening to the Eastern Wasteland bell. Rather than subduing that lion would ever blaze, having Huo Long to do his bidding was much more dependable. With Huo Long's assistance, refining the ingredients into powders was as easy as turning a hand. In fact, after he repeated the same refinement several times, Huolong would memorize the flame control for that ingredient, and its control would be just as accurate as Long Chen's. Time passed, and eventually, a bang came from within the pill furnace. Long Chen opened the lid and saw 9 medicinal pills covered in lines and releasing strong medicinal fragrance. Hee, a treasure blade does not rust. 8 9-ring pills, and 1 8-ring pill. Achoo! Long Chen suddenly went through a sneezing fit, as the medicinal fragrance was too pungent and it irritated his eyes. He hastily tossed them inside a bottle. For the next few days, Long Chen gave his crystal card to Tang Wan-er. Using the remaining points, he had Tang Wan-er and Guo Ran raise their power as much as possible. Within the Dragonblood Legion, the two of them had the greatest room for growth, and they would be the greatest guards of the faction's lives during the competition. Tang Wan-er could learn wind magical arts, and within the trial regions of the Xuantian Dao sect, she could cultivate them twice as fast with half the effort. As for Long Chen, his main mission was to refine pills as fast as possible. Fortunately, with Huolong's assistance, his alchemy arts were practically miraculous. A furnace of pills could be refined without him even doing anything. Huolong had already memorized the process, and in just a dozen breaths, the refinement would be completed. This kind of terrifying speed would probably cause countless alchemists to commit suicide out of shame. Furthermore, each furnace of pills was comprised of 9-ring pills. Other than the first 8-ring pill, the rest were all 9-ring. After 3 days and 3 nights of refining, he had over 13,000 bitter earth mortal molting pills. Just 1 pill was enough for each person. More accurately, if a person ate 2, they would be crippled. This was an extremely domineering pill. Long Chen left his seclusion. The outer sect was extremely normal. He went to the inner sect and saw far fewer people than before. The classes were over, so everyone had already chosen their best cultivation paths. They had entered the various cultivation lands, as there were specialized instructors there to guide them. Returning to Crouching Dragon Mountain, he saw that the majority of disciples were already cultivating. Long Chen waited until night, but the majority had yet to gather. At this time, law enforcers came to tell Long Chen that he should return to the outer sect. As a result, Long Chen simply told them to scram, and they didn't dare to make a sound. They obediently went to report this, but in the end, nothing else happened. Most likely, the law enforcement hall was also aware they were unable to cause Long Chen any difficulties over such minor things. Rather than wasting the effort, they just let him be. Finally, the Dragonblood warriors were all gathered, with the new Dragonmark warriors also present. They worshipfully looked at the person standing in front, the only person who could wear their personal robes in the inner sect. Looking at all those new faces, Long Chen felt a bit foreign. But seeing how passionate their gazes were, he was also full of emotion. "Brothers, I've come here today to give you candy. There's no need to be courteous. Come, each person can have one." Chapter 1053 Huolong's Split Bodies. Candy. Everyone was flabbergasted. They had been gathered to get candy. Ji Yuyong, Guo Ran, come and distribute the candy to the Dragonmark warriors. Long Chen tossed a case to Guo Ran. Guo Ran opened it and saw that they really were candy. What he didn't know was that these were medicinal pills Long Chen had added a layer of sugar to. That was to prevent their scent from spreading. Otherwise, once this case was opened, nobody on Crouching Dragon Mountain would be able to keep their eyes open. Dragonmark warriors, listen well. Now you've joined the Dragonblood Legion. I trust the Dragonblood warriors have told you about the Dragonblood Legion's history. In the Dragonblood Legion, you don't need to have high talent. You just have to be absolutely loyal. You can never betray your brothers and sisters. They will also never betray you, and I also trust you. Starting today, you'll become true members. Swallow the candy in your hands. That little ball of sugar will be your first step toward the peak of the martial path, shouted Long Chen. Yes, boss. The Dragonmark warriors directly swallowed the little balls in their hands. In their hearts, Long Chen was a god. Even if he wanted them to swallow a ball of dung, they wouldn't hesitate. Heavens, my stomach is burning, cried a Dragonmark warrior. Following him, the others also began to feel like a fire was burning in their stomachs. Red vapor began to come from their mouths and noses when they breathed. Then it wasn't just their nose and mouth, but also their ears. In fact, even their eyes were emitting some of it. It was a ghastly sight. Brothers, don't be afraid. This is the effect of the bitter earth mortal molting pill. With our points, we couldn't buy peak grade divine mortal molting elixir, so you'll need to experience some bitterness. The bitter earth mortal molting pill can greatly increase your talent, stabilize your foundation, and cleanse your bone marrow. Because your cultivation bases are high, you'll have to experience some extra pain, but everything you go through now is so you can survive on the battlefield. Endure it, because it's all worth it, said Long Chen. Don't worry boss, we can still endure. One person cried out, but as soon as he spoke, he coughed up red vapor, looking comical. Crouching Dragon Mountain became covered in a red haze. Guo Ran, don't cry. They'll definitely be able to bear it, comforted Ji Yuyong. Who's crying? This smoke. It's irritating to my eyes. I can't handle it, I have to leave. After saying that, Guo Ran vanished like a wisp of smoke. His constitution was too weak, and he couldn't even handle this vapor. The Dragonmark warriors had turned completely red now, like prawns that had been thoroughly cooked. Long Chen had the Dragonblood warriors constantly splash water on their bodies. When the water touched them, it was like water splashing on red-hot iron. A crisp boiling sound came from them. The Dragonblood warriors couldn't help but rejoice in their good luck. They had already consumed the peak-grade divine mortal molting elixir, or they would also be experiencing this pain now. The Dragonmark warriors looked like they were being cooked in flames. Their skin was roiling, and black liquid was seeping out of it. That liquid was extremely disgusting to smell. Seeing this, the Dragonmark warriors firmed their resolve. They weren't fools. They knew this was the impurities that the medicinal energy had forced out of their bodies. That was an immensely beneficial thing to them. Although they felt unbearable pain, they were also grateful to Long Chen. They had heard of divine mortal molting elixir, and they also knew they couldn't afford to buy it. However, they hadn't thought that Long Chen would be able to use a different method to achieve the same effect as peak-grade divine mortal molting elixir. Long Chen nodded. Although these Dragonmark warriors only had average talent, that battle of blood and fire had strengthened their wills. That was something many experts did not possess. The pain should last around 3 days. Once those 3 days are over, you should feel like you've completely transformed. After saying that, Long Chen left Crouching Dragon Mountain. Just as he was leaving, he suddenly thought of something and had Guo Ran send an application for him. That application was for the Alchemy Pavilion. Long Chen was applying to be one of their disciples and enjoy the benefits of such a position. He clearly listed his alchemy abilities and his experience in that regard. Boss, even if you used your butt to think, it's clear you'll be refused. You beat up one of their teachers. Aren't you asking me to go and get cursed? Said Guo Ran bitterly. If you could figure it out, so could I. They definitely won't approve my application. What I want is to record their attitude and reason, said Long Chen. All right then. Guo Ran helplessly thickened his skin and went over. He knew he was probably about to receive a bout of cursing. Long Chen continued to seclude himself in the outer sect. This time, he was refining a different pill. This was the very famous Heavenly Star Sea Merging pill. This was a pill all sea expansion experts required. Its medicinal energy was extremely powerful, and it could raise a sea expansion expert's cultivation base the quickest. As long as your realm was high enough, you could consume it without any side effects. It was an extremely miraculous, but also precious medicinal pill. In the Xuantian Dao sect, 1 9-ring Heavenly Star Sea Merging pill cost 1 point. An inner sect disciple might spend all their points on them, and they would only get 100. That sounded like a lot, but the Heavenly Star Sea Merging pill was different from ordinary medicinal pills. It could be classified as a lukewarm pill. Although its medicinal energy was extremely strong, its effect was very slow. In order to see a rapid effect, you had to constantly consume them. 100 of them could be eaten in 3 days. Only at that speed would the medicinal effect be apparent. That was why many disciples would store up hundreds, or even thousands of points to exchange for a huge number of Heavenly Star Sea Merging pills. When they felt that they were about to advance a level, they would buy as many as they could and go into seclusion to attack the next barrier. The Heavenly Star Sea Merging pill was an important pill for this realm. It could be compared to the Bone Forging realm's Bone Tempering pills. These two realms were both realms based on piling up a mountain of medicinal pills. Long Chen slowly opened his furnace lid. He let out a startled cry, "Huo Long, you really are amazing." There were 9 pills inside, 7 of which were 9-ring pills. And this was the result of his first attempt. For other alchemists, just the rate of success in forming the pills would not surpass 30%. Even with his pill god memories, he hadn't thought that he would be able to refine 9-ring pills in his first try. Furthermore, there were 7 of them. Huo Long flew out of his arm and rubbed against him. It sent him a mental message. That message startled Long Chen. Previously, Long Chen could sense Huo Long's feelings, but this was his first time getting a complete mental message. Although it wasn't very clear, similar to a baby's babbling, he could comprehend the general meaning. Huo Long was expressing that it had grown up and could help Long Chen with some things now. Although it was just an unclear message, it delighted Long Chen. This meant that Huo Long's spirit was fully formed and it could properly communicate. If it possessed a full spirit, it would also possess spiritual strength. When it refined pills in the future, it could use that spiritual strength to increase the quality of the pills. There was no need for Long Chen to be actively refining in order to refine 9-ring pills. However, right now, Huo Long's spiritual strength was still very weak. It needed some more time to grow. This discovery delighted Long Chen. After devouring 2 powerful earth flames, Huo Long was now displaying its terrifying potential. If it could devour more earth flames, it would become his strongest trump card. After calming himself down, Long Chen continued refining. With Huo Long's assistance, his speed increased and he was capable of refining over 10,000 heavenly star sea merging pills in one day. They were basically all 9-ring. However, after all that refining, Huo Long needed to rest. Long Chen gave it that time. As for himself, he took advantage of that time to refine medicinal ingredients into powders. In truth, the most time-consuming part of refining a pill was refining the ingredients into powders. Because there were so many ingredients, all of which required different processing, refining a pill was extremely complicated. But there was no way around that. Refining pills was not the same as cooking soup. While he refined the medicinal ingredients, he also consumed a few heavenly star sea merging pills to strengthen his own cultivation base. For half a month, Long Chen refined pills and cultivated like this. As he consumed heavenly star sea merging pills like food, he advanced to the 7th heaven stage of sea expansion. As for the number of heavenly star sea merging pills he had, that number had broken past 100,000, delighting Long Chen. It had to be known that it hadn't cost him a single point to refine all of these. And compared to the heavenly star sea merging pills on the market, the effect of his pills was several times greater. To say that one of his was worth 10 of what was on the market was a bit of an exaggeration, but its effect was definitely no lower than 7 times greater. His pills were just a little bit off from reaching top grade, or he wouldn't be able to advance so quickly. The thing that delighted Long Chen the most was that as Huo Long absorbed the earth flame essence within its body, it suddenly split into 2 and then from 2 into 4. Long Chen now had 4 flame dragons. You awakened an ability. Long Chen was shocked by this. He hadn't expected Huo Long to awaken its own abilities as it grew stronger. It was now able to create split bodies, and each one of them was its own body, capable of moving freely. 4 flame dragons swam around Long Chen with delight. Huo Long was indescribably excited to have awakened its own innate ability. I wonder, could this work? Long Chen suddenly had a thought and took out another pill furnace. Communicating with one of the flame dragons, he sent it toward the pill furnace. Chapter 1054 Zheng Wenlong arrives. Huo Long, you're truly amazing. Long Chen was startled to see that he was able to control any of the flame dragons to help him refine pills, and he could use 2 at the same time. In his delight, he ran over to Tang Wan took the crystal card, bought 3 more 7th-tier furnaces, and tried them all at once. The result was 4 bangs. And those bangs weren't from the formation of the pills. All 4 refinements had failed. Long Chen looked at the 4 flame dragons, the 4 flame dragons looked back at him. For a long while, no one said a thing. I really should calm down a bit. Long Chen finally came to the conclusion that both he and Huo Long were too excited. Furthermore, Huo Long had only just managed to split into 4. Its control over its split bodies was still rough, and there was no way to perform alchemy like that. It would require Long Chen to use a great deal of soul energy to control all 4, and right now, he was also too excited, leading to the failure. Such a tumultuous state was not suitable for alchemy. But with this experience, Long Chen quickly adjusted himself. He had to use his spiritual control over the 4 flame dragons instead of relying on their own control. The results came quickly. The 4 refinements all succeeded at the same time, with each furnace having 9 pills. However, the highest quality pill was only 7 ring, while the worst was 3 ring. Huo Long's intelligence was very high, so it knew this wasn't a good result. But Long Chen said, "This is very normal, so don't grumble. We need to work on our cooperation. Since you brought out 3 more bodies to refine pills at the same time, we'll need some time to raise the quality. Just succeeding in the refinement so quickly is already amazing." Long Chen comforted Huo Long and continued refining with 4 furnaces. The difficulty of the refinement was high enough, so refining 4 at the same time was something that would probably be viewed as impossible in the alchemy world. For him to succeed in his second attempt was absolutely shocking. This was the result of their spiritual connection. Long Chen directly consumed the pills of this attempt, treating them as nothing more than a snack before continuing. After 13 tries, Huo Long's control over his flame was growing, and adding in Long Chen's cooperation, they were finally able to refine furnaces full of 9 ring pills. For their efficiency to multiply 4 times delighted Long Chen. Like this, he would be able to easily obtain 40,000 heavenly star sea merging pills in one day. When he wasn't refining pills, he was helping Huo Long rest by helping it absorb the earth flame essence. Another half a month passed. Long Chen had refined over 1,000,000 heavenly star sea merging pills. After another 3 days of refining, the number of heavenly star sea merging pills he had accumulated was over 1,300,000, including the 100,000 he had refined before. Only once he was close to 1,400,000 pills did he stop. In this month, Huo Long grew stronger and stronger, and its spirituality also rapidly rose. Long Chen suddenly had a thought and handed the process of refining pills to Huo Long on its own. The current Huo Long now had control over its own spiritual strength. Although the pills it refined on its own were of lower quality than when they cooperated, its quality was still high enough. When it refined heavenly star sea merging pills on its own, it could also refine 9 ring pills. Although they were no longer close to top grade like when they worked together, they were about the same as the pills sold by the alchemy pavilion. Refining pills on its own was taxing to Huo Long's spiritual strength. Long Chen was worried it wouldn't be cautious and told it not to go all out. If it got tired, it could focus on digesting the remaining earth flame energy in its body. With his help, Huo Long had digested the majority of the earth flame energy. He guessed that once Huo Long refined all that energy, it would not be any weaker than the flame leopard. After making sure that Huo Long would rest properly, Long Chen finally came out of seclusion. The city was still peaceful, with everyone following the rules obediently. The law enforcers didn't dare to cause any trouble. The outer sect disciples had become the commoners, guardians. They had completely taken the place of the law enforcers and were able to keep the peace. In fact, some of these outer sect disciples would help the commoners when they had time. They would go out hunting with them to increase their combat experience and teach them survival tricks. After all, just relying on the Xuantian Dao sect's rations was like waiting for opportunities to fall into their lap. With Long Chen as an inspiration, the outer sect disciples would bring some young disciples amongst the commoners to go hunting so they could get experience. They could hunt in regions that were less dangerous so their families could eat. When Long Chen came out of seclusion, he felt like the outer sect had gone through a heaven-toppling transformation. The outer sect disciples were now interacting very well with the commoners as if they were a family. Seeing this, Long Chen went directly to the inner sect. This time, he saw that the inner sect was basically deserted. There was no longer a sea of people. He guessed that everyone was training during this time because the inner sect competition was about to start. They didn't dare to waste any more time. "Boss, you're back." When Long Chen returned, Guo Ran was in the midst of drilling the Dragonmark warriors. With a proud expression, he said, "Look, what do you think of these brothers now?" The Dragonmark warriors looked at Long Chen with emotional expressions. Ever since they had consumed the candy Long Chen had fed them, they felt like they had completely transformed. Furthermore, after a month of hellish training, they were finally beginning to release their own light. If they were previously rusty blades, then they had now shed that rust to reveal their sharpness. "Excellent, now you're finally showing your sharpness. You won't bring dishonor to the name of the Dragonmark warriors," praised Long Chen. After 1 month, these disciples seemed to be new people. That wasn't just the effect of the bitter earth mortal molting pill. It was definitely related to how Guo Ran and the others had patiently drilled and trained them. This praise made them feel endlessly grateful. For a god-like existence to say a single word of approval to them made their blood heat up. Counting the days, there's still half a month until the competition. I came over this time to give everyone some encouragement. each person is getting 109 ring heavenly star sea merging pills, said Long Chen. Really, boss? Guo Ran was shocked. It wasn't just Guo Ran who was shocked. Everyone was confused. Didn't that mean each person was using up 100 points? Weren't all their points sold? How did they still have so many? They were flabbergasted. Long Chen said, as for how they came about, there's no need for you to care. Since I've been called boss by all of you, I won't let my brothers starve. You're all at mid-sea expansion or even lower. These 100 heavenly star sea merging pills are enough for you to rise one realm at least. Although that's not enough for you to compete with those so-called elite geniuses, due to your transformation through the bitter earth mortal molting pill and your hellish training, your chances of survival on the battlefield have risen a great deal. For this competition, we don't care about our achievements, and we don't care about the rewards. We just have one mission, to stay complete. However many people are going into the competition is how many people I want to see alive in the end. If any of you die, I'll have to charge my way into the netherworld to drag you back. TCH, after eating what's mine and drinking what's mine, do you think you can die like this? Wouldn't your boss have ended up losing out like that? Everyone laughed, but the emotion in Long Chen's words made them feel protected, cherished. Other than that, you don't need to feel inferior compared to those so-called heavenly geniuses. In reality, you should feel like they're the inferior ones. If your positions were switched, they wouldn't necessarily be able to reach the heights you've currently reached. Furthermore, despite the setbacks you encountered, you were still able to persevere. That will be the greatest thing you rely on as you climb toward the peak of the martial path. This is also why your boss says that if you have to suffer, you should suffer as early as possible. The majority of the so-called elites manage to reach their level smoothly like boats floating down a river. But as soon as they stumble, it will be difficult for them to ever climb back up. Cultivation is a marathon, and it's not about who runs the fastest or who runs the handsomest. It's about who can run the farthest. I see self-inferiority in your eyes, so I want you to release that useless feeling from today onward. If you can't find any aspect to be proud of, then just look at me. Just being able to follow me, Long Chen, is something worthy of pride. Long Chen patted his chest. Those disciples were all affected emotionally and began to cheer. Although Long Chen didn't like this kind of skill-less showing off, there was no way around that. He had to have them build up their own confidence. Someone without any confidence couldn't walk far on the martial path. If they couldn't find their own confidence, then they could just worship him. As long as he didn't fall, their confidence wouldn't shake either. Guo Ran, distribute the heavenly star sea merging pills. You brat, do you need a spanking? They aren't candies. Long Chen saw Guo Ran stealthily check the pills he gave him, so he gave him a kick. Each person obtained 100 heavenly star sea merging pill. That made Long Chen sigh emotionally. As expected, there was not enough meat to go around. Once all these pills were distributed, none of them remained standing here. They quickly went into seclusion to refine the medicinal energy within the heavenly star sea merging pills. For the Dragonmark warriors, advancing one realm with 100 pills was no problem. Even 2 realms was possible. But for the Dragonblood warriors who had advanced to the late stage, advancing would depend on how much they had accumulated beforehand. As soon as the heavenly star sea merging pills were divided, a disciple suddenly came to report that Crouching Dragon Mountain had a visitor. When he saw the weary Zheng Wenlong arrive, Long Chen finally sighed with relief. I prayed to the stars, I prayed to the moon, and finally, you've come. Chapter 1055 The competition begins. I'm truly sorry, Brother Long. Only once I moved to the Central Plains did I learn what it meant to be a drop in the ocean. I rushed over as soon as I could. I really couldn't tarry with my work. Zheng Wenlong bitterly smiled. Previously, although he had taken a trip to the Central Plains, it had just been a trip. But this time, he had truly gotten to work, and that was when he realized just how terrifying the Central Plains were. He was in charge of far too many things, and the pressure was like a mountain. Fortunately, he was a capable person. He quickly got a grasp on things, and as soon as he could, he rushed over. Just his exhausted expression said everything. As long as you've come, it's good. Damn, you're really doing well for yourself. You have this many expert bodyguards. Only now did Long Chen realize that amongst a dozen people traveling with Zheng Wenlong, there were 2 kings. While the rest were only at the sea expansion realm, their powerful auras marked them as true experts. These are the sect's protectors. The Central Plains is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Dangers are everywhere, so these seniors are looking after me so I don't accidentally lose my little life. Zheng Wenlong smiled. Zheng Wenlong's words were worthy of his profession as a businessman. His words were right on point, and Long Chen sighed in admiration inside. Zheng Wenlong's business was growing bigger and bigger. Brother Long, you're doing quite well yourself. As soon as I arrived at the Xuantian Dao sect, I asked for you, and everyone knew who you were. This level of fame makes me blush in shame, praised Zheng Wenlong. You're joking. Right now, my situation is so bad that I need you to save me. Come, let's speak inside. Guo Ran, bring these seniors somewhere they can rest. Zheng Wenlong and I have a business to discuss. While Guo Ran led away the people following Zheng Wenlong, Long Chen brought Zheng Wenlong to his private residence. What is it, Brother Long? Is your situation really that bad in the Xuantian Dao sect? Asked Zheng Wenlong curiously. I don't want to talk about that tragedy. Getting to business, is there any news about the medicinal ingredients I asked you to help me find before coming to the Central Plains? Asked Long Chen. I only managed to get 3, and there is another portion where there's progress, but gathering them will take some time. The rest I'm still looking for, said Zheng Wenlong, ashamed. He felt like he had let Long Chen down. Which 3? The White Rock Spirit Immortal Grass, the 5-flavor Soul Devouring Flower, and the Lotus Heart Violet Orchid. There are a few others that I've found, but I was in such a hurry to get over here that I didn't have time to get them, said Zheng Wenlong as he took out 3 jade cases. Long Chen opened one, seeing a white plant that was like coral. It was the White Rock Spirit Immortal Grass. Ha ha ha, this is the one I needed the most right now. Brother Wenlong, you've really helped me out. Long Chen was delighted to see this. This White Rock Spirit Immortal Grass did not exist within the Xuantian Dao sect. That wasn't because it was incredibly precious, but because people didn't know its true use. Even in the alchemy world, the White Rock Spirit Immortal Grass had essentially been discarded as it had no uses. Thus, there were only a few people who knew of its existence. It had no spirituality nor immortal charm. Its name was recorded in ancient texts, but no one knew how to use it. Over time, it had faded from people's sight. As for the other 2, Long Chen had managed to obtain the Lotus Heart Violet Orchid in the Xuantian Dao sect, but he hadn't gotten the 5-flavor Soul Devouring Flower. The 5-flavor Soul Devouring Flower wasn't a medicine, it was poison. It was extremely easy to recognize because there would always be a pile of corpses on top of it. As soon as beasts got near it, their souls would be absorbed, and thus it was famed for its viciousness. If a person wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't dare to pick it. These 2 new finds were extremely useful to Long Chen, especially the White Rock Spirit Immortal Grass. Within his pill god memories, there was a kind of medicinal pill known as the Spirit Immortal Foundation Building Pill. It was an 8th-tier medicinal pill that allowed C-expansion disciples to directly advance to foundation forging. That was a heaven-defying effect, and it had essentially vanished from the outside world. Long Chen had gone through the 10,000 pill hall's medicinal pills, and there was no such pill. And so there was naturally no White Rock Spirit Immortal Grass in the sect either. I'm glad I could help. To tell the truth, just bringing these 3 things makes me feel embarrassed. Zheng Wenlong smiled bitterly. Just these 3 things have helped me out of an emergency. Also, I've gathered quite a few middle-grade spirit stones during this time, so help me use them to buy king item materials, said Long Chen. Materials for king items. Those things are very expensive. How many spirit stones do you have? Asked Zheng Wenlong. 60 billion. How many? Long Chen gave a simple recount of how he had exchanged points for spirit stones. Spirit stones are basically common currency with no actual value in the Xuantian Dao sect, like copper coins. Brother Wenlong, help me buy king item materials in bulk. I need to equip my faction. How much do you need? Asked Zheng Wenlong. As much as possible. I want to equip 13,000 warriors with armor made of king item materials, said Long Chen. You're crazy. How much money would that take? Even if you spent all 60 billion on material, you probably wouldn't even be able to buy a 10th, said Zheng Wenlong. That's fine. I don't want true king items, I just want the materials to have reached that level. That little fellow Guo Ran is advancing at breakneck speed every day in the item forging pavilion. He needs to train with king item materials. Rather than having him practice over and over again with the little bit of materials they give him, it's better for me to buy a large batch of materials and have him practice while actually making things. By the time he finishes 13,000 sets of armor, his apprenticeship should be about finished. Then he'll be able to forge real king items, said Long Chen. Guo Ran was being very hardworking these days. Other than drilling the Dragonmark warriors, he was studying in the item forging pavilion. Guo Ran was viewed importantly by the item forging pavilion. They doted on him, and whenever he didn't understand something, a teacher would come by to help. His talent in this regard was exceedingly high, and he was clever, knowing how to fawn and suck up. Quite a few teachers favored him, which allowed his forging arts to advance by leaps and bounds. However, he was limited by the rules of the sect. Each disciple could only be given a limited amount of materials to practice with. Furthermore, if they managed to forge something good, they had to hand it over for inspection, and only then would they be given a new batch of materials. For a forging madman like Guo Ran to have to wait for them to evaluate his results before giving him new materials was torture. But the Dragonblood Legion didn't have leftover points for Guo Ran to exchange for more materials. In the item forging pavilion, Guo Ran saw many things he had never thought about before. He had countless thoughts and ideas now, but he needed materials to test those ideas. Compared to other people, Guo Ran's forging table was completely heaven-defying. As long as he had spirit stones, he could refine any material. Right now, he had the skill, the capability, but not the materials. Alright, king items are so precious because of the high failure rate in refining them, and in comparison, their materials are more reasonably priced, said Zheng Wenlong. I'll need an ocean's worth of materials in the future. Sorry for causing you so much trouble. Perhaps I'll end up owing you quite a bit in the short term, but don't worry, as long as I don't die, I'll double your investment, said Long Chen. Where did that come from? You were my first personal investment, and the only reason I have reached my current level is because of you. We're both benefiting, but we bear the danger together as well. When I get back, I'll definitely work hard on handling your matter, so don't worry about it. Will you run into any obstructions when you come to the Xuantian Dao sect? No, my Huayan sect has ties with all the large powers. At least on the surface, we're all friendly. As long as I show my badge, no one will hinder me from entering the Xuantian Dao sect. However, their big business isn't something a rookie like me who has only just come to the Central Plains can participate in. Good. Fuck, it's only been 2 months, and I have only made a few friends, while I have enemies everywhere, sighed Long Chen. Isn't that perfectly in accordance with your style? Zheng Wenlong couldn't help but smile. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. Back then when they had met in the Julie secret realm, wasn't Long Chen also surrounded by enemies? Thinking of their first encounter, they felt a wave of emotion. Time flew by quickly. After sending off Zheng Wenlong, Long Chen returned to the outer sect. He didn't even get a chance to see Tang Wan because listening to his orders, she was constantly cultivating in the training region. According to her, the wind attribute training region was a huge cave. There were low, middle, high, and top-grade training rooms in there. There was powerful wind energy inside, and through absorbing it, it was possible to raise one's comprehension of the wind attribute. Cultivating in there was much faster than elsewhere. Outer sect disciples were given 10 days a month to train in a low-grade training room for free. Inner sect disciples could enter middle-grade training rooms for free, while core disciples could enter high-grade training rooms for free. Each increase in grade resulted in 10 times the amount of energy in the training room. The cost in points for each increase in grade also increased 10 times. Low-grade training rooms cost 1 point a day, middle-grade ones 10 points, high-grade ones 100 points, and top-grade ones 1,000 points. This was the benefit of being an inner sect disciple. Cultivating for 1 day was equivalent to 10 points, which was a month's income for an outer sect disciple. As for the high-grade training rooms, it cost an incredible amount of points. Tang Wan'er had entered a top-grade training room a few times, and she found that cultivating inside was incredibly quick and relaxing. Her power advanced at an unbelievable pace. However, she didn't have enough points to go in often, so most of her time was spent in middle-grade training rooms. Days passed by as everyone was busy increasing their strength. Finally, the day came when all the inner sect disciples were gathered. Today was the bi-monthly competition for the inner sect disciples. This would determine the rankings and distributed rewards for the 6 factions. For them, it was a struggle for resources. Chapter 1056 Move your fists, not your mouths. The inner sect disciples were gathered in the inner sect plaza. The 6 factions' 200-some thousand disciples were all present. Only the combat disciples were present. The support disciples and inheritance disciples were not amongst them. After 2 months apart, the disciples all sensed immense changes in their fellows. They had all greatly improved during these 2 months in the Xuantian Dao sect. Ignoring everything else, just the fact that they could enter the middle-grade training grounds free of charge allowed them to profit immensely. In comparison, the Dragonblood Legion's side was lacking. Although the majority of people had advanced a level, the majority of them were stuck in the mid-stage of sea expansion. In terms of cultivation base, that was the bottom level amongst the 6 factions. Furthermore, they hadn't gone to the training grounds, as they hadn't had the time. They had always been undergoing hellish training on Crouching Dragon Mountain. Although their auras weren't very powerful, there was an icy, murderous aura present now that made them like sharp blades. When Long Chen brought the Dragonblood Legion over, everyone looked at him. Hua Xiu had a slightly complicated expression in her eyes. She had disliked all men in her life, but she didn't find him so loathsome. Beside her was Zhao Zian. It looked like she was enveloped in water, as if she was merged with the world. She had clearly reached the realm of merging with heaven and earth. Hua Xiu had spent an exorbitant sum to allow Zhao Zian to go through a baptism. Zhao Zian was no longer the old Zhao Zian. She now had the qualifications to be called an expert. It wasn't just Zhao Zian. Han Yunshan, Wei Changhai, and Yan Mochen had gone through the same kind of baptism and reached the realm of merging with heaven and earth. Only once they reached that realm did they truly understand just how weak they had been before. Seeing Long Chen arrive, the 3 of them glared at him. Back then, Long Chen had caused them to lose a great deal of face. A big idiot leading a pack of small idiots. I'm looking forward to seeing how many of them die in the competition, sneered Han Yunshan. Hopefully, they don't whine and wail when the time comes. As fellow inner sect disciples, it'd be an insult to us. Yan Mochen followed along. They caused their own destruction. When they exchanged their points for spirit stones, they wasted the best opportunity to raise their power. The leader is an idiot, implicating all the others. Can such a person even be called a commander? Wei Changhai spat on the ground contemptuously. The Dragonblood warriors were infuriated. They could tolerate it if others wanted to insult them, but as soon as someone insulted Long Chen, their killing intent soared. Even the icy Wang Zhen frowned slightly upon hearing this. These words were going too far. The Dragonmark warriors weren't able to stay as cool-headed as the Dragonblood warriors. Their fury instantly erupted and they had to be stopped by Guo Ran. Long Chen had already slowly walked forward to Wei Changhai. Seeing Long Chen approach him, Wei Changhai could feel his heart pounding, and he involuntarily retreated a few steps. But then he quickly realized he was no longer his old self. He was also a heavenly genius who had merged with heaven and earth. Why did he have to be afraid of him? Then thinking of how he had been involuntarily retreating in front of everyone, he felt embarrassed. Therefore, he advanced forward with a disdainful expression. Fan Song, Hu Guoshan, and Kei Xinyan simply watched, waiting to see Long Chen being humiliated. This was their mission, as well as something they were happy to do. What, did you want to say something? Are you not precisely garbage? Sneered Wei Changhai, but what startled people was that Long Chen had no intention of opening his mouth. He merely raised a single hand. In front of everyone's flabbergasted eyes, Long Chen's palm struck Wei Changhai's face with great power. As for Wei Changhai, he seemed like an idiot. He didn't even try to dodge or resist, and simply allowed Long Chen's slap to send him flying. It wasn't that Wei Changhai hadn't wanted to dodge. The truth was that as soon as he had wanted to dodge, he suddenly realized this slap sealed off all possible paths of retreat. Long Chen's slap had reached such a realm that it caused a misperception. It looked slow, but it actually was as quick as lightning. By the time he reacted, he had been cleanly struck. Just as Wei Changhai had been mocking Long Chen, he was sent flying, his teeth sparkling through the air as they tumbled to the ground. Do you see? Learn from our boss. If you can move your fists, don't move your mouths. You're men who can stand while pissing, not cough, cough. Guo Ran had just been in the midst of lecturing the Dragonmark warriors when he suddenly felt an icy gaze like 2 blades. He immediately became covered in sweat. Not everything is worth worrying about. All you have to do is listen to boss and everything will be fine. Guo Ran hastily changed what he was about to say, and only then did the feeling of 2 blades pressing against his back fade. Only now did he dare to turn around and stealthily glance at the distant wuxia. She was glaring at him, the warning in her eyes clear. Long Chen's slap was like poking the hornet's nest. Hu Guishan, Fan Song, and Kai Xinyan immediately roared and charged over, surrounding him. Blooddrinker was already resting on Long Chen's shoulder, and his divine ring appeared. Killing intent overflowed from his eyes. You should go cultivate for a few more lifetimes if you want to humiliate me. I don't care what illness you have, if you don't submit, let's fight. Submit, or fight, kill them. The Dragonblood Legion also charged over, all the disciples taking out their weapons. Everyone else became flabbergasted. Was this the inter-sect competition, or the inter-sect war? I really admire you all. You're still so bored as to fight. A cold shout suddenly rang out, startling everyone. Looking up, they saw a long-haired man standing in the air. He was wearing battle robes covered in blood. He had dozens of cuts on his body where blood still continued to drip from. Senior apprentice brother Sumo. Everyone jumped in shock. This was the senior disciple Sumo who had led them to the inter-sect trial in the first place. Although he was covered in blood, his aura was still steady and his expression was as cold as ever. But looking at their current state, a slightly helpless expression appeared on his face. I'm pressed for time. After I take you to your trial, I still have to return to the battlefield. Don't waste my time and prepare yourselves, ordered Sumo coldly. Senior apprentice brother Sumo, it was Long Chen who went too far. He beat an innocent person, breaking the sect's rules. He should lose his qualifications to participate in the competition, said Hu Guishan. Seeing Sumo look at him, Long Chen indifferently said, there was someone who dirtied the plaza with their shit. What I was doing was protecting the sect's cleanliness. Bullshit, who was taking a shit? Roared Wei Chenghai furiously, but after saying this, he suddenly saw many people looking oddly at him. It seemed that when he had provoked Long Chen before, he had spat on the ground. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. This kind of trivial matter can be left to the law enforcers. Return to your factions. I'm going to explain the rules, and if anyone dares to interrupt again, they can fuck off, said Sumo slightly angrily. Only then did everyone return to their factions. Although Sumo was just a disciple from the senior generation, and his cultivation base was only one realm higher than theirs, his killing intent was too frightening. He seemed like a murderous devil. It was unknown when he would start taking people's lives. Facing Sumo gave them more pressure than facing elders. Sumo announced, listen closely. The competition is basically the same as your previous trial, but the number of devil beasts has doubled. I don't need to explain what you need to do. However, this time, there is no finish line, but a time limit. What you are competing in is the number of devil beasts you kill. That will determine the ranking of your faction. First place will obtain 5 million points. The commander will be allowed to use a top-grade training room for 10 days, while the faction members will be allowed to use a high-grade training room for 10 days free of charge. Second place will obtain 3 million points. The commander will be allowed to use a top-grade training room for 5 days, while the faction members will be allowed to use a high-grade training room for 5 days free of charge. Third place will obtain 2 million points. The commander will be allowed to use a top-grade training room for 3 days, while the faction members will be allowed to use a high-grade training room for 3 days free of charge. Fourth place will obtain 1 million points. The commander will be allowed to use a top-grade training room for 2 days, while the faction members will be allowed to use a high-grade training room for 2 days free of charge. Fifth place will obtain 500,000 points. The commander will be allowed to use a top-grade training room for 1 day, while the faction members will be allowed to use a high-grade training room for 1 day free of charge. Last place does not get any reward. Everyone's heart shook. The difference between first and second place was so immense. Was that intentional? Did they want them to go all out fighting for it? As for last place, there was no reward. This competition would determine life and death. Once the results of this competition were out, the difference between first and last place would be as great as heaven and earth. Distribute these bracelets. While you wear them, the devil beasts you kill will be recorded, and it will be easy to calculate your total points. Sumo tossed a spatial ring at Long Chen and the others. They were refined bracelets similar to arm guards inside. Currently, they all had one number on them, 0. It was clear it would only change once they killed a devil beast. Once everyone put them on, Sumo waved his hand. Runes lit up on the bricks beneath everyone's feet, and they felt the space twist. They were transported to a dark and gloomy world. As soon as their feet touched the ground, an ear-splitting roar rang out and countless devil beasts charged toward them like a flood. Chapter 1057 Drilling Formations. The 3-meter-tall devil beasts flooded over them. The disciples were in a barren land that stretched as far as they could see. An aura of decay filled the air, and this barren land was covered in innumerable devil beasts. 8-point flying star. Guo Ran shouted, and all the Dragonblood Legion's disciples quickly formed an 8-sided formation. On each point was a powerful Dragonblood warrior. This was one of the most important formations they had been drilling during this time. It was also one of the most foundational formations for a large-scale chaotic battle. When they drilled it normally, they did it very well. But now that they were facing countless devil beasts, it was impossible that they wouldn't be worried. As a result, one person's panic led to another's panic, and the entire formation was in chaos. Guo Ran's expression darkened, and he was just about to scold them when he was held back by Long Chen. Don't scold them, this is something they have to go through. You also had to go through countless life and death battles to temper your current will. They're still lacking in that regard, so don't make your requirements so demanding. Long Chen shook his head and beckoned to Tang Wan-er. Tang Wan-er had been waiting, and she formed hand seals. A sea of wind blades formed around the Dragonblood Legion, and any devil beasts that touched her barrier were instantly blown to bits. Brothers, don't panic, there's still time. If you're thirsty, you can have a drink first, said Long Chen. Hearing Long Chen's voice, those panicking Dragonmark warriors all felt ashamed. But the joking tone made some of their nervousness fade. Beauty Wan-er is mighty. Long Chen gave Tang Wan-er a thumbs up. Her wind blades were incredibly powerful now. Each one of them was comparable to a treasure item, and for there to be millions and millions of them was truly powerful. Who asked for your praise? Snorted Tang Wan-er, but the pleased expression in her eyes proved that Long Chen really did need to have praised her. Although the formation was chaotic below, after putting down their nervousness and fear, they quickly found their places. Brothers, are you ready? Asked Long Chen. Boss, we're ready, cried the Dragonmark warriors, their morale soaring. They didn't know why, but just hearing Long Chen's voice made their fighting spirit soar. Wan-er, release the defenses. The Festival of Carnage starts now. When Tang Wan-er slowly released her wind blades, the devil beasts she had been holding back immediately crashed down upon them. The Dragonmark warriors attacked, slaughtering them. The devil beasts were cut to pieces, their black blood dyeing the ground. Fools, if you were going to fight like this, what would be the point of the formation? Have you forgotten how to cushion the formation? You'll save the most energy that way and be able to fight longer. Cried Guo Ran. He directed them to make adjustments, while Long Chen and Tang Wan-er didn't say anything. The mission Long Chen had given Tang Wan-er was to protect everyone. If someone was accidentally injured and looked like they were in danger, she would go save them. 7, 3, 5, 6, you've already gone out of the formation. If you keep running, you'll reach the martial heaven sea ring. 8, 6, 9, 1, as you attack, you have to take note of the others. Don't fight over the enemies, as there's nothing to fight about. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, pay attention to how far you are from the people on your left and right. Stay close to maintain equilibrium. Guo Ran was constantly sending out orders from the air. Because the number of Dragonmark warriors who had joined all at once was too great, there was no way for them to remember so many names. Long Chen had suddenly thought to give everyone a belt with a number on it. That would make commanding them easier. Long Chen, how about I go out and kill some on my own? Otherwise, we'll definitely be last place. Tang Wan-er looked toward the other factions and saw that they had already charged into the distance. There were countless high-level devil beasts there. She had noticed that the numbers on their bracelets were crazily leaping by twos. When she killed devil beasts, she had seen that these ordinary devil beasts were only worth 1 kill point, and the more powerful ones were worth more. The devil beasts the other factions were killing were worth 2 points each. Don't compete with them. For this competition, the only goal is drilling the troops. We aren't truly fighting over rankings. The Dragonmark warriors need more tempering, and we can't be too impatient. Furthermore, don't you see that as they greedily charge forward, their people are constantly being killed? Long Chen shook his head. I can go out on my own. We can get more kill points like that, said Tang Wan-er eagerly. Long Chen didn't say anything. He just looked at the Dragonmark warriors that were constantly fighting down below. Long Chen, are you angry? Tang Wan-er felt like something was wrong. Yes, a bit, sorry. Tang Wan apologized. She knew that as the commander of the Dragonblood Legion, Long Chen didn't like others ruining his plans and deployments. Wan you're a good girl. Now you're powerful, and when you see a heroine like Hua Xiu leading her people, you want to compete with her, said Long Chen. Tang Wan immediately blushed with shame. His words had gotten right to the bottom of her heart. In truth, she was a very competitive woman. That was related to her wind attribute. She had a toughness that refused to admit defeat. She wouldn't compete with Long Chen, nor would she compete with Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Yu Xiaochen, or Yi Ziqiu. But that didn't mean she wasn't competitive. It was simply that her competitiveness had always been suppressed. Now Hua Xiu's appearance had given her a fierce desire to compete to prove herself. Wan I can excuse your toughness. If you want to be deliberately provocative, I can forgive that too because I like you. But sometimes, you should be clear on things. Since I've admitted the Dragonmark warriors, that means I treat each one of them as a brother. The loss of any one of them would pain me. And if they fell because of your willfulness, then I don't know how I would face you, said Long Chen solemnly. Sorry, Long Chen, I was wrong. I'll listen to you, so don't get angry, said Tang Wan with a trembling voice. That was because Long Chen had always allowed her to be willful or petty. No matter what she did, he would just smile and laugh it off. He had never said such solemn words to her. Thinking of that possibility, she felt a burst of fear. She scolded herself for not being thoughtful enough. In order to fight for ranking, she had been willing to place the Dragonmark warriors' lives in danger. Long Chen rubbed her head and smiled. Foolish girl, I wouldn't get angry with you. I'm just afraid. I'm afraid of losing you. Long Chen. Tang Wan teared up. In truth, it wasn't that she wasn't thoughtful enough, but that her wind attribute had decided this part of her character. Alright, foolish girl, focus on looking after everyone. Once they get familiar with the formation, we'll advance. Seeing that Long Chen really wasn't angry, Tang Wan smiled and wiped away her tears. She focused on looking after the entire Dragonblood Legion. Long Chen was right to be worried. With so many new people, there would definitely be flaws in their cooperation. And the bigger the formation, the more flaws there would be. Just this simple 8-point flying star formation was difficult for them. Learning to take advantage of the formation's power and being able to switch from offense to defense without showing openings took a long time for them. The battlefield could change instantly, and just one formation was not enough to deal with all situations. When Guo Ran gave the order to switch to a second formation, one that they had drilled tirelessly before, confusion once more appeared, but it was much better than the first time. There were only a few dozen mistakes this time, and with Tang Wan's assistance, those mistakes were quickly made up for. Then they began to constantly switch formations. After 2 hours, their formations were no longer so stiff. They became flexible, capable of advancing or retreating, attacking or defending. During this time, Tang Wan played a critical role. Her wind blades were in the air, and as soon as someone was in danger of dying, she would instantly go save them. There was no need for Long Chen or Guo Ran to interfere. At the same time, Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, and Li Qi were the pillars at the center of the formation. They controlled the direction of the formation. Right now, there was no other way as they had to help organize everyone. Only once everyone was accustomed to this could they continue being the sharp blades of the Dragonblood Legion. Right now, they had to stay in their sheaths. As for Guo Ran, he was constantly giving out directions and orders. As he rapidly changed the formations, it revealed the growth of the Dragonblood Legion. With a goddess like Tang Wan guarding them, Long Chen ordered everyone to begin pushing forward. The other 5 factions had already begun crazily slaughtering the devil beasts. At one point, Long Chen saw a flame beast running rampant through the devil beasts. There was a familiar person standing on its head. So he actually obtained another earth flame, and it seems quite powerful. Long Chen was shocked. I heard he spent 3 million points to exchange for it. It seems to rank somewhere in the 60s on the earth flame rankings. It's so powerful that it caused Kai Xinyan's power to rise even greater than it was before. You have to be careful of him, boss, said Guo Ran. How could that idiot have so much money? Did he spend all his people's points? Long Chen was a bit flabbergasted. The Flame Gate had over 30,000 disciples. If all their points were gathered, it truly was possible to gather 3 million. But not everyone was as loyal as the Dragonmark warriors. I've heard that the Law Enforcement Hall helped him. They seem to have lent him the points, said Guo Ran. Only then did Long Chen understand. He doubted that they had lent him the points. The law enforcement hall had probably directly given them to him. As Xianxia had lost his earth flames because he had targeted him, they had given him compensation to avoid him being bitter with them. Long Chen thought about it for a moment and summoned Huolong. He stealthily gave it a few directions, having Huolong as the vanguard for everyone as they continued forward. Chapter 1058 Bringing Out Their Power. Within the Elder Hall, the Hall Master and the Elders were calmly looking at the screen in front of them. There were 6 marks with numbers beside them, and those numbers were constantly rising. These were the total kill points of the 6 factions. The disciples were unable to see each faction's total kill points, and only the people here could see them. The Law Enforcement Hall is truly extravagant. They directly bought an Earth Flame for Xianxia. This Scarlet Blood Flame is ranked 73rd on the Earth Flame rankings and cost 3 million points. With my income, I'd need 300 years to be able to buy such a thing, said one of the elders with a bitter smile. The Elder Hall did not have any corrupt people. They were incorruptible, carrying out their duties with unquestionable integrity. None of them would accept bribes, and as a result, they were all poor to the point that the few coins they had jingled in their pockets. They couldn't help but feel emotional seeing Xianxia with a new earth flame. The Law Enforcement Hall was different. There were many times when disciples or elders who had committed a mistake had landed in their hands, and without paying a little extra, they wouldn't have been released. Who asked them to make a mistake in the first place? If that happened, all their possessions would be confiscated. And because of this, the Law Enforcement Hall had the ability to pay its disciples very well, and many disciples wanted to join them. Not only would they get a steady payment, but they would also have a powerful backer. Don't whine. When each of you joined the Elder Hall, I told you that the Elder Hall is the poorest place, as well as the richest place. It just depends on how you see life, said the Hall Master. Sorry, disciple wasn't complaining. It's simply that the Law Enforcement Hall. We just have to do our own work. The Zon Master has his own plans, and we don't need to worry about them. All you need to know is that no matter what comes, the Elder Hall will always be the foundation of the Xuantian Dao sect. No one can shake our position. As for the Law Enforcement Hall, did you not see that after that little fellow Long Chen arrived, the spiritless Xuantian Dao sect has started to bustle with noise and excitement? Laughed the Hall Master. Everyone looked at each other. It seemed that it really was the case. How many years had it been that generation after generation of disciples had been processed according to the prescribed order without anything new happening? This was their first time seeing a marvel like Long Chen. This Long Chen is truly worthy of admiration. As a worker, he managed to become a figure on the level of a savior to the outer sect. I heard that practically all the youngsters treat him as an idol, and all the outer sect's disciples have to treat him respectfully. His influence in the outer sect is astonishing, sighed an elder. The times create the heroes. The only reason Long Chen has it so good in the outer sect is because of the Law Enforcement Hall. However, it goes without saying that his charisma is powerful. Many youngsters feel their blood heating up just by hearing a few words from him. Furthermore, he truly treats his people well. We can see that he's a good commander, but not a great one, said an elder. The Hall Master nodded. Your words are very reasonable. He has great charisma that allows all these disciples to unite. But he is affected by his emotions too much, meaning he is often impetuous. He does willful things, so he can't count as an amazing commander. But you've forgotten one thing. Long Chen views the world from the viewpoint of a cultivator. He has to maintain that unyielding heart that advances no matter what. Being overcautious and constantly scheming will not only exhaust a lot of time and energy, but it will also make a person indecisive. We shouldn't use our own viewpoint to judge Long Chen. We can't try to change him into a great commander just because we need one. That is essentially using our own yardstick to judge others, and that creates a great deal of bias. Furthermore, once we have this yardstick in our hearts, we won't be able to see things beyond the yardstick. That is not in accordance with the principles of the Elder Hall. Hearing this, the elders' hearts shook, especially the elder who had just spoken. He hastily said, disciple was too strongly attached to his preconceptions. Many thanks for your enlightenment. The Hall Master nodded and smiled slightly. I can understand what you're thinking. You're all hoping for someone with charisma like Long Chen to become an amazing commander. But how do you know he doesn't have any other talents other than being a commander? Perhaps if he focused on other aspects, his accomplishments would be even greater than if he was a commander. Sometimes, good intentions are not necessarily able to create good results. What we need to do is to provide them with fertile soil for their dreams to grow and give them the help they need. But we can't try to change them. We can't lead our disciples astray. Other than that, the Zan master himself is paying attention to Long Chen. There's no need for us to worry about this matter. Just keep a steady heart. Yes, cried all the elders. Has that child Sumo left? Asked the hall master. Yes. After sending them in, he went directly to the infernal devil abyss, said Li Changfeng. Sumo and Qingshan are good children. Amongst the talented disciples of the previous generation, they're the only two willing to stay within the elder hall. Just talking about it makes me feel ashamed. Instead of giving them any benefits, we're forced to make them win face for us, sighed the hall master. Hall master, don't be concerned. In my opinion, Long Chen will also stay in the elder hall, said Li Changfeng. I know, but that little fellow is too unreliable. If he didn't cause any trouble for a day, I'd suspect it was an imposter. The hall master bitterly smiled. The others also had bitter smiles. Long Chen's ability to cause trouble could be rated as number 1 beneath the heavens. He had already broken quite a few trouble-causing records in the Xuantian Dao sect. However, this time it'll probably be troublesome for Long Chen. His faction's kill points are far too low. They're only at 300,000, said an elder gravely. The elder hall viewed Long Chen as one of their people now. Hu Guishan, Ke Xinyan, and Fan Song had already been bought by the law enforcement hall. It was fated for them to not be on the same side as the elder hall. As for Hua Xiu and Wang Zhen, for now, it seemed they had no intention to choose a side for now. They just wanted to cultivate, and they were still indifferent to other people's enticements. In reality, the Xuantian Dao sect had quite a few departments that were pulling in elite disciples to continue their inheritance. It could be likened to sponsoring. The large departments would give them greater assistance, while they would also work for their respective departments. As for the Elder Hall, its integrity made it poor. Joining the Elder Hall basically didn't have any benefits to speak of. So for Sumo and Mu Qingshan to join them was already a great show of support from them. The Dragonblood Legion's 300,000 kill points were last, while the first place was already past 6 million. It was the Divine Beast Mansion led by Hu Guishan. Hu Guishan, Han Yunshan, and Wei Changhai were unleashing shocking magical arts. Each one of their moves killed a wave of devil beasts, allowing their points to constantly soar. The second place was the Hegemon Hall. Fan Song and Yan Mochen were unstoppable as they charged forward. Hua Xiu's Heaven Female Alliance was third. Although they also had 2 rank 5 celestials who had reached the realm of merging with heaven and earth, because they were worried about their faction's coordination, they didn't unleash huge moves, so their kill points were slightly lower than the Hegemon Hall. The 4th and 5th place were Ke Xinyan's Flame Gate and Wang Zhen's 10,000 Insect Guild respectively. Ke Xinyan had summoned a powerful Earth Flame Beast, the Scarlet Blood Flame ranked 73rd on the Earth Flame rankings. It had transformed into a huge tiger and didn't even look like it was formed of flames. Instead, it seemed to form of countless blood-colored runes. When its feet touched the ground, blood-colored flames would erupt and wipe out any devil beasts they touched. When it opened its mouth, it unleashed huge flame spheres that blew apart any devil beasts it touched. Its killing power was extremely terrifying. As for Wang Zhen, he had not only summoned a sea of insects, but he had also summoned hundreds of thousands of golden beetles the size of a rhinoceros. Those golden beetles had huge pincers, and wherever they went, those pincers would exterminate any devil beasts caught in their grasps. Furthermore, these golden beetles were covered in a hard carapace that allowed them to completely ignore the attacks of the devil beasts. The hundreds of thousands of golden beetles were like war chariots mowing down their enemies. But despite the two of them having such sharp attacks, they were unable to catch up to the other factions. The difference in the number of rank 5 celestial heavenly geniuses was apparent. Sometimes, just the number on the surface isn't enough. There are more subtle numbers. Although the Divine Beast Mansion is first right now, the number of their casualties is over 300, which is also number 1. As for Long Chen's Dragonblood Legion, they've maintained a 0 casualty count this entire time. The Xuantian Dao sect has its disciples form factions to groom their leadership capabilities. To be short-sighted and seek only instant benefit without caring about the deaths of one's subordinate is also not the quality of a commander. The Hall Master shook his head. Other than the Dragonblood Legion, casualties had appeared in all 5 other factions. The Divine Beast Mansion had the greatest casualties because their 3 peak experts had charged to the very front to kill devil beasts, while the people behind them were unable to keep up. They didn't pay any attention to those lagging disciples, leading to casualties. As they continued to advance further, the casualties increased. There's still an incense stick's worth of time. Dragonblood Legion is still at just 800,000 points. That's 8 million away from the 10,000 insect guild. Looks like there's no suspense about their ranking, said an elder. But that's within reason. After all, the Dragonblood Legion recruited so many weak newcomers, causing their average combat power to plummet. To maintain 0 casualties is already praiseworthy, said another elder. He felt Long Chen's decision to be very wise. These people needed time to grow. Rather than throwing them into battle to go all out, slowly tempering them was better. Furthermore, even if they went all out, they should consider their power. With it, they wouldn't be able to outcompete the others, so when they thought about it, this was the best option for them. The Dragonblood Legion is changing formations. Are they about to attack? The elders' expressions suddenly changed. Chapter 1059 Not Possessing Good Memory. Following Guo Ran's shout, the Dragonblood Legion instantly switched formations, forming an 8-sided formation similar to a shuriken. It was completely different from the beginning. After 4 hours of drilling, all the disciples were able to take their places accurately and quickly. There were no more mistakes. Boss, you should encourage them a bit, said Guo Ran. Can't you do it? Long Chen frowned. No, when it comes to raising morale, you're the pro, said Guo Ran. Fine. Long Chen took a deep breath and clearly shouted, brothers, the warm-up is over. Now it's time to show your youthfulness in hot blood. Go all out, let the earth bear witness to your courage, let the sky feel your determination, let the world quiver because of your existence. Let those idiots who look down on you see what a true battle is. Brothers, raise your weapons. Use the devil beasts in front of you as your stepping stones. From today onward, we advance without retreat. The name of the Dragonblood Legion will resound throughout every corner of the Central Plains. Brothers, kill! Long Chen's voice resounded in the air, his voice growing louder and louder. Toward the end, it caused heaven and earth to rumble, and it was like crashing waves. How moving! Even I feel like my blood's heating up. The elders in the Elder Hall all involuntarily felt a burst of excitement. Long Chen's voice made them think of when they were young, when they had fought on the battlefield. Kill! The Dragonblood Legion's warriors roared, their eyes red. 8-point flying star, hurricane slaughter. Following Guo Ran's shout, the formation began to spin, going faster and faster. The formation was like 8 spinning blades that slaughtered any devil beasts they encountered. Now the importance of the core of the formation was revealed. Standing at the center of the formation, Ji Yuyong advanced at a steady pace, setting the rhythm of the entire formation. A huge shuriken rapidly advanced through the battlefield with terrifying killing power. Wan the formation is complete. Go ahead with your slaughter, said Long Chen. Tang Wan delightedly summoned her wind blades, which filled the sky, and she rushed forward. There was no need for her to do anything personally. Just the wind blades surrounding her could destroy any devil beasts around her. Behind her was Long Chen's Huo Long. And behind Huo Long was the Dragonblood Legion. Tang Wan rushed off, forming a straight path dozens of meters wide. Then Huo Long came and widened that path to a few hundred meters. When the Dragonblood Legion passed, the path was forced to widen once more. If one could observe them from the sky, they would see that their path was completely straight. Their efficiency was frightening. That Long Chen really knows how to play. How did he think of such a bizarre way to push forward? The elders were startled. This method was the most effective and energy-saving way to push forward. Each bit of combat power was used perfectly without the slightest waste. The Dragonblood Legion's kill points were jumping crazily. I wonder if Long Chen can catch up to the 10,000 insect guild. Now that really is hard to say. If they can maintain this speed, there really is the possibility of a reversal. But the devil beasts ahead of them are much stronger. Just as the elders were guessing about the results, the Dragonblood Legion had already advanced hundreds of miles from their starting point. They had arrived at the core of the battlefield, and the devil beasts here were much stronger. But their value was also greater. The wind's fury, exploding blades. Tang Wan blood chi suddenly erupted as she activated her spirit blood. The wind blades around her became dark red. Although these devil beasts were stronger than the ones on the edge of the battlefield, making their defensive strength extremely great, now that Tang Wan'er had activated her spirit blood, she still killed them instantly. What pure energy, and what precise control! The elders burst into praise. Following Tang Wan'er, Hu Oolong roared and unleashed its power. Flame runes erupted from it, incinerating any devil beasts to nothingness. The main reason this was possible was because Tang Wan'er was at the front opening the path, reducing the pressure on it greatly. The Dragonblood Legion's warriors needed no reminder. They all roared and unleashed their full power. They knew that they had reached the core of the battlefield. The other factions were also present, charging through this region. The Dragonblood Legion had finally reached the same playing field and were competing against them. These people had all looked down on them previously, but now their formation was able to kill devil beasts even faster than the heavenly geniuses they looked up to, shocking them. That made the Dragonmark warriors prouder and fiercer. Their attacks grew even more ferocious. They were like a pack of tigers and wolves. Wherever they went, the devil beasts were slaughtered. This kind of efficiency shocked the other factions. HMPH, even after devouring my 2 earth flames, it's still trash. Ke Xinyan sneered at Hu Oolong. He saw that Long Chen's flame dragon was still not very strong even after devouring 2 of his earth flames. At its current power, it definitely wouldn't enter the top 90 of the earth flame rankings. But with Tang Wan'er opening the path at the front, Hu Oolong widening it behind her, and the Dragonblood Legion committing a large-scale slaughter, their battle tactic was extremely refined. It was safe, fast, and painless, making others envious. As Tang Wan'er led them through the devil beasts, their points crazily increased. Their efficiency was extremely high. They're just shy of surpassing the 10,000 insect guild. The elders were all watching with anticipation. Time's almost up, about 20 breaths left. It's hard to say if they can pull it off. But what is Long Chen doing? He's not doing anything. If he had started fighting earlier, he would definitely have caught up to the 10,000 insect guild. The elders couldn't understand why Long Chen was just standing in the air, watching. If it had just been to look after the Dragonblood Legion in the beginning, that was not a mistake. However, his faction was already on the right track, but he still didn't do anything. It couldn't be that he's too lazy to compete because he thinks there's no chance, right? After all, they can't see the points on the battlefield, guessed an elder. It doesn't seem like it. Why does his gaze look a bit mischievous right now? He couldn't be thinking of some evil plot, right? Li Changfeng had been in contact with Long Chen the most, and he had the greatest understanding of him. Although he didn't manage to understand what Long Chen was thinking, he felt like Long Chen was definitely up to something. There's still 10 more breaths. The kill point difference is just 200,000. 5 breaths, the difference is just 80,000. 3 breaths, the difference is what is Ke Xinyan doing? The elders suddenly became enraged. As Long Chen's side had been fighting, their faction had just happened to arrive right beside Ke Xinyan's faction. At this moment, Ke Xinyan's earth flame suddenly charged toward Long Chen's flame dragon, causing an uproar. 8-point flying star, reverse heaven and earth. Long Chen suddenly let out a shout, and the Dragonblood Legion instantly moved. The back of the formation became the front, and they rapidly shot back. As for Tang Wan'er, she stopped killing the devil beasts and flew back. This sudden change caught all of them unprepared. This bastard has gone overboard. No wonder Long Chen wanted to kill him, roared one of the elders. The other elders' expressions were all ugly. The last trial had been a survival of the fittest, and it was to choose the elites for the inner sect. Using any means necessary was not necessarily overboard. But this time was different. This was clearly cheating. However, Ke Xinyan had the excuse that his earth flame had been provoked by Long Chen's flame dragon and erupted out of his control. This was a nonsense excuse, but there was no way to argue against it. Earth flames were natural enemies, and when an earth flame was provoked, it really might not listen to its master's words. The blood-colored tiger roared and suddenly lit up, enveloping the flame dragon with a bloody light. Although the flame dragon struggled, its body began to shrink. Truly worthy of being ranked 73rd on the Earth Flame rankings. It knows how to use its core energy to suppress its opponent. Hee, if you eat what's mine, I'll make you spit it out sooner or later, sneered Ke Xinyan as he watched. He was delighted, feeling like he should thank Long Chen. If Long Chen hadn't devoured his 2 earth flames, he wouldn't have obtained this even more powerful Scarlet Blood Flame. Due to the competition between the Law Enforcement Hall and the Elder Hall, he was used as a tool, so naturally they had to properly entice him. The Law Enforcement Hall treated him well, spending 3 million points to give him the scarlet blood flame. Although they said they were just lending him the points, that was a lie for appearance sake. That made Hu Guoshan and Fan Song incredibly jealous, firming their decision to follow the law enforcement hall. They had so much money that they were incredibly generous. "You bastard, Kei Xinyan, you really are courting death," roared Guo Ran. This bastard was completely intolerable. The flame dragon was about to be devoured by the blood tiger, and right now, there were still 2 breaths until the competition was over. "Sorry, my earth flame isn't listening to my orders." Kei Xinyan laughed with a pleased expression. "I'm the one who should be saying sorry." Long Chen smiled slightly. Suddenly, endless flames erupted, engulfing the sky. Chapter 1060 conned over and over. With a heaven-shaking explosion, terrifying flames exploded. Space was constantly quivering as countless flames runes dashed back and forth in the air. It was like the sun had exploded. That apocalyptic scene stunned everyone. Fortunately, the 2 flame beasts were fighting in the air, and the impact to those on the ground wasn't very powerful. If they had been fighting on the ground, it was unknown how many people would have died from that explosion. What's going on?" Kei Xinyan let out a heart-rending roar and vomited a mouthful of blood. The scarlet blood flame was his spirit beast. It was connected to him, and when it exploded, he received a powerful backlash. He felt like his soul was being torn. Kei Xinyan had treated this powerful earth flame very importantly. He had sacrificed a great deal of spiritual strength and effort to place a slave mark on it. But now it had suddenly exploded. Within the countless flame runes in the air, 3 huge flame dragons suddenly appeared, devouring the blood-colored flame runes. Those were the scarlet blood flame's essence. "Long Chen, I'll kill you." Kei Xinyan's eyes almost tore out of their sockets, and he clenched his teeth so hard they creaked. Although he didn't know what had happened, he knew he had been schemed against by Long Chen. The 3 flame dragons devoured all the flame runes in the air in just the blink of an eye. Suddenly, everyone's bracelets quivered and they disappeared from the battlefield. When they reappeared, they were once more in the Xuantian Dao sect's plaza. "Long Chen, hand over your life." Kei Xinyan charged at Long Chen like a madman. As a result, he was sent flying by a slap in the face. While Kei Xinyan was in the air, Long Chen suddenly grabbed his hair and shoved his face down toward his knee. Long Chen repeatedly smashed his knee into Kei Xinyan's nose. Suddenly, with a ripping sound, Kei Xinyan shot back, a huge piece of his scalp staying in Long Chen's hand. Heavens, isn't this exactly what happened last time? All the disciples looked at the miserable Kei Xinyan, speechless. They clearly remembered how 2 months ago, in this very plaza, Long Chen had slapped Kei Xinyan, slammed his head into his knee a few times, and then tore off a large piece of his scalp. Kei Xinyan had been partially bald for half a month. Medicinal energy had helped him regrow his hair. It was a foot long. But now it was like he had intentionally grown it out to let Long Chen grab it again. Now the same shocking scene played out in front of them again. "Long Chen, I will definitely kill you," roared Kei Xinyan, his eyes scarlet. He looked as if he had gone insane. "If you want to fight, let's fight. What are you shouting so loudly for? Don't be so petty. It's just 1 earth flame, an insignificant 3 million points. To the rich and generous law enforcement hall, it's a drop in the ocean. Cool down, and don't worry. I guarantee the law enforcement hall will get you another earth flame. You're the partner they bought, and they invested so much in you. They didn't feel any pain over how much they invested, so why do you have to feel pain?" Long Chen gave Kei Xinyan some well-meaning advice. In reality, Long Chen had been planning this move for a long time. Back when he had encountered Kei Xinyan in Treasure Gem Island, he had sensed a powerful earth flame in his body. He just hadn't known what it was exactly. While he had been resting, he had pondered how to con Kei Xinyan once more. He had thought of a kind of true ice ancient pill. That was an attack pill, not to be consumed. It could be considered a defensive pill for alchemists and had the effect of exploding ice. This kind of pill was part of a very neglected branch of alchemy. It didn't have many uses. Although it was a 7th-tier medicinal pill, its power wasn't enough to menace sea expansion experts. At best, it would be able to kill Shantian experts, and that would be in a situation where they were caught off guard. That kind of pill was absolutely useless. Those who could refine 7th-tier medicinal pills were at least at sea expansion. Only people whose heads had turned to mush would bitterly refine the true ice ancient pill to kill Shantian rookies. But in Long Chen's hands, This pill managed to instantly handle xianxia's terrifying earth flame. The flame dragon that had flown out and fought during this time was nothing more than one of Huolong's split bodies. It was bait for xianxia. If xianxia hadn't attacked, Long Chen really wouldn't have had any way to handle him. But an idiot like xianxia was easy to bait. Long Chen had first sealed the true ice ancient pill in some special material and hid it within Huolong's split body's mouth. Before Huolong bit through its outer layer, it wouldn't explode. When the split body had been attacked by xianxia's earth flame, Long Chen had had the flame dragon act as if it was struggling before being devoured. Once it was inside the earth flame's stomach, it activated the pill. As a result, both the split body and the flame tiger exploded. Both Huolong and the flame tiger were formed of the purest flames. Although they might not be afraid of ice attacking them from the outside, if such powerful ice exploded inside their bodies, it would be like pouring a bowl of water into boiling oil. And then, there was no then. Huolong had only lost one of its split bodies, and it would quickly be able to condense a new one. There was basically no damage. A split body for a stronger earth flame's essence. That was tens of thousand times the return. Long Chen felt like flowers were about to bloom in his heart. He had essentially obtained 3 million points, and he felt incredibly refreshed. In fact, he had a thought that he definitely shouldn't kill xianxia yet. He was the chicken that laid the golden egg. After devouring so much earth flame essence, Huolong was doing its best to keep it all within the primal chaos space. It felt like it was about to explode from how full it was. Long Chen hastily helped with some spiritual strength to suppress the berserk energy. Bastard, if I don't avenge this enmity, I, xianxia, will swear I'm not human. Roared xianxia, clenching his fists. You're just a dog of the law enforcement hall who knows how to speak human words. Let me just say it again, if you want to fight, let's fight. Last time, I was the one who challenged you to a life and death battle. This time, if you really have any guts, you can challenge me as well. I, Long Chen, will definitely accept, said Long Chen. The hostility in the air was like gunpowder. How could xianxia dare to challenge Long Chen now? He had no earth flame and was like a toothless tiger. Challenging Long Chen would be simply courting death. Long Chen, don't go too far. How about I appraise how strong you are? At this time, Fan Song walked over. His tower-like body released such powerful blood qi that it felt like he would explode. Everyone's heart shook. Fan Song was a vicious person, tyrannical and powerful. No one dared to go against him. Fan Song was different from xianxia. He was a brute force fighter with basically no weaknesses. There wouldn't be the slightest bit of technique in a fight against him. If it's a life and death battle, I will welcome you at any time. If it's a game for children, I don't have time for such nonsense. Those familiar with me know that my specialty isn't fighting. It's killing. Long Chen stared coldly at Fan Song. Fan Song was very powerful, most likely even stronger than xianxia. But Long Chen felt no fear toward him. He just didn't like senseless battles. Since they had chosen to be enemies with him, then they shouldn't blame him for being vicious. Long Chen had already made his determination. If Fan Song challenged him to a life and death battle, he would definitely go all out to kill him. It just so happened that he needed a rank 5 heavenly Dao fruit. Just as Long Chen had an urge to kill Fan Song narrowed his eyes. He sensed Long Chen's desire to kill him. Snorting, he raised his status badge and was just about to drip blood onto it. Everyone, it's time to announce the results of the first competition. Li Changfeng suddenly appeared in the plaza, making it so Fan Song could only put away his badge. He glared at Long Chen before returning to his faction. Everyone returned to their factions and stood properly, staring at Li Changfeng. They all wanted to know the results. Just who had taken first place. First place is the Divine Beast Mansion at 29,370,000 kill points. Second place is the Hegemon Hall at 25,260,000 kill points. Third place is the Heaven Female Alliance at 22 million kill points. Fourth place is the Flame Gate at 16,070,000 kill points. Fifth place is the 10,000 Insect Guild at 15,990,000 kill points. Hearing that last number, the 10,000 Insect Guild's disciples couldn't help but feel that it was regretful. They had just been 80,000 points from moving up a ranking. Then they would have gotten double the rewards. Last place is the Dragonblood Legion at 15,980,000 kill points, said Li Changfeng. Everyone let out a cold gasp. Although the Dragonblood Legion had taken last place, no one dared to look down on them. It had to be known that they had spent the first 4 hours drilling their formations. Only then had they truly gone out to get kill points. And in that short time, they almost caught up to the 10,000 insect guild. That was too shocking, and this was a group of the weakest disciples that was known as the weakest faction. My 10,000 insect guild owes you a favor. What no one expected was that the always silent Wang Zhen would actually open his mouth to express his gratitude. At first, people were dumbfounded. But they quickly understood his meaning. From the start of the competition to the end, Long Chen hadn't done anything. As for how he had conned Ke Xinyan, that didn't count, because that wasn't worth any kill points. So it was equivalent to Long Chen giving the reward to the 10,000 insect guild. Don't be so courteous. For this competition, we were just testing the waters. We didn't obtain any less than you, so there's no need for favors. Long Chen shook his head. Wang Zhen nodded. If you need anything, send me a message. That startled everyone. It seemed that Wang Zhen was essentially forming an alliance with Long Chen. This was too sudden. Even Long Chen was stunned. He hadn't expected the usually silent Wang Zhen would say such a thing. He smiled to express his acceptance. All right, everyone can scatter. The rewards will be distributed later, said Li Changfeng before disappearing from everyone's sights. Chapter 1061 The Elder Hall's Attitude. Once Li Changfeng left, other than the Dragonblood Legion, everyone began to celebrate. No matter how they put it, this was a good start, and they needed to use this time to raise morale. That was especially true of the Divine Beast Mansion's disciples. They were laughing with delight. Han Yunshan and Wei Chenghai were even openly expressing their contempt of the Dragonblood Legion. Long Chen smiled and led the Dragonblood Legion back to Crouching Dragon Mountain in front of the jeering from the Divine Beast Mansion, the Hegemon Hall, and the Flame Gate. Fuck, looking at their petty pride infuriates me. What's so great about them? We were just a bit off. In truth, we implicated Boss. If he didn't stay back to look after us, we'd definitely have gotten into the top 3. The Dragonmark warriors sighed and cursed at the same time. They hated themselves for being weak and shaming the Dragonblood Legion. But the Dragonblood warriors were indifferent as if nothing had happened. Come, let's talk. Are you very angry? Asked Long Chen. Boss, it's our bad. We brought you shame. Wait, what shame are you talking about? Long Chen interrupted. The ridicule and contempt of those irritating people. That is shame. Then aren't you a bit too childish? You need more tempering, said Long Chen. Boss, does this not count as shame? We're all right if they insult us, but they dare to insult you. We feel bad inside, said that Dragonmark warrior. Long Chen smiled slightly and patted him on the shoulder. Brother, I can understand your hearts. But if this kind of matter infuriates you, then you truly need more tempering. Having experienced blood and fire, you should know what honor truly is. I know you feel bad when others insult me. You wish that everyone would respect me the way you do. But think, why would they have to respect me? For them to not respect me is normal. Let alone me, not even a god will receive everyone's recognition, or there wouldn't be so many religions, nor would there be so many battles and so much hatred. Don't be so petty. You are different from them. By getting angry, you are punishing yourself for their mistakes. That's very foolish. The consequences of foolishness are very frightening, so learn to be cool-headed. Once you reach that realm of having a tranquil heart, if someone tries to infuriate you again, remember, don't waste your time talking. Just directly take their life. You are a member of the Dragonblood Legion. You have a powerful backer, and you don't need to be afraid of anyone. Many of those people are just trash that don't have any beliefs, and they don't even know why they want to grow strong. Quibbling with them has no meaning. The Dragonmark warriors' anger faded. They truly felt themselves to be a bit immature. Their opponents were intentionally infuriating them, and they obediently became infuriated. That was foolish. Come, just now I use the few 10,000 points we have left to get some good wine and food. Let's properly celebrate. Your display today was very well done. You've finally found the calmness and steadiness you need on the battlefield, as well as how to cooperate. Our gains were even greater than the Divine Beast Mansions, so let's properly drink. Long Chen waved his hand, and a mountain of wine jugs appeared before him. Nobody bothered with glasses and just drank directly from the jugs. Long Chen was very happy. The Dragonblood Legion's first battle had gone even better than he had expected. Beginnings were difficult, but once you got a good start, the rest would be easier. This start to the expansion of the Dragonblood Legion was a good sign for the future. He would lead these 13,000 people and turn them into the most terrifying army that would be at the top of the Central Plains. The thing that delighted Long Chen the most was the gift Xianxia had sent him. The Dragonblood Legion started a crazy celebration, all of them drinking multiple large jugs and then directly falling asleep right there and then. This was set up deliberately by Long Chen. Only once they were drunk to the point of almost melting would they fully relax. An intense battle followed by a complete relaxation was extremely beneficial. Once everyone was sound asleep, Long Chen used his soul energy to expel the alcohol out of his body and chatted with Tang Wan. After all, he had said some grave words to her during the day. He had to comfort her a bit, as Meng Qi wasn't present. He was worried about her overthinking things. Chatting with Tang Wan about some happy times in the eastern wasteland allowed her to fully put down her worries. Only then did Long Chen return to his room and enter the primal chaos space. Within the primal chaos space, Huo Long had already completely suppressed the scarlet blood flame. But to devour such enormous energy would require a certain amount of time. Long Chen didn't dare to let it fall into slumber at this time. He had Huo Long use 3 split bodies to refine alongside him. With 4 furnaces working, he focused on refining heavenly star sea merging pills. After refining for 3 days, Huo Long gave Long Chen a pleasant surprise. It had condensed another 4 split bodies, so now it had 8 split bodies. With Long Chen's help, it continued refining pills and digesting the scarlet blood flame's energy. The scarlet blood flame was incredibly powerful, and Long Chen felt Huo Long's power rapidly growing day by day. Without hesitation, Long Chen went out to buy another 4 pill furnaces. With 8 furnaces active at the same time, it would truly be mass production. As long as Long Chen's spiritual strength was strong enough, refining 100,000 pills in one day would be easy. But as soon as he went out to buy those furnaces, he saw Tang Wan rushing over. There was an elder by her side. "Elder Li, hello." Long Chen was startled. Li Changfeng smiled. "It's the day to distribute the monthly rations. I decided to personally send the points to your side. How could such drudge work be left to you? I'm sure you have some other matters." "What is it?" Long Chen didn't believe that Li Changfeng had run over here just to bring the rations. "Then I'll skip to it. I came here to represent the Elder Hall in giving you 2 million points. After all, your defeat this time is related to the Elder Hall. This is the Elder Hall's compensation to you." Li Changfeng took out a crystal card. In truth, the Elder Hall didn't have so much money. The crystal card's points were the result of all the elders pooling in their resources. He was now one of the Elder Hall's people, and he had lost out because he had gone against the Law Enforcement Hall. It would be wrong of the Elder Hall to not show their sincerity. Long Chen thought about it for a bit and quickly saw through the crux of the problem. He shook his head with a smile. "Disciple accepts the Elder Hall's intentions. But I already had dealings with the Law Enforcement Hall before, and our enmity was fated. Even if I have to be used as a chess piece, I am willing. The Elder Hall owes me nothing, it's the opposite. For the Elder Hall Master to personally interfere for me makes me endlessly grateful. I don't need the Elder Hall's resources. As long as the Elder Hall can stand by my side at crucial times, that's enough. As for points, I can get them myself." "How are you going to get them? Don't tell me you're going to rob others." Li Changfeng didn't believe him. "Robbing others is so coarse, lacking any skill. I definitely wouldn't do something like that. I'm just preparing to exchange a few medicinal pills with other disciples for points," said Long Chen. Although that doesn't break the rules, if the number is too great and disturbs the regular circulation of medicinal pills, the alchemy pavilion will interfere." Li Changfeng frowned. "Tch, they can try. I'm a true alchemist, but they refused to let me join, intentionally humiliating me and keeping me out. I was trying to work for the sect, but for some selfish enmity, they refused a generation's alchemy genius, hindering the development of the sect and rattling the sect's foundation." Li Changfeng hastily said, Stop, don't just give them a bad name. Do you have any proof?" "Of course. Take a look." Long Chen handed Li Changfeng a photographic jade containing the scene of how Guo Ran had brought his application to the alchemy pavilion, but before he could even send in the application, the alchemy pavilion had locked the door and refused to see him. There was also another scene of how in the 10,000 pill hall, Luo Bo had intentionally raised the price on him, as well as his arrogant, unbridled words. They had all been recorded. Li Changfeng was speechless, feeling like Long Chen had long since begun paving this path for himself. The Alchemy Pavilion and 10,000 Pill Hall had both gone too far. You should know that the Alchemy Pavilion and Law Enforcement Hall have a close relationship. This time, I'm going to play with them. I'll first sell medicinal pills, and when they come to arrest me, the Elder Hall should come out to protect me. Then it would be best if the matter continued to blow up until even the Zon Master gets disturbed. Then I'll release these photographic jades, and then, then it'll be fun, laughed Long Chen. You really don't know how to be peaceful. Li Changfeng shook his head. No, I want to be peaceful, but they don't want to let me. But if it weren't for that, where would this business opportunity come from? And without this business opportunity, how am I supposed to make money? Without money, how am I supposed to raise my family? Said Long Chen innocently. This matter is too big. I have to go report it to the hall master. Li Changfeng bitterly smiled as he left. Later that day, he returned and told Long Chen that the hall master had agreed. But the Xuantian Dao sect had its rules, and pills sold within the sect had to be refined within the sect. Disciples could not sell pills they obtained from outside. Hearing that, Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. He directly bought 4 more pill furnaces and began crazily refining pills. Alchemy Pavilion, Luo Bo, get ready. I really have to thank you for giving me this way to get rich. A sinister smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Chapter 1062 Peak Grade Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Elixir. With 8 furnaces crazily refining pills and his spiritual strength helping Huo Long refine the Scarlet Blood Flame's energy, Long Chen was at maximum efficiency. His original refining speed had multiplied by 8. Refining 1 furnace of pills took just 2 breaths time. That would definitely frighten other alchemists to death, because for other alchemists, refining a furnace of pills would at least take an incense stick's worth of time. 2 breaths, let alone refining a pill, that wasn't even enough time to refine 9 mud balls. In the Central Plains, quite a few people possessed earth flames. But there was no one who possessed an earth flame like Long Chen. Other people's earth flames either had their spirits erased and were refined into core flames, or they were like Xianxians, enslaved. Either way, it was impossible for there to be absolute trust between the masters and the earth flames. And this exact bond had resulted in a refining speed that even shocked Long Chen. He swore to properly raise Huo Long and Lei Long, as they would be his greatest helpers in the future. At the same time, he rejoiced that he had the primal chaos bead. It was a source of riches for him now, as precious medicinal ingredients came out of it endlessly. Otherwise, let alone raising a huge group like the Dragonblood Legion, just raising himself would be difficult. This time, Long Chen spent 10 days to refine 1,500,000 Heavenly Star Sea merging pills. He once more distributed them to the Dragonblood Legion's warriors. However, even with Long Chen's vast soul energy, refining at such speed for 10 days made his head feel like it was about to split. This exhaustion was not something a human could bear, but it had been worth it. Blood-colored runes had started to appear amongst Huo Long's flames. Its aura was even stronger, with half the Scarlet Blood Flame's energy absorbed. Long Chen was delighted to see Huo Long's power increase with each passing day, but he was unable to bear it any longer. After distributing the medicinal pills, he fell fast asleep. When the competition had ended, it revealed which factions were stronger. The inner sect spent quite a few days discussing that matter. The first-place Divine Beast Mansion's disciples were high-spirited, swaggering wherever they went and enjoying other people's worshipful and envious expressions. As for the last-place Dragonblood Legion, after the competition ended, they all chose to enter high-grade training rooms to cultivate. But after cultivating for only a day, they all had to leave, because they only had enough points to cultivate that long. This was Long Chen's orders. Using the training room right after experiencing a large battle was the best time. With the medicinal pills he gave them and the effect of the high-grade training rooms, their cultivation bases leapt forward before quickly stabilizing. As for the rest of the time, they continued to drill crazily. The Dragonmark warriors felt themselves to be lacking far too greatly when compared to the Dragonblood warriors. Even though they were all rank 3 celestials, if the Dragonblood warriors wanted to kill them, they wouldn't even need a second attack. During the battle, the Dragonblood warriors had been the cornerstones of their strength, making them all envious. So after stabilizing their cultivation bases, the Dragonmark warriors all went to beg the Dragonblood warriors to turn them into true experts. The other disciples all sneered at the Dragonblood Legion for being fools. Having spent all their points on the first day, what about the future? Whenever the Dragonblood Legion's people went out, they would be mocked. But after Long Chen's teachings, the Dragonmark warriors were no longer as quick to anger. They were indifferent to their provocations. Long Chen's sleep lasted for 3 whole days. When he awoke, he felt completely refreshed, as if his body was brimming with energy. Once he was awake, he learned that the Dragonblood Legion's warriors were all in seclusion, consuming Heavenly Star Sea merging pills. He returned to the primal chaos space and saw that Huolong was in the midst of refining pills on its own. There was a pile of Heavenly Star Sea merging pills beside him. There seemed to be 100,000 of them. Hey, there's no need to work all the time like this, laughed Long Chen. Huolong gave Long Chen a very clear message. It said that through refining pills, it could focus better on digesting the scarlet blood flame in its body. Long Chen was dumbfounded and then involuntarily laughed. Because he had been constantly helping Huolong digest the earth flame's essence while refining pills, Huolong had now formed a dependence on it. It wasn't used to just focusing on absorbing the energy without refining pills. This is a good habit. Keep it up. Long Chen laughed wickedly as he encouraged Huolong. He began to stroll through the medicinal fields in the primal chaos space. It was time to make some money. But which pill would have the greatest effect and make the most money the fastest? Checking over all the medicinal ingredients he felt a bit conflicted. He couldn't sell the Heavenly Star Sea merging pills, because he didn't even have enough for himself. Furthermore, since the Heavenly Star Sea merging pill was one of the fundamental pills of the Sea expansion realm, the Xuantian Dao sect heavily suppressed its price, afraid of raising the price so high that it affected the disciples' cultivation. That was why the price was only 1 point. That was basically the price of manufacturing it without the alchemist taking any fee. Even if his Heavenly Star Sea merging pills were 7 times more effective, there was no way he could sell it for 7 points. No one would believe it was that effective. This first business was extremely important. He wanted to get as many customers as possible. He wanted it so there was so much demand for his medicine that the supply couldn't even keep up with it. He also wanted to set it at a lower price than the Xuantian Dao sect while offering higher quality. Only then would his business proliferate as fast as possible. Just what should I refine? Long Chen pondered this question for half a day. He carefully went through all the medicinal pills sold by the 10,000 pill hall, and in the end, he decided on a kind of medicinal elixir. The name of it was the Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Elixir. It allowed a person to quickly enter a meditative state and expel any random thoughts. It was something everyone needed. Due to its vast applications, people from the Foundation Forging Realm, Sea Expansion Realm, or Shantian Realm could all use it. Most people would have some in their spatial rings, and they would use a huge amount of it. However, this kind of medicinal elixir was not very precious. A whole bottle could be bought for 10 points. This bottle contained 800 drops of it, and using it at a normal rate, this bottle would be enough for over a year. I have the Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Fruit, and I have the supplementary ingredients. Yes, and by adding the explosive dragon grass's root, I can strengthen the medicinal effect. It'll be at least twice as effective as the Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Elixir sold by the 10,000 pill hall. Long Chen laughed sinisterly and sectioned off a large space just for the elixir's ingredients. Growing them in proportion to how much he needed, he set up 10 medicinal fields. By pouring spiritual energy into the primal chaos bead, just a few breaths after he finished planting them, they grew to the necessary maturity to refine them. With a wave of his hand, Long Chen pulled out a medicinal field's medicinal ingredients and tossed them to Huolong, who devoured them all. He gave Huolong directions on how to refine them. Refining a medicinal elixir was easier than refining a pill. With just a few instructions, Huolong could refine it without any trouble. In just several breaths' time, he had a barrel of medicinal elixir. It practically couldn't be any simpler. After refining 1 barrel, Long Chen called over Qian Duoduo, Wang Meng, and the others. This is peak-grade Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Elixir. Distribute it to the outer sect disciples. Boss, what are you talking about? Couldn't this much Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Elixir be sold for a huge sum? Asked Qian Duoduo. At the very least, this barrel was worth several 100,000 points. Before selling things, the first step is to set up the marketplace. We have to let people know where the things came from and how good they are. Treat it as propaganda, but just like before, each person can only get 10 drops to try it. We'll only sell it 3 days from now, and the price will be half that of the 10,000 pill haul, said Long Chen. Qian Duoduo immediately understood now. It seemed the points that Long Chen had sold previously were all foundational work for the heavenly heart soul calming elixir he was about to sell. Qian Duoduo, Wang Meng, and the others all left. Long Chen returned to the primal chaos space and got to truly refining the heavenly heart soul calming elixir. He alternated through the 10 medicinal fields. By the time he finished the 10th one, the first one's medicinal ingredients would be mature again. It was a perfect cycle. Within the primal chaos space, 7 flame dragons were refining pills, while 1 was refining medicinal elixir. As for Long Chen, he was being a farmer, constantly harvesting his field. While Long Chen was busy with work, Qian Duoduo and Meng Wang were also busy as they spread the news of the free peak-grade heavenly heart soul calming elixir. Qian Duoduo, Wang Meng, and the other outer sect disciples in their group now had a certain amount of influence in the outer sect. Their announcement drew over countless disciples. Hundreds of thousands of drops were gone in just 3 incense sticks worth of time. As a result, on the second day, countless disciples came over begging for more. This peak-grade heavenly heart soul calming elixir was incredible. The elixir they normally used took half an incense stick's worth of time to bring them into their meditative state. Furthermore, if their hearts were burdened with heavy stress or other emotions, it would take even longer. But this peak-grade elixir brought them firmly into their meditative states in just a few breaths. It was practically miraculous, and the announcement said that the price was half that of the 10,000 pill hauls. The announcers said that they would only start selling 3 days later, but on the second day, people had already formed a huge line, with some prepared to buy it in huge quantities. Qian Duoduo used the tricks he had learned from Long Chen and told everyone that in order to make sure that everyone could enjoy the effect of the peak-grade heavenly heart soul calming elixir, each person was limited to 2 bottles. If they wanted to buy it again, they could, but they had to line back up. As a result, the line extended for several hundred miles. 3 days later, Long Chen finally came out. When the line outside saw Long Chen, they were so excited that the cheering was like an explosion. Chapter 1063 Violently Beating an Elder. Everyone, there's no need to be so panicked. I guarantee each person will get a portion. To make it easy, prepare how much you're paying ahead of time, called out Qian Duoduo. Wang Meng and the other outer sect disciples began to distribute the bottles filled with peak-grade heavenly heart soul calming elixir. Quan Duoduo and 2 other disciples were in charge of the card transactions. As a result, the dozen of them weren't enough, and Wang Meng had to summon dozens of others, setting up 6 distribution points. 2 bottles of heavenly heart soul calming elixir were sold for 10 points. Any disciples who managed to buy it were incredibly excited. Its medicinal effect was much greater, but its price was halved. Such a good thing had never occurred before, as the 10,000 pill haul never had a sale on their medicines. As for the other disciples who offered to sell a few of their own personally refined pills, there was no way to guarantee the medicinal effect, and others were worried about getting ripped off. If it weren't for how Long Chen had repeatedly sold points as a foundation for these customers' trust, there wouldn't have been so many people who dared to buy his medicine now. But now it was different. The line for buying his merchandise was now hundreds of miles long. In the end, after buying it, people lined up to buy more. Due to Long Chen laying down a solid foundation of trust, there was a huge uproar. Many people ran over with half-believing attitudes. They bought a drop from others to test its effect, and as a result, they were completely shocked and hastily lined up with the others. More and more people were drawn over, and the line also grew longer. Even Long Chen was surprised. He had misjudged one thing. He had thought his main customers would be outer sect disciples. But he had forgotten, other than the over 8 million outer sect disciples in the sect, there were even more workers. And even the commoners bought a few. After all, peak-grade heavenly heart soul calming elixir was useful for many things. No one would mind buying a bit, as after all, this opportunity was too rare. They were afraid of never getting such an opportunity again. Most importantly, people were lining up again as soon as they bought some. That made some hesitating people also join the line. Damn, what a spectacle. When Guo Ran and the others came over, they were stunned by what they saw. Stop wasting time and help. Set up 10 more distribution spots. I'm going to get more medicine. Long Chen quickly arranged for Guo Ran and a few Dragonblood Legion's warriors to help. The speed at which the elixir was selling was too fast. Looking at the huge crowd, the amount he had refined would probably not be enough. Boss, in just 2 hours, we sold 200,000 bottles. That's 1 million points. Qian Duoduo's voice quivered with excitement. In just 2 hours, this 1 million points was close to the sum of what the entire Dragonblood Legion got in a month. And looking at the trend, they would be selling even more. Yup, just keep going. This is just the start. Keep going at this speed. Long Chen nodded, having them continue working while he returned to his hotel. With 2 Dragonblood warriors guarding him, his mind sank into the primal chaos space again, and he continued to refine the elixir. 6 hours later, he suddenly sensed something, and his mind exited the primal chaos space. He saw that the 2 Dragonblood warriors had come in with grave expressions. Boss, bad news. The Alchemy Pavilion's people have come. There's nothing bad about it. It's well within expectations. Let's go. Long Chen went with the 2 of them back to their distribution point. There were dozens of people standing in front of the distribution points, roaring furiously at Guo Ran and the others who were selling the peak-grade Heavenly Heart soul-calming elixir. Who permitted you to sell medicinal elixir here? Shouted a middle-aged man clad in the Alchemy Pavilion's elder's robes. Behind him were dozens of Alchemy Pavilion's disciples. They coldly stared at Guo Ran and the others. Seeing the middle-aged man, Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. They truly had fate. This person was the one who had threatened him and raised the prices on him in the 10,000 pill hall, Luo Bo. Long Chen hadn't expected him to be an elder, and he had also never thought that such a person could be a king. Boss had to sell them. If you have any objections, you can go find him. Now get out of the way and stop holding up our business, said Guo Ran impatiently. Bastard, who is your boss? Demanded Luo Bo. It's me. What is it? Long Chen walked forward, his mind rapidly working. Just what was the best way to resolve today's matters? Long Chen, haha, you really are brazen. Seeing that it was Long Chen, Luo Bo's eyes brightened and he smiled. I've been brazen for a long time now. Do you need anything? Asked Long Chen lightly. Do I need anything? Haha, now you've done it. Do you have a license from the Alchemy Pavilion to sell this medicine? Do you have any authorization at all? Is there any guarantee of the medicinal effect? No one can save you now, Long Chen. Without the Alchemy Pavilion's approval, selling medicines in large quantities is a grave crime. Laughed Luo Bo delightedly. Long Chen's actions in the outer sect had caused all the law enforcement hall's subordinate workers to flee. There was no way for them to enforce the law, and so his profits had drastically shrunk. Although the outer sect was poor, there were many people. In those numbers, there was still plenty of profit to be dredged up. But Long Chen had run off the law enforcers, dogs, and even the true law enforcers were fearful of him. The outer sect was now Long Chen's land. During these days, the Law Enforcement Hall and Alchemy Pavilion had constantly been thinking of how to handle Long Chen in one move so that he would never be able to extricate himself from his charges. But since he had the Elder Hall's support, they found it very difficult to frame him for anything. Without assurance, they didn't dare to strike. Now seeing that it was Long Chen selling huge quantities of peak-grade Heavenly Heart soul-calming elixir, Luo Bo was ecstatic. Long Chen was doomed now. This was a huge matter that gravely went against the Xuantian Dao sect's rules. He would be forced to undergo a trial in the Law Enforcement Hall. And once Long Chen arrived in the Law Enforcement Hall, would there be any hope for him leaving? So Luo Bo was very happy, flowers almost blooming on his face. He could already see the scene of Long Chen screaming miserably as he faced the Law Enforcement Hall's torture. Now I've done it. I disagree. In fact, I feel like you're the one who has done it. Do you think I came here to do business without any approval? You're wrong, and very wrong at that. I never do anything I'm not assured of, so why don't you come and take a look at this? Long Chen extended a hand. Luo Bo was startled. For Long Chen to be so fearless, did he really have authorization? But that was impossible. Luo Bo had always been in the Alchemy Pavilion, and he hadn't heard anything like that. Seeing Long Chen extend his hand, Luo Bo lowered his head to look at his palm. But Long Chen's hand was empty. Then it began to rapidly grow larger in his eyes. Pow! A resounding slap struck Luo Bo across the face. Those outer sect disciples selling the elixir were scared witless. That was a king. Long Chen dared to slap him. The matter of Long Chen beating up a teacher had been intentionally suppressed by the Alchemy Pavilion. The outer sect had received some information about it, but not very many people believed it. After all, the disciples who listened to those classes were all trying to form good relations with the alchemy pavilion. If the alchemy pavilion wanted them to shut up, they would obediently shut up. But now, in front of millions of people, Long Chen clearly demonstrated how to slap a king across the face. "Long Chen!" roared Luo Bo. His reply was a fist to the nose. Luo Bo shot back like a shooting star, crashing into a distant wall. Kings were truly kings. When he landed on the same place Long Chen had stuck those loaves of flatbread, he smashed a large hole into it. "Don't move. If you dare to, I'll kill you." Those disciples who had come with Luo Bo all became still upon hearing Long Chen's cold shout. The current Long Chen appeared incredibly fierce, like a bloodthirsty magical beast. These alchemists that lived in their ivory tower while refining pills had essentially never gone to a battlefield. They were too intimidated to move. Long Chen shot forward. Just as Luo Bo came out of the crumbled wall, Long Chen gave him a kick to the chest. He vomited blood. He was truly worthy of being an inheritance elder. His battle experience was essentially zero, and he had no ability to dodge nor defend. "Long Chen, I'll kill you." Luo Bo's roar was cut short as a kick from Long Chen struck his dantian. The pill flame he was about to unleash was interrupted. Long Chen gripped Luo Bo's throat, and then using his other hand, he repeatedly slapped him across the face. "Did it feel good taking my points?" "Keep feeling good." Long Chen's slaps didn't stop as he cursed. Long Chen felt his irritation at being cheated fading quite a bit. The disciples watching were all dumbfounded. Just what kind of monster was he to be able to repeatedly slap a king so easily? In truth, they didn't know that not all kings were such marvels. Inheritance elders had terrible combat abilities. They never went to the battlefield, and they rarely fought others. Even if they did fight, it definitely wouldn't be a close-range battle of fists. That kind of coarse and low-class fighting style was too crass for them. They would compete in other ways. "Bastard! Die! Pill flame!" Luo Bo's face had swelled into a pig's head before he roared furiously. But just as runes lit up around his body, a flame dragon coiled around him. Long Chen had summoned Huo Long. When Huo Long bound Luo Bo, the flames that were just summoned by Luo Bo dimmed and almost instantly disappeared. "No." Luo Bo's expression suddenly changed. "Sorry, those who take my points will have to repay what they took with the interest." Huo Long, devour his earth flame. Chapter 1064 Tower Department Head. Huo Long let out an excited roar. Its body suddenly shrank, becoming only 30 meters long. The compressed Huo Long tightly bound Luo Bo, and its runes suddenly lit up. Luo Bo's expression completely changed. He felt the flame energy in his body surging out. It was gradually being absorbed by Huo Long. He was both startled and infuriated. He was about to launch a counterattack with his pill flame. After all, he was a king, and devouring his pill flame wasn't going to be so easy. "You should stay still." Long Chen pointed a finger at his forehead. Spiritual strength condensed in front of his finger, forming a spiritual arrow. If Luo Bo dared to circulate his spiritual strength to activate his pill flame, this spiritual arrow would pierce through his mind sea and instantly exterminate his soul. What appalled Luo Bo was that despite only being at the sea expansion realm, Long Chen's spiritual strength was not any weaker than his. That was shocking, as he was an alchemist, and his strongest aspects were his spiritual strength and pill flame. No one understood how terrifying Long Chen's spiritual arrow was better than him. This spiritual arrow was condensed from all his spiritual strength. If he wanted to resist, it would take his full power. But then he would only be able to watch as Huo Long devoured his pill flame. But if he wanted to control his pill flame to resist, he would have to use his spiritual strength. Long Chen would take advantage of that time to kill him in one blow. Luo Bo began to sweat. "I don't believe you dare to kill me," said Luo Bo coldly. "Who knows? You can try it." Long Chen smiled indifferently. His words were calm as if he was just joking, but Luo Bo really didn't dare to resist. Long Chen was too wild, too domineering. He was capable of doing anything, and Luo Bo didn't dare to bet with his life. He felt his pill flame's energy being constantly sucked away. In just a few breaths' time, 20% of his core flame had been extracted. "Long Chen, don't go too far. You're leaving yourself with no way out either," roared Luo Bo. That was his most precious core flame. He had been nurturing it for countless years, and it was comprised of the purest flame energy. He was unwilling to let it be sucked away just like this. Too far? It seems it really is a bit too far. But have you forgotten what you did to me? I'm a sea expansion disciple, but you're an elder. Your conscience allowed you to con me out of hundreds of thousands of points. For you, a grand king, to now say that this is too far, do you not feel embarrassed at all? No wonder after slapping you for so long, I wasn't able to slap off your face. If your skin was peeled off, without adding anything to it, it would be able to block the attack of a king item, sneered Long Chen. He wanted to shout that this was too far now. Why hadn't he shouted that when he had been conning him out of his points? Luo Bo clenched his teeth, and flames suddenly erupted off his body. But as soon as he did, that terrifying spiritual arrow pierced into his mind. That spiritual strength ran amok, making him feel like his soul would be torn apart. Luo Bo was horrified. He had hoped to force Long Chen off with his pill flame, because if this continued, his pill flame would be sucked dry. But just as he tried to force him off, Long Chen mercilessly attacked. Now he was sure that Long Chen wasn't trying to frighten him. He really did dare to kill him. Long Chen hadn't been merciful with this attack. Luo Bo couldn't bother controlling his pill flame any longer, and he hastily circulated his spiritual strength to resist. But Long Chen's spiritual strength had taken the initiative. Although both their spiritual strengths were around the same level, Long Chen had the advantage. Furthermore, as soon as he started attacking, he had no intention of stopping. That fierce spiritual strength was truly trying to kill Luo Bo. You've gone crazy. If you kill me, you'll also die, roared Luo Bo. Blood poured from his 7 orifices. He appeared incredibly miserable, terror in his eyes. The disciples watching trembled in fear. Long Chen was too domineering. Was he really planning on killing a king? In their hearts, kings were supreme existences that were undefeatable. But in front of Long Chen, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. I'm just a sea expansion rookie. To bring down a grand alchemist king for my life, I'm definitely profiting. What's there to be afraid of? Said Long Chen indifferently. Although his words were indifferent, his spiritual strength didn't stop. It surged like an angry sea without the slightest mercy, seeming like it wouldn't stop until Luo Bo was dead. Luo Bo bitterly endured, his face twisted in terror. He was afraid, he was regretful. He regretted that he ever provoked this madman. Now, he could only resist as best as he could. If he relaxed even slightly, Long Chen's spiritual strength would take his life. Just at this moment, Luo Bo felt a wave of weakness wash over him. His core flame was half gone. An alchemist's pill flame was their core flame, an energy linked to their spiritual yuan. Extracting his pill flame was extracting his essence. 50%, 40%, 30%. Luo Bo grew weaker and weaker, causing his pill flame to be absorbed even faster. In just a dozen breaths, he only had 10% of his pill flame. Luo Bo was powerless to resist. All his spiritual strength was spent on blocking Long Chen's spiritual attack. Long Chen suddenly smiled. Do you know that you are an idiot? You're an abandoned chess piece. Your people are waiting for me to kill you so they can use your death to make sure I'm doomed. Hee, your life really isn't worth much. Suddenly, a cold shout rang out, and a chain shot toward Long Chen from a crafty angle. It was merciless, containing immense power that was clearly more than enough to kill him. Long Chen snorted coldly. He put away Huo Long and was just about to use Luo Bo as a shield when a sharp ray of sword chi severed the chain. Space twisted and dozens of figures appeared in the air. They were all kings, and they were split into 2 camps. One was the Elder Hall, and the other was the Law Enforcement Hall. Dozens of kings stood in the air, weapons raised in hostility. The atmosphere instantly grew incomparably tense. Li Changfeng sheathed his sword. That attack had come from him. He said, Long Chen, don't be rude. Quickly release Elder Luo Bo. Long Chen tossed Luo Bo to the Law Enforcement Hall's elders. If you wanted him, you should have just asked. Why bother doing something as shameful as attacking a junior generation disciple? No wonder you don't use shields. Your skin is impervious to blade or spear. Amazing, absolutely amazing. The Law Enforcement Hall's elders were infuriated, having an urge to kill Long Chen right now. They were elders, and the Law Enforcement Hall's elders at that. They represented the Xuantian Dao sect's top authority, but were criticized by a mere disciple. At this time, another group of people appeared in the air. These people were also wearing elder robes, but they were the robes of the alchemy pavilion. The person at the front of them had high cheekbones and his face was lean. He was the alchemy pavilion master. Lu Kang, you should come out as well. I think you need to give me a perfect explanation, said the alchemy pavilion master. His voice was full of anger. Space twisted slightly, and the elder hall master appeared as well. He said, if you want a perfect explanation, I have it. But we're still missing one person. Luo Fan, come out. We can all ask our questions openly so we can perfectly resolve things. As expected, the law enforcement hall master, Luo Fan, appeared as well. For 3 people on the level of hall masters to appear in the outer sect at the same time made all the disciples' eyes almost pop out. In the outer sect, many people might never set foot into the inner sect in their lifetimes. Some had never even seen a king. But now, 3 hall master level experts had appeared. Good, good, keep going. It would be best if even the Zan master would come out as well. Seeing 3 huge figures had descended, Long Chen was about to dance with joy. Excellent, I also want to hear your perfect explanation, Liu Kang, said Luo Fan. Liu Kang smiled slightly. I've long since reported everything that happened to the Xuantian Tower supervising department. Conveniently, I also sent some evidence of how the alchemy pavilion intentionally refused to allow Long Chen to join, instead mocking and insulting him. As for this elder Luo Bo, he intentionally abused his power to extort a disciple. As a result, the supervising department has been watching this as well, and they've managed to investigate quite a few behind-the-scene details. I'm sure that they will be able to give you a perfect explanation. Hearing that the Xuantian Tower supervising department was involved, the expressions of the law enforcement hall master and the alchemy pavilion master completely changed. Just at this moment, a strict voice rang out from the air. The supervising department has already investigated this matter to its roots. The alchemy pavilion refused to let a genius join due to selfish reasons, causing Long Chen's alchemy skills to have nowhere to be practiced. Therefore, it is the fault of the alchemy pavilion that Long Chen had to refine pills on his own without being supported by the sect, and his selling of them is also due to the fault of the alchemy pavilion. Luo Bo was greedy and used his position to take advantage of the outer sect's disciples, preying on the people. His reprehensible crimes cannot be forgiven. Within 3 days, his cultivation base is to be crippled, and he is to be expelled from the Dao sect. No, Luo Bo's expression completely changed. That was no different than killing him. Without a cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to get far before being eaten by wild beasts. The alchemy pavilion master's expression also changed, and he immediately knocked Luo Bo unconscious, bowing to the air. We will follow Tower Department Head's orders. That Tower Department Head's voice continued. The law enforcement hall caused the outer sect to be in turmoil and depressed. It requires serious reorganization to fix, and so the law enforcers' posts in the outer sect are cancelled. The outer sect will now be overseen by the Elder Hall. Liu Kang and Luo Fan both voiced their acceptance. But the latter's voice was clearly a bit uncomfortable. It was just that he didn't dare to voice his dissent. Just as Long Chen thought things were over and he was about to continue making money, the Tower Department Head's voice once more rang out, as icy as ever. Chapter 1065 I'm rich. Disciple is present. Long Chen immediately had a bad feeling. It seemed the Tower Department Head's voice wasn't very happy. You've broken the sect's rules multiple times, disturbed a class, and beaten up a teacher. Do you even place the Xuantian Dao sect in your eyes? The Tower Department Head's voice was incredibly intimidating. The Elder Hall's people's expressions became odd. For even the always emotionless Tower Department Head to now sound angry, Long Chen's ability to cause anger was truly amazing. Tower Department Head, if you put it like this, I'll have to disagree, said Long Chen. All the elders present sucked in a cold gasp of air. That was the Tower Department Head, the figure who overlooked the entire Xuantian Dao sect. He was a supreme existence, and his decisions could not be changed even by the sect leader, the Zan Master. Others might not be afraid of the Zan Master, but they would definitely be afraid of the Tower Department Head. After seeing that Long Chen wanted to argue against him, everyone's jaw dropped so low that you could stick an egg inside. You want to argue? The Tower Department Head's voice clearly contained some shock. In all his years as the Tower Department Head, no one had dared to speak to him like that, so he wasn't used to it. You said that I didn't place the Xuantian Dao sect in my eyes. I disagree. If I didn't place it in my eyes, I wouldn't have worked so hard to become a core disciple. You said that I broke the rules multiple times. I disagree with this as well. Each time I broke the rules, it was because someone else broke the rules first and I had to fight back. Am I supposed to just accept being beaten while others break the rules? I'm also a victim, because if it weren't for others breaking the rules and provoking me first, there would be no reason for me to break the rules. If you want to punish someone, you should first punish them. If you punish them first, then I will accept any punishment. But if you only punish me while letting them get away with their crimes, disciple will not feel comfortable in his heart, said Long Chen. Are you saying you feel wronged? Demanded the tower department head coldly. I wouldn't say that, I just hope that you can treat me fairly and not wrong an obedient disciple. Long Chen shrugged. You are an obedient disciple. The tower department head's tone seemed to have changed slightly. It was like he was so infuriated that he wanted to laugh. But his voice quickly became cold once more. Stop spouting nonsense. Although you might have been the one wronged at the beginning, the way you handled it was completely overboard. As the Tao sect's disciple, your conduct caused grave damage to the dignity of the sect. Even if you were right before, you're wrong now. When you handle things in the future, you have to first consider the Xuantian Tao sect's dignity first, understood? Disciple understands, said Long Chen. Of course he didn't dare to not understand. So, since you were wronged by others, and since it was just your way of handling things that was incorrect, and due to your attitude of admitting your errors, I can reduce your punishment. Starting today, you are demoted. Demoted to. Well, you can just continue being a worker. This matter ends here. If anyone has any complaints, you can report them within the next 3 days. The tower department head had originally been thinking of giving Long Chen a small slap on the wrist, but Long Chen was already a worker. He had been demoted to the bottom and couldn't be demoted again. If he was demoted again, the only rank left was commoner. But a commoner was not a disciple of the Xuantian Tao sect. That would be equivalent to expelling him from the sect, and that wouldn't be a slap on the wrist. After this result was announced, the Law Enforcement Hall Master and the Alchemy Pavilion Master both coldly left. This time, they had completely lost. The Elder Hall Master had beautifully made a fool out of them without giving them any power to resist. Once they left, the Elder Hall Master smiled at Long Chen and also vanished. Li Changfeng patted Long Chen on the shoulder before leaving. Child, even if you feel bored, you should take it easy. In just a short moment, all the experts left and Luo Bo was brought away. What awaited him was a miserable fate. All right, brothers, starting today, the outer sect's medicinal pills will be sold here. There's no need for anyone to worry about not getting any, so take your time, laughed Long Chen. Only then did everyone recover from their shock and continue lining up for medicine. The disturbance caused by the Alchemy Pavilion ended up benefiting Long Chen's business. That was related to his powerful charisma. They felt that such a figure would definitely only sell peak-grade items and was worthy of trusting. They sold the elixir for a whole day and night. Meanwhile, Long Chen refined more elixir as the day went on. It was like he was squeezing fruit juice, constantly having Huo Long refine more and more. Boss, we're rich. Within Long Chen's hotel, Qian Duoduo held a dozen crystal cards as well as a list of their sales. He had practically gone crazy with joy. How much did we sell? Asked Long Chen. Stop talking nonsense and tell me. Hehe, we made 38 million points. Heavens, I can't believe it. 38 million points. Qian Duoduo didn't know what to say. Although Long Chen had been prepared, hearing this number still shocked him. It was no wonder it was said that alchemy was the profession that made the most money in the world. Boss, how much did we get once we deduct the manufacturing costs? Asked Qian Duoduo suddenly. Once the manufacturing costs were out, just how much profit did they truly make? Manufacturing costs, those could be neglected, so the number of points they had gained was 38,520,000. Long Chen directly gave 20,000 points to Qian Duoduo to give to Wang Meng and the others. One reason was for their work, and the other was for their starting bonus. They had put in quite a bit of work for this business. Boss, this is way too much. 20,000 points for a dozen people. Each person would get almost 2,000. It had to be known that outer sect disciples would only get points if they worked all out for a month. 2,000 points were 20 years worth of income. We don't want untrustworthy people, and we don't question the people we trust. There's no need to worry about making them fat and having them get greedy. I'm good at judging people, so don't worry about it. They're outer sect disciples, so their potential is limited. Now that we're all acquainted, if we can help them, we should do our best. We don't want to have regrets in the future, said Long Chen. I understand, boss, I'll send them right away. Qian Duoduo couldn't help but feel that this was why all those who followed Long Chen were so unswervingly loyal. This kind of generosity was something he was incapable of. He wasn't willing to give away so many points to outsiders. 38 million points split amongst 13,000 people meant that each person would get less than 3,000 points. As expected, without being the manager of the household, you wouldn't realize just how precious each piece of rice and firewood was. He had thought that this profit would be able to make them fat, but as soon as he calculated it, he realized it wasn't as amazing as he had thought. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. However, when he thought about it, he felt like he was being too greedy. Hu Guoshan's Divine Beast Mansion had only gotten 5 million points for first place. He should know how to be content. Qian Duoduo quickly returned, but Wang Mang and the others followed him, saying that they couldn't accept this many points. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to say anything to them, and he directly tossed them out. Long Chen had Qian Duoduo return to Crouching Dragon Mountain. He was to give each disciple 2,000 points, and they could do whatever they wanted with it. They could learn what techniques they needed, they could buy what weapons they wanted. Even if they wanted to go pick up girls, it was fine. But Long Chen knew that no one in the Dragonblood Legion would do something like that. They were very dependable. The only possible exception was Guo Ran. Once Qian Duoduo left, Long Chen's mind returned to the primal chaos space. Huo Long's 8 split bodies had all turned scarlet like blood. Its powerful fluctuations shocked even Long Chen. Huo Long coiled around Long Chen, sending him a message that it had absorbed 90% of Luo Bo's pill flame. That had been extremely helpful to it, and it had instantly refined the remaining scarlet blood flame's essence. Long Chen thought about it and quickly realized that Luo Bo's pill flame was a merger of spiritual yuan and an earth flame. It was definitely an earth flame, but it had no life and its ranking was unknown. However, after being nourished by spiritual yuan for countless years, it had become a delicacy to Huo Long, and there were no side effects from absorbing it. It could be directly digested. Now Huo Long was so strong that it made even Long Chen afraid. Huo Long's terrifying potential allowed it to grow without limit. Back then, the Eastern Wasteland Bell had looked down on it and had wanted Long Chen to switch to another earth flame and feed Huo Long to it. Even the Eastern Wasteland Bell had been wrong. It definitely would have never imagined that Huo Long had this much potential. Even Huo Long's spiritual strength had greatly improved. It could communicate with Long Chen without any hindrances. Long Chen told Huo Long to help him refine Heavenly Star Sea merging pills when it had time. He wanted to get everyone to the peak of sea expansion as soon as possible. The next day, Long Chen received some good news. Zheng Wenlong had sent people over, and Long Chen immediately went out to receive them. Zheng Wenlong's people had brought over 100 kinds of materials to forge king items. They included essence metal, mithril, wind copper, blood tin, etc. When Guo Ran saw those, he almost wept. Although there had been quite a few fragments of king items from when the Eastern Wasteland Bell had attacked, those fragments weren't enough to refine true king items. This material completely resolved his most pressing issue. Before leaving, those people told Long Chen that after a while, more materials would come successively. Guo Ran also vanished like a wisp of smoke with those materials. He wanted to confirm some theories that he had learned. The Dragonblood Legion was now sufficiently rich to go all out cultivating. As for the Alchemy Pavilion and Law Enforcement Hall, in all likelihood, they would be forced to calm down for a while due to their failure this time. Long Chen also gave himself a vacation from refining to raise his own cultivation base. The peak heavenly geniuses like Hu Guoshan and Hua Xiu had already reached the peak of sea expansion, and he couldn't fall behind. I can't stop eating medicine. Long Chen grabbed a handful of Heavenly Star Sea merging pills and stuffed them in his mouth. Chapter 1066 Internal Battle External Battle. Long Chen entered seclusion. Because of his seclusion, the Xuantian Dao sect gradually returned to calm. The matter of the medicinal elixir in the outer sect had caused a huge disturbance. This time, there was absolutely no way to keep news of it quiet, because far too many people had seen it. It had practically shaken the entire Xuantian Dao sect. Everyone came to learn of how domineering Long Chen was. In front of millions of people, he had repeatedly slapped a king across the face. The people who had seen that scene would never be able to forget it. Long Chen's name became even more resounding. At the same time, everyone came to learn of the peak-grade Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Elixir. Many outer sect disciples were also moved by it, and they came over to buy it from Xianxia. This result was within Long Chen's expectations. Except, due to Luo Bo, his plans had accelerated even more. Originally, he had thought it would need 1 to 2 months for the name of the peak-grade heavenly heart soul calming elixir to spread to the inner sect. He thought it would be a steady increase. So before going into seclusion, he had left behind a huge amount of stock for Xianxia. Now Xianxia was constantly busy in the outer sect. However, he had also run into a certain situation. That was that the Divine Beast Mansion, Hegemon Hall, and Flame Gate's disciples had all stealthily sent people to buy it. That made Xianxia very displeased. He still remembered how their people had immediately begun to sneer at them after buying their points. However, Long Chen had told Xianxia not to mind them. They could buy as much as they want. Businessmen only cared about maximizing profit. They did business with anyone. There was no need to worry about fattening their enemies, because those people had no qualifications to be enemies with the Dragonblood Legion. Xianxia sold them the peak-grade heavenly heart soul calming elixir, and a huge amount of points entered his pocket each day. For Long Chen to publicly sell the peak-grade heavenly heart soul calming elixir in the outer sect was a provocation to the alchemy pavilion. It was especially humiliating because Luo Bo had his cultivation base crippled and was expelled from the Xuantian Dao sect. But because of various reasons from before, they had fallen into Long Chen's trap. He had a protective talisman now, making them incapable of doing anything. At first, the alchemy pavilion thought that Long Chen would eventually run out of elixir. On his own, there was no way for him to refine so much peak-grade heavenly heart soul calming elixir. But they quickly realized that he had so much elixir that he was unable to even sell it all. They had immediately raised suspicions that the elixir wasn't refined by himself and was instead bought from outside the sect. That was completely against the sect's rules. The Elder Hall had called Long Chen, and in front of everyone, Long Chen had summoned Huo Long and allowed them to see how it refined the elixir. When the alchemy pavilion's people saw Huo Long refine the elixir on its own, their eyes almost jumped out. This kind of alchemy technique dumbfounded them. This speed and efficiency were absolutely ridiculous. Long Chen only gave them a simple demonstration before calling back Huo Long. The alchemy pavilion's people could only dejectedly leave. Although their disciples raised suspicions that Long Chen couldn't have that many medicinal ingredients, the Dao sect's rules only explicitly stated that it was not permitted to sell pills bought from outside. There was nothing about buying medicinal ingredients. As long as Long Chen refined it personally, he could sell it to others. Technically, he couldn't sell it in huge amounts, but now he had gained that authority because of how the alchemy pavilion had rejected his application. Very quickly, the 10,000 pill hall sent out word that their heavenly heart soul calming elixir's price was going down by 50%. Furthermore, they were holding a buy 2 get 1 free sale. But when the disciples calculated it, they still felt that it was better to buy Long Chen's peak-grade heavenly heart soul calming elixir. After all, its medicinal effect was amazing. Even though the 10,000 pill hall reduced the price, there was still no one who bought it. As a result, in their fury, they directly cut the price in half again and had a buy 1 get 1 free sale. Finally, some disciples were moved and began to buy their elixir. Long Chen sneered inside. They wanted a battle of prices. Selling it like this would cause them to lose money. Long Chen knew the alchemy pavilion was intentionally harming itself just to stop him from getting so much profit. The 10,000 pill hall's large discount was truly vicious. Fewer and fewer people were coming to Long Chen's side, making Xianxia uneasy. He went to ask Long Chen if they should lower the price as well. Long Chen shook his head. Competing in prices is the display of the incompetent. Playing like this would be embarrassing. In any case, during this time, another 30 million points had entered their pocket. Calculating the total, the peak-grade heavenly heart soul calming elixir had brought him over 70 million points in profit. Long Chen told Xianxia to stop selling it and have everyone focus on cultivating in peace. They could just watch how lively the situation was. As a result, it truly became lively. Many people had thought there would be a price war between Long Chen and the 10,000 pill hall. Then the ones to profit would be them. But then, Long Chen ignored the 10,000 pill hall. He refused to play with them, and he stopped selling the peak-grade heavenly heart soul calming elixir. Now all those waiting disciples became dumbfounded. But they quickly reacted and charged toward the 10,000 pill hall, almost causing the entire 10,000 pill hall to explode. They were dumbfounded. They had no idea what to do in front of this crazy demand for the peak-grade heavenly heart soul calming elixir. Due to the drastically reduced price, they were basically losing 3 times the manufacturing cost each time they sold a bottle. The disciples buying it had also seen through some clues and were going all out to buy as much as possible. This elixir didn't go bad, so however much they bought was how much they would save. As a result, just half a day after this crazy surge, the 10,000 pill haul announced that they had sold out, drawing the ire of all the disciples. What are you talking about? You're just playing with us. How could you sell out this fast? Exactly, after lining up for half a day, you want to tell us there's nothing. After putting on such a show, how are you going to explain yourselves to the ones who lined up all day? Seeing that there were so many disciples who had lined up without being able to buy any, the 10,000 pill haul could only thicken their skin and explain that they truly had no more stock. But more of the elixir would appear later. This explanation was unacceptable to everyone, but there was also nothing they could do. At most, they would shout a few complaints. They didn't have Long Chen's guts to beat people. Long Chen had long since expected all of this. For now, the alchemy pavilion would have to pay the bill for their own idiotic promise. They had to continue selling the heavenly heart soul calming elixir. Although it would probably in limited quantities, they definitely had to continue selling it. Otherwise, it would be a slap in their own face. As for Long Chen himself, he was busy consuming medicinal pills each day. Occasionally, he would go out for a stroll in the inner and outer sects. Suddenly, there came a day when he was called over by the elder hall master. He arrived in front of a tranquil lake. He saw the leisurely Zan master fishing in a relaxed manner. "Zan master, did you call this disciple?" asked Long Chen carefully. The elder hall master had left after bringing him here. Facing the most powerful expert in the Xuantian Dao sect, even he felt a bit nervous. "Do you feel like I'm leisurely?" The Zan master smiled slightly. "Well, you seem alright. You don't seem very busy." Long Chen nodded. "I feel like you're very busy." "Yes, I feel like I'm very busy as well." "Why are you so busy?" Long Chen was dumbfounded. It seemed this question had some kind of hidden meaning. He thought about it for a moment before saying, "I suppose because I was forced to." The Zan master nodded. "If you stood in my position, would you be as leisurely as me?" "Probably not. If I were you, I'd first ferret out all those idiots in the Dao sect, give them a fierce beating, and kick them out of the sect. Tidying up the atmosphere of the Dao sect would keep me very busy," said Long Chen. "Once the sect was tidied up, what's next?" asked the Zan master. It seemed he didn't feel any anger toward Long Chen's words. "Then it'd be peaceful, and everything would go on the right track. Perhaps I'd be able to relax a bit at that time," said Long Chen. "I'm afraid that such a thing is unlikely. Battles never end. There are 2 kinds of battles, internal battles and external battles. Right now, the Dao sect is filled with unending internal battles, and from your point of view, it feels very chaotic. But this is a very normal state. A person's heart is naturally very competitive. Think about it for a moment. If you didn't have internal battle, then you would have to point your spears outwards and find a new enemy to unite the people. For example, your Dragonblood Legion doesn't fight amongst themselves. That's because you are surrounded by enemies and have no opportunity for internal battle. But once the enemies around you are gone, you would have to either choose internal battle, or find a new enemy. You rose from the Eastern Wasteland. I greatly admire your leadership abilities, but you are too domineering, while lacking control and patience. So I want to ask you again. Think about your answer. If you stood in my position, would you be as leisurely as me?" The Zan master looked at Long Chen. Long Chen's heart pounded as he thought of an extremely inconceivable thing. After a long while, he shook his head. "I am me. No matter what height I stand at, my thinking will not change." The Zan master smiled and allowed Long Chen to leave. As soon as he left, an ancient voice rang out. "You still haven't given up on this?" The Zan master sighed. "I really am unwilling. I can pretty much tell a person's future with a look, but I can't see through Long Chen. He has too many variables to him. I really wonder, if I gave the Xuantian Dao sect to him, what would happen? Either it would soar to the peak, or be destroyed, and the chances of the latter are extremely high," said that ancient voice. "Master, for so many years, you were peaceful, doing nothing special. Isn't that too boring?" asked the Zan master. "What are you thinking? Don't do anything stupid. We stand guard over our ancestors' foundation. Don't make me have no face to meet the successive patriarchs once I die, warned that voice. You were too conservative, causing me to also become conservative. The Xuantian Dao sect has already lost the attitude of dominating the heavens that the original founder had. Instead, it has taken the attitude of an elder with a foot in the grave. If we continue like this, just how much longer can we last? Asked the Zan master. The ancient voice was silent for a long time before sighing, do what you want. The Xuantian Dao sect has truly lost its former glory. Since you have ambitions, your master will support you. Thank you, master. Don't worry, disciple will not let you down. The Zan master smiled. A bright light shone in his eyes. Long Chen's arrival had allowed him to see many things. Perhaps this was a chance for the Xuantian Dao sect to rise. Chapter 1067 Infernal Devil Abyss. Time truly passed quickly, and 2 months went by quickly. The day of the competition once more arrived. On this day, all the inner sect disciples who were supposed to participate gathered in the plaza. The Divine Beast Mansion, Hegemon Hall, Heaven Female Alliance, Flame Gate, and 10,000 Insect Guild's disciples all looked at the Dragonblood Legion's members in shock. The last time they had seen them, the majority of the Dragonblood Legion's people had still been at the mid-sea expansion realm. But in just 2 months, they had all advanced to the late stage. 80% of them had reached the 9th heaven stage of sea expansion, and the remaining ones had all reached the 8th heaven stage. It had to be known that one of the key reasons they had been refused by the other 5 factions was because of their low cultivation bases. However, after joining the Dragonblood Legion, they had gone through a heaven-toppling change. Their cultivation bases were not weaker than any of the other factions now. The difference, which had been like a heavenly chasm, had been completely made up for in just 4 months. Standing at the front of the Dragonblood Legion was Long Chen. His aura was vast and powerful, seeming like the peak of sea expansion. For others, it truly would be the peak of sea expansion. He had reached the 10th heaven stage. He had eaten heavenly star sea merging pills like they were candy, practically never stopping his consumption. He had finally managed to raise his cultivation base to the same level as the other commanders. But breaking through 3 times had caused his aura to grow a bit out of his control. That was especially true when he had advanced to the 10th heaven stage, as his aura had instantly risen a great deal. The 9-star hegemon body art was different from ordinary cultivation techniques. He had 13 heaven stages, and once he reached the 10th heaven stage, his power would leap. Each advancement afterward would be incredibly difficult, but the increase in power would be amazing as well. Furthermore, when he had reached the 10th heaven stage, his chi seas had instantly exploded in size. It was like a cup that had shattered. The limits of his chi seas were broken, allowing them to expand to a new level. Furthermore, he sensed the mysterious energy that seemed to have been limiting his chi seas had also vanished. His chi seas had broken their old limits and were once more expanding. That resulted in him now having twice as much spiritual yuan as before. That wasn't the most amazing thing. Once his chi seas began to grow again, the divine runes of the 3rd form of Split the Heavens being nourished in his acupuncture points were like dried-up riverbeds that had received rainwater. Just yesterday, they had been fully satisfied and stopped growing any stronger. In other words, he could now use the true power of the 3rd form of Split the Heavens. Everyone in the Dragonblood Legion looked like they had transformed. All of them were like completely new people, filling quite a few others with envy. The matter of Long Chen selling medicinal elixir in the outer sect for points was common knowledge to them. But being envious didn't have any use. They had seen the Dragonblood Legion's warriors use their plentiful points to equip themselves and cultivate in high-grade training rooms. They practically spent all day in high-grade training rooms. Their newly rich conduct irritated them, but for the Dragonblood Legion's warriors, it was extremely refreshing. To use some wise words that Guo Ran had once said, "I like it the most when looking at me irritates you, but you also can't do anything." During this time, the Dragonmark warriors had experienced the true meaning of what it meant to advance by leaps and bounds. They were full of gratitude and reverence for Long Chen. In their hearts, Long Chen was a god. In just 4 months, he had turned them, the trash that no one else had wanted, to the same level as those other geniuses. Their power had not only leapt to an unprecedented level, but they had also used points to get treasures that they had needed. All of them had the best treasure items possible, and some even had leftover points to buy some defensive equipment. That made them all very confident about the competition this time. A pack of country bumpkins. Seeing Long Chen's side in high morale, Xianxia let out a sneer and spat on the ground. He was full of hatred and envy. Xianxia had only just finished when a thunderous sound rang out. A figure appeared in front of him and slapped him across the face. "How many times have I told you not to dirty the plaza?" said Long Chen coldly. Intolerable bullying. Fan Song's expression turned hostile. He was standing not far away, and he charged over, smashing a fist toward Long Chen. Powerful rumbling erupted and caused everyone's expressions to change. Long Chen also sent out a punch, and when they collided, the entire plaza rocked. Everyone was shocked by this power. The most shocking thing was that Long Chen and Fan Song had not released any of their auras. In other words, this was just a simple attack. Long Chen's heart shook. Fan Song was truly powerful. This exchange made his wrist slightly numb. Although he had known that Fan Song was a rarely seen body cultivator, Long Chen hadn't expected to still be slightly weaker in terms of physical bodies after advancing 3 realms. Long Chen was shocked, but Fan Song was even more shocked. He was a rank 5 celestial, someone with exceptional talent and power. Moreover, he was a 1 in 1,000-year body cultivator genius. In all his years, he had never encountered anyone who could compete with him in power. Whether it was in the same realm or the realm above, in terms of pure power, he had never met his match. Although Long Chen had displayed great power in his battle against Xianxia, he still didn't consider Long Chen to be a match for him. But in this exchange, they were equally matched. That shocked and infuriated him. This was his specialty, and he should have destroyed him. For them to be equally matched was a loss for him. Fan Song frowned and was just about to start using his real power when an icy voice rang out. "I'm glad you're so energetic." Long Chen and Fan Song hastily fell back. Su Mo once more appeared in the air. He was still covered in blood. Moreover, there was a cut to his shoulder that was so deep that they could see bone. There was some kind of energy trying to corrode his flesh, making his healing speed very slow. "We are at the front fighting a bloody battle, while you are all happy and bored enough to fight amongst yourselves." "Amazing, truly amazing," sneered Su Mo. Senior apprentice brother Su Mo, Shut up. Xianxia had been about to complain when Su Mo interrupted him. "I'm not as bored as you, and I don't care about your trifles. Do you realize that while you idle about with your nonsense, people are constantly falling each day to protect you? I didn't know how I was supposed to tell you this before, but seeing how much energy you have, I won't stand on courtesy." His gaze swept over everyone. He continued, "Originally, you should have participated in the competition 3 times to get you used to the fight against the devil beasts. Only then would you be sent to the true battlefield. But you're very unlucky. The past few days, the infernal devil abyss began to grow chaotic, and countless devil beasts have charged through the world barrier to enter the martial heaven continent. The defensive line of the Xuantian Dao sect is under pressure, so the competition this time is cancelled and will be replaced with a true battle. In other words, you will be stepping onto the battlefield of one of the Xuantian Dao sect strongholds. All your factions will cooperate to defend one stronghold. This is a true battle, and it will be bloody and cruel. But the one thing worth rejoicing about is that the devil beasts appearing in the infernal devil abyss are still under control. There won't be any devil beasts you can't defeat, but you have to know, in a true battle, changes can occur in an instant. Anything is possible. I have nothing to teach you here. You'll need to learn everything on the cruel battlefield. Time is pressing. Keep the bracelets on, because this battle has even greater rewards than last time. Killing 7th rank devil beasts will be worth 1 kill point. 8th rank devil beasts are worth 100 points, and as for 9th rank devil beasts, you shouldn't run into them. You are one team focused on killing your opponents. When the battle is over, you can directly exchange the kill points you have with points in the sect. 1 kill point is worth 1 point. 1 kill point was worth 1 point. All the disciples were delighted. Each 7th rank devil beast they killed was 1 point. Remember, this is not the usual competition. This is a true battle. If anyone flees without orders, even if all the people around them were killed, they will be executed by the sect, said Sumo icily. Everyone's hearts shook. They were no longer disciples in a trial, but soldiers in a battle. Military orders had to be obeyed, with violators being executed. Long Chen didn't feel much surprise. The sect had spent so much on training its troops. Eating and drinking what was the Xuantian Dao sect's wasn't free. After taking what was theirs, they had to do work for them. You will be transported to your own defensive zones. Remember, if any devil beasts charge past your zone, not only will all your kill points be cleared, but you will also receive a heavy punishment. After that, the bricks beneath their feet lit up, and each faction was enveloped by countless runes. The runes formed a huge sphere in the air, making sure to envelop each one of them. They felt the space twist, and then they saw endless darkness. They stayed within this endless darkness for several breaths before the darkness faded, and they appeared on a dusky battlefield. Chapter 1068 The Battlefield in the Abyss. The sky was dull and gloomy, and the sun was nowhere to be found. Blood-colored mist filled the air with a brutal aura. The scent of death was strong. Long Chen and the others appeared in a canyon. The canyon was definitely not natural. It was a pass created by humans. It was 100 miles wide. This was a specially constructed channel, and when Long Chen spread his divine sense, he sensed another channel 1,000 miles away. Between these two channels was a huge and thick wall. The wall was covered in runes and incomparably sturdy. The channel on his right side was guarded by Hua Xiu's Heaven-Female Alliance. On his left side was a precipitous mountain. The huge mountain soared high and spread far into the distance. This mountain was a natural barrier. Behind the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples was a giant stronghold. Long Chen and the others were the final barrier in front of the stronghold. There were 6 channels here, and when the army of devil beasts arrived, they would spread throughout the 6 channels. That scattered their power, which was beneficial for ambushing and stopping them. If the disciples could see further, they would see that their channels were all connected to another huge channel in front of them. At the end of that huge channel was an even larger channel. Each channel had several branches. It was similar to trying to stop a river. When the people at the front were unable to stop the huge devil army, they would let a few of them go through the branches at the end of their passes. Through several layers of checkpoints, if the devil army still couldn't be stopped, then they would be forced to activate the stronghold. This stronghold was the Xuantian Dao sect's strongest defensive measure. Once it was activated, it was unknown how many devil beasts it would be able to kill. The sect had spent an exorbitant amount of manpower and wealth to build it. But such a terrifying stronghold would also cost a terrifying amount of resources to activate. Even the Xuantian Dao sect wasn't willing to use it unless they were forced to. Just using it once would be a grave blow to their core. The Dragonblood warriors felt like a stone was pressing against their hearts upon entering this battlefield. Seeing these grand fortifications as well as the scent of death that hung in the air, no one could remain indifferent. This was the pressure of the battlefield. The more lives that had died, the greater the pressure would be. This kind of mental pressure was nerve-wracking. Form. The Whirlwind Slaughter Formation. Take care of the space and distance between you. Don't accidentally attack your own people, or the jokes that will be made about you will never end. Long Chen clapped his hands, drawing his people's attention. They quickly spread out. The Whirlwind Slaughter Formation involved forming groups of 9. It was a very nimble and adaptable formation. They could quickly form up once more, linking up 9 groups of 9 into a larger formation. It was a simple but very practical formation. For over 13,000 people to guard a space around 100 miles wide was very simple. At the Sea Expansion realm, a single full-strength attack could instantly cover such a distance. At closer range and by compressing the attack, it would make the attack even stronger. The Dragonblood Legion's warriors quickly took their places. Just by busying themselves with taking their positions, they felt the pressure of the battlefield lessen. Don't be so nervous, because that's a very foolish thing. Now that you're on the battlefield, the only thing that matters is strength. If you're strong enough, then the devil beasts in front of you are just points. If you aren't strong enough, then there's even less reason to be worried. You'll definitely die, so why be nervous? Said Long Chen. The Dragonblood Legion's members involuntarily laughed. Seeing how easy-going Long Chen was as he stood at the front of their formation, unaffected by the battlefield's pressure at all, their tense hearts loosened slightly. Other than that, let me give you some good news. Our neighbors are the Heaven-Female Alliance's beautiful army. Long Chen's voice suddenly quietened as he said, "Everyone, work hard to show off a man's selling points. Show them how domineering a man should be. If we kill all the devil beasts on our side, we could go to the other side and help them. Hehe, you understand, not only can you get points, but you can also be the hero-saving beauties." Long Chen raised his brows at them with a naughty smile. Tang Wan'er looked at Long Chen and didn't say anything. She knew he was using this wretched method to encourage people and make them forget their nervousness. Sometimes, a man's desire for such a thing could allow them to explode with unprecedented power. She saw people's passions were ignited. HMPH, a nice thought. But my Heaven Female Alliance's warriors don't need any stinky men. Don't even think about coming over here to take advantage. Just as the Dragonblood Legion's men had started smiling, Hua Xiu's icy voice came from the other side of the wall, along with a few maidens' tinkling laughter. Long Chen was struck speechless. Now it was awkward. He had been exposed. The thing that infuriated him the most was that Tang Wan'er also laughed at him. Suddenly, the ground began to rumble, and all the disciples' expressions changed. The devil beast army had arrived. Just a few breaths later, a tide of devil beasts could be seen charging over at them. It was different from the trial and competition. There were all kinds of devil beasts now. Although their bodies weren't huge, their auras were very tyrannical. Furthermore, some of these devil beasts were stronger than the others. Black runes covered their bodies, and that powerful pressure was clearly the aura of 8th rank devil beasts. The 8th rank for devil beasts was equivalent to human cultivators, foundation forging realm. They were very powerful. As the endless devil beasts rushed over, the ground constantly shook. As they got closer, people saw that some devil beasts were like apes that had grown fangs, some were like crocodiles in human form, and some only had limbs with no head. It was unknown what they were. Even from dozens of miles away, they could smell the scent of decay and death pouring over them. It was no wonder this place was called the Infernal Devil Abyss. It was like they were facing devils from hell. Brothers, get ready to work. Guo Ran, you're in charge of directing people. Call out people to kill the 8th rank devil beasts that slip by. Tang Wan'er, Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan, follow behind me as the first line of defense. Everyone else, the small fish will be left to you. Long Chen waved a hand, and a huge flame dragon flew out. Its flame runes were blood-colored, and when it opened its mouth, a flame meteor shot out at the devil beasts. Flames exploded, devouring any devil beast struck. 7th rank devil beasts were instantly turned to dregs, and a dozen 8th rank devil beasts were also struck and let out ear-piercing cries. Although they didn't immediately die, they were heavily injured. Huo Long turned, and with a flick of its tail, it blew apart those burning 8th rank devil beasts. It flew to the very front. When the disciples in the other passes saw how powerful it was, they were completely shocked. Only one person had flames about to shoot out of his eyes. That person was Kei Xinyan. The strength of Long Chen's flame dragon was entirely because of him. 3 of his earth flames had been devoured by it. The other 5 factions also took action. Hua Xiu was surrounded by flying flower petals, and the devil beasts all exploded upon contact. Even 8th rank devil beasts were unable to resist. What a terrifying woman. Those flower petals definitely contained some kind of secret, or they couldn't possibly be so sharp. Long Chen was shocked by this power. He didn't sense any elemental energy within those petals, but their sharpness surpassed even treasure items. As Hua Xiu displayed her power, she slaughtered masses of devil beasts at the very front. Only a portion of them avoided her blockade and attacked the people behind her. But behind her was Zhao Ziyan, and she directed the female warriors to attack the devil beasts. Everything was under control, and they weren't panicked at all. On the other side of Hua Xiu was Wang Zhen's 10,000 insect guild. Wang Zhen was also displaying his terrifying power. It was unknown when exactly he had raised this many insects, but he had all his disciples retreat. Using just a huge army of insects, he formed a death trap at the entrance to his channel. All kinds of shelled insects appeared on the ground. Those insects were constantly spitting out poison from their mouths, and any devil beasts touched by it would instantly begin to corrode and let out wails. In the air, there were countless 3-meter-long bee-like insects. They shot out long stingers from their tails that pierced through the devil beasts. After the devil beasts were struck by the poison, these stingers instantly caused their bodies to explode like rotten flesh. Once the devil beasts were killed, countless pincer insects would crawl out of the ground and devour their corpses. There weren't just 3 types of insects. There were all kinds, some acting as bait, some acting as shields, some launching sneak attacks. It was a true endless army of insects. The insect army had essentially blocked the entrance to the pass, and the 10,000 insect guild's disciples basically didn't need to do anything. So they just watched. On the other side, the Divine Beast Mansion, Hegemon Hall, and Flame Gate had also attacked. The thing that startled Long Chen was that Kei Xinyan had a new commodity. He had summoned a huge flame ape, and the fluctuations from its flames were very powerful. It was actually not weaker than the Scarlet Blood Flame. In fact, its ranking might even surpass it slightly. Kei Xinyan stood at the head of his flame ape, as it constantly attacked the devil beasts. But the only thing he was staring at was the distant Long Chen. His eyes were full of rancor. Long Chen coldly looked at him. A faint sneer appeared on his face. Was this idiot about to send him more food? Chapter 1069 Yuan Energy Fluctuations. On Long Chen's side, Huo Long was at the very front, incinerating any devil beasts near it. After devouring 3 earth flames and Luo Bo's pill flame, it had undergone a complete transformation. The current flame dragon had reached a level of control over its power that even shocked Long Chen. Its control was equal to an alchemist controlling their flame during a pill refinement. Each bit of power was used perfectly without the slightest waste. Is this the result of devouring Luo Bo's pill flame? It also absorbed his flame control experience. Seeing how unstoppable Huo Long was, Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. Huo Long's power surpassed his expectations. Behind Huo Long were Tang Wan Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, and Li Qi. They had formed one long defensive line. Tang Wan wind blades along with Song Mingyuan and Li Qi's earthen spears were both large area attacks. The majority of the devil beasts that got past Huo Long were killed by them. As for Ji Yuyong, he had no large area attacks. He focused on the 8th ranked devil beasts that got by, not letting them charge into the formation behind him. Through these layers of obstructions, the number of devil beasts that reached the Dragonblood Legion was not high. Furthermore, they were all 7th rank. With 9 people in a team, their formations moved out, forming sharp blades that cut through them. From the air, this channel was a land of death for the devil beasts. The formations were like meat grinders. As they moved, the devil beasts were torn apart. Black blood and flesh flew through the air. It was miserable and bloody, but these devil beasts didn't seem to have any fear of death. They continued to crazily charge forward even as they saw their companions being killed. Within the entire Dragonblood Legion, Long Chen was the most leisurely one. He was squatting on the ground, studying a devil beast's head that had just been cut off. That devil beast's teeth were as sharp as a treasure item. Black lines covered in the teeth that emitted the aura of death. This was a special aura, and once bitten, it would invade your body. Even heavenly Tao energy had trouble erasing it, so being injured by a devil beast was a very troublesome matter. Long Chen snapped off one of its half-a-foot-long teeth and carefully examined its aura. For some unknown reason, he felt another very familiar aura within its sinister aura. Suddenly, an 8th-ranked devil beast broke past Ji Yu Yang's blockade. Guo Ran was just about to shoot it with his golden crossbow when Long Chen flung out the tooth. It pierced straight through the devil beast's head. It only possesses a berserk will and has no spiritual fluctuations. In other words, it has no intelligence. It only has desires but has no fear of death. How curious. As that 8th-ranked devil beast died, Long Chen locked onto it with his spiritual strength to see what it would feel during death. It was a very strange life form. It had to be known that any creature would feel innate fear toward danger and death. But these devil beasts didn't. They didn't even have spiritual fluctuations. If they didn't have bodies of flesh, Long Chen would suspect that they were puppets made to kill people. Puppets. They really are like puppets. Long Chen's eyes brightened. These devil beasts were just like a kind of puppet. Their attacks were practically instinctual, and that was the basic nature of a puppet. This is. Long Chen reached into the devil beast's chest and pulled out a black stone. The stone was the size of a baby's fist, and it was covered in lines that were like wriggling centipedes. It looked very evil, but he also sensed another kind of energy fluctuations within this stone. He suddenly cried out, "These are Yuan energy fluctuations." It's practically the same as the fluctuations from Yuan spirit stones. Long Chen couldn't help being dumbfounded. These devil beasts could produce Yuan spirit stones. That had to be nonsense. Yuan spirit stones were mined. How could devil beast cores become Yuan spirit stones? When he carefully sensed it, he found that only a small amount of the devil beast core's energy was Yuan spiritual energy. The energy inside was complicated. The Yuan spiritual energy only made up 1/10 of its energy. The remaining 90% was a berserk, dark kind of energy, and that kind of energy was poison to cultivators. There was no way to extract the Yuan spiritual energy like this, so there was no way to use this stone. After studying it a bit longer, Long Chen stopped and began to pay attention to the Dragonblood Legion's battle. "Ha ha ha, I've made 375 points," cried out a Dragonmark warrior as he excitedly killed the devil beasts. It had just been less than 2 hours since the battle had begun, but an ordinary inner sect disciple had made 375 points. That was like striking gold. Working 2 hours here was worth more than 3 months of rations. It was no wonder he would be so excited. After all, these were the points he had earned with his own power. What's so amazing about 300 points? I'm already at 500, but did you see me say anything? Shouted one of the Dragonblood warriors. Do you think you're quiet? If you shout a bit louder, I bet people would be able to hear your excitement all the way to the eastern wasteland. Roared one of the Dragonblood warriors beside him. His ears were ringing from that person's shouting. Head Ji Yu Yong, what are you at? Asked a Dragonblood warrior. 27, replied Ji Yu Yong. 27, impossible. Wait, as in thousands. 10 of thousands. Everyone was startled. Ji Yu Yong, who was just in charge of the 8th rank devil beasts that got past, had already reached over 200,000 points. Then wouldn't Tang Wan be at over 1 million? Long Chen looked at his bracelet and saw that he had reached 3,270,000 points. Huo Long was incredibly powerful, unrivaled in alchemy and battle. It was unknown what secret technique the Xuantian Dao sect was using so that the devil beasts killed by Huo Long were counted by his bracelet. Hey, can you focus? Or are you going to chat until the day ends? Sister Wan these brothers are getting lazy out of boredom. Let a few more points come by, cried Guo Ran. Guo Ran saw that these brats were getting too arrogant. Having forgotten their fear, their confidence ended up inflating. It was time to give them some more work so they would get a bit tense. Tang Wan reduced her attack range slightly. As a result, a huge swarm of devil beasts charged past. The Dragonmark warriors roared and started a slaughter. After discarding their fear, after putting down their nervousness, after being led through multiple battles by the Dragonblood warriors, the Dragonmark warriors had finally found the feeling of a battle. The difference between them and the Dragonblood warriors was rapidly shrinking. Long Chen's side had it extremely easy, while the other factions were about the same. However, the Divine Beast Mansion and Hegemon Hall had both already expanded their attack range. They were unwilling to just guard their channel. Yan Mochen, Han Yunshan, and Wei Chenghai had charged forward. 100 miles and were slaughtering any devil beast in sight. Fuck, how despicable. They're fighting over our points. Raged Guo Ran. The 3 of them had charged to the front, interfering with Dragonblood Legion's share of devil beasts. As a result, the number of devil beasts reaching their channel had dropped a great deal. Those 3 were taking this opportunity to snatch their points. However, not every faction had the ability to send people out to the front. Only the Divine Beast Mansion and Hegemon Hall were both able to guard their channel safely after sending them out. In truth, Hua Xiu's side also had the power to send out Zhao Ziyan. But Hua Xiu didn't do that. Instead, she continued according to their original rhythm. As for the 10,000 Insect Guild, when Wang Zhen saw that Long Chen wasn't doing anything, he seemed to also realize something. If he continued killing all the devil beasts himself, his people wouldn't have anything to do. He opened a path to allow a few devil beasts to get by for his subordinates. Boss, do you want to go out as well? Guo Ran was irritated that those 3 would snatch their points like this. Do you think I'm as stupid as them? If even Sumo was beaten into such a miserable state, do you think this mission would be this easy? Even an idiot would be able to tell this is just time for us to adapt. Soon, more powerful devil beasts will be released to our side. If they want to be stupid, let them. Let's see how long they're capable of being so stupid, said Long Chen. As expected, not long after, people sensed something was wrong. The number of the devil beasts was still the same, but the proportion of 8th rank devil beasts was increasing. In the beginning, only one 8th rank devil beast would appear amongst over 2,000. But now, there was one every 1,000 devil beasts. Their proportion had doubled. As soon as that happened, the Divine Beast Mansion and Hegemon Hall's sides became unsteady. Several 8th rank devil beasts got past Hu Guishan's blockade and reached his faction behind him, causing great chaos. Although those devil beasts were eventually subdued, dozens of disciples had been killed under their attacks. Hu Guishan and Fan Song immediately called the 3 of them back. In their panic, their formations became unsteady, and over 100 of their people died, causing their faces to turn green with fury. This was a typical case of trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice used to lure it. In order to get a few more points, so many of their people had died. It was completely not worth it. On the contrary, the other factions' blockades were still completely steady. Although the number of 8th rank devil beasts was increasing, their formations didn't become chaotic and no casualties appeared. Meanwhile, Huguoshan and Fan Song felt like they had been slapped in the face. More and more 8th rank devil beasts were appearing. The Dragonblood Legion's formations switched once more. The Dragonmark warriors fell back while the Dragonblood warriors advanced. More and more devil beasts were getting by, and the Dragonblood warriors began to join in on killing the 8th rank devil beasts. They also occasionally let an 8th rank devil beast get by for the Dragonmark warriors to experience their power. But they would always call out a warning before letting one get by so that they would be prepared. Only once the Dragonmark warriors got used to it and were no longer afraid of the 8th rank devil beasts did they truly allow 8th rank devil beasts to get by. Now the Dragonmark warriors had also joined in on the fight against the 8th rank devil beasts. After another 2 hours, the number of 8th rank devil beasts had increased once more. Now one would appear around every 500 devil beasts. The other factions all found it taxing now. Casualties were starting to appear, and they no longer had it as easy as before. They finally understood that this was a true battlefield, not a trial. However, Long Chen still didn't do anything. He stood in the air, overlooking the Dragonblood Legion. To him, the battle had only truly just started. Now was the true time to temper the Dragonblood Legion. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out in the distance, and a terrifying pressure descended, causing everyone's expressions to change. Chapter 1070 Powerful Show of Killing. That was a 30-meter devil beast with an ox head and rodent body. It was covered in fine veined patterns, and there was a long tail growing out of its back. Its roar caused the sky to shake, and a terrifying pressure crashed down upon them, making everyone's hair stand on end. 9th rank devil beast, it's definitely a 9th rank devil beast. Didn't they say no 9th rank devil beasts would appear? Everyone turned pale with fright. That was an existence on par with a king. As the 9th rank devil beast charged over, it knocked aside any 7th and 8th rank devil beasts in its path. The ground trembled as it moved. Long Chen's expression was serious. He flew to the front of the Dragonblood Legion. At the same time, Hua Xiu, Wang Zhen, Huguoshan, Fan Song, and Kei Xinyan also appeared at the front of their factions, their guards raised. There was only one 9th rank devil beast, but there were 6 channels. Therefore, there was a 1 in 6 chance of it coming toward them. It would be up to luck. Each channel was equally big, and was thinner at the entrance before widening. The 9th rank devil beast would only be able to go down one of them at a time. Everyone was nervous. That was a 9th rank devil beast. If it charged into any faction, there would definitely be immense casualties. It rapidly advanced, crossing hundreds of miles in practically an instant. As it rushed over, Tang Wan and the others' expressions changed. That 9th rank devil beast was charging directly for the Dragonblood Legion's channel. Once they saw which direction it was going, the other factions sighed with relief. The Divine Beast Mansion, Hegemon Hall, and Flame Gate's people had smiles on their faces, rejoicing in their misfortune. Long Chen, let me handle it. Tang Wan'er's aura began to rise as wind blades revolved around her. With your power, handling it should be no problem. But you'd need some time. Let me do it. It'll be good to raise morale, said Long Chen. Do you need help? Just as Long Chen was about to attack, unexpectedly, the neighboring Hua Xiu offered her assistance. Thank you. When I can't handle things, I'll definitely ask for your help. Long Chen smiled and declined. The wings behind him flapped, and he shot out like a bolt of lightning at the 9th rank devil beast. All the Dragonblood Legion's members' hearts clenched. That was a terrifying 9th rank devil beast. Despite knowing that Long Chen was incredibly powerful, they were still worried. The rushing 9th rank devil beast saw Long Chen, and countless black lines lit up on its body. It opened its mouth, shooting out a black beam at Long Chen. Thunder rang out around Long Chen, and he suddenly shot to the side, dodging the black beam. The beam ended up striking against the wall of the channel, and the world trembled intensely. Quite a few people were thrown into the air by its power. However, the wall was fine. Instead, it was the nearby devil beasts that were blown apart by that attack. It caused everyone's scalps to turn numb. It was truly worthy of being a 9th rank devil beast on par with a king. This attack was enough to instantly kill any of them. Long Chen continued to dodge as he advanced, not giving the 9th rank devil beast any chance to aim at him. As he pushed the lightning body blink to its peak, in just a few flashes, he appeared in front of it. The 9th rank devil beast sent out a huge claw. As Long Chen dodged it, a long tail suddenly whipped toward him. Long Chen leapt into the air, just narrowly avoiding it. Lightly stomping on the tail, he flipped over to its back. His little hops were done very cleanly and efficiently, amazing people. The terrifying 9th rank devil beast's attacks were only dodged by a hair's breadth by Long Chen. It was incredibly dangerous, but Long Chen's expression was still indifferent despite that danger. It was like he was intentionally cooperating with the 9th rank devil beast to put on a thrilling show. Once he jumped onto its back, a blood-colored saber appeared in Long Chen's hands. A blood-colored saber image slashed down, dazzling people's eyes. The 9th rank devil beast's head flew high into the air, its black blood spurting all over. Even once it was beheaded, it didn't stop. Its headless body's momentum carried it forward for dozens of miles. It practically reached the Dragonblood Legion before it finally came to a stop. Long Chen arrived on top of it. Standing on it, he took on a victory pose for the Dragonblood Legion. Just at this moment, a large head fell from the sky and landed right in front of the corpse as if it had been trying to land there on purpose. It was right in front of the 9th rank devil beast's neck. Following a moment of deathly silence, the Dragonblood Legion burst into thunderous cheering. A 9th rank devil beast had been killed with a single blow from someone at the Sea Expansion realm. Who else was capable of such a thing? If Long Chen had used his full power to kill it, that would be one thing. But Long Chen hadn't even released his aura. It had just been a single, easy slash of his saber. It was like he hadn't killed a terrifying 9th rank devil beast, but a rabbit. It had been so simple, so easy. This shocked everyone. Tang Wan'er looked at Long Chen worshipfully. She liked it the most when Long Chen displayed his domineering side. Even Hua Xiu's eyes shone. Long Chen's attack had just been that stunning. He had just displayed the true essence of battle tactics, using the smallest price to get the biggest return. In truth, as soon as Long Chen had seen the 9th rank devil beast, he had determined from its body build that it was a power-type existence. Its agility was very weak. So while he had been rushing toward it, he had been accumulating power the entire time, all to create an opportunity to kill it in one blow. If it was effective enough, just one attack was enough. This attack had seemed simple, but in reality, it was a display of Long Chen's true combat powers. It required sharp vision, accurate judgment, great control over power, and most importantly, absolute confidence. If this attack hadn't managed to kill it, the 9th rank devil beast would have charged through the Dragonblood Legion. That was also why this one flawless attack made people feel even more excited and passionate. 9th rank devil beasts aren't as frightening as you think. During a battle, the most important thing is your observation skills. As long as you can grasp your opponent's fatal weakness, they are like cabbage waiting for you to harvest. Everyone, continue killing, said Long Chen, jumping off the corpse. The Dragonblood Legion's warriors roared and attacked all out. Long Chen's attack had raised their morale to an unprecedented height. They felt like their bodies were full of energy, so much so that if they didn't go all out attacking, their energy would cause their bodies to explode. What a handsome attack, an amazing saber, and an even more amazing man. It was unknown how many maidens in the Heaven Female Alliance were starstruck by this attack. To a woman, such a domineering display possessed a fatal attraction. To the cultivation world's women, the more domineering the man, the more moving they would be. And Long Chen's domineering side was different from other people's. He never displayed it intentionally. It would just spontaneously reveal itself. It was normally hidden in his bones, or even in his soul. Don't get distracted on the battlefield like love-struck fools, chided Hua Xiu. But that attack really was handsome. Even Zhao Ziyan couldn't help but sigh emotionally. You. Hua Xiu glared at her. Zhao Ziyan stuck out her tongue and didn't say any more. While Long Chen's attack had stunned everyone, some people were also envious and uneasy. After killing the 9th rank devil beast, Long Chen extracted a crystal core from its chest. He sensed vast Yuan spiritual energy. The Yuan spiritual energy inside this core was hundreds of times stronger than the one from the 8th rank devil beast. It was almost equivalent to gaining a Yuan spirit stone. But just like the last core, the Yuan spiritual energy only took up a tenth of its total energy. The rest was useless energy that was completely entangled with it. It would be very difficult to extract. Thinking of Yuan spirit stones, Long Chen smiled. Those were priceless treasures to foundation forging disciples. And he had over 1 billion of them. Originally, Long Chen had been thinking of selling a few to Zheng Wenlong for some resources, but before he had gone through with that plan, the Dragonblood Legion's wealth had soared. It was best to use the Yuan Spirit Stones for himself. As time passed, the devil beasts' numbers increased, and now 1/10 of them were at the 8th rank. The proportion was only growing, and all the factions were starting to find it taxing. Some factions had already started to have casualties. Despite the elites of the factions doing their best to slaughter the devil beasts, there were just too many of them. There was no way to protect everyone, and quite a few comparatively weaker disciples ended up dying. The Flame Gate had the highest number of casualties. From the start of the battle until now, over 700 of their disciples had died. One reason was because they only had one rank 5 celestial, and the other reason was that their leader, Xianxia, had no leadership abilities. Their formations were stiff and rigid. Casualties had also appeared in the Heaven Female Alliance. However, there weren't that many. Wuxia's flower petals covered a shockingly large area, and on her own, she blocked over half the attacks of the devil beasts. But one person's strength didn't represent that their collective strength was great. There were still areas she couldn't look after. The only ones that had maintained a 0 casualty count were the Dragonblood Legion and the 10,000 Insect Guild. But although no humans had died in the 10,000 Insect Guild, casualties had appeared in Wang Zhen's insect army. He was also starting to find it difficult. Long Chen constantly paid attention to the Dragonblood Legion, and everything was still well under control. Guo Ran was directing them from the air. Thus, for now, there was no danger. However, the pressure on them was extremely great now. But at the same time, what Long Chen wanted was that pressure. The new Dragonmark warriors still needed to experience this kind of life and death battle to temper their sharp points. The number of devil beasts is dropping. Is this the end? Long Chen saw that the devil beasts' numbers were truly starting to drop. Suddenly, the ground trembled and huge figures rushed over. Seeing that, even Long Chen's expression changed. Chapter 1071 Despicable Means. Change formations. Heaven-Earth Crane Wing Formation. Long Chen's expression changed and he hastily shouted. The Dragonblood Legion's warriors didn't even think. With Long Chen at the head, they formed a huge 2-wing formation. This was their strongest defensive formation. Everyone saw dozens of huge figures in the Devil Beast army. They were all 9th rank Devil Beasts. After Long Chen had killed the first 9th rank Devil Beast, 2 more had appeared successively. They had been killed by Fan Song and Wuxia. Although the 2 of them had managed to kill the Devil Beasts, they didn't have Long Chen's accurate judgment and were unable to kill it in one easy blow. They had been forced to go all out to kill their targets. When Long Chen had killed his, it had felt like it was over before it had started. But Wuxia and Fan Song had both gone all out, causing everyone to be aware of how terrifying 9th rank Devil Beasts were. Other than rank 5 Celestials, none of them could block them. Now that 70 to 89th rank Devil Beasts had appeared at once, everyone's expressions changed. There was basically no way for them to survive this. Yan Mochen, seeing this many of them, Hu Guoshan's expression changed several times before he suddenly cast a special glance at Yan Mochen. Yan Mochen instantly understood Hu Guoshan's intention. He hesitated slightly, but after looking at the distant Long Chen, a ruthless light appeared in his eyes, and then he disappeared. The mass of 9th rank Devil Beasts charged forward. There were no longer any more Devil Beasts behind them. Suddenly, a huge earthen wall appeared. But those Devil Beasts instantly slammed their way through it. That huge earthen wall was as weak as paper in front of 9th rank Devil Beasts. There was no effect at all. Has Yan Mochen gone crazy? He's blocking all the 9th rank Devil Beasts on his own. Everyone saw a figure rapidly retreating at the front. Yan Mochen was hastily forming hand seals, forming earthen walls one after another that were rapidly blown apart by the Devil Beasts. As a result, these Devil Beasts were drawn over to Yan Mochen and targeted him. Yan Mochen retreated as he repeatedly formed barriers. Killing intent exploded out of Long Chen. Yan Mochen, if you dare to harm us, I, Long Chen, swear that whether you ascend to the heavens or flee to hell, I will still kill you. Following Long Chen's furious shout, Wuxia and Wang Zhen's expressions also changed. Yan Mochen was retreating straight toward Long Chen. He was clearly drawing the Devil Beasts over to him to exterminate the Dragonblood Legion. Hee, Long Chen, I'm helping you stall for time, but you treat me like this. Then fine, we can just handle our own sides. Yan Mochen suddenly sneered and disappeared from the ground. A rune flowed across the earth, returning to the Hegemon Hall. Yan Mochen had used an earth evasion technique to escape. Those 9th-rank devil beasts lost their target and roared. With furious roars, they charged right toward Long Chen's channel. Because there were so many of them, a portion also scattered through the other channels. But the Dragonblood Legion was facing the main force, with almost half the 9th-rank devil beasts coming to them. Long Chen's side had 35 9th-rank devil beasts charging at them, while the neighboring wuxia was also unlucky. 16 of the devil beasts had gone to her side, and icy killing intent shone in her eyes. Of the remaining 4 channels, the closest channel guarded by Wang Zhen had to deal with 9 of them. It was unknown whether it was because they were intimidated by the insect army, but those devil beasts preferred to spread to the other channels. Hu Guishan, Fan Song, and Ke Xinyan charged to the front of their channels, doing their best to kill the 9th-rank devil beasts. Behind them, Yan Mochen, Han Yunshan, Wei Changhai, and the other peak experts also attacked. These 3 factions had gathered practically all the peak experts from the 4 outer regions. Other than Yan Mochen, Han Yunshan, and Wei Changhai, there had also been 2 other rank 5 celestials who had been recruited. Although they were not innate rank 5 celestials, they were much stronger than rank 4 celestials. These 3 factions possessed the highest number of peak experts, and they were facing less than 30 devil beasts in total, making it so they were under the least pressure. Guo Ran, don't keep holding back. Bring out your killing weapon, quick, shouted Long Chen. Guo Ran clenched his teeth and took out a huge crossbow the size of a war chariot. Its body was dark red and covered in runes. As soon as it appeared, it smashed a hole in the ground. Guo Ran was unable to hold it on his own. He quickly took out a golden spear with a yuan spirit stone embedded in it and set it on the crossbow. Guo Ran pulled the trigger. A golden light flew out at the 9th-rank devil beasts. The spear exploded once it reached the 9th-rank devil beasts, its body transforming into sharp fragments that pierced through the 9th-rank devil beast's flesh. A rain of blood erupted. A month's work for just a bang. Guo Ran's heart was dripping blood. This was a new weapon he had just created. Only Long Chen had known about it, and he hadn't even tried using it before. Those fragments were so sharp that even the flesh of 9th-rank devil beasts was unable to resist it. However, such small fragments were also not able to kill 9th-rank devil beasts with their huge bodies. But the power behind this explosion had caused the charging 9th-rank devil beasts to slow down for a moment. That was exactly what Long Chen had wanted. Long Chen formed hand seals, and countless flame chains appeared in the air, enveloping all those 9th-rank devil beasts. At the same time, a sacred light came from Long Chen's face as he began to chant a scripture that resounded with heaven and earth. It was like gods were chanting along with him. Heaven and earth's flame energy surged toward the flame chains. Long Chen also used all of Huo Long's power to condense this flame prison. He made it as strong as possible. More chains continuously appeared. Back when he had used this move in the eastern wasteland, the flame chains had only been the width of an arm. But now they were already as thick as a person's waist. As the chanting of the Nirvana scripture filled the air, the chains continued to grow, and the flame energy also grew stronger. The 9th-rank devil beasts crazily attacked the raging flame prison. Intense rumbling sounded, but they were unable to shake the flame prison. Huo Long, squeeze out all your power. Flame prison deathblow. Long Chen ordered Huo Long not to hold back. His own spiritual yuan poured forth. The huge flame prison immediately trembled. The world seemed to lose all its sound, as if time had frozen. The flame prison suddenly shrank, compressing all the 9th-rank devil beasts into a 3-meter ball. Then the flame prison exploded. Long Chen's hands also exploded, turning into lumps of flesh, and he vomited blood. Huo Long's current power was too great, and after being amplified by the Nirvana scripture, the flame energy had far surpassed what the magical art was able to bear. Thus, Long Chen received a heavy backlash. Fortunately, all the 9th-rank devil beasts had been killed. However, Huo Long had also been heavily injured and would be unable to move for a short time. After killing all the 9th-rank devil beasts, Long Chen looked back to see that Tang Wan'er and the others had already charged over to Hua Xiu's faction, helping her with the devil beasts. Long Chen took a deep breath and also rushed over. Hua Xiu's face was currently as pale as paper. She had previously used a forbidden technique to kill 8 9th-rank devil beasts. That had caused her to suffer heavy internal injuries, but she clenched her teeth and continued to fight. The Heaven Female Alliance was taking huge casualties. These 9th-rank devil beasts simply weren't something they could handle. Tang Wan'er, Ji Yuyong, and an armored guo ran were each fighting against one 9th rank devil beast on their own. Li Qi and Song Ming Yuan were circulating the Earth's energy to protect the Heaven Female Alliance's people to avoid even greater casualties. Blood-colored light flashed. One of the two devil beasts that Hua Xiu was fighting was killed with a slash from Long Chen's saber. Thank you. Hua Xiu's eyes were slightly red. If it hadn't been for the Dragonblood Legion, there might no longer be a Heaven Female Alliance. Quickly kill them. Long Chen had already charged over to the 9th rank devil beast that was forcing Song Ming Yuan and Li Qi to repeatedly retreat. The two of them had already activated their spirit blood and were doing their best to protect everyone. But it still wasn't enough. Seeing that their defenses were about to break, Long Chen hastily slashed his saber. Blood-colored light filled the sky and then disappeared. The Heaven Female Alliance's disciples couldn't help but be stunned. That huge 9th rank devil beast's body slowly split apart. Through that crack, they saw a wild and domineering figure that was charging at another 9th rank devil beast. Long Chen found that although these devil beasts' offensive power was extremely great, they had no intelligence. As long as someone was capable of blocking them from the front, a sneak attack from one of their blind spots was fatal. They could be killed in one blow. Long Chen killed 3 of them, while Hua Xiu killed hers and went to assist Tang Wan. All the devil beasts were quickly handled. The battlefield descended into a deathly silence. Hua Xiu looked over the Heaven Female Alliance. In just an instant, thousands of her sisters had died. Killing intent raged in her eyes. I'm going to kill people. Do you want to come? Asked Long Chen. Let's go. Hua Xiu clenched her teeth. All of you just stay here. Don't move, ordered Long Chen to the Dragonblood Legion. Walking side by side with Hua Xiu, he looked toward the 3 factions. They were also icily staring back at them. Chapter 1072 Ruthlessly Slaughtering Heavenly Geniuses. With his blood-colored saber resting on his shoulder, Long Chen walked over directly to Hu Guoshan and the others with Hua Xiu. His eyes were both calm. Those familiar with Long Chen knew that this calm represented that his killing intent had reached a peak. There was no longer any need for him to suppress it, because he was about to kill people. Yan Mochen, come out and face your death. Long Chen's killing intent caused space to twist around him. It was like the arrival of a death god. Long Chen, do you think you can arrogantly kill my people? Do you think you have the qualifications? Sneered Hu Guoshan. I'm going to kill. Those who block me will die, replied Long Chen icily. His footsteps didn't stop. His aura was continuously rising. Ha ha ha, then let's see how you try to kill me. Laughed Fan Song. Hu Guoshan, Fan Song, Kei Xinyan, Yan Mochen, Wei Changhai, Han Yunshan, and the other 2 rank 5 celestials all stood at the front. 8 powerful experts stared coldly at Long Chen and Hua Xiu. I'm about to start. Take care, said Long Chen to Hua Xiu. Suddenly, a 4-colored divine ring emerged behind him, and 4 stars appeared in his eyes. Green Dragon Battle Armor. Scales covered Long Chen's body, and his aura erupted like a volcano, causing heaven and earth to rumble and astral winds to rage. A blood-colored saber image tore through the sky and slashed down at the 8 of them. Hu Guoshan and the others were startled. They had thought that with their absolute superiority, Long Chen and Hua Xiu wouldn't dare to fight them. The power difference was too great, and they thought the 2 of them were just putting on a show. But this attack from Long Chen had no mercy, no leeway. The killing intent within this attack could cause ghosts to sob and gods to weep. He was truly trying to kill them. Flower Sea buries the heavens. At the same time as Long Chen, Hua Xiu also attacked. An endless sea of flower petals condensed into a huge ring. That ring began to rapidly spin, acting as a huge circular blade that tore through the void toward them. Hu Guoshan's body suddenly grew, and black hair covered him. His teeth became sharp, and he instantly transformed into a huge devil ape. No one had thought that Hu Guoshan was a beast cultivator, as he had never revealed this beast merging art before. He was now a 6-meter devil ape, and he smashed a fist forward. At the same time, Fan Song attacked. His blood qi erupted, and punching with Hu Guoshan, they blocked Hua Xiu and Long Chen's attacks. In their opinion, if too many of them fought, it would make them appear weaker. What they wanted was to force the 2 of them back in the fairest manner. Boom! The 4 attacks crashed together. What? Astral winds erupted, but that wasn't what caused the shocked cry. The shocked cry had come from someone who suddenly noticed that a person carrying a saber had appeared right beside him. The person who cried out was Han Yunshan. He was arrogantly standing with his hands clasped behind his back, eagerly waiting to see how Long Chen was humiliated. He hadn't thought that Long Chen would bypass Hu Guoshan without anyone noticing him. Ice Frost Shield. His ice shield had only just begun to appear when Long Chen's saber reached his body. He was blown to bloody mist. When the astral winds finally faded, everyone just managed to see a blood-colored flash as Han Yunshan was killed. Seeing that, it felt like the world had become still. Han Yunshan, a generation's heavenly genius, a rank 5 celestial who had awakened the ability to merge with heaven and earth, someone with overflowing battle power, was killed in one blow by Long Chen. Furthermore, the power within Long Chen's saber had also destroyed Han Yunshan's soul. There was no chance of any revival for him. Courting death, Hu Guoshan roared furiously and smashed a fist toward Long Chen. At the same time, Ke Xinyan's flame blades slashed over. But Long Chen ignored their attacks. As soon as he had killed Han Yunshan, he slashed his saber at a tricky angle toward a shocked Wei Changhai. Wei Changhai was horrified. The feeling of death instantly filled his heart. He didn't even have the courage to block. Water Qi appeared around him, and he rapidly retreated. Just at this moment, Ke Xinyan and Hu Guoshan's attacks arrived. But they didn't reach Long Chen. They were blocked by a petal shield from Hua Xiu. No! A miserable cry rang out. In the distance, Wei Changhai was entangled by a lightning dragon and unable to move. A blood-colored saber stabbed through his back and out his chest. Die! Berserk power exploded out of Blooddrinker, and Wei Changhai's body was blown apart. Another rank 5 celestial was killed. Long Chen put away Lei Longen. Vanished. Like a phantom, he rushed back toward Hu Guoshan and the others. This goddamn madman. Hu Guoshan was infuriated. He was sure Long Chen was a madman. He really did dare to kill people, and not just anyone. He was killing the top heavenly geniuses raised by the Xuantian Dao sect. He had signed his own death sentence. Long Chen, that's about enough, shouted Hua Xiu. In the beginning, when she had said she would kill people with Long Chen, she had just been venting. She hadn't really thought of killing anyone. But now after 2 people were killed, there were no signs of Long Chen stopping. Now she was a bit panicked. If you're afraid, you can go. You might be fine with your sisters dying for nothing, but my brothers can't die for nothing. Long Chen ignored Hua Xiu. Because of helping out the Heaven Female Alliance, 7 Dragonmark warriors had died. Long Chen didn't regret that the Dragonblood Legion had gone to help the Heaven Female Alliance, nor did he blame them. Each member of the Dragonblood Legion was a hot-blooded man, and they definitely wouldn't just watch as weak women were butchered in front of them. If they did, they wouldn't be fit to be warriors of the Dragonblood Legion. But their deaths had been because of a certain idiot. That idiot would have to pay the price. Provoked by Long Chen's words, Hua Xiu clenched her teeth. Seeing that Long Chen had already attacked, her flower petals condensed into a spear that pierced toward Hu Guoshan. Hu Guoshan blocked Hua Xiu's attack with a punch. But Hua Xiu's flower petals contained runes that possessed some kind of strange energy. He was knocked back. Hua Xiu, you've also gone mad. Do you want to die with him? Roared Hu Guoshan. But Hua Xiu ignored him. An unhealthy redness appeared on her beautiful face, and 2 runes suddenly lit up within her eyes. The flower petals suddenly seemed to come alive. They formed a huge dragon that attacked Hu Guoshan. Despite her condition, Hua Xiu had decided to use her forbidden technique once more. Hu Guoshan was forced back once again and coughed up blood. Hua Xiu's terrifying petal dragon was incredibly powerful. He was horrified, not expecting Hua Xiu to be so powerful. She was clearly exhausted but still able to unleash such power. Seeing that Hu Guoshan was unable to block the next attack, Fan Song suddenly took his place to block it. But although he managed to block it with a punch, blood dripped down his hand and he was also knocked back. With Fan Song's assistance, Hu Guoshan gained some breathing room. Working together, they managed to block Hua Xiu. They couldn't bother any longer about the others. At this time, Long Chen was fighting intensely against Ke Xinyan, Yan Mochen, and the 2 rank 5 celestials. Yan Mochen's earth giant was destroyed in an instant by Long Chen, and he was no longer able to summon it for a moment. He could only rely on fleeing through the ground to avoid him. Long Chen forced back Ke Xinyan's flame blade and suddenly used his shoulder to receive a rank 5 celestial sword. That sword pierced his shoulder, but just as that disciple was surprised by this, Long Chen's saber slashed through his head. This was using an injury to exchange for a life. Long Chen was used to doing this. Although they were rank 5 celestials, and although he had heavily injured himself by using the raging flame prison at full power, just with his battle experience, he could easily crush them. Another heavenly genius was killed, leaving behind only xianxia, Yan Mochen, and another rank 5 celestial. They were all intimidated now. Just as they were hesitating over whether to continue fighting or run, Long Chen took advantage of that hesitation to raise Blooddrinker to the sky. He activated the 27 divine runes in his acupuncture points. Compared to the first and second forms of Split the Heavens, using the third form required a short cast time at his current power level. Although it wasn't as long as the Raging Flame Prison, such a short time could be fatal in a battle against experts. Such an opening would only bring a person to death faster. Those kinds of battles where people instantly unleashed their strongest moves at the start were absolute nonsense. They were just used to dazzle others. In real battles, large moves were often difficult to unleash and required careful preparation. Normally, you either had to create distance, or use some kind of ruthless move to force back your opponent. There was also another option. That was to take advantage of when your opponents were filled with hesitation and indecision to unleash your ultimate move. A huge saber image soared into the clouds. Energy that felt like it could exterminate heaven and earth condensed in the air. The saber image was completely straight. Its power caused the river of stars to quiver. In that instant, xianxia, Yan Mochen, and the other rank 5 celestial turned as pale as paper. They were locked down by a terrifying aura. At that moment, it felt like they were facing a merciless death god whose sickle was slowly approaching them. The huge saber image crashed down. It seemed to fill every corner of the world. Whether you fled to the heavens or hell, you wouldn't be able to escape it. Flames seal the heavens, great earthen protection, dark underworld shield. The three of them activated their spirit blood, using self-destructive moves to unleash their greatest defensive moves. Their defenses had barely formed before the saber image reached them. Chapter 1073 Divine Power Shocks All. The huge saber image contained boundless killing intent. It tore through the air, causing the void to rumble. It slashed down upon their three defenses. The defensive measures they had used self-destructive methods to summon instantly blew up. The earth shook intensely, and a terrifying chi wave erupted in every direction. The ground was stripped of a layer of stones. Even the distant wuxia, Huguoshan, and Fan Song were blown back by the chi wave. Wuxia coughed up blood and flew dozens of miles away. She had already used a forbidden technique against the devil beasts. Then she had used it once more to stall Huguoshan and Fan Song. As soon as she was struck by that chi wave, her aura dropped precipitously. Just as she was about to smash into the ground, Zhao Zian flew over and caught her. The chi wave rampaged through the entire battlefield. When the dust finally settled, people saw a huge hole in front of Long Chen. There were two people lying in the hole, gasping for breath. The two of them were xianxia and Yan Mochen. The two of them lay in the hole, constantly coughing up blood, all their bones broken. Xianxia's head had even caved in, making his current state appear frightening. As for the other rank 5 celestial, he had already disappeared. He had been blown to bits by the attack. Long Chen stabbed his saber into the ground and gasped for breath. That was his current strongest saber attack. But it was also exhausting to use. To activate 27 divine runes instantly consumed the majority of his spiritual yuan. But the worst thing was that it had provoked his previous injury from breaking the limits of the Raging Flame Prison. Both he and Huo Long had suffered a heavy backlash from that power. Right now, the trees in the primal chaos space no longer possessed enough life energy to help him too much. At best, they were only able to suppress some of his injuries, but they were unable to instantly heal the injuries any longer. After using up so much spiritual yuan, he no longer had the power to suppress those injuries. He felt like his body was about to break down. On the surface, it looked like he was meekly panting for breath. But in reality, cracks had appeared in his body. Those were very serious injuries. But Long Chen raised his saber and slowly walked toward the two of them. The two of them were filled with terror. They could clearly feel the sensation of death descending upon them. They wanted to say something, but as soon as they opened their mouths, they coughed up blood. Just as Long Chen got close, a flame arrow shot toward him. This attack came out of nowhere, and before anyone could react, it reached his chest. Xianxia continued to cough up blood, but he had a sinister smile. That was his Earth Flame's trump card. At such a close distance, there was no way for Long Chen to dodge. This sudden attack caused startled cries from everyone. No one had expected that Xianxia, who had been on his final breaths, would still be holding back such a powerful move. Long Chen smiled with derision. He was the true ancestor of playing with fire. Was it even possible for him to forget about the powerful earth flame in Ke Xinyan's body? The flame arrow was Ke Xinyan's earth flame that had transformed into an arrow. Its power was such that even a king would be killed if struck. Just as this arrow was about to pierce Long Chen's body, a lightning dragon appeared and bit down on the arrow. Then the lightning dragon and flame arrow disappeared together. Ke Xinyan turned pale. In that instant, he lost his connection to his earth flame. That was naturally because the earth flame was suppressed within the primal chaos space. Within the primal chaos space, it seemed to be suffering some kind of pressure and didn't dare to resist. Huolong was like a magical beast that had been starving for millennia, and it immediately pounced. The earth flame simply allowed itself to be devoured. Long Chen's saber stabbed through Ke Xinyan's chest. The power behind his saber caused Ke Xinyan's body to explode. The instant his body exploded, a translucent soul flew out. As a flame cultivator, Ke Xinyan possessed powerful spiritual strength. His spiritual body had only just appeared and begun to flee when a lightning arrow flew toward him. No, Ke Xinyan's soul let out a miserable and unwilling cry. But that cry was unable to change his fate of being completely exterminated. The lightning arrow struck Ke Xinyan's soul, causing it to dissipate. Long Chen then stabbed his saber into Yan Mochen's chest. He raised him into the air. Yan Mochen's bones were all broken, and he was like a lump of flesh. I said that whether you ascend to the heavens or flee to hell, I would still kill you. Now you should believe it. Long Chen's voice was icy cold as he stared at Yan Mochen. Everyone on the battlefield was staring at Long Chen in shock. They were unable to even feel their hearts beating. Han Yunshan had died. Wei Changhai had died. Ke Xinyan had died. Those two rank 5 celestials had also died. Those were all peak heavenly geniuses, but they had been killed one by one just like this. Even Hu Guoshan and Fan Song were as pale as paper. They had also misjudged Long Chen. Long Chen was much crazier than they had thought. Seeing Yan Mochen hang helplessly with Long Chen's saber through him, everyone was deathly silent. Hu Guoshan and Fan Song were both too far to possibly do anything. They simply watched. Hua Xiu managed to stand with Zhao Ziyan's support. She stared at that distant figure. Wild, domineering, a devil who could not be restrained. It was like within heaven and earth, he was the only thing that existed. Long Chen. Go ahead and kill me. In any case, you'll also die. Ha ha ha, cough. Yan Mochen already knew that his death was doubtless today. He smiled sinisterly at Long Chen. Unfortunately, you'll never see that day. I'll be sending you on your way now, said Long Chen coldly. Stop. Just at this moment, 5 figures rushed over. Those 5 were wearing robes of the senior generation. The one leading them was a handsome and cold man. How brazen, Long Chen, you dare to kill people from the same sect. Your crimes have already earned you the death penalty, so hurry up and release him. He shouted. Seeing that man, Hu Guoshan and Fan Song smiled. Even Yan Mochen, who had accepted his death, had his eyes brighten. Hee, Long Chen, you can't kill me. Senior apprentice brother Shenyang is here. Once you kill me, he'll crush you like an ant. It was unknown whether or not it was because of his excitement, but Yan Mochen suddenly had a surge of life. Death penalty, release him, another bunch of arrogant idiots who look down on others. You're definitely related to the law enforcement hall. How laughable. If I've already earned the death penalty, why would I release him? Is the only thing in your head's crap? Sneered Long Chen. Spiritual yuan poured into his saber. As long as he willed it, he could kill Yan Mochen, and no one would be able to stop him. That cold man narrowed his eyes, and a hint of killing intent appeared within him. This was his first time encountering someone who dared to speak to him like this, and it was just a C expansion disciple. In reality, he was one of the top heavenly geniuses of the previous generation. He was at the peak of foundation forging in a rank 6 celestial. Even ordinary elders wouldn't dare to offend him. Long Chen's deduction was completely right. He was closely related to the law enforcement hall. He had already joined their side. In the Xuantian Dao sect, disciples could freely join any department they wanted once they reached foundation forging. This could be likened to an application. Once they advanced to the Jade Core realm, in other words, the level of a king, they would become elders of that department. For those who had joined a department, their glory would be the department's, and the department would greatly support them. It was also due to this that the law enforcement hall had still spent a huge number of points on Ke Xinyan despite him losing his earth flames repeatedly. Although Ke Xinyan, Guoshan and Fan Song hadn't reached foundation forging and couldn't officially join them yet. That didn't stop them from receiving the Law Enforcement Hall's patronage. The Law Enforcement Hall's power was just what they wanted. So Yan Mochen, Fan Song, and Guoshan all knew who this cold man was, and they also felt much more secure in seeing him arrive. I don't believe you dare to kill him. The instant you kill him, I will kill you, said that icy man. The instant he spoke, the world became silent. Some kind of formless energy locked onto Long Chen. This was a spatial lock that could be used once someone reached foundation forging. Through great power, he had compressed space, causing Long Chen to be under immense pressure. Someone with a weak cultivation base wouldn't even be able to move in such a situation. They would be no different than an ant whose life was in the foundation forging expert's hands. This was the difference between the sea expansion realm and the foundation forging realm. Under this kind of spatial lock, each one of Long Chen's movements was sensed by the cold man. As soon as Long Chen used his power to kill Yan Mochen, it would be sensed, and the cold man would launch an all-out attack. Release him, and you might be able to live, he called. His voice was full of confidence and unquestionable dignity. Who do you think you are to order me? I, Long Chen, never submit to threats. Long Chen suddenly smiled coldly. A lightning arrow shot out of his body and struck Yan Mochen. The lightning arrow pierced Yan Mochen's head. Yan Mochen's eyes widened. Within those widened eyes, the only thing that existed was unwillingness. Chapter 1074 Guilty. Yan Mochen was killed right in front of that cold senior disciple. The tension in the air reached a peak. Since you want to die, I'll help you out. The senior disciple waved a hand, and thousands of runic swords appeared around him, shooting toward Long Chen. Split the heavens 3. Long Chen had been secretly circulating his spiritual yuan even before killing Yan Mochen. He had activated all 27 divine runes. However, he had less than a third of his spiritual yuan, causing his attack's power to sharply drop. Long Chen's saber image exploded upon contact with the senior disciple's swords, and he was blown back, vomiting blood. Many faint cracks appeared on his body. Not bad, you were able to receive one of my attacks. But you'll still die. The senior disciple summoned a huge sword image. It split into 2, and then 2 split into 4. Their sharpness caused the void to be easily pierced by them. They shot toward Long Chen. This was one of his truly powerful attacks, and there was no way for Long Chen to resist it, especially not in his heavily injured state. Long Chen took a deep breath. A medicinal pill suddenly appeared in his hand, the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Explosion Pill. That was a top-grade pill he had obtained in the immemorial path. Just as he was about to swallow it, a cold shout rang out. Gao Shenyang, you grow more and more shameless. Do you not feel ashamed to bully a newcomer? Sword Chi slashed down, destroying Gao Shenyang's 4 sword images. Su Mo appeared in front of Long Chen. At the same time, a gentle hand pressed onto Long Chen's back. Vast life energy poured into his body. In front of this practically inexhaustible life energy, his injuries began to slowly heal. Many thanks, Senior Apprentice Sister Qingshan. Long Chen didn't even need to look back to know that Mu Qingshan had arrived. Sigh, I don't know what to say to you. Just keep quiet and use my energy to heal, said Mu Qingshan. At this time, the Dragonblood Legion and the Heaven Female Alliance came to stand by his side. The Flame Gate, Hegemon Hall, and Divine Beast Mansion's disciples were all standing by Guoshan and Fan Song. The two sides were sharply opposed. Wang Zhen looked at this scene for a moment, and without a word, he went to stand by Long Chen. Su Mo, does a defeated general like you have any qualifications to speak? Asked Gao Shenyang coldly. Su Mo shook his head. You're the one who is clearest on whether or not I have the qualifications. Now that the matter has reached this point, more words have no meaning. This matter cannot be resolved by just my Elder Hall or your Law Enforcement Hall. After Su Mo finished speaking, everyone's badges lit up. After a moment of darkness, their vision brightened as they reappeared in the Xuantian Dao sect's inner sect plaza. At this time, there were tens of thousands of disciples already waiting. They were all disciples from the previous generation, foundation forging experts. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their clothes were torn. They had clearly also gone through a bitter battle. Not only were there tens of thousands of foundation forging disciples, but there were also over 1,000 elders, as well as various experts on the level of hall masters. Most shocking of all, even the Zan master himself had arrived. Heavy pressure hung in the air. No one dared to make a sound. With Mu Qingxian's help, Long Chen's injuries had been suppressed. But they were just suppressed, they were not healed. That discouraged Mu Qingxian. Her wood energy was like a sacred medicine. With her cultivation base, any injuries should be instantly healed. But her wood energy had actually lost effect on Long Chen. Last time, she had been able to heal him, but this time, she only managed to suppress his injury, making sure it wouldn't get worse. Long Chen, do you know your sins? Shouted the Zan master coldly. All the hall masters and elders' hearts shook. In their memory, the Zan master was always indifferent and leisurely. He never seemed to care too much no matter what was happening. But this matter had actually evoked such thunderous anger from him. I don't. Long Chen shook his head. He has guts. The Zan master icily looked at Long Chen before continuing to shout, you repeatedly killed members from the same sect as you, but you don't know your sins. There is no way to pardon you now. Is there something wrong with killing people from the same sect? Asked Long Chen with an uncomprehending expression. Bastard, what a stupid question. Are you trying to play the fool? Killing people from the same sect is punishable by having all of one's bones broken, muscles pulled out, and soul extracted. Long Chen, let's see how you try to escape your punishment now. The law enforcement hall master smiled sinisterly. Fuck your mother, you old bastard. Do you think this matter has anything to do with you? What qualifications do you have to interject here? Cursed Long Chen. Luo Fan, shut your mouth. Do you even place me in your eyes? Do you think you can control everything within the Xuantian Dao sect? Shouted the Zan master. The instant he spoke, the world suddenly turned dark. Black clouds filled the sky, flashing with lightning. A terrifying pressure descended. The Zan master is furious. Even the heavenly Daos become furious with him. The hall master's hearts shook. Just his emotions had affected the heavenly Daos. In that instant, everyone felt themselves to be ants. Looking up at the heavens, fury, even those on the level of hall masters shivered, their souls shaking. It was like the Zan master could exterminate them with just a thought. The law enforcement hall master shook, large droplets of sweat dripping down his forehead. His face was pale. Disciple doesn't dare. He immediately knelt on the ground respectfully. If you don't dare, then shut up, shouted the Zan master. Then to Long Chen, he icily demanded, Long Chen, what did you just say? All the disciples beside Long Chen, whether they were from the Dragonblood Legion, Heaven Female Alliance, or any other faction, knelt on the ground. Even Su Mo, Mu Qingxian, and Gao Shenyang knelt. In front of the heavens, fury, every person would have to submit. That kind of pressure came from the depths of the soul. Only by kneeling could they express their reverence for the heavenly Daos. But Long Chen was still standing. That fierce heavenly Dao pressure was something he could sense, but he had no fear toward it. After so many heavenly tribulations, he had gone against the heavenly Daos many times, and he had never submitted. He could practically ignore this kind of pressure. Seeing that Long Chen could remain standing, the hall masters were all shocked. No cultivator could possibly disrespect the heavenly Daos. Long Chen had to be a monster. As expected, he's a divergent. The Zan master's expression didn't change. He continued to icily stare at Long Chen. I said, is there something wrong with killing people from the same sect? Long Chen was also looking back at the Zan master. In truth, he had no fear. The Zan master's aura might be able to trick others, but it couldn't trick his. Spiritual perception that came from the 9-star hegemon body art. His intuition told him that the Zan master wasn't truly angry. Instead, he was just intentionally acting that way. It was just that no one else was able to tell that. Luo Fan, why don't you tell him if there is something wrong with it or not, said the Zan master. Luo Fan hastily said, yes. According to the Xuantian Dao sect's 1359th section, the 6th paragraph. Are you stupid or deaf? The Zan master asked you to tell me whether or not there was something wrong with it. Just say yes or no, interrupted Long Chen. The Zan master's expression was icy cold. He wondered to himself if Long Chen even knew what it meant to feel fear. Fine, yes. Luo Fan's words were spat from the space between his teeth, making them sound very unpleasant. There is. Good, then I'm relieved. Long Chen nodded. What are you talking about? Asked the Zan master. Yan Mochen received someone's instructions to intentionally draw the 9th-ranked devil beasts to my Dragonblood Legion, and even the Heaven Female Alliance was implicated. Thousands of my brothers and sisters were killed. Since there is a problem with killing people from the same sect, then Yan Mochen had committed incredibly grave sins. Killing him was cleaning up the sect and protecting the sect from harm. So Grand Zan Master, I don't know what my sins are, said Long Chen. What nonsense, you didn't just kill Yan Mochen. What about those innocent heavenly geniuses? Demanded Luo Fan. Innocent? As the master of the law enforcement hall, can you grow a brain? I was cleaning up the sect, but they were protecting a murderer. How are they innocent? Sneered Long Chen. So something like that happened. Who told Yan Mochen to do this? The Zan master's gaze swept through the disciples. Hu Guoshan and Fan Song both quivered. Even kneeling on the ground, they didn't dare to look at the Zan master. They felt like everything about them was exposed. Reporting to Zan master, no one told him anything. Yan Mochen acted because of his personal enmity with Long Chen. It has nothing to do with us, said Hu Guoshan. Yan Mochen's actions had been too obvious, and there was no way that people would misunderstand his intentions. Now that he was dead, the smartest act would be to place all the blame on him. Originally, Hu Guoshan hadn't thought that this matter would become so big. The law enforcement hall had only said that as long as he had a chance, he should kill Long Chen. But now this matter had blown up to the point that even the law enforcement hall couldn't handle it anymore. Hu Guoshan was afraid now. Now, he couldn't even hope for Long Chen to be executed. All he could hope was that he wouldn't be implicated. After all, 6 top heavenly geniuses had been killed. If he was careless, even his life might be paid as a price. But by saying this, he was testifying for Long Chen that Yan Mochen had intentionally harmed his own sect, reducing Long Chen's sins. However, there was no way around that anymore. Protecting his own life was more important. Luo Fan's expression was a bit ugly, but he also had no way to handle this. If there was an investigation, it would be troublesome. It really was best to place all the blame on a dead ghost. But having Long Chen killed for this matter was now becoming unlikely. Then let's put that matter aside for now. Let me ask, how is it that 9th-rank devil beasts would appear on the battlefield of the new disciples, and over 70 at once? The Zan master's gaze instantly became sharp like blades. Chapter 1075 Ghost Prison. When the Zan master said this, a few people's expressions changed, especially one of the disciples beside Gao Shenyang. His face was pale as paper, and he began to quiver. The truth was that he was one of the defenders for the channel leading to the place Long Chen and the other new disciples had been guarding. He had been leading a few powerful foundation forging experts against the 9th-rank devil beasts. They had slowly released the devil beasts below the 9th rank through the channel. That way people would fight the devil beasts most suited for their level, and it was the most effective way to kill them all. But as they had been killing the 9th-rank devil beasts, they had gradually forgotten to look after the channel for the new disciples. They had been focused on killing the 9th-rank devil beasts. After all, this was also a chance to get rich. Later, too many 9th-rank devil beasts had appeared, and they had been forced back. But when one of them suddenly saw a wave of 9th-rank devil beasts charging down the side channel leading to the new disciples, his soul had almost fled in fright. He had hastily alerted Gao Shenyang, asking him what to do. Such a grave mistake was punishable by death. Gao Shenyang had immediately summoned over a few experts to help him kill the devil beasts there. He had immediately set out, leading a group of people to chase after the ones that had gotten past. As a result, he got there just in time to see Long Chen kill Yan Mochen. Now that he was asked about this, that disciple turned pale. It was disciple's negligence. Luo Fan, this is one of the disciples of your law enforcement hall. You should know how to handle him, said the Zan master coldly. Disciple understands, it's the death penalty. However, Luo Fan wanted to plead for leniency for that disciple. After all, he was a ranked 6 celestial. There are no excuses. He ignored other people's lives for points. I want to see the results within 3 days. Send him to the supervising department, ordered the Zan master. The law enforcement hall master could only agree. That disciple was brought away by 2 others. Clearly, the only thing that awaited him was death. This punishment was truly a bit heavy. After all, that was a ranked 6 foundation forging celestial. However, his mistake had almost caused all the new disciples to be killed. That was definitely unforgivable. Luo Fan, that was a disciple of your law enforcement hall. You share both honor and disgrace. As the master, you are also to blame. Starting today, you are demoted half a rank to a vice hall master. The law enforcement hall's decisions will have to be jointly decided by the 3 vice hall masters. The Zon Master's words shocked all the Hall Masters. The Zon Master was finally giving a blow to the Law Enforcement Hall. Clearly, the Zon Master was using this matter as an excuse to punish them. However, this punishment was a bit heavy. His orders would now have to be discussed and agreed with by others. Although the other two Vice Hall Masters would definitely not disagree with Luo Fan's decisions, and it would still be his decisions that reigned supreme, it was a big blow to his face for him to be demoted in public. "Congratulations on your new position, Vice Hall Master," said Long Chen at the first opportunity. In any case, they were already mortal enemies, and there was no reason for him to hold back with him. "You want to kill me? Well, even if I can't beat you to death, I can anger you to death." The Law Enforcement Hall Master, no, the Law Enforcement Vice Hall Master Luo Fan, was so enraged that his face turned dark and his teeth creaked from being clenched. He had an urge to crush Long Chen with a single palm. He was infuriated. This punishment was too harsh. Even if the Law Enforcement Hall had some blame, there was no need for the Zon Master to give him such a heavy punishment, to publicly demote him in front of all the elders and disciples. However, he couldn't display this anger toward him. "Long Chen, although you had a reason for your actions, your way of handling things was too drastic and aggressive. It cannot be said that you were completely right. You are to be imprisoned in the ghost prison for 10 days, said the Zon Master. He waved his hand, and a ray of divine light descended upon Long Chen. Long Chen disappeared. Hearing that Long Chen was being imprisoned in the ghost prison, quite a few elders' expressions changed. They knew Long Chen was about to suffer. "Everyone else can leave. If you want to obtain your points, you can go to the Elder Palace." After sending Long Chen to the ghost prison, the Zon Master also disappeared. In the end, it was the Elder Hall Master who took over. "Liu Kang, don't be too pleased," said Luo Fan as everyone was leaving. "I don't know what you're talking about," said Liu Kang. "Stop playing stupid. I admit defeat this time, but just wait. It's still too early to say who will be the final winner," snorted Luo Fan. Looking at Luo Fan's departing figure, Li Changfeng walked over to Liu Kang, shaking his head. "I really can't understand why the Zon Master would allow such an idiot to become the Law Enforcement Hall Master. Was it just because of the merit his ancestor contributed to the Xuantian Dao sect? Don't say such a thing. The Zon Master's intelligence and schemes aren't something we can comprehend," said Liu Kang. "Well, this time, Long Chen's going to have some suffering to go through. That ghost prison isn't a good place," said Li Changfeng. "No, you're wrong. Long Chen possesses tribulation lightning. What ghosts would dare to approach him?" Liu Kang shook his head. "That's right. Then the Zon Master, I've already said that he isn't an existence the likes of us can comprehend. Go and get some people to work. The number of people exchanging their bracelets for points in the Elder Palace is going to keep us busy." After saying that, the two of them also left. Long Chen's vision was dark. He had appeared in a sealed space 300 meters wide with no sound, no airflow, no nothing. It was only silent like death. Jejieheji. Suddenly, sinister laughter rang out, and the walls of the prison lit up. Strange images appeared. They were monsters that had bat-like wings and human heads. They flew back and forth across the walls. Although they had human heads, their eyes were sunken cavities, and two sharp fangs protruded out of their mouths. Their mouths themselves were so wide that they almost reached their ears. Following that sinister laughing, those monstrous lifeforms actually flew out of the walls and began to fly closer to Long Chen. They revolved around him, their laughter capable of causing a person's blood to turn cold. That sound made it feel like needles were stabbing his soul. It would make a person feel so much pain that they would long for death. Only those who experienced it would know how painful it was. But this kind of spiritual pain wasn't all bad. The benefits were that it could be likened to crushing a person's soul, making it easier for them to expel impurities. But that pain wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. Normally, a person wouldn't be able to last even a day in here. 3 days was a limit. Staying past 3 days would make a person crazy. Long Chen's spiritual strength was incredibly powerful, but even after summoning spiritual defenses, he felt a headache from listening to their laughter. "Jia your mother!" Long Chen roared in fury, and lightning exploded from his body. Those bizarre lifeforms instantly flew back to the walls and returned to being images. Only then did Long Chen sigh with relief. Their voices had been too irritating, making it so he couldn't even hear his own thoughts. He had also encountered these kinds of strange things in the immemorial path. Yu Xiaochen had said they were the result of a person's soul splitting into 3 parts, with the part known as the maid transforming into this kind of state. However, they were much stronger than the ghost creatures he had encountered in the immemorial path. But the curious thing was, he didn't sense any hostility from them. They seemed to almost have been raised by humans, and were in charge of tempering a person's soul. However, Long Chen was unable to bear that kind of tempering method. After scaring them away, he began to look over the walls of his prison. There were only 4 walls, and adding in the ceiling and the floor, there were 6. The ceiling didn't have these kinds of creatures carved into it. Instead, it had a simple symbol written on it. It was like a bunch of random arcs had been drawn together. It somehow looked both random as well as meticulously drawn. Each arc was of different lengths and curves. Piled together, they should have appeared completely chaotic. However, they gave off a natural and harmonious feeling. This image is definitely strange. Long Chen was startled. This complicated symbol made him think of the diagram he had encountered in the entrance of the immemorial path. That diagram had refused to allow itself to be copied. In the end, he had used the primal chaos bead to record it. However, even now, he didn't know how to use it. Later, he had asked the Eastern Wasteland Bell about it, but it had merely said that it was related to the secrets of heaven and earth. With his cultivation base, it was best not to learn about it. That diagram was simple, almost like an ancestor of all runes. But it also contained some kind of mysterious energy. Now, this symbol gave him the same kind of feeling. Was the Zan master trying to intentionally help him? Long Chen began to carefully examine the lines. But he wasn't able to see any clues. It was like pieces of firewood had been thrown together. It was clearly completely random without any rules to it, but then looking at it, it felt natural and perfect in its chaotic state. "Hey, come out, I want to ask you something," Long Chen called out the ghosts inside the walls. Long Chen was confident these ghosts were most likely raised by the Xuantian Dao sect. They were used to either punish disciples or to temper their souls. Even after waiting a long time, there was no reaction from the walls. Long Chen clapped himself on the head. He took out a golden coin and tossed it into the air. Hundreds of ghosts suddenly charged out of the walls to the golden coin. They actually caused powerful spatial rumbling. Don't fight, don't fight. I have more for you. Whoever can tell me what the thing on the ceiling is and how it's used will be thanked lavishly by my money." Long Chen took out a handful of golden coins. As soon as those golden coins appeared, the ghosts charged toward Long Chen. Prepared, thunder force appeared around his body, forcing them back. Long Chen laughed mischievously. As expected, money could make even ghosts work. He could feel their greed and desire. Just at this moment, ripples flowed over him. They were actually spiritual messages that delighted Long Chen. He hastily looked up once more. Chapter 1076 Xuantian Catalog. The Zan master was sitting alone in a private room, and there was a certain scene on the wall before him. That scene showed Long Chen who had been cast into the ghost prison. "Are you starting to reap the harvest?" asked an ancient voice. "Yes. Originally, there should have been a longer time before the harvest, but Long Chen's arrival has changed my plans a bit." The Zan master nodded. "Are you helping Long Chen or harming him? You actually gave him the entire Xuantian catalog to look at. It can't count as helping or harming him. I'm just giving him an opportunity. Today, I saw many things because of Long Chen, and in particular, I saw some variables that are not in my control. These variables are largely beneficial to the Xuantian Dao sect, so I've used this method to allow Long Chen to see the complete Xuantian catalog. It's up to him whether or not he can grasp anything," said the Zan master. "The Xuantian catalog is an immortal canon that we have to translate into a simpler form for the disciples before we teach it to them. And those who can comprehend it are as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. As for the most original Xuantian catalog, let alone Long Chen, even those like Lu Kang and Luo Fan wouldn't be able to see anything from it with just 10 days, said that ancient voice. "Of course I know that. But I still feel like there are secrets we don't know about Long Chen. Perhaps those secrets are the things Long Chen relies on the most. I'm testing him like this. If he can comprehend anything from the Xuantian catalog, perhaps I'll change my plans," said the Zan master. "Decide for yourself. In any case, I've handed the Dao sect to you. If you're so confident, I can focus completely on breaking through." "Master, how assured do you feel this time?" The Zan master's expression became slightly grave. I'd guess 30%. After all, those who succeed in Nether Passage are few and far between after the Immortal Era. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, if I fail, you don't need to be burdened. You can be free. The Zan Master shook his head. I don't feel like you gave me a burden. I just feel like you were too conservative. Continuing like this isn't beneficial to the Xuantian Dao sect's development. Alright, let's not talk about these things. I'm going into seclusion, and I won't be coming out until I break through. I don't want to think about these troublesome things. Wait, what is Long Chen doing? The ancient voice suddenly became full of shock. The Zan Master also looked at the wall. He saw Long Chen had taken out gold coins and was giving them one by one to the ghosts. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This rotten brat, he dares to even buy them. These ghosts have a certain spirituality, and they've seen the Hall Masters comprehend the Xuantian catalog. Looking at Long Chen's expression, he definitely obtained some useful information, said the Zan Master helplessly. Thank you all, you can go back. I'm going to go comprehend this thing. Long Chen distributed several hundred gold coins to the ghosts. He was full of excitement. So each line can be comprehended with the soul to grasp it. It's indistinct and unfathomable, just like the heavenly Tao's. This was what Long Chen had concluded through the countless clues the ghosts had told him. He took a deep breath and expelled his random thoughts. Focusing completely, he placed all his attention on one of the lines of the symbol. When his mind sank into that line, the line suddenly unleashed a burst of light. The Zan Master's expression changed. The Xuantian catalog was not something just any disciple could comprehend, especially not the original Xuantian catalog. Normally, disciples would first have to gradually cultivate one of the Dao paths of the Xuantian catalog. Once their comprehension of that Dao path was enough, then under their teacher's guidance, they would come to learn which line of the Xuantian catalog referred to their Dao path. This process would take several years for even geniuses, and to form a resonance with the Xuantian catalog like this would take decades to centuries. In the Xuantian Dao sect, amongst the thousands of elders, there were only a few dozen who could form a resonance with the Xuantian catalog. And even those elders would require a few hours to start that resonance. But Long Chen had succeeded in resonating with the first line in just a few breaths. There were a total of 36,000 lines in the Xuantian catalog, which referred to 36,000 types of cultivation. It encompassed tens of thousands of laws and Daos. It was wide-ranging and profound, a secret canon of the Immortal Era. The Xuantian Dao sect's inheritance was based on it. Once Long Chen chose a line, he encountered a strange space. This space was filled with countless revolving runes. At the same time, he saw a scene in front of him. There was a maiden playing a zither, and its sound was like stones falling into a clear spring. It was refreshing, cleaning the mind and soul. This line is the music Dao. You want a manly man like me to play the zither? Long Chen retreated from that strange space with just a thought, once more choosing a new line. This time, he entered a desert. Sand blew through the air, covering the sun. Long Chen was lost for a while before he realized this was an extremely rare style amongst earth cultivators, sand cultivators. The sand was like a furious dragon roaring toward the sky. This is also not suitable for me. Long Chen once more retreated and chose a new line. This time, he entered a space filled with flying snow and countless ice stalactites soaring out of the ground. This was the Ice Dao, also not what he wanted. He tried several lines, and each time, he would leave after just a few breaths. That made the Zan Master speechless. Master, do you have any opinion? He asked after a long moment. It's very likely due to his cultivation technique. It might be on an even higher level than the Xuantian catalog, making it so the Xuantian catalog cannot hide any of its Dao paths. The two of them descended into silence. That was too shocking. It had to be known that the Xuantian catalog's Dao paths were all shockingly profound. A genius might spend a lifetime studying it and not even comprehend a tenth. Furthermore, each Dao path required a disciple to have the right qualifications to reveal itself to them. Only Ice attribute disciples could open the corresponding Dao paths. It was like a key opening a lock. But now, Long Chen was opening each Dao path one after another, shocking both the Zan Master and his master. Originally, the Zan Master had just been wanting to see if Long Chen could cause a resonance with the Xuantian catalog and find his corresponding Dao path. But he hadn't thought that Long Chen didn't need such luck. He could go through all of them as he pleased. It was too shocking. Long Chen went through many Dao paths without finding one that suited him. Either it was useless or he wasn't able to cultivate it. Finally, he entered a space filled with roaring flames. Finally, I've found this place. Long Chen was delighted. This space was definitely the place to comprehend the flame Tao. Although he had his pill god memories, they were very incomplete. His ways to circulate flames were limited to alchemy techniques, and there was basically nothing about fighting. The flame Tao here was perfectly suited to him. The flame Tao was not the pill Tao. The flames here were used for combat, just what he needed. He immediately sat lotus-style within the flames. Those flames were formed of the Tao path, and from it, he could sense many things that he had overlooked before. Fighting with flames was different from using flames for alchemy. It was pure flames without the slightest wood spiritual energy. Such flames were even more berserk and much more powerful. But because Huolong had always been helping him to refine pills, it had formed a resonance with his trace of wood spiritual energy. As a result, it was no exception even when fighting. Now when he thought about that, he felt he really was stupid. If he extracted that wood spiritual energy, Huolong's power would become even greater in combat. Within this strange space, the flames were constantly changing, and there were also various flame runes revolving. Long Chen randomly reached out to grab one. That flame rune exploded violently, shooting out flame arrows at Long Chen. Long Chen jumped in shock and hastily dodged, but some flame arrows were still shooting toward him. He hastily took out Blooddrinker. Those flame arrows caused his arm to turn numb when he blocked them. Long Chen was shocked by how powerful this flame attack was. After the explosion of flame arrows was over, they transformed back into the exact same rune as before. Could it be? Is every rune here a flame magical art? Long Chen looked at the various runes floating in the air with absolute delight. I've definitely struck gold now. Long Chen arrived in front of that rune and once more grabbed it. The rune instantly exploded, but this time, he sensed the way and the rules of how the flames had circulated and how the energy was accumulated before erupting. So that's what it was. Blooddrinker blew apart the rain of flames. He had finally realized the secrets of this place. Each of these runes was a magical art's most primal rune. When activated, it would display the principles behind it. However, it would only display it for an instant, and without intentionally paying attention, it was very difficult to remember it. However, it wasn't able to pose a problem for someone with spiritual strength as strong as Long Chen's. After 2 tests, he had memorized its principles. He took a deep breath and formed hand seals. A translucent rune condensed over his palm. Meteor rain of arrows. Once that rune was formed, he involuntarily shouted its name. Following that, a huge ball of flames condensed above his head, and then countless flame arrows shot out. Each flame arrow caused a huge explosion upon striking the ground. Even Long Chen was shocked by its power. That had just been a small test. Because he had just learned it, he had been afraid of a backlash and only used a small amount of flame energy. He hadn't expected it to have such a terrifying effect. The Xuantian catalog is truly worthy of being one of the Xuantian Dao sect's core treasures. No good, I can't be this excited. I have to quickly learn all of this. Why was I only imprisoned for 10 days? It should have been at least a month. Long Chen reached his hand out to the next rune. Chapter 1077 Terrifying Rune. Long Chen repeatedly grabbed 7 runes, learning 7 different flame magical arts. There were defensive ones, offensive ones, single target ones, and large area ones. This made Long Chen ecstatic. He had his pill god memories, which made him a pro at controlling flames. Cultivating flame magical arts was as easy as eating food to him. Furthermore, these magical arts were so powerful that they surpassed his expectations. His flagging confidence once more increased. The 9-star hegemon body art's 5th pill formula still hadn't come to him. Therefore, he had no way of condensing the 5th star and was stuck at the 4th star. Once he had arrived at the central plains, he found that his trump cards were far from enough. Although the 3rd form of Split the Heavens, divine runes had been fully condensed, raising its power to a shocking point, it was too exhausting, and he was unable to instantly unleash it like the 1st and 2nd forms. Against an opponent around the same level as him, unleashing it would be extremely difficult. But now it was different. He had learned many flame magical arts and was capable of attacking and defending. He would no longer have to always fight head-on. Raging flames devour the heavens. Long Chen formed hand seals, and flames erupted out of him, filling the entire world. Damn, what a huge attack area, and what supreme density. However, it's also exhausting. Hehe, but once Huolong and I work together, with my ocean's worth of spiritual yuan, we should be able to keep it up for a long time, Long Chen laughed wickedly. There were actually many magical arts named something along the lines of raging flames devour the heavens. But they weren't magical arts that could really devour the heavens. Long Chen's estimate was that if he went all out with it, the flame domain would cover 300 miles. Compared to those magical arts only capable of covering a range of a few hundred meters, this was truly devouring the heavens. Furthermore, he had noticed a secret. The runes here with a darker color were stronger. For example, this raging flames devour the heavens was a dark red. After learning it, he didn't bother with the ordinary runes any longer. He searched for a dark rune again. This strange space seemed to have no end, like the starry sky. As he swam through this space, countless runes flew by him. Long Chen was shocked to see so many magical arts. These were all flame-related. The Xuantian catalog was terrifying. It was no wonder there were so many disciples in the Xuantian Dao sect, and why it was all-encompassing. It was due to the Xuantian catalog. Haha, another powerful rune. Long Chen suddenly saw another dark red rune. Its color was the same as the raging flames devour the heavens. He was just about to touch it when he suddenly saw a rune that was an even darker color. It was blood red, and its bright color was dazzling to the eye. That one's definitely even more badass. Long Chen charged over to it. On the way to the rune, his heart skipped a beat. This rune was definitely a supremely powerful magical art. Just as he was about to touch it, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Just a bit further than this rune was another rune that was even darker red. It was practically turning violet. Furthermore, the space around it was shuddering. Seeing that rune, Long Chen's heart stopped beating. That's definitely a priceless treasure. A greedy roar came from the depths of Long Chen's soul. His see a treasure and can't walk away disease once more erupted out of his control. Long Chen didn't even know how he had arrived in front of that rune. When he was right in front of it, his hair stood on end. He sensed a terrifying destructive aura within this rune. It was like a volcano on the verge of exploding. Once touched, it could destroy heaven and earth. I wouldn't die from this, right? Long Chen was uncertain now. He sensed a fatal danger that was too terrifying. This is the Xuantian catalog, a place for disciples to cultivate. There shouldn't be any danger. Long Chen carefully extended a finger. At the same time, he summoned the green dragon battle armor, raising his defense as high as possible. The tip of his finger touched the violet-red rune. Crap, Long Chen's expression completely changed, and he hastily retreated. But it was too late. The violet-red rune transformed into a ball which then exploded. Long Chen was struck by its shockwaves, and he felt like his body was about to be instantly torn apart. In fact, he seemed to be able to see his body being blown to bits. I died. Long Chen let out a startled cry as the space before him disappeared. He returned to within the ghost prison. He panted for breath, his clothes were drenched in sweat, and his face was pale. A wave of weakness washed over him, almost causing him to collapse. Fuck, that was too realistic. I really thought I was dead. Long Chen sighed and wiped off some cold sweat. He took out another gold coin. Who can tell me how many days it has been? Long Chen quickly learned the reply. It was already the 8th day, so he only had 2 days left. Time's tight. Long Chen took a deep breath and once more found that line. His mind sank into it again, and he returned to the world of flames. Now he realized that this was not his true self. Although he could use blood drinker and magical arts here, he had lost his connection to the primal chaos bead. His guess was that the Xuantian catalog had replicated his body, but it was unable to replicate the primal chaos bead. That made him feel like he was here in his true body. That feeling of being killed just now had been too realistic. Even though he hadn't died, he felt like he had half died. When he once more arrived in front of the violet-red rune, he completely focused himself. He slowly reached a finger toward it. Once more there was an explosion, and he was blown apart again. He returned to within the ghost prison, covered in sweat. The feeling of death really isn't good. Long Chen took a deep breath and charged back into that space, once more touching the violet-red rune. The violet-red rune only expressed the principles behind it for 1,000th of the blink of an eye right before exploding. It happened so fast that even Long Chen was unable to grasp it. Furthermore, there was also the fear of death. Even knowing that this was an illusion, it was too realistic, and anyone would find it hard to overcome their nervousness at dying once more. Long Chen was once more killed. But this time, he didn't reappear in the ghost prison, but inside a large and tidy room. Atop a rug, there was a simple table with a few cups of tea on it. The Zan master was currently leisurely drinking some tea. Long Chen wiped off some sweat and walked right over to the table. Sitting on his butt, he poured a cup of tea for himself and swallowed it in one gulp. Just one cup wasn't enough, and he drank 3 cups before feeling slightly better. Sensing there were also some refreshments on the table, he didn't stand on courtesy and directly stuffed his mouth. Seeing Long Chen acting like this was his home, the Zan master was speechless. Just how taut had his nerves been for him to act so unbridled? He was the sect master, but Long Chen didn't act the slightest bit restrained in front of him. He had never seen such a disciple, nor had he ever heard of one. How moving, to eat and drink to prove I am alive. Long Chen sighed deeply with a joyful expression. The Zan master didn't mind Long Chen's lack of courtesy. In reality, he was shocked by Long Chen's perseverance. The feeling of dying in the Xuantian catalog was so realistic that it caused people to easily crumble. In just one day, Long Chen experienced what it felt like to die hundreds of times. Any disciple would go insane after just experiencing it for a few times. That meant Long Chen's willpower had reached a shocking level. "How were your gains?" asked the Zan master with a smile. Long Chen hastily stood up and bowed toward him, respectfully saying, "Many thanks for your help, Zan master." The Zan master shook his head. "This was just an opportunity. What you obtained was all thanks to yourself. Can disciple gain another opportunity to comprehend the Xuantian catalog?" asked Long Chen carefully. "Even if you kill Fan Song and Hu Buishan, I won't give you this kind of punishment," said the Zan master. Long Chen immediately felt embarrassed. He hastily said, "Disciple's willfulness has brought you trouble. Whether or not you caused trouble isn't important. Rules are always biased toward the strong. If you weren't of benefit to the Xuantian Dao sect, you might already be dead," said the Zan master directly. Long Chen smiled slightly. "Disciple understands. I'm not someone to forget favors." The Zan master nodded. There was no need for him to beat around the bush with someone like Long Chen. "Leave Fan Song and Hu Buishan alive for me. I have some use for them." Long Chen was startled. He didn't quite understand what the Zan master was saying. On the surface, he just meant that Long Chen shouldn't kill the two of them. Disciple understands. Long Chen didn't dare to ask too many questions. This time, the infernal devil abyss's disturbance is very out of the ordinary. It might continue like this for a while, and Jade Core experts are unable to enter. So the infernal devil abyss's defenses are mostly up to you younger disciples. There is a time and place for internal battles, but this is not it. The reason the Dao sect gives you so many points for defending it is because it doesn't want to activate the stronghold's defenses. That uses up far too many resources. So Long Chen, be aware of what is important and what is not, warned the Zan master. "Don't worry, disciple will remember your favor. I'll try not to drown you in trouble," said Long Chen. But he only said he would try. If those two idiots did something to make his fury go out of his control, even he didn't know what he might do. "Ah, Zan master, can disciple ask you a few questions?" asked Long Chen suddenly. "Go ahead. Where do those devil beasts keep coming from? Infernal devil abyss. Is there really such a thing as hell?" asked Long Chen cautiously. Chapter 1078 The Zan Master's Promise. The so-called hell said in stories is just a name. In reality, it is a spatial crevice between two worlds. It is the crossing zone between the martial heaven continent and the netherworld. Some creatures that die will have their souls drawn into the netherworld. The Zan master suddenly shut his mouth when he reached this point. "I can't tell you too much right now. With your current power, touching the heavenly Daos too early will draw karma for you." Long Chen's heart shook. The netherworld, wasn't that a place of stories, where souls went after a person died? The devil beasts you fight in the infernal devil abyss are lifeforms that exist in the crevice between two worlds. The martial heaven continent actually has countless spatial channels. The various large powers are all guarding those channels secretly. So although this world seems very peaceful, in reality, there is a great deal of internal trouble and external enemies. Fortunately, the devil beasts that come from there have a trace of Yuan spiritual energy in their crystal cores. We can purify them to help foundation forging disciples cultivate. Once you kill the devil beasts, people will come to clean up the battlefield and gather their crystal cores. They'll give them to the sect to be refined, and a portion of them will be available for sale to foundation forging disciples, while a portion will be put out for sale to other sects. It can be said that defending the infernal devil abyss has its drawbacks and advantages. It is a responsibility and a burden, but also good work. Disciple understands. Zan Master, can disciple brazenly ask you something? Said Long Chen after a long moment of hesitation. For even you to say that it's brazen, it seems it must not be small. Ask, said the Zan Master, involuntarily laughing. For Long Chen to say he was about to do something brazen was almost a joke. Long Chen couldn't help being embarrassed. But he thickened his skin and said, forgive disciple for his rudeness, but I want to know, if someone covets my secrets in the Tao sect, will you, the Zan Master, come out and protect me? Although he didn't know what this Zan Master was thinking, he could sense his good intentions. The 9-star hegemon body art definitely wouldn't make such a mistake. However, even if he had good intentions, Long Chen needed a promise from him. Otherwise, he would have no confidence in an existence that he couldn't comprehend. People like him schemed so deeply. Long Chen was too lazy to do the same thing. The Zan Master smiled. Don't worry, as long as the Tao sect is within your heart and you don't betray the sect, then let alone someone in the Xuantian Tao sect, even if someone in the martial heaven continent dares to touch you, I will help. Many thanks, Zan Master. Long Chen was delighted, and he respectfully bowed. For the Zan Master to say that he would personally help meant that even if the Xuantian Tao sect was unable to help him in name due to its politics, the Zan Master himself would come out. That was what made him the most grateful, as well as what raised his confidence the most. This was the thing that had made him the happiest since arriving in the Central Plains. He immediately felt much more assured. Zan Master, I have 2 brothers and a lover. They are still in the Xuantian catalog comprehending their Tao paths. The Xuantian catalog is actually a transformed portion of the heavenly Taos. A person will only get one chance to comprehend the Xuantian catalog in their lifetime. They are searching for their own inheritances within the Xuantian catalog. It is an immense opportunity, but once they come out, they won't be able to go back in. Most people are unable to enter the actual catalog when comprehending it, but you repeatedly entered over and over. Now, your fate with it has come to an end. It's not that I don't want to allow you to enter again, but that you can't, explained the Zan Master. Only now did Long Chen understand that things in the Xuantian catalog weren't as simple as he had thought. He couldn't help but feel regretful that he hadn't obtained any lightning inheritance. Seeing that there was nothing more to ask, he bid farewell to the Zan Master and left. When he left his door, he realized he was in the inner sect plaza. He didn't even know where the Zan Master's private room was. When he appeared in the plaza, all the people there jumped in fright. Long Chen ignored those people and returned directly to Crouching Dragon Mountain. Once he was there, all of Crouching Dragon Mountain erupted into wild cheering. Only then did Long Chen learn that the Dragonblood Legion had taken first place in the competition. Each 9th-ranked devil beast was equivalent to 10 million points, which shocked Long Chen. The 9th-ranked devil beasts he had killed had added up to 400 million points. Adding on the devil beasts slain by others, they almost reached 600 million and placed first. Second place was the Heaven Female Alliance. They had half their number of points. The reason they had taken second was all because of Long Chen. He had killed quite a few of the top experts of the Flame Gate, Divine Beast Mansion, and Hegemon Hall. Once they were killed, the points they had earned were gone as well. Third place was the 10,000 Insect Guild. Fourth was the Divine Beast Mansion. Fifth was the Hegemon Hall, and last was the Flame Gate. The Flame Gate's leader, Xianxia, had been killed by Long Chen. The Flame Gate had disbanded, which caused all its disciples to be dumbfounded. They didn't know what to do. Other than the Dragonblood Legion, Heaven Female Alliance, and 10,000 Insect Guild, everyone else was full of worry. This time, Long Chen had been too vicious. He had completely crippled the other 3 factions. Now, the Dragonblood Legion's name was soaring, and Long Chen's name shook the entire Xuantian Tao sect. Countless people had heard of how he had repeatedly killed 6 rank 5 celestials on the battlefield, but they didn't dare to believe it. But after accumulating a mass of proof, they were forced to believe it. Now that Long Chen had returned to Crouching Dragon Mountain after 10 days, it caused an uproar in the entire sect. Even Hua Xiu and Wang Zhen came over to celebrate. Hua Xiu also brought her sincere thanks. If it hadn't been for the Dragonblood Legion's help, her Heaven Female Alliance's losses would have been even more appalling. When Hua Xiu led her Heaven Female Alliance to Crouching Dragon Mountain, it evoked passionate cheering from the Dragonblood Legion. The Heaven Female Alliance received the warmest welcome possible. Long Chen had Guo Ran arrange a grand bonfire party, and he also had Wang Zhen call over his disciples for the fun. Wang Zhen was a man of few words, but he actually wasn't antisocial. He directly brought all his people over to party. They had so many points that they bought all the best wine and food. In the Xuantian Dao sect, as long as you had points, you could get anything. Tens of thousands of men and women drank and ate, laughed and talked. It was exceptionally lively. They were no longer as foreign or cold as when they had first joined the sect. Long Chen, Hua Xiu was profoundly grateful. I like to be straightforward, so you don't need to keep thanking me. Long Chen knew what she was about to say. The Dragonblood Legion's warriors do what they want. Even if the same thing happened again, even if they knew the results, they would make the same choice. So you don't need to feel bad. Their choice was right, and even if they fell, they've passed their aspirations and dreams to their living brothers. We'll bring their dreams forward for them. Long Chen offered a bowl of wine to Hua Xiu while raising one of his own. Hua Xiu nodded, but she hesitated for a long while when she looked at that wine. In the end, she took a sip, and as a result, her face immediately turned red. She clearly had no alcohol tolerance. Brother Long, let me offer you a bowl as well. I, Wang Zhen, have never admired anyone, but when it comes to you, I can't not admire you. Wang Zhen also raised his cup. Drink, drink. Long Chen touched his bowl to Wang Zhen's. This wine contained great medicinal energy. It was a kind of medicinal wine, and the best kind at that. It was greatly beneficial to cultivators, and it cost 100 points just for one bottle. If they weren't rich, no one could afford to drink it. Brother Wang Zhen, you're too modest. If you went all out, then perhaps there would be no one amongst all the disciples capable of beating you, said Long Chen. Wang Zhen was startled. Brother Long, what are you talking about? Long Chen smiled. Although I'm not an insect cultivator, I know the small insects you've summoned are just the troops. Your true trump card should be the mother insect you're raising. We've all exposed our trump cards, but you've never revealed yours. That means you're the strongest amongst us. Due to this, let me offer you another drink. Hua Xiu was startled. She hadn't even thought of that. But as soon as Long Chen said it, she looked from Wang Zhen in shock, to Long Chen with admiration. Wang Zhen had truly hidden himself well. Brother Long, you must not know this. While I do have a mother insect, I cannot use it until the point of no return. The mother insect is something I raised from the moment it was born, and it is connected to my soul. Although it is powerful, once injured, I will also have to pay a great price. Most importantly, if it dies, I would die with it. Although I have this trump card, I can't use it, so it's no different from not having a trump card. Wang Zhen bitterly smiled. Beside Long Chen, Tang Wan'er said, so it's your final trump card. Then it must be extremely terrifying. It was unknown if it was due to his expert's pride or because he had drunk too much wine, but Wang Zhen said, if I truly summoned the mother insect, those devil beasts we encountered would have all been annihilated. But after that, I would be in trouble. At the very least, I would be bedridden for half a year to a year. Even a rank 4 celestial would be able to crush me then. His prideful expression turned bitter toward the end. Having a powerful trump card but not being able to use it was even more painful than not having a trump card. Long Chen wasn't in the habit of asking people for their secrets, so he changed the subject. They drank all the way until the sun rose once more before they finally scattered, wishing they could continue. After a true life and death battle, people would realize things they hadn't before. When they thought about the value of their lives, fighting and scheming against each other seemed like such senseless games. After this night of drinking, the three factions' experts had formed much better relationships. When the Heaven Female Alliance and 10,000 Insect Guild left, Long Chen summoned all the warriors of the Dragonblood Legion. He had an extremely important matter to announce. Chapter 1079 Iron Spruce Oak. All the Dragonmark warriors were gathered. The gathering point was Crouching Dragon Mountain's personal training room. Ji Yuyong, Tang Wan'er, Guo Ran, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan were all sent to the entrance as guards. No one could enter. This room had been completely sealed. The Dragonblood Legion's members had never seen Long Chen so solemn before. Once everything was prepared, and confirming there was nothing they had overlooked, Long Chen took out a large pile of fruit and distributed it. The Dragonmark warriors stared blankly at the fruit. They didn't understand what he was doing. They didn't know that what Long Chen was distributing to them were rank 4 heavenly Dao fruits. In the eastern wasteland, he had given all his heavenly Dao fruits to Yu Xiaochen. These heavenly Dao fruits were new ones that had just grown. This was the primal chaos bead's terrifying ability. As his cultivation base increased, any celestials that died beside Long Chen would have their heavenly Dao energy absorbed by the primal chaos space's heavenly Dao tree. He had over 10,000 rank 4 heavenly Dao fruits. Long Chen had been hesitating over this for a while now. There were over 10,000 Dragonmark warriors, all who were rank 3 celestials at the strongest, and some who were still rank 2. For them to all become rank 4 celestials overnight was far too exaggerated, and people would definitely investigate. Then his heaven-defying ability to create celestials would be exposed. Countless people would set their gazes on him, which was an extremely dangerous situation. But there had been such a huge accident in the competition this time. Over a dozen Dragonmark warriors had sacrificed themselves. That made Long Chen feel some guilt. If he could have distributed the heavenly Dao fruits earlier, perhaps those people wouldn't have died. So after their deaths, he had decided to stop holding back. But then he had been immediately sent to the ghost prison. Now he had obtained the Zon Master's promise, and he was even more sure. He would bring all the Dragonblood Legion's warriors to the 4th rank. Today's matter must be kept completely secret. Long Chen only spoke a simple warning before leaving. The Dragonmark warriors didn't understand, but the Dragonblood warriors had already started devouring their heavenly Dao fruits and refining their energy. The Dragonmark warriors uncomprehendingly consumed their heavenly Dao fruits. Following that, expressions of disbelief appeared. Long Chen called over Tang Wan and the others, taking out rank 5 heavenly Dao fruits. Seeing those, Ji Yuyong and the others had excited expressions. If they could also become rank 5 celestials, they would be on the same level as Hu Guoshan and Fan Song. Boss, I don't need it. Becoming a rank 5 celestial isn't that useful to me, said Guo Ran. Long Chen smiled slightly and patted Guo Ran on the shoulder. This little fellow was at least growing more thoughtful. Then, I don't need mine either. It's not that useful, said Li Qi. As a result, the others all said that they didn't need theirs. Long Chen smiled and said, it's fine, just take them. The 6 heavenly Dao fruits I have are exactly perfect. There are 5 of you here, and the remaining one is perfect for Meng Qi. Zifeng walks the sword Dao and doesn't want to rely on heavenly Dao energy to cultivate, while Wild also does not walk the ordinary path. These 6 are perfect. Ah, then I won't stand on courtesy. To tell the truth, a rank 5 celestial is really eye-catching. I've wanted such a thing for a long time. Guo Ran laughed mischievously, a wretched smile appeared on his face. The others were also at ease to hear this and consumed their fruit. They were filled with a grand feeling. Now, who in the Xuantian Dao sect would dare to block their growth? Once Tang Wan and the others entered seclusion as well, he guarded the outside on his own. He closed his eyes and slowly formed a hand seal. But he hadn't even finished forming the hand seal before he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fuck, just what magical art was that final rune? Why does it cause such a huge backlash? Long Chen cursed. He had experienced the pain of dying so many times to finally remember how to use the magical art, but as soon as he tried circulating his flames according to the technique, he felt like his body would explode. Even his previous injuries were affected. This is no good. I need some stronger trees, or it'll be too difficult for me to heal next time, sighed Long Chen. Last time, the powerful backlash of pushing the raging flame prison too far had caused an intense injury, and then he had forcibly suppressed his injuries to kill Kei Xinyan and the others. He had even used the 3rd form of Split the Heavens twice. It had been especially dangerous when he had been attacked by a rank 6 Foundation Forging Celestial. Those injuries had caused his body to almost break down. The heavenly Dao energy in his injuries made it difficult for him to heal. Even after this many days, his healing was extremely slow. He was too weak, and there was no way for him to train in such a terrifying magical art. I have to think of something. 3 days later, some Dragonblood warriors finally came out of seclusion. Having advanced to the 4th rank, they felt like they had completely transformed and were full of excitement. Long Chen had those disciples guard the others. No one was permitted to approach this place. After that, he went directly to Treasure Gem Island. As soon as he arrived, he caused a huge uproar. Long Chen ignored those people and went straight to the 10,000 Pill Hall. Once he arrived, he saw the same maiden he had seen last time. You Your senior apprentice brother Long Chen. The maiden was shocked. Hehe, now that Luo Bo's been expelled, it seems you have it much better here. Long Chen saw that her robes were a bit different. There were some threads of gold in her collar and sleeves. He didn't know the details, but she had definitely been promoted. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, do you need anything? After a moment of stunned shock, she quickly calmed down. Long Chen smiled. As expected, after just being promoted, a person would become much more cautious. She didn't even mention what had happened last time. Let me see a list of what tree seeds you have, said Long Chen directly. Please wait a moment. She quickly found a thick tome and handed it to Long Chen with both hands. Long Chen went through it. This tome recorded the seeds of medicinal ingredients they had and was ordered from low to high. But the number of tree seeds that could be used as medicine was not high. Furthermore, even fewer of them were those that could grow to a great height. Long Chen had no way around that. As long as there was a chance, he had to take it. He had no time to go looking for trees. Iron spruce oak. Long Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. The iron spruce oak was an extremely large tree. It contained a kind of bitter spirit essence that made it a supplementary ingredient in some 8th-tier medicinal pills. It wasn't particularly precious and was just 200 points. However, he knew that it could grow to become 10,000 meters tall, while its main trunk would become thick and solid. Most importantly, its wood was hard like iron, and its tree heart could be used to refine treasure-class bows. The other thing was that it grew extremely slowly. It would take tens or even hundreds of thousands of years to fully mature. That was what Long Chen cared about the most. His experience was that the harder the wood and the longer it took to mature, the more life energy it could store. Give me 10 of these. Long Chen took out his crystal card, and someone quickly came over with a jade case. Long Chen had just touched it when a large hand grabbed it. Long Chen looked up to see someone wearing elder robes. At some unknown time, he had appeared behind the maiden and grabbed the jade case. They still haven't learned their lesson. Blood-colored light flashed at that elder's neck. He hastily shot back in shock. Although he had reacted timely, a line of blood still appeared on his neck. That was the injury from the tip of Long Chen's saber. If it hadn't been for his quick reactions, his head would have been removed from his body. The maidens in this room all let out startled cries. They hadn't expected Long Chen to almost kill an elder just now. How brazen, Long Chen! You, roared the elder. Shut up. Have you forgotten what happened to Luo Bo? If you want to play with me, I'll play you to death. Long Chen grabbed the case. The reason he had paid first was precisely to avoid what had happened last time. But he hadn't expected it to really happen. The elder was clearly from the alchemy pavilion. Although he didn't know what excuse he had to make things hard on him, he had already paid, so that case was his. Whoever tried to take it was whoever would be hacked by his saber. Now Long Chen had learned how to play this game. Even if that elder's cries drew out the guards here, Long Chen had a leg to stand on. If someone wanted to take what was his, wasn't he allowed to act in self-defense? You. The elder's expression was exceedingly ugly. What you? I'm warning you, if you want to reincarnate, you can become enemies with me. Miss, can you hand my crystal card back to me? Long Chen turned to the maiden. Only then did she recover from her shock and pass it back to Long Chen. Taking it, Long Chen left without even looking at the elder. As expected, that person didn't cry for reinforcements or make the matter public. Long Chen returned directly to Crouching Dragon Mountain. After he arrived, he planted the iron spruce oaks seeds in the primal chaos space and began circulating the primal chaos bead. The 10 seedlings began to crazily grow. 1 meter. 10 meters. 100 meters. When the iron spruce oaks grew to 1500 meters, Long Chen extracted the life energy from one of them. He found that just this 1500-meter iron spruce oak contained as much energy as the fully grown trees he had obtained from the spirit world. He directly removed all those trees and crazily planted the iron spruce oaks. Planting them with set distances between them, he filled the primal chaos space. But once the primal chaos space was filled with these new seedlings, the speed at which they grew sharply dropped. Hehe, all the stock I saved up back then finally has a use. Long Chen took out huge corpses from his spatial ring, tossing them into the black soil. Chapter 1080 Shock. When crossing the martial heaven sea ring, Long Chen had obtained a huge pile of sea demon corpses. Now they finally had a use. He tossed them into the black soil. Like snow falling on lava, they rapidly dissolved. Endless life energy spread through the primal chaos space. As the iron spruce oaks crazily grew, Long Chen continuously tossed the sea demon corpses into the black soil as fertilizer. In less than an incense stick's time, the empty primal chaos space became filled with soaring iron spruce oaks. Each one of them had reached a height of 300 meters. In 2 hours, they had grown to 3,000 meters. Once Long Chen had used up all the corpses, they had grown to around 6,000 meters. At this moment, the life energy contained within them was over 10 times what his old trees had been able to contain. Not only did they have much stronger life energy, but also in terms of quality, they were dozens of times greater. He had made the right choice in choosing the iron spruce oaks. Just quantity wasn't enough to heal him in Long Chen's experience. That was especially true when the injury came from a rank 6 Celestial's attack. The heavenly Tao energy made his old trees completely ineffective. Now as he slowly extracted life energy from the iron spruce oaks, the results were practically miraculous. In just a few breaths, all his injuries were fully healed. As for the iron spruce oaks, they had only turned a bit listless. There were no signs of them withering. That delighted Long Chen. Right now, they had only grown to 6,000 meters. Once they were fully matured and reached a height of 10,000 meters, the life energy within them would be 10 times greater. Regretfully, it took too long to grow them. He had tossed in a mountain of corpses to nourish the trees, but they still hadn't reached their full maturity. He would have to think of something in the future. After healing, he found a training room for himself. This training room wasn't for cultivating, but for training in a magical art and testing the magical art's power. This training room was of higher quality than a cultivation training room. Of course, the price was also greater. Long Chen was using the highest price training room, and it cost 10,000 points for a day. The training room had all kinds of puppets inside. They were created by the Xuantian Dao sect for its disciples. These puppets were used as targets to allow the disciples to test their power. They were split into sea expansion and foundation forging levels. A disciple renting this room would be given 10 sea expansion puppets and 2 foundation forging puppets for training purposes. But Long Chen tossed aside all those puppets and spent another 10,000 points to buy 10 jade core puppets. These puppets were very powerful, and when attacked, they would automatically activate their defenses. They were so strong that they should be able to receive a full strength attack from an average jade core expert. Long Chen slowly formed hand seals. After the 7th hand seal, his left hand held his right elbow. His left hand's fingers changed color, like iron that was being heated, eventually turning semi-transparent. It was even possible to see energy slowly going through the 5 fingers into his right hand. At the center of his right hand, a sesame seed-sized flame crystal slowly formed. As soon as that crystal core appeared, its terrifying heat incinerated almost everything in the training room. Even the distant sea expansion puppets were starting to melt. The crystal began to slowly revolve, and as it did, flame energy wrapped around it. Its irregular body began to become round and spherical. A layer of flame energy covered the crystal. Now, it was the size of a soybean. At this moment, the foundation forging puppets had runes come out of them and form a light barrier. The terrifying heat had activated their defenses. However, even with their defenses, in just a few breaths, the foundation forging puppets also began to melt. This training room has isolated quite a bit of flame energy, allowing me to control it easier. It was worth the price. Long Chen was delighted to see this. If he had tried using this move in the outside world, its effects would be too dangerous. It was the right choice to have come here. The training room blocked a portion of heaven and earth's flame energy, making it easier for him to control the magical art. He didn't need to be so worried. This was the final move he had learned in the Xuantian catalog. He had studied it and run simulations before, but he hadn't dared to try using it. But even just testing some of its aspects had been dangerous. He had been injured by the terrifying heat several times. This move was very complicated. It required spreading flame energy throughout 108 meridians, and then recombining them into 2 flows of energy. Those 108 streams of energy required a set order and technique. No 2 streams could touch. It was like circulating 108 streams of energy at the same time. And most difficult of all, at the same time as he condensed his right hand's energy, he had to control the output of his left hand's energy. The 108 streams of energy all went through the left hand into the right hand. The process required the 108 streams of energy to maintain certain speeds. It couldn't be too fast or slow. The slightest mistake would cause the crystal to explode. Furthermore, this was just the energy he was controlling in his body. He also had to control the energy in the air. Even Long Chen, someone who could boast to be unrivaled when it came to controlling flames, felt like he was walking on thin ice right now. If this crystal exploded in his hand, if he didn't immediately die a horrible death, he would at least lose half his body. But through his meticulous control, the 108 streams of energy entered his hand at a set pace. The crystal grew to the size of a longan fruit. That's about enough. For the first time, just pulling off this move would count as a success. Safety first. Although Long Chen felt like he could still continue, he felt like holding back a bit for his first try was best. Taking a deep breath, he cut off the energy. In that instant, the crystal suddenly unleashed blazing rays of light, seeming to come to life. Long Chen hastily tossed it out and involuntarily shouted a name. Starfall. The small crystal was like a shooting star flying at the jade core puppets. Those puppets had long since had their defensive runes activate to form a runic shield. A huge explosion rocked the training room, and a terrifying energy erupted. Not good. Without hesitation, Long Chen summoned the green dragon battle armor. He had just summoned it when he felt like a mountain smashed into him, and he shot back. In the end, he felt a burst of pain from his back. He even heard his own bones breaking as he smashed into the wall of the training room. Now he also experienced what it felt like to be smashed into flatbread. Was this karma? Long Chen clearly felt that his body had been flattened. There were only a few parts of his bones that were still intact. He tore himself from the wall. The wall was completely undamaged by the explosion or the collision. It was no wonder the Xuantian Dao sect allowed its disciples to unleash huge moves inside. Circulating the primal chaos bead, his injuries instantly healed. Then he looked at the jade core puppets and saw they had been blown apart. There was nothing left of them. Damn, what a terrifying attack. This attack was something that could instantly kill kings. Long Chen hadn't expected this move to be so terrifying. It had to be known that he had only just learned it, so it was still in an embryonic form. Furthermore, he had intentionally reduced the power to be safe. Unfortunately, it's not too useful as it takes too long to use. Would any king really just stand there while I unleashed it? Long Chen couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. It took 3 breaths time to use. If he encountered a king, they would have slaughtered him 100 times in that span of time. No matter how strong it was, there was no point to it. No good, I have to think of some way to shorten the cast time. I'll have to properly study it. Starfall was absolutely terrifying and easily became his strongest move. It was even more terrifying than the third form of Split the Heavens. This was a trump card for protecting his life, hence, he had to perfect it. Long Chen took a long while to recover from this test. This move not only exhausted his spiritual yuan and soul energy, but it also exhausted Huolong's energy. While resting, he consumed a large number of heavenly star sea merging pills. He needed to raise his cultivation base as high as possible during this time. Just as he was training in Starfall, the Xuantian Dao sect was shaken. The Dragonblood Legion's members had advanced to become rank 4 celestials. That news spread to every corner of the Xuantian Dao sect. When Luo Fan heard this, a gloomy expression appeared on his face. As expected, this brute really has some huge secrets. The news that over 10,000 disciples had advanced to become rank 4 celestials was too shocking. People even went to report it to the Zan Master. The Zan Master only gave out a simple response. This was a kind of experiment done by the Xuantian Dao sect. All elders and disciples were to keep it secret and not transmit it outside, and they shouldn't disturb the Dragonblood Legion either. It was true that there were various treasures that could be used to raise a celestial's rank. In fact, there were several kinds of medicinal pills for it, but they were too precious, so precious that even the Xuantian Dao sect couldn't afford them. For the Zan Master's reply to be that it was an experiment shocked everyone. Could it be the Xuantian Dao sect was secretly researching precious medicines that could raise a celestial's rank? Although people had all kinds of guesses, due to the Zan Master's orders, they could only stifle these questions inside. Time passed quickly, and over a month went by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Long Chen walked out of the training room with a smile on his face. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.